Chapter 1 Rebirth, Hungry. Hungry. So hungry that my stomach aches. Lu Cheng was only conscious for a few minutes after rebirth. In the previous life, at this moment, the eldest brother bit his finger and let him suck a few drops of blood to survive. And now, there is still a faint metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He really wants to spit it out, but the feeling of hunger tells him that he can't. The surrounding scenery looks like early winter, with a thin layer of snow spread across the mountains. He is an ordinary farmer, born in a mountainous area of Henan. The mountain here is called Baidaduo, so tall that it takes a whole day to climb to the top. Lu Cheng shivered slightly from the cold. He knew that if he didn't bring something home today, his younger sister at home would definitely be the most likely to be sent away. Because grandmother said that the family needs to reduce meals, especially for the little ones who can't work, they are only given a bowl of thin coarse rice soup a day to survive. He just turned 18 this year, and he has an older brother who is 20, who is about to get married. But no girl is willing to marry into the family because they are so poor they can barely make ends meet. Meanwhile, the grandmother favors the second and third uncles, and every day she takes the grain from their household to support those two families. Clearly, they are all children, but the kids of the second and third uncles have a little bit of flesh on their bodies and look much healthier. My own little sister at home is only 7 years old, as thin as a weak little cat. She doesn't even have a voice when she speaks, too weak to speak loudly. Lu Cheng thought about the situation at home. He must bring some food back today. He looked at the slightly long small knife in his hand. Because he was the son of an ordinary farmer, the longest knife in the family was this one. It was still given to him by his uncle who went to the army when he was a child. At that time, he was so moved that tears flowed from his eyes. No, it was snot. Unexpectedly, he was reborn into this era of famine. He only had a thin little jacket on, patched with many different colors, but this was the thickest piece of clothing his family could offer. So this is what cold feels like. He felt the cold on his body, without a trace of warmth, but he still carefully climbed the mountain. Along the way, he carefully paid attention to the footprints of the mountain game. He was moving carefully in the mountains, feeling puzzled in his heart. Yesterday, he was still a sharpshooter of 2024, representing the national team in an overseas competition. But at the airport abroad, there was a riot. 2 criminals hijacked a young girl. He bravely rescued the girl, but he himself was stabbed multiple times by the criminals and died. When he woke up again, he was sucking on his big brother's finger, and in the second memory, he drank his big brother's blood. The first time was in a previous life. This time in his rebirth, the only thing that remains unchanged is his name. In his previous life, he was also called Lu Cheng, but in this life, he must ensure that his entire family survives. Because in his previous life, he ended up becoming an orphan. Almost everyone in his family was sent away one by his grandmother in the previous life. It was only because he had to take care of his seriously ill father that he stayed behind. After his father died, he was sent to an orphanage. Living without family and without a familiar environment, that intense feeling of loneliness overwhelmed him. He was helpless. Now he saw a 3-pronged animal footprint in front of him. Is there a wild chicken around here? Lu Cheng excitedly and cautiously followed the chicken claw prints. Because of Lu Cheng's rebirth, his path differed from that of his previous life. If in the previous life, he had not gone out into the deep mountains to hunt recklessly. It should be known that several hunters ahead were all gored to death by wild boars. The family members did not dare to enter the mountains to retrieve their bodies. They only burned a little paper outside the mountain. Leaving behind orphans and widows, life can only be harder than before. So when Lu Cheng came out, he said, if he doesn't have the life to return, just burn some paper for him. And Lu Cheng's mother and elder brother were not at home, they went to work in the fields. The younger sister was too cold to go out, and she also had a high fever today. The bedridden father was very ill and completely unable to get out of bed. Usually, it was mother who took care of wiping his body. Fortunately, because the family was poor and ate very little, father's need to relieve himself also decreased. This also allowed mother to carefully take care of him while managing all the farm work at grandmother's house. Lu Cheng thought it over. With grandmother being so domineering, he had to break free from her control and take the family away from that evil grandmother. Lu Cheng carefully walked to a slightly thick patch of grass. The wild pheasants in the field were especially clever. Even if someone approached their nest, they could hold back from making any clucking sounds. So Lu Cheng could only quietly sneak up. Lu Cheng got closer and saw 2 large wild pheasants in the nest. When the pheasants saw Lu Cheng, they were so frightened that they clucked and jumped out. Lu Cheng quickly and skillfully caught one, while the other clucked and ran. Lu Cheng pounced and also caught the other wild pheasant. Lu Cheng had 2 chicken feathers in his mouth, his body was covered in snow, but because he had 2 wild chickens, he didn't feel cold at all. His heart was boiling with passion. Lu Cheng tied the 4 legs of the 2 wild chickens with 2 ropes around his waist, then hung them on his waist. He walked back to the original wild chicken nest to take a look. Wow! So there are actually 20 wild eggs. Lu Cheng tore a patch bag from his own clothes and put all 20 eggs inside. However, he thought that if he took these things back, he was afraid not a single egg would be left for their family. They would all be given by grandma to the second and third uncles' families. So when he saw a tree, he swallowed hard, took out an egg, tapped it on the tree, and started drinking it. Everyone knows that when a person is extremely hungry, not to mention raw eggs, they would even dare to eat raw meat. So he drank 3 eggs in a row. Only then did he regain a little bit of warmth and strength. Just now, catching the wild pheasants was done with full effort. Lu Cheng put the wild pheasants away, then dug near their nest with a knife, set the trap properly, and put the 2 wild pheasants into the trap. He only brought back 4 eggs. The other eggs were also placed in the trap. Many sharpened tree branches and bamboo sticks were stuck in the trap. As long as a slightly larger animal dares to eat the wild pheasant, he can catch even bigger prey. The night was growing dim, and Lu Cheng had not yet returned home. He could hear his mother and elder brother arguing with his grandmother. "You are the most poisonous grandma, how can you force my urchin to go to Baida Mountain? That could be deadly." Lu Cheng's mother, Guoxiuxiu, scolded while crying, "Eldest, let's quickly go shout for urchin at the foot of Baida Mountain, my urchin." A little girl said weakly, "Mom, I want to go too." "Sonia, you shouldn't go, it's too dark. You haven't eaten much today. Tonight, Mom will give you and your dad some thin porridge to drink." Grandma Yu Xianglan said with a sharp look on her face, "Humph. It's already dark, be careful not to go and never come back." Guoxiuxiu was slightly startled in her heart, "Big sister, you stay here with your father and sister, I'll go find Erqing alone." The eldest brother resolutely said, "Mom, I'll go find my second brother, you stay at home." "I'm back." Lu Cheng pretended to limp as he walked. Chapter 2, So biased it's to the armpit. Walking with great difficulty, I twisted my ankle, help me up. Lu Yan immediately stepped forward, "You, Ercheng, you're not allowed to go up the mountain again next time." "Brother, be careful, my foot hurts. Let's go back to our own room. We didn't catch anything all day, I'm freezing to death." Grandma Yu Xianglan rolled her eyes, "You didn't work today, so no food for you." After hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkened slightly. This grandma is indeed as vicious as ever. Guoxiuxiu immediately said, "I did the work of 2 people, give me 2 bowls of porridge. Otherwise, I won't work tomorrow." Yu Xianglan said with a sharp face, "Humph. The sky has turned upside down, just 1 bowl. Eat it if you want, don't if you don't." Guoxiuxiu saw the bowl of porridge Yu Xianglan placed on the table, and she swallowed hard. "Sanya, you drink a little, and give your second brother a little, okay?" "Mom, okay, I'll just drink a little." By this time, the whole family had returned to their little shabby house. A little bit of soil was stuffed along the edges of the walls inside the house, where the drafts came in. Guoxiuxiu wiped her tears and said, "Ercheng, from now on we won't go to the mountains anymore. It's too scary. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to live?" Lu Cheng had been outside all day, but his hands and feet still had a warm heat. Sanya was the quickest to react, "Second brother, what do you have in your pocket?" Sanya is still the fastest to notice. "Seeing all of you worried one by one, what I just put in there is not injured, and there are 4 eggs in my pocket." Then Lu Cheng carefully took out 1 egg from his pocket, followed by 3 more eggs. Guoxiuxiu immediately said, "I'll go cook them to eat." "Mom, let's just eat them raw, 1 for each of you, and 1 for Dad too. I just ate 3. Sanya swallowed and said, "Second brother, I want to eat." "Okay, I'll give you 1. Lu Cheng gave an egg to his third sister. Sanya said to Guoxiuxiu, "Mom, how do we eat this?" Guoxiuxiu said, "Crack it open and suck it out directly." Then said, "Did you get this wild egg from the mountains?" "Yes, that's right. Dad, Mom, I want to call the village chief over later to divide the family property with Nai and the others." "Why?" Guoxiuxiu was momentarily stunned. "Mom, we have to divide the family property. Only after dividing can we eat meat." Lu Cheng didn't twist his foot anymore, walked over and closed the drafty door. "Dad, Mom, big brother, third sister, I have 2 wild pheasants and 13 wild pheasant eggs in the mountains. If we don't divide the family property, I can't bring them back. Big brother Lu Yan immediately said, Mom, I agree with what Lu Cheng said, we can't let Nai be treated like a slave, we have to divide the family property. Guoxiuxiu then said, Head of the family, what do you think? Lying in bed, Dad, who had just cracked and drunk an egg, said, Divide. We must divide. It's been too long since I've had an egg. If old Gua had something delicious to eat, he wouldn't be so thin and weak, and his illness wouldn't be so bad. The main issue is still the lack of food. Then the whole family drank the porridge that Grandma had just brought, which was as thin as water, with hardly any grains of rice. Lu Cheng didn't eat and hurried to the village chief's house. Uncle Chen, our family wants to separate from my grandmother's family and live independently. Could you come over to fairly mediate the division? Chen Guifu took a puff of welding smoke and said, I'll go get the ledger book. Dividing your family property won't take more than half an hour. Ah, thank you, Uncle Chen. Lu Cheng, I heard you went into the mountains during the day. Next time, be sure to be careful. Wealth comes with risk, but they also say, if it's fate, why bother with money? Lu Cheng gave a slight, simple smile, Uncle Chen, I know my limits. Alright, let's go. The village chief's wife took a booklet to the village chief and brought a pen. This pen is the village chief's treasure, and ordinary people are generally not allowed to touch it. Not long after, Lu Cheng's whole family, even his father, was carried out to sit in the main hall of Yu Xianglan's house. Mom, our family is going to live separately. Old Lu said firmly. Yu Xianglan rolled her eyes, divide the family. Old Lu, you are a useless person, what right do you have to divide the family? Yu Xianglan looked very displeased. At this moment, Lu Cheng and the village chief just came into the room. Grandma, our attitude is very firm, our family must be divided. Lu Cheng spoke beside the village chief, and seeing the young man's determination, the village chief felt a bit happy for old Lu. Ever since old Lu got sick, the whole family has been controlled by his grandmother for several years. Guoxiuxiu, as a daughter-in-law, never dared to resist Yu Xianglan, the mother-in-law. It made even him, the village chief, unable to stand it. Although the land belongs to the second and third families, it is the Guoxiuxiu family who works like oxen and horses in the fields every day. Look at the second family, every time they go to the fields, they just pretend to work, hardly like rural people who actually do farm work. Every day they just go around the fields once and then go back home to rest. When they heard about the family division, the second and third uncles' families all perked up their ears to listen. The village chief sat down and said, since it's old Lu who wants to divide the family, I, as the village chief, must also uphold justice. Yu Xianglan brought out several very old, broken bowls and said, Here, these bowls are for you. Lu Cheng. Their eyes tightened, they couldn't even get a single intact bowl. The second uncle took some farming tools, but they were all not very good and easily broken. Aunt took out the thin quilt made from some leftover fragrant orchids for them, this is still your quilt. Third uncle, Aunt took out half a bag of corn grits and a bag of dried pickled vegetables, these are the food supplies. Lu Cheng. Not a single grain of rice. Second uncle, rice is so precious, how could it possibly be given to you? Yu Xianglan's eyes tightened slightly, sit down. Second uncle swallowed. Now that the family has split, second uncle has become the main force of their family, he has to work in the fields every day. Yu Xianglan glanced slightly at old Lu and said, Old Lu, I gave birth to you and raised you, not to mention anything else, but all these things you use will still be given entirely to your family. Guoxiuxiu immediately frowned, Mom, those bowls are all chipped, and the farming tools are also not good. You can't be so biased, can you? Yu Xianglan lifted her chin, if you want to divide the family, you can't expect to avoid any losses, right? Otherwise, don't divide the family at all. The village chief felt a bit sorry for old Lu. If we're dividing, then let's divide. These things are just these things, and it must be clearly written in black and white. Lu Cheng's voice spoke clearly. Many villagers had already gathered around to watch the excitement. Everyone said one after another, Yu Xianglan, you really are something, not even giving the eldest a good bowl. Yeah, you are at least their biological mother. Yu Xianglan said with a displeased face, they want to split the family themselves, and you blame me for not dividing it well. Inviting you into the family to be your son. That villager was slightly displeased but didn't say a word. But there were also people who weren't afraid of Yu Xianglan speaking up. TSK. This black-hearted grandma, no wonder old Lu has been sick for years without getting better, so biased it's ridiculous. Only Lu Cheng knew that the land these things were on is now worthless, and because there was a family division document, Yu Xianlan was not allowed to like it. But he was free now, and in the future, he wouldn't have to fear Yu Xianlan taking everything away when eating meat. Mom, don't worry. I will add more things in the future. Just have Dad sign the papers and divide the family property. Chapter 3. Still crying. How dare you cry? Lu Yan also said, Mom, have Dad sign the papers and divide the property. Then we can also eat our fill. Guoxiuxiu nervously took the booklet written by the village chief and handed it to Lu Lauda. Xuanfeng, will you sign? I will sign. Afterwards, although the 3 characters of Lu Xuanfeng's signature were a bit crooked, there was an unusually excited gleam in Lu Xuanfeng's eyes. Because Lu Cheng said he had set traps on the mountain. If the family division goes smoothly, he will be able to eat meat tonight. After the family division, the village chief kept the documents of the division and gave each of the 2 families a family division certificate, both signed and stamped with a red fingerprint. Just as the village chief was about to leave, Lu Cheng caught up with him and said, Village chief, do you have a hunting rifle and a flashlight at home? The village chief smiled and said, You little rascal, are you asking to borrow them? The village chief really understands me. Village chief, if I catch any game, I promise to bring you some meat to go with your drinks. The village chief nodded and said, I only have 20 bullets for the hunting rifle. I can lend you the headlamp and the hunting rifle, but for bullets, I'll only give you 3. Lu Cheng understood the importance of bullets. Got it. 3 bullets it is. Lu Cheng was also satisfied. The village chief said he was giving him 3 bullets, not just lending them. Consider it given, the favor is accepted. Lu Cheng followed the village chief away, while Yu Xianlan glared fiercely at Guoxiuxiu, tch. A spendthrift. Take your few broken bowls away. From today on, you are not allowed to cook in my kitchen. Guoxiuxiu was left speechless. After the family split, her family didn't even have firewood to cook a single meal. This really upset them. Boss, let's go to the hillside at the back of the mountain to get some dry firewood. Mom, you're at home, I'll go by myself. Lu Yan saw that Lu Cheng was living his life, desperately trying to go into the mountains to hunt. Since he was just going to get some firewood, he had to work even harder. He felt that although he was clearly the older brother, sometimes he couldn't bear as much responsibility as his younger brother Lu Cheng. He was also unwilling to fall behind and worked even harder. Guoxiuxiu no longer worked for second uncle or third uncle's family. Now, second uncle's wife was in the kitchen washing pots and bowls, secretly eating large scraps while washing, taking several bites. Lu Yan happened to have just brought back some dry firewood from the back hillside. Zheng Hui walked over and said, Boss, could you help second aunt move this firewood to our kitchen? Lu Yan glanced and said, Hit. Lu Yan moved over and was about to go in when he suddenly remembered what Lu Cheng told him at dinner, one must always be wary of others. He didn't enter the kitchen but placed the firewood at the door and said, We're separating households. Your kitchen is an important place for storing oil and salt, so I won't go in. Second Aunt Zheng Hui forced a smile on her face. This is okay, right? Not helping second aunt carry it in. No. Lu Yan turned around and left. Second Aunt Zheng Hui's eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating light. Lu Yan had just taken a step. Lu Yan. Stop right there. Yu Xianlan heard the shouting outside and quickly came out to see, what's going on? Second aunt, what happened? You stole and ate the pork lard residue. Mom, look, there's much less of the pork lard residue. Lu Yan felt a sudden sinking in his heart. Second aunt, I haven't even entered the kitchen, how could I have stolen and eaten it? Auntie was holding the small jar that contained the pork lard residue and said, Mom, look, a lot is missing. He ate it. I caught him myself. He would never admit it no matter what. Lu Yan. I didn't eat it. Why would I admit to it? Zheng Hui, Mom, look. Your eldest grandson is really fierce. He won't admit it even if he ate it. Lu Yan looked completely confused. I had no idea there was pork lard residue. At this moment, several villagers immediately gathered around here. Since it was almost time to sleep, every household came with a bit of a watching the fun without minding the trouble attitude. I didn't steal any food. At this time, the torches were surrounded by a crowd of people pressing in closely. Yu Xianlan immediately glared fiercely and said, You say you didn't steal the pork lard residue, so why were you at the door of our kitchen? Lu Yan is now in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River won't clear his name. My second aunt asked me to help her carry this firewood into the kitchen. Then you must have been in the kitchen. Yu Xianlan immediately retorted. I wasn't. Guoxiuxiu quickly squeezed to the front and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Second aunt wrongly accused me of stealing and eating the pork cracklings. I didn't eat any. At this moment, Lu Cheng, who had borrowed a hunting rifle from the village chief, came back and said upon seeing the scene, "Find someone with a keen nose." Then a half-grown boy, Zhang Bo's grandson, stepped forward, "My nose is keen. Need me to do something?" "Good boy, smell and see if Brother Yan's mouth has the scent of pork cracklings." "Alright, let me smell." Big Brother Yan's mouth has no meaty smell at all, but there is a bit of the smell of raw egg. Lu Cheng looked at second aunt and said, "Second aunt, it should be your turn. Let Zhang Guizhen smell your mouth." Zheng Hui said proudly, "Go ahead and smell." But inside, I felt a bit empty. Fortunately, she had rinsed her mouth twice just now, so there definitely was no smell of meat. Zhang Guizhen leaned in to sniff, "Meat. It still smells like pork cracklings, and there's a bit of meat residue stuck between her teeth." At this moment, Yu Xianlan couldn't care about anything else, she directly went up and pinched Jing Hui's mouth corner. Sure enough, her old eyes saw a piece of meat residue still stuck between her teeth. "All right. I said my pork cracklings often go missing, and it's because you wretched woman, have been stealing them." Slap. Slap. Yu Xianlan slapped Zheng Hui twice on the face, and her face instantly became visibly red and swollen. Zheng Hui covered the corner of her mouth. "Mom, I was wrong, please stop hitting me." Second uncle stepped forward at this moment. "Mom, she is my wife, I will take her home and talk to her properly." Yu Xianlan took a deep breath, "Make sure to discipline her well." Yu Xianlan gave Lu Cheng a sidelong glance. "This kid is really strange today." Lu Yan told Zhang Guizhen that he smelled the scent of raw egg. "How do you explain that?" Guoxiuxiu's heart skipped a beat. "Mom, we didn't steal and eat your eggs." "I didn't ask you, Lu Cheng, you speak." Yu Xianlan stared at the gear on Lu Cheng's shoulder, a hunting rifle, a recurve bow, arrows, and a knife at his waist. Yu Xianlan immediately regretted it. If she had known that the second brother dared to go hunting, she wouldn't have been so eager to divide the family property. "Grandma, my eldest brother not only ate raw eggs, but the rest of our family also ate raw eggs. However, they were definitely not eggs laid by your 3 hens." Lu Cheng was clearly displeased. "Now that the person stealing the pork cracklings has been found, shouldn't Grandma properly apologize to my big brother?" "Humph. How dare you? I am his grandma." "Humph." Yu Xianlan immediately went back to count her eggs. There were actually 3 more than yesterday, so it definitely wasn't her eggs being taken. In second uncle's room, "Huier, you really are something, insisting on framing that family. Couldn't you have said it was third brother's wife?" Zheng Hui wiped her swollen face with a hot cloth and said, "How was I supposed to know that family was so hard to deal with? Boo-hoo, it's so embarrassing." Still crying. How can you have the nerve to cry? Chapter 4, Lu Cheng can't speak again. Zheng Hui looked heartbroken. "I even let Mom hit me, and you're still blaming me?" "I'm not blaming you. You've completely embarrassed me, so why did you insist on causing trouble with their family? But they've all split up and moved out, I think bullying them a little is no big deal." "Bullying their family? Didn't you see, Lu Cheng is carrying a gun on his back and a knife at his waist. Aren't you afraid he'll stab you?" Zheng Hui immediately shrank her neck. "Then should I go over and apologize to Lu Yan, and ask him not to hold it against me? Let's go, right now." Just as Zheng Hui reached the outside of Lu Yan's small courtyard, she heard Lu Yan say, "This second aunt is truly a black-hearted person. I kindly helped her gather firewood, but she framed me like this." Fortunately, Cheng saw through her. Lu Cheng said, "From now on, if second aunt comes, whether to borrow something or do anything, we have to be a little cautious of her." Zheng Hui looked furious as soon as she heard it. She apologized. She couldn't say a single word. Zheng Hui turned around and went back to her own small courtyard. Second uncle saw her return and said, "Didn't you bring a piece of floral cloth as an apology? You're still holding the cloth. Didn't you give it away?" Zheng Hui, looking angry, said, "Apology? Bah! I'm not going. If you want to go, you go yourself." Zheng Hui just lay down on the bed. Second uncle looked completely confused. "So you didn't apologize? Oh, this wasteful woman, you really make me so angry." Second uncle immediately said with sharp eyes, "Hui, let me tell you, that Lu Cheng carried a gun, also brought a knife and hunting tools. Don't you want to eat meat?" Zheng Hui said angrily, "Eat, eat, eat. Who doesn't want to eat meat? But that Lu Cheng went into the forest, didn't he also come back injured? Be careful, Lu Cheng might not come back alive from the mountain. Second uncle Lu Xuanwang looked anxious. If you don't go apologize now, you better not regret it if Lu Cheng brings back meat in the future. Second uncle went to another room to sleep with his son. Zheng Hui angrily rolled her eyes on the bed. Humph. So many people who entered the mountain were killed by wild boars, and Lu Cheng will meet the same fate. At this moment, in Bai Dadwa's trap, a lone wolf was struggling a few times inside the trap. The trap set by Lu Cheng was just about to pierce the wolf's throat, and after struggling a few times, it lost its breath. Lu Cheng also arrived beside the trap and turned on the flashlight on his forehead. When he saw the wolf, the hair on the back of his neck immediately stood up. Then the fine hairs on his arms also stood on end. This was a normal bodily reaction for someone in this era. If it were him in 2024, he probably wouldn't have much of a reaction. This wolf isn't too difficult to deal with, probably just one bullet would be enough. It was 1960, and Lu Cheng carefully took out the prey from the trap one by one. Originally, there were only 2 wild pheasants and 13 eggs in the trap, but now there was a wild wolf. This wild wolf is quite large, weighing about 70 jin, approximately 35 kilograms. It is relatively thin and long-bodied, probably an old wolf. Lu Cheng did not dare to stay any longer on the spot. He covered the prey with a cloth bag and then carried it down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a 2-wheeled handcart he had borrowed from Zhang Bo's family in the village. He put the prey on top and pushed it, walking quickly in the direction of home. Because of the mountain path, the dimming night, and the prey, he walked with very fast steps. It only took about an hour to return home. Lu Yen was the first to come out and open the courtyard gate. Cheng, did you really catch prey? Big brother, look. A wild wolf. 2 live wild pheasants. 13 wild pheasant eggs. At this moment, the other family members also came over. Especially the third sister, excitedly said, second brother, you really brought back prey. That's great. Lu Lauda in the room looked excited. Help me out to take a look. At this moment, Lu Cheng and Lu Yen each supported Lu Lauda out to see. Dad, I will invite the old Chinese doctor from the neighboring village to take a look at your illness. As long as you take the medicine properly, you will definitely get better. Lu Lauda saw the wild wolf. No more medicine. You sold the wild wolf and promised your big brother a wife first. I'm afraid my body won't get better. Old Lu's eyes were red with excitement as he spoke. Father, your health is also very important. Dad, you trust Cheng. Cheng can go back into the mountains to hunt. Big brother said the money from his wife will definitely be earned. Lu Yen immediately said, how about I also go into the mountains to hunt? I won't let Cheng struggle alone. Lu Cheng said seriously, big brother, you absolutely must not venture into the mountain recklessly. I dare to go into the mountain because someone taught me how to hunt, otherwise, do you think I would risk my life like that? Lu Cheng couldn't say that he had memories from a past life. In his past life, he was a sharpshooter, so hunting was a piece of cake for him. Lu Yen was slightly stunned. Indeed, he had no experience and had never met any old hunter to teach him. I was just momentarily flustered. Lu Yen sighed, shall I deal with the wild wolf? Lu Cheng immediately said, let me do it instead. Lu Cheng handed 2 live wild chickens to his mother and said, Mom, see if these 2 wild chickens can be raised. If they can be raised, and they hatch chicks, our family will have eggs to eat in the future. Sanya, you will be responsible for taking care of the chicks from now on, so we can collect eggs every day. Sanya happily said, okay, second brother. Guoxiuxiu immediately took Sanya to make a simple chicken coop. They put 2 wild chickens inside and placed 13 eggs in a small cabinet at home, neatly arranged in a small bamboo basket. 2 wild pheasants clucked nervously in the chicken coop. They saw Guoxiuxiu put some food and water for them. The wild pheasants pecked at the food clucking. Sanya watched while saying to the wild pheasants, eat quickly, lay eggs for me every day from now on. Guoxiuxiu immediately rubbed her head and said, let's go see your second brother deal with the wild wolf. Lu Cheng skinned the wolf completely and gave the wolf skin to Guoxiuxiu, telling her to take it for processing. This wolf skin is a rare item, and once properly treated, it can be sold for a good price. Then Lu Cheng used a knife to gut the wild wolf, followed by cutting it up piece by piece. The knife skills looked very neat and skillful. On the belly of the wild wolf, Lu Cheng cut about 3 jin of wild wolf ribs with meat and skin. Lu Cheng said, big brother, tie these 3 jin well with reed grass. I'll deliver them to the village chief later and also talk to him about borrowing his hunting rifle for hunting. Lu Yen immediately took the wolf ribs and said, "Alright, got it." Lu Cheng then cleaned the wolf's internal organs and said, "Mom, we won't sell these organs. We'll stew them at home to eat." "Alright. Also, put this half a caddy of wolf meat aside and wait to deliver it to our grandmother tomorrow morning." Lu Cheng knows that grandma is very heartless, so he won't give her a bit of meat. Grandma is an elder, so give her some wolf meat to nourish her body, the heartless grandma can forget about it. For dad to rest and recover quietly, the whole family being well is the greatest happiness. Guoxiuxiu put the wolf innards that Lu Cheng had prepared into the pot to slowly braise. Lu Cheng brought some dried star anise from the mountain, which is perfect for braising meat in the pot. Lu Cheng said, "Big brother, I'll take the prey to the county to sell it, you stay at home and work with mom to finish the fieldwork." "Got it, I understand, I'm not good at selling wolf meat." Chapter 5, I want all the bullets in your hands. Lu Cheng said, "Hang up my 3 gene of wolf belly meat properly, I'll deliver it to the village chief's house when I get back. I'm heading to the county town now." In 1960, hunters could still sell some of the meat from their prey to earn a little money to help support their families. Because the mountainous area where Lu Cheng lived was far from the county town, he had to walk out on foot, pushing the wild wolf meat, so he had to leave at least 2 hours in advance. When Lu Cheng arrived at the county town, there were quite a few vegetable sellers at the market. And the workers living in the county town would get up early to buy vegetables. Although the prices in this era are very low, money is very useful. Lu Cheng roughly heard the prices of meat from others. Only then did he lift the clean cloth covering the wild wolf meat, "Fresh wolf meat for sale. Fresh wolf meat for sale." The voice was deep and resonant, the man's voice echoing melodiously. In an instant, several worker women stepped forward and asked, "How much are you selling this wild wolf meat for?" "Sister, which piece do you want to buy? The prices are different, take a look." Lu Cheng lightly moved his hand over the wild wolf meat. Wild wolf meat was also scarce at this time. "I want this wolf ribs, weigh out 2 gene for me." "Okay, wolf ribs, braised hand-grabbed wolf ribs are the most delicious. 1 gene is 1.5 yuan, 2 gene is 3 yuan. The big sister-in-law said, "Oh, this isn't cheap." Lu Cheng immediately said, "Sister-in-law, you know, pork ribs cost 0.7 yuan per gene, and you also know how rare wild wolves are." Sister-in-law asked Lu Cheng to translate, and he readily took out 5 yuan and said, "Alright, I'll buy it." Lu Cheng also said with an unchanged expression, "Sister-in-law, for these 2 yuan, I'll cut you a piece of wolf rump meat. You can cook it together with the wolf ribs in a braise for the child to eat. It's definitely the child's favorite meat and will surely help them grow taller and become smarter." Sister-in-law saw that the piece of wolf rump meat Lu Cheng cut for her weighed a full pound. She was obviously very happy inside. "Hey, hit." After the first sister-in-law bought the wild wolf meat, several other worker sisters-in-law around quickly gathered around, and within just an hour, the entire wild wolf was sold out completely. This made several nearby pork sellers extremely envious. Fortunately, they thought to themselves that wild wolf meat isn't available every day, which made them feel a bit more balanced inside. Lu Cheng carefully separated and packed all the money he had. Pushing the cart, he arrived at a nearby stall and said, "Brother, how much for this pig offal?" The man immediately replied politely, "Big brother, if you want it cheap, I'll sell you a set for just 5 yuan. Lu Cheng frowned slightly, processing pig offal is very troublesome, and it's already 11 in the morning. If you keep this set of pig offal until the afternoon, it will be wasted. How about selling it to me for 4 yuan? That man swallowed hard. This pig offal is indeed hard to sell, and he has often had to sell it cheaply. But even the cheap ones cost 5 yuan, and this person selling wolf meat actually tried to bargain it down to 4 yuan. Seeing Lu Cheng's cold and imposing demeanor, he couldn't help but want to make friends. Because he also seemed to want to try wolf meat, just now when he saw Lu Cheng cutting wolf hind meat, he cut a piece and secretly kept it. "Big brother, do you still have any wolf meat? I'll sell you pig offal cheaply, and you sell me a pound of wolf meat." Lu Cheng's cold and handsome face showed a slight smile. "I cut a piece of wolf meat, but I'm giving it as a gift. Forget the pig offal, I don't want it." The stall owner saw Lu Cheng was about to leave. Immediately said, "Hey, big brother, wait a moment, I'll sell it to you for 4 yuan, just to make friends." A barely noticeable smirk curved on Lu Cheng's face after he took a few steps. "Okay." The stall owner immediately put the pig's offal into a basin. "You have to pay me 1 yuan for this basin, otherwise I'll be at a loss." "Okay, 5 yuan in total." "Hey. The stall owner saw Lu Cheng slowly walking away and said, "Why does this person look so strong? His spirit and energy are really exceptional." Another stall owner said, "A man who can hunt wild wolves, do you think his strength would be lacking?" That's true. Lu Cheng walked for nearly 2 more hours before finally returning home. He bought some brown sugar and meat buns while he was on the street. "Sanya, quickly try these meat buns." Sanya immediately reached out her slightly darkened hands. "Second brother, I can eat too." "Okay, I'll give you one more." Sanya smiled with her teeth showing, but one of her teeth was missing, her smile innocent and pure. She bit into the bun and saw the thick meat filling inside. "Wow, it's meat filling." Guoxiuxiu saw Sanya's face full of happiness as she ate, and reached out to rub her hair. "Eat slowly." "Mom, there are still many buns here, heat them up to eat tonight." "Ah, okay." Guoxiuxiu immediately took the bag full of buns wrapped in a white cloth. She immediately prepared the pot to heat it up. At this time, Lu Cheng took the wolf belly meat left from the morning and went to the village chief's house. "Uncle Chen, this is 3 jin of wolf belly meat. You can stew it for dinner." Chen Guifu took the 3 jin of wolf belly meat and said with a smile, Cheng, you really are a rare hunter. Did this wild wolf just run right into your gun barrel?" "I didn't use a single bullet. I used 2 wild pheasants to lure it into the trap." The village chief looked at him approvingly and said, "You kid, you're really something. Let's go, no going home tonight without getting drunk. Let's have a drink with Uncle Chen." "Alright then, I won't be polite." The village chief's wife then brought some fried peanuts, some dried meat, and the wolf belly meat was also stewed in the pot. To eat a bit faster, the village chief's wife also sliced some thin pieces and stir-fried them. But when Lu Cheng tried a piece, he could only say that the stir-fried wolf belly meat was just edible. Compared to the meat eaten in modern times, it still seemed a bit bland. But at that time, the village chief's wife's cooking skills were already considered top-notch. "Uncle Chen, I have something to discuss with you." Chen Guifu took a sip of white spirit. "Speak." "I'm listening." "I want to buy a few more bullets from you, Uncle Chen." "Cheng, are you going hunting in the mountains again?" "To be honest with Uncle Chen, with my physical strength, I can earn money working in the fields, but I feel dissatisfied in my heart." Chen Guifu put down his wine glass. "Bullseye. How many bullets do you need?" Chen Guifu also knew that this by Dodwen needed a hunter to go hunting. "How many crops in the village have been uprooted by wild boars over the past few years?" As the village chief, he was extremely anxious. Seeing that the village's grain was being damaged by wild boars, a few brave people went up the mountain to hunt. But none of them ever returned. "How many bullets do you want?" "Let me tell you, Uncle Chen also has something to discuss with you." "Uncle Chen, you speak, I'm listening." "For these bullets, I won't charge you a penny for the first 10. Just tell me how many you want." "Uncle Chen, I want all the bullets you have, all 17 of them." "You little brat. Just you wait." Chen Bo went into his own room, took out an iron box from a small cabinet, which was obviously very heavy, and walked slowly over. When placed on the table, there was a bang. Chapter 6, Second Shot, Bang. "You kid, look, all of Uncle Chen's belongings are here." Lu Cheng opened the iron box lid and saw the intact bullets. "Bullseye. These bullets, I'll go hunting later and bring meat to Uncle Chen. By the way, how much is one more bullet?" "I'll buy it for Uncle Chen." Chen Guifu shook his head and said, "These first 10 bullets are my decision on behalf of the village, given to you to drive away the wild boars. Whether this year's crops will be harvested successfully depends on you." "What about the 10 bullets at the back? How much is each one?" "I'll buy them." Chen Guifu said with difficulty, 20%. "It's not that Chen Bo is making it hard for you. If you work as a hunter for the village cooperative, you can get a monthly salary of 10 yuan, and I can also apply for bullets from above, but you have to be responsible for guarding the village's crops." "Of course, but these wild boars are elusive and unpredictable. I can't foresee where they will appear in advance." Chen Guifu immediately said, "Don't worry about that. You are guarding the crops, and if there are wild boars or roe deer, you can just shoot to scare them away." Chen Guifu also knew that when facing wild boars, expecting Lu Cheng to actually kill one might be asking too much, being able to fire a shot to drive them away would already be very good. Chen Guifu immediately said, "However, every bullet used must be recorded, they cannot be used carelessly or arbitrarily." "Got it, thank you, Uncle Chen." Chen Guifu reluctantly glanced at the bullets once more. He also really wanted to go hunting in the mountains, but now that he was the village chief, receiving a salary every month and with his family able to get by, there was no need to take the risk of venturing into the mountains to fight for his life. Lu Cheng carried the hunting rifle on his back and hung the bullets on him. Chen Guifu gave him a bunch of keys. They were for a small courtyard by the mountain. It was still a place where hunters had lived years ago. Since that hunter went into the mountain and never returned, several men from Liyuan have consecutively entered the mountain, but all have gone without coming back. The village chief could only give his gun to Lu Cheng first, because in the big mountain, facing many wild wolves, the gun is the lifeline of the entire village. The gun that the village chief applied for at the police station was also officially approved. Now that Lu Cheng can return safely, all the villagers spread the news quietly among themselves. It is very likely that Lu Cheng is the hunter chosen by the mountain god. He is here to protect the village. Lu Cheng slept for a while in the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, faintly hearing some footsteps, but they were only outside the courtyard, with no knocking or calling. Lu Cheng had slept enough, so he got up from the simple earthen bed, went outside the small courtyard door, and saw 2 cabbages, a small bunch of lettuce, another bunch of green onions, and a small clean bag containing some steamed dried sweet potatoes placed on the ground. Lu Cheng understood in his heart that these were brought to him by the villagers. Being a hunter in the village almost meant that you had to constantly fight against wild boars, muntjac, or wolves. Some of the better-off villagers would come every few days to bring a little token of goodwill. Lu Cheng carried all the vegetables into the kitchen, drew water from the well to fill a pot, washed it several times, and only then managed to clean the rusty pot until it shone. Lu Cheng boiled water, cut some cabbage into it, added a few pieces of dried sweet potato, chopped some scallions, sprinkled a pinch of salt, and then carried the big bowl to the doorway to eat. He had to hurry and eat well, then go to the village to explain things to his mother and the others. From now on, he would be the village hunter, with a monthly salary of 10 yuan, which Guoxiuxiu would collect every month. At that time, 3 yuan in the county town was enough to buy a day's worth of meat, but in the countryside, it could allow ordinary people to buy enough oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some medicine for common colds and headaches for a whole month. Of course, many things were obtained from the black market, or various kinds of tickets were acquired from other people. In the evening, Guoxiuxiu heard that Cheng was going to be the village hunter, receiving a government salary, and Cheng would hand over the entire salary to Guoxiuxiu to manage. Guoxiuxiu cried so much, with snot and tears streaming down her face. Guoxiuxiu couldn't bear it. Cheng lived in the little courtyard of the hunter, always ready to offer his precious life. This decision made Guoxiuxiu cry uncontrollably. Sanya was still confused. "Mom, isn't it good that my second brother is a hunter? Why do you keep crying?" "Third daughter, Mom feels so sad in her heart." Lu Cheng heard Guoxiuxiu crying her heart out inside the house from the courtyard, but he still insisted on becoming a hunter. Because this is his chance, he is a sharpshooter. If he doesn't protect the villagers in the deep mountains, then what is the meaning of his rebirth? Cheng, these are the eggs from home, take them with you." Lu Yen packed all the wild eggs into a small cloth bag and handed it to Lu Cheng. "Big brother, please comfort Mom. Even if I become a hunter, I can protect myself, and I will often come back for meals." Lu Cheng originally planned to live directly in the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, but seeing Guoxiuxiu crying like that, he decided to come back more often. Let Guoxiuxiu see that he is safe, believe in her decision for him to become a hunter, and be a little more open-minded. Lu Cheng saw Sanya. Even though it was early winter with snow falling, she was wearing a pair of slippers. Her toes were painfully red, and she even had several frostbites. Just looking at her made people feel heartbroken for this girl. And the slippers were plastic ones, the kind that second uncle's daughter didn't want. She picked them up like a treasure and wore them. Lu Cheng quietly decided that tomorrow he would bring back a pair of white cloth shoes from the county town and definitely make sure Sanya also wore new shoes. Lu Cheng left when the sky was getting dim. He had to keep watch at several places in the mountains where wild boars often appeared. Probably just guarding for an hour or so. As long as someone guarded the mountain exit, the wild boars wouldn't dare to be too unruly. Lu Cheng kept watch for more than an hour, during which a few small insects crossed his path. A little mouse also darted past in front of him. Additionally, a few wild rabbits ran out. But having become a hunter and received a salary, he had to guard this farmland. Nowadays, many villagers dig sweet potatoes during the day and then deliver them to the sweet potato kiln. But this sweet potato kiln must not be discovered by wild boars, otherwise, the sweet potatoes will be ruined by them. Although there is a chance to trap wild boars, those wild boars are as cunning as brother chicken thief, eating and then running away. A few years ago, several households had their sweet potatoes dug up by wild boars. Lu Cheng thought that by guarding today, the wild boar wouldn't dare to come. Unexpectedly, a boar's head suddenly appeared from the grass, its dark skin under the moonlight looked ghostly and eerie. Lu Cheng aimed his gun at it and fired with a bang. The lead wild boar was so cunning that he surprisingly missed hitting it. But the pig following right behind it was not so lucky. The second shot, bang. The wild boar behind the lead pig was seen grunting a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lu Cheng was alone, and the wild boar herd seemed to be considering whether to attack. Lu Cheng was also a smart hunter because in his previous life he was a sharpshooter. Although the first shot missed, it hit the wild boar behind. Immediately after, the second shot was fired, and the injured wild boar clearly could no longer walk. The boar fell to the ground, grunting. The lead wild boar today immediately turned around. After a few grunts, it led the rest of the wild boars and walked away noisily. That direction leads up to the mountain of another village. Lu Cheng was thinking, with so many wild boars, if they could hunt one every once in a while, the villagers, young and old, could have more meat to share. Because this was a hunter's position, he was able to obtain the hunting rifle so smoothly. Hunting rifles are all government property, private individuals cannot own them at will. Chapter 7, Not a Scrap Left Behind. So this wild boar is considered the village's. It doesn't belong to him personally. But he can get a share personally, and his family can also get a share, so it's like double shares. After a while, the village chief hurried over with a dozen strong men. In their hands were either hoes, shovels, or those spades. The village chief said, Cheng, I heard you fired 2 shots. Are you okay? The villagers all said, yes. As soon as we heard the gunshots, we grabbed our tools and rushed to the village chief's house. The others also said, yes, me too. Us too. Lu Cheng said gratefully, Village chief, I am not injured. The wild boar herd ran away. I only wounded one wild boar, over there. Lu Cheng pointed his finger to a dark shadow on the ground. The wild boar is injured and fierce by nature. Quickly, get that butcher Zhang over here, he must slaughter this wild boar. The village chief said with a slightly raised voice. Immediately, a strong man said, I'll go call butcher Zhang. Then the strong man who spoke quickly walked back to the village. The others gathered around, tied up the wild boar, and carried it to the village square using large, thick branches. When everyone arrived at the square, Butcher Zhang and the others had already set up an iron pot and were boiling water. They were ready to kill the wild boar. At this time, almost everyone in the village, young and old, came to watch the wild boar being killed. Except for those postpartum women who are confined to bed and nursing their babies and cannot come out, everyone else came to visit. Lu Cheng saw that there was nothing he could do here, so he took up his gun again and chased in the direction the wild boars had gone. Although the wild boars went towards another village, it was an adjacent village, so if they could help, they would try their best to do so. As soon as Lu Cheng arrived at the edge of the mountain in that village, he saw the wild boars seemingly nibbling on sweet potatoes, rooting once for a bite and then rooting again. It can be said that the sweet potatoes they have gnawed on are no longer edible for people. This household sweet potato field has been more than half eaten by them. Lu Cheng didn't hesitate and fired a shot at the wild boar. Lu Cheng saw that his shot hit a wild boar, but the boar was still able to walk, just injured and unable to move quickly. Lu Cheng still had a bit of a cautious thought in his heart. They say honest people shouldn't be too honest. There is a wild boar in the village now, being slaughtered. If he quietly sells this wild boar, he can add some cotton for the family and have the quilt properly fluffed by the cotton fluffer. Calculated this way, it will cost quite a bit, making this wild boar especially important. Lu Cheng drove the injured wild boar into a cave. The wild boar grunted a few times inside the cave, then lay still. Lu Cheng walked in, holding a sharp long knife, the one his uncle gave him when he was a child. But this carried some risk. If the wild boar fought desperately, he was very likely to get injured. But if he fires another shot and uses too many bullets, he will have to hand over the wild boar. Lu Cheng grabbed a handful of small stones from the ground and threw them at the wild boar. The wild boar grunted and got ready to run. But in that instant, Lu Cheng quickly moved forward and stabbed it in the heart. At the same time, he used the wooden pole in his hand to hook the wild boar's head, preventing it from moving. About a few minutes later, after the wild boar stopped breathing, a pool of blood flowed on the ground. Lu Cheng didn't know if it was because he was poor and facing a desperate situation, but at this moment he suddenly surged with astonishing strength. He lifted the wild boar and went down the mountain along the mountain path. He didn't return to the village, but carried the huge wild boar to the county town. He roughly estimated the weight of this wild boar to be about 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms. At this time, after carrying it for half the distance, Lu Cheng threw the wild boar onto the grass and took a breath to rest. You must know, when people act, heaven is watching. He had to do this for his family to safely get through the winter, for a few good quilts, and for several sets of cotton-padded jackets and pants. Obviously, Grandma would never give them a pound of cotton. Although the harvest produced a lot of cotton, Grandma sold it all. At that time, Grandma only kept 30 pounds of cotton, clearly not intending to give them any share. Damn it! How could Grandma be so biased? Because Lu Cheng was reselling wild boar meat, he couldn't openly sell it at the vegetable market. So he quietly went to the man who had sold him the pig offal that time. Wild boar meat, dare to buy? The man said excitedly, brother, can I take a look at the goods? Then the two looked at the wild boar, and the man readily took out the money. Lu Cheng did not ask for an exorbitant price. He gave a fixed price of 260 yuan for a total of 200 jin, at a wholesale price of 1.3 mao per jin. The man went home to get the money, then quietly carried the wild boar inside with his wife. Seeing the excitement on his face, Lu Cheng knew that by reselling, they would definitely make a good profit. But there is no way, he can't show his face and go to the market to sell. Because at this time, if you sell a little wild wolf meat, 70 jin, others won't envy you, nor will they report you. But a whole wild boar carcass is considered public property of the village. Although no one in the village dares to hunt wild boars, fearing being gored to death by them. But if the villagers found out that Lu Cheng sold the whole wild boar by himself and got 260 yuan. Just look at how the villagers would tear Lu Cheng to pieces. Not even leaving a scrap. This is what, interest/profit, is all about. Lu Cheng knew that it was still dark at this time, so he went to the clothing store and got himself a new set of grey cotton-padded clothes and pants. Inside, there was a set of autumn underwear and pants. Actually, the last time he sold wild wolf meat, he could have brought clothes back for his family. However, at that time, he was not clear about his family members' sizes and was afraid that if the clothes didn't fit, exchanging them would not be worthwhile. And Guxiuxiu also said, never make clothes outside, let him pull the fabric and take the cotton back. She plans to make them herself. Lu Cheng bought a set of cotton-padded clothes, he has to guard the crops, so he needs a ready-made set of warm clothes. Then sell a set to his eldest brother, one to his third sister, and one set each for himself and his mother Guxiuxiu. These cloth coupons and snack coupons were all bought by Lu Cheng from the villagers. Some people in the countryside were frugal with their coupons and reluctant to spend them, so they exchanged them for money. Therefore, Lu Cheng spent money to buy the coupons they had. Additionally, he bought a large bag of cotton and several yards of good cloth to take back. Passing by the pastry shop, he stepped forward and said, give me a few jin of pastries. The pastry shop owner's wife immediately stepped forward happily and said, hey, big brother, is there a celebration at home? Which kind of pastry would you like? Put a little of everything, and buy more of the best tasting ones. The owner's wife quickly said, all right, the chestnut and mung bean ones are the best, especially popular with many people. I'll pack you more of those. The owner's wife's slender hands were delicate and fair. Lu Cheng felt a slight itch in his heart as he looked at them. Don't open your eyes just yet. The boss's wife said again, big brother, do you want some red beans too? Sure, give me a few pieces. The boss's wife was extremely happy inside. The total here is 13 yuan. The shop owner's wife acknowledged with a smile on her face. Lu Cheng nodded, here's the money. Lu Cheng took out 3 old 5 yuan bills. Chapter 8, How great it would be if this money were hers. The boss's wife immediately handed back 2 1 yuan bills and said, brother, keep these. Come again next time. Hit. Lu Cheng didn't dare look at the female boss any longer. The lively county town woman was truly someone who made men involuntarily steal a few more glances. Unlike rural women, her skin was slightly rough and a bit dark. The women in the county never exposed themselves to the sun, keeping their skin tender and smooth like creamy white dew. They made people want to keep looking. On the way, Lu Cheng recalled the female boss's smile several times. Couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth slightly. In the previous life, he was a person busy with work, dedicating his whole life to the career of shooting. To earn more money, he participated in various shooting competitions. The rewards he received were half sent back to the Hope Primary School, and half kept for his own use. The days had no more variety. In this life, he wanted to balance shooting and living. At least for now, he could rely on memories from his past life to hunt. In this era, if there was someone in the family who could hunt, the whole family would be supported by the villagers. Because they were relatives of the crop guardians. For the villagers, it is closely related to their crops. This relationship must be maintained well. Just now, as Lu Cheng returned home, he saw someone coming to establish connections. Third uncle. Hey, Cheng, you've done a great job guarding the crops. Third uncle is here to thank you. The gift has been taken to your mom. Keep up the good work, hee hee. Lu Cheng only just realized that his third uncle never does anything without a benefit. The reason he brought a gift now is because of what happened early this morning. The wild boar died on his land. If he hadn't killed the wild boar, would he have been willing to bring a gift over? Third uncle, you're too kind. Lu Cheng restrained his temper and spoke gently. Lu Xuanyan smiled and said, well Cheng, if nothing else, I'll head back first. Lu Xuanyan tightened his grip slightly. He thought Lu Cheng would say the gift wasn't necessary and to take it back. Instead, Lu Cheng said, then no gift, third uncle, take care. Lu Xuanyan. So, his hope became a joke. He even told his wife that he could bring the gift back. Now. Going back would be embarrassing. Lu Xuanyan. Where is your gift? Auntie Guimei, looking very angry, went over and pulled Lu Xuanyan's ear. Ouch, it hurts, let go. Humph. As soon as Guimei let go, she burst into tears. You scoundrel, that gift was meant for my mother's family, but you gave it to that useless family. Lu Xuanyan reached out and touched his ear. You shouldn't cry so easily. You can give half of the meat allocated by the village to your maternal family. Guimei took a deep breath and glanced slightly. There isn't much meat, but the gifts include white sugar for making rice dumplings, black sesame, and 20 bags of shampoo. At that time, shampoo was usually packaged in small sachets, with one sachet used for a single wash. Sigh, giving meat is the same. Lu Xuanyan angrily went inside the house. Guimei went up to the kitchen, saw a piece of meat, and immediately cut off half of it. Her mother's family had long been hoping she would return to support her mother. Otherwise, the eldest sister-in-law from her mother's family would bully her mother every day. However, when Guimei arrived at her mother's home, she found that the eldest sister-in-law was not as fierce as her mother had said. The eldest sister-in-law on her mother's side is busy with the work in the field every day. She put down the pork and then found an excuse to go home. As soon as Guimei left, her mother on her mother's side went to cut the meat and put it into the pot to cook. Happily called the eldest daughter-in-law's family back to eat. Guimei returned home and saw only half of the pork, feeling slightly disappointed. She originally thought that her mother's family couldn't live without her care. Later she realized that her mother's family was living better than her, not as hard as she had described. And Lu Cheng bought Lu Fang a pair of small white cloth shoes, saying, put them on and try them. Second brother, is this for me? Yes, Sanya, try it on quickly. Lu Fang wiped her feet with a clean cloth before carefully putting on the white cloth shoes. Second brother, these shoes are really warm. Do you like them? I really like it. Then Lu Yan also changed into a set of cotton-padded clothes, and he looked much more handsome. And Guoxiuxiu also put on a new set of cotton-padded clothes. She said, each of us now has a set of cotton-padded clothes to wear. The remaining cotton will be used to make cotton quilts, so we won't feel cold when we sleep from now on. Mom, I'll buy the cotton for the quilts tomorrow. You have to make each of us an extra set of cotton clothes, one set isn't enough to change into. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Mom, no, go ahead and do it. Alright, Zhong, I'll listen to you. Cheng has grown up, doing things in a very methodical way. Mom, you have to make our home look like it's come alive. Look, we've eaten well, dressed well, and behind our old house, on the land next to it, we'll build a small house for our eldest brother, so he can start his own family independently. Cheng, don't worry about building the house, I'll handle it myself. Lu Cheng reached out and patted his elder brother on the shoulder, saying, Big brother, we are family. Trust me, we should be able to build you a small house very soon. Lu Cheng looked at the small courtyard in front of him, which was so dilapidated that the wind blew through it. These were originally a few dilapidated sheds for storing firewood, but because of the family split, Grandma gave the worst house to their family. It's obviously an act of revenge against them. At this moment, third Auntie Guimei was in the elder's room saying, Mom, let me tell you, that Lu Cheng is a heartless person. Think about it, before the family split, when the whole family was together, did he ever go hunting? And now? Not long ago, I just saw him carrying big and small bags of things back home. Yu Xianglan said coldly with her old eyes, "Humph, this little brat has grown wings, he's not easy to handle anymore." He Guimei said with a sorrowful look, "As his third aunt, I naturally can't enjoy any benefits from him, but now the village has allocated double portions of meat to their family, yet I don't see Lu Cheng bringing his meat out to show filial respect to you." Yu Xianlan glared coldly at Higuime, "Humph. Isn't it still before noon? I'll wait a little longer." "Ah, then mother, take your time waiting, your daughter-in-law's meat is right here." Yu Xianlan glanced at Higuime's meat. She felt a slight sense of satisfaction in her heart. Higuime was also quite harsh on herself. To please Yu Xianlan, she cut half of her meat and brought it over. So the meat in her own home was only a small portion. Lu Xuanyan almost died of anger after hearing her words. "You prodigal fool, if you want mom to handle that 20%, why don't you use your own brain to think about it? That whole family has already divided everything, who could possibly control it?" Higuime looked angry, "Humph. Anyway, it's already given away. If you want to get it back, go get it yourself. After all, it's your mom, not mine." Higuime went into the kitchen to start cooking rice. But inside, he was quite angry. How hard was it to eat meat even once before? Now, the last time Lu Cheng hunted a wild wolf, I heard he sold it in the county town. That was quite a bit of money, no wonder he was carrying big and small bags of things home. Higuime was just unwilling to accept it. If this money were hers, how great that would be. Chapter 9 But Lu Xuanfeng was not. While Higuime was putting in the rice, she also added some fine dry firewood into the stove pot, her eyes occasionally glancing outside. Lu Xuanyan walked a few rounds in the small courtyard. He still didn't have the courage to go to his mother and take back that piece of meat. After all, his wife had just taken it over, and if he, as her son, took it back, he might never get good land again in the future. Because the eldest Lu has divided the family, now the third Lu, Lu Xuanyan, also has the idea of dividing the family. Not only does he have to do the chores at his own home, but he also has to help tend to his parents' land. This land belongs to several brothers collectively, not just to him alone. Why should he get so little benefit, yet be forced to do free hard labor for his parents every day? Lu Xuanyan thought for a moment and then quickly returned to the kitchen. "Guimei, I'm telling you, maybe we should split the family property too." "Really? That's great. But if that's the case, you'll have to get up and make breakfast yourself from now on. Are you willing?" "I am, absolutely willing. You should know that making breakfast with second sister-in-law is uncomfortable for me in every way, and she isn't happy either. I've wanted to separate the household for a long time." Lu Xuanyan swallowed and said, "All right, as long as you agree." Lu Xuanyan thought to himself, this is great, now his mother won't blame him anymore. Lu Xuanyan rubbed Yanyan's eyes hard, then rubbed his nose several times, and pulled both of his ears hard. This made him look like he had just cried quite fiercely. His hands were still pinching several spots on his own body hard. He quickly walked towards Yu Xianglan's room. Mom. Your third daughter-in-law is too fierce." Upon hearing the voice, Yu Xianglan said without lifting her eyelids, "Guimei is a good person, and she has given you children, so bear with it." "Mom, look, she's almost pulled my ear off." Only then did Yu Xianglan look up. Upon seeing this, a pained expression immediately appeared on her face. "Oh dear, why did Guimei hit so hard? This woman is ruthless, a killer, so heartless. Son, does it hurt?" Yu Xianglan looked distressed and carefully rummaged through the cabinet for a while, then found a small box of cooling oil. "Here, use the cooling oil to rub it, it can help you get better faster." Lu Xuanyan saw the timing was right and immediately squeezed out a few tears. "Mom, if you don't divide the family property for us, I'll have to beat him once every 3 days, twice every 5 days. Yu Xianglan stopped rubbing her hands immediately. "Third son, you also want to divide the family?" "Mom, Guimei has wanted to divide the family for a long time. That's why she beats me every few days. I never dared to say anything. Look, my body is covered with marks from her pinching and hitting. Look." Yu Xianglan lifted up the third son's shirt and saw several pinch marks on his back. She rolled up his sleeves again and saw that his hands were covered with pinch marks. "That damn woman, should I beat her up once to vent for my son?" "Mom, please don't. You know my son and daughter also need their mother." Yu Xianglan saw the third brother begging and crying like that, and she slammed the table hard, causing a dull thud. "This Higuime is really outrageous. I used to think she was a good daughter-in-law. Today, she was even the first to bring me meat, but I never expected her to treat my son like this. Does she think I'm blind? I'm going to confront her. Mom, don't go. Otherwise, I guess I won't even be allowed to touch the bed tonight when I get back. Yu Xianglan was reluctant to be separated from her sons. Because she is old, if the family is not divided, at least the work in the fields and the food and drink can be taken care of by the daughter-in-law. She now regrets it. If she had known earlier, she would have treated Lu Xuanfeng's family a little better. No division of the family. Apart from this, Mom can consider everything else. The third son immediately wiped his tears. Mom, why is the eldest son allowed to start a separate household, but we are not? No means no. There's no why. Old third said unwillingly, Mom, if you don't make yourself clear today, we won't agree. Right. My old second's family won't agree either. Soon, old second Lu and his wife, along with Higueme, all squeezed in through the door. It turned out that Higueme had long suspected that the old lady was unwilling to divide the family property. So as soon as the third son entered the old lady's room, she went to call the second son's family to come and eavesdrop together. As a result, Higueme's guess was absolutely correct. Mom, we all want to divide the family property. Lu Xuanwang from the second brother's family said in a grumbling voice, you really don't understand. Let me tell you this way, we are a close family, but Lu Xuanfeng is not. Immediately, the whole family's faces were shocked, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. Outside the door, Lu Cheng immediately stopped in his tracks. He had prepared a piece of wild boar meat, intending for Sanya to bring it to Grandma. But Sanya said she didn't want to see Grandma. Grandma is really strict with her. Only then did Lu Cheng come by himself. The result was hearing such shocking news. Whose child is his father? She actually isn't Grandma's biological child. Then who are his father's biological parents? Lu Cheng really wanted to go in and ask. But he still patiently stayed by the door. At that moment, the third brother, Lu Xuanyan, came out and opened the door to look, but he did not find Lu Cheng. Lu the third brother went back and said, Mom, there's no outsider here. You tell me about big brother's background. Only then did Yu Xianglan's eyes leisurely recall and say, that whole family were communists. You have to understand, at that time, communist children could not be kept with them. So this child was left in our village. Just so happens, after I got married, I couldn't conceive, and the first 2 pregnancies ended in miscarriage before 2 months. Look, this is what the woman left on Lu Xuanfeng when she left, saying to let him wear it on him, so that in the future there would be a memento for recognition. The third son immediately took it and said, Mom, let me keep this. The second son quickly snatched it away, No, let me keep this. Who knows if you might secretly go recognize him? Yu Xianglan immediately said, You absolutely must not go to recognize each other. That Lu Xuanfeng has a birthmark, and it is said to be exactly the same as that person's. If you want to falsely claim, you have to plan carefully, at least the birthmarks must be exactly the same. Lu Lao and Lu Laosan both excitedly said, There will definitely be a way. Lu Cheng glanced through the small gap, it was a bullet with the character, Feng, on it. Lu Cheng quietly walked to the courtyard gate at this moment, his footsteps growing heavier, Granny, I've brought you some meat. At this moment, the people inside the house immediately put on serious faces. And that token was also taken and put away by Yu Xianglan. Lu Cheng also entered the house at this time. Following Yu Xianglan's usual behavior, his eyes glanced at the corner under the quilt, then quickly withdrew, Oh, everyone is here. The people inside all gave awkward smiles and said, Well, just happened to come see your grandma. Lu Cheng placed the half a gene of pork belly on the table and said, Grandma, cook this yourself. I have to go tend the crops, so I won't stay long. Alright, go ahead. Yu Xianglan felt a sudden weakness in her heart. That person, I don't even know if he is still alive. You should know that Lu Xuanfeng became thin because of illness, skinny and frail. Lu Yan resembles Guoxiuxiu, but only Lu Cheng looks exactly like that person when he was young. Moreover, she also saw that both Lu Yan and Lu Cheng had the same birthmark as that person when they were children. Chapter 10, only discovering this at this time. That birthmark could be a distinctive mark for the males in their family. There are no girls, only boys have it. Because that Sanya doesn't have that birthmark on her body. After Lu Cheng came back from Yu Xianglan, he was restless all the way, knowing that his father was not the biological child of his grandparents, which also explained why he had always looked down on their family. According to what Yu Xianglan said to her child, the money Yu Xianglan used to buy the land was all from the money left by her own biological grandparents at that time, which was used to acquire these properties. At that time, land was not allowed to be bought or sold, but it could be exchanged among the common people. That means you pay some money, and someone gives you 3 acres of land, but you only return 1 acre to them. The remaining 2 acres are compensated with money. So this is a disguised form of buying and selling. Yu Xianglan used this method back then to buy quite a bit of land, quickly transforming from a small household in the village to a relatively large landholding family in the village. Yu Xianglan has not suffered too much hardship over the years. When she was young, her man was an expert at farming. Later, Lu Xuanfeng got married and brought his whole family to work the land for Yu Xianglan. Now, Lu Cheng felt a slight tightening in his heart. It seems he has to visit Yu Xianglan's room tonight. That token originally belonging to his father must be obtained no matter what. While keeping watch at night, Lu Cheng quietly found on the mountain a mixture of humantang, also known as go wan, and fragrant herbs. Burning it causes unconsciousness. He placed the found herbs on himself. If a person suddenly enters someone else's home, unless the homeowner is in a very deep sleep, even the slightest noise can wake the sleeper. When the night watch reached 4 in the morning, Lu Cheng lit his human vine in the little dog hole of Yu Xianglan's room. After about 5 minutes, he extinguished the human vine. After another 3 minutes, he easily went in. Under Yu Xianglan's pillow, he found the bullet head engraved with fengzi. Lu Cheng took the bullet head away and replaced it with one he had temporarily carved with a small knife while hunting wild boars, clearly not in the same handwriting. But Yu Xianglan and the others couldn't read, so it was enough to fool them. Lu Cheng took the bullet head and quietly left. When leaving, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Did he want to use his real grandpa and grandma's bullet head to prove kinship? Humph. I'm afraid this fake bullet head will expose their ambitions in front of their real grandpa and grandma. Lu Cheng knew that the current comrades were all heroes of the country. Regardless of whether his grandparents held military positions, as long as they survived, they would surely enjoy the country's care. He found out that his grandfather was a communist, and Lu Cheng was full of excitement. No wonder, he was so skilled with a gun, it was like second nature to him. So it turns out his grandfather was a soldier. Moreover, according to Yu Xianglan, the money she used to buy the land was all left by his grandfather and grandmother. Does that mean Yu Xianglan's whole family lived off his family? Thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Although Yu Xianglan supported his father, it was only just enough to keep him alive, feeding him coarse food and treating him like a beast of burden. Thinking about this matter of recognizing relatives, it absolutely cannot go as Yu Xianglan wishes. I believe Yu Xianglan deliberately did not mention the names of grandpa and grandma, precisely to avoid letting the secret slip. And he just now found an old pouch under Yu Xianglan's pillow, on which were the 2 characters, Zhu He, bamboo lotus. Considering such a delicate pouch definitely does not belong to Yu Xianglan, he took it along as well. To prevent Yuxianglan from searching house to house, he set off for the county town early this morning, around 4:30. The postal service still uses passbooks, but if you have a household registration book or property documents and want to store them in the bank, you can pay a corresponding custody fee and store them year by year. There is only a small little compartment, and the key is also kept at the bank. You just need to bring your ID card. Lu Cheng knew that this recognition of kinship was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Do the biological grandparents still remember where they placed their child? Have the 2 elderly people been injured? Could there have been any accidents? Therefore, recognizing the biological relatives is very crucial, as this can help reclaim much of the land taken by Yu Xianglan. According to the normal landholding of the villagers, one person would have about 1 3/10 mu of land, just like their family. But the land in Yu Xianglan's hands was quite a lot. So Yu Xianglan was a happy woman all her life, never having done any hard or tiring work. But she was really too bad to Lu Xuanfeng. Nowadays, she is still scheming to make her own child recognize his biological grandparents. Is this a case of the civet cat swapping the prince? At dawn, I had already arrived at the entrance of the postal savings bank, where a queue of moderate length had formed early. Whenever factories pay wages, many factory accountants line up to collect the money. This is the basis of a family's life. And Lu Cheng also lined up. In his mind, the bullet head engraved with the character, Feng, was a token of kinship, and that old coin purse was the same. It's just that this matter cannot be told to his father for the time being. Because a few days ago the doctor came to see Lu Xuanfeng and said that after changing his medication, he has been eating well and can now move around freely on the ground. The doctor also said that this is largely thanks to Guoxiuxiu's long-term care. If it were an ordinary family, he would probably be paralyzed in bed. He might never be able to walk normally for the rest of his life. Now Lu Xuanfeng voluntarily said that he would take care of sweeping the floor and cooking at home. With Sanya helping out like this, he could be considered a normal person at home. After waiting in line for about half an hour, Lu Cheng told the bank staff his request. The staff took him to the VIP room. Signed a detailed receipt for the stored items and paid a year's storage fee at the same time. It's not expensive either, the total storage fee is just 5 yuan. When Lu Cheng came out of the bank, his heart still felt heavy. Is Yu Xianlan really this scheming and deep-minded? If he hadn't gone to deliver the meat, he would have accidentally overheard his father's background, and Yu Xianlan probably would never have let their whole family know about it in her lifetime. This is also understandable. In the previous life, his whole family was sent away one after another. The eldest brother said it was to have their grandmother sent somewhere to dig coal, and not long after, she died. Third sister said that a girl was sent away early to be someone else's daughter, but in reality, she was just a playmate for families who only had one boy. Also, he died after just a few years. Only he and his mother were left. His mother died from exhaustion, and at the time of her death, she was thinking of her 2 children. He was a bit luckier and survived, but he never dared to enter into marriage for his entire life. Afraid of losing loved ones, he threw himself completely into the shooting industry, donated to Hope Primary School, and helped more children. Lu Cheng used his elder brother Lu Yan's ID card to open an account, which already had 30 yuan in current deposit. This passbook was also kept on him. As for his own passbook, there was quite a bit in it, showing a first deposit of 96 yuan and a second deposit of 225 yuan. He now had a total of 321 yuan. The small change in hand is prepared for the family, as ordinary living expenses. Lu Cheng bought some red toilet paper, some soap, bar soap, girls' colored elastic hair ties, and the commonly used black elastic hair ties for women. His mother and Sanya both used the ones others discarded, those old ones with very loose elasticity. He is their mainstay, yet he only realized this at this moment. Walking on the road back to the village, Lu Cheng couldn't help but have his eyelids twitching. Chapter 11, Still Alive. Originally not believing in any gods or Buddhas, he was afraid that Yu Xianlan would wake up because he had secretly taken something Yu Xianlan was keeping, which belonged to his own grandparents. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon after, he returned home. Seeing the house smashed into a complete mess. Rotten vegetable leaves flying everywhere, and several eggs were also broken. Yu Xianlan was still furiously shouting, "Quick! Call Lu Cheng out, I haven't searched him yet." Lu Cheng quickly and secretly stuffed the bankbook into the nearby haystack. At that moment, Yuxianglin came out in a huff and happened to see him. "You, Lu Cheng. Did you go to my room yesterday?" "I was just delivering meat, so what?" Lu Cheng's voice was slightly low as he replied calmly. The eyes did not look away. Yu Xianlan said, "Did you go into my room?" "Mom, how could I go into your room? I have to keep watch, did you forget?" Hu Xiuxiu looked wronged. "Mom, Cheng is the night watchman, he has a proper job and wouldn't steal your purse." Lu Chengwei furrowed his brows slightly. Yu Xianlan said, "There were 5 yuan in my purse. If it's missing, did you take it?" Lu Cheng looked disgusted and said, "I have my own salary, 10 yuan a month. Why would I be interested in your 5 yuan? Actually, Yu Xianlan had searched thoroughly at her 2 sons' homes. The token that was just taken out yesterday, everything was gone overnight. Not even a trace could be found. Her 2 sons also carefully searched every place, but found nothing. It was still old Lu San who said, "Could it be Lu Cheng?" This made Yu Xianlan anxious to come and look for it. Yu Xianlan immediately searched on Lu Cheng's body, but found nothing. All her hopes gone overnight? If she finds out who secretly took her token, she will definitely tear that person apart. Yu Xianlan said angrily, "Humph." Third uncle stepped forward and said, "Mom, is it here?" "No. It must be that kid who hid it. What use is 5 yuan? It's not enough to tarnish my good name." Lu Cheng's voice was slightly low, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. By this time, the village chief had arrived. "Yu Xianlan, you smashed up the Lu family's property, you have to compensate." Yu Xianlan glanced at the mess on the ground and then said unwillingly, "Let Lu Lao Er and Lu Lao San compensate him then." Lu Lao and Lu Lao San said to the village chief with a sullen look, "Village chief, I will go back immediately to get something as collateral." Lu Cheng furrowed his brows slightly. He had clearly put in an old bullet, so why did Yuxianglin still come to his house to make a fuss? And the old pouch he took away? He had his mother make an identical one and put it back in the same way. Hu Xiuxiu felt uneasy and stepped forward, saying, Cheng, are you okay?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Yu Xianglan returned home, and only then did Lu Laosan hurriedly follow her inside. Mom, you just lost your composure. I was the one who took your things early this morning. Look at the trouble you've caused. Yu Xianglan immediately said, let me see the things. Lu Laosan immediately took out the old item. The thing is here. Yu Xianglan said, why didn't you say a word before taking it? Mom, am I not afraid that Lao Er will come to dispute? But Mom, this is good now. Lao Er knows the thing is lost. In the future, when I acknowledge my new parents, I will definitely bring you over to enjoy a good life. Yu Xianglan said, then come over, I'll tattoo a birthmark on your back just like theirs. Lu Laosan said excitedly, Mom, you are really good to me. Under the window, Lu Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. It turned out that Lu Laosan was the one causing trouble. The purpose was to privately go and acknowledge their kinship. Old Lu San really never gets up early without a good reason. Did he steal it before Yu Xianglan woke up? That means it was within half an hour after Lu Cheng left. So fortunately Lu Cheng acted quickly, otherwise old Lu San would have been stuck in Yu Xianglan's room. It really is a blessing from heaven. Yu Xianglan didn't expect that Lu Cheng would also have the village chief include the few small stools that were lost in the compensation, because Yu Xianglan was so angry that the more crazily she smashed things, the more painful it was to pay for it now. Yu Xianglan made Lu Lao and Lu Laosan each provide 2 long stools, and only then was this matter settled. Otherwise, once the family splits, if you recklessly go in and smash someone else's home without distinguishing right from wrong, it would frighten others and disturb their peace of mind. Compensation must definitely be made financially. Yu Xianglan is their nominal grandmother, so the village chief said, both sides should make concessions, and Yu Xianglan can compensate with some money using eggs. This time, all of Yu Xianglan's eggs were used up as compensation. The 40 eggs she had painstakingly saved were all given to Guoxiuxiu. Guoxiuxiu was indeed worried. She saw that the wild hen was about to start nesting, but the eggs were needed to help old Lu recover. If she went to buy eggs to incubate, she was not very willing to do so. Because Lu Cheng earned money with difficulty, each egg cost 1.5 cents. If too many eggs were bought, it would also be quite a lot of money. Now, Yu Xianglan had a chance to vent, but the compensation was even better than the original chair, and the eggs were also more than before. However, Lu Cheng still made a fierce threat, if anyone dares to smash and wreck his home like Yu Xianglan did again, he will make sure her hands and feet are broken. Yu Xianglan felt a sudden chill in her heart when she saw Lu Cheng's gaze. Because when Lu Cheng said those words, his eyes were sharply fixed on her wrist. Yu Xianglan knew that from now on, she could no longer provoke the Lu family to madness. A little regret crept into my heart. If I had known earlier, she should have had Old Third report the situation to her. Yu Xianglan was now tattooing a pattern on Old Third Lu. I understood in my heart that Lu Xuanfeng had recently been able to walk on the ground again, but he was so mature-looking that even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. But I have to think of a way to get Lu Cheng to live in the mountains, preferably so that he can't come out for 10 or 15 days. Now that Lu Cheng goes back to the village every day, it is inconvenient for her to handle things. Lu Laosan said, Mom, let your son handle this matter. I guarantee it will be done properly. Lu Xuanyan had already let go in his heart. Lu Cheng is the night watchman. As long as he tells the village chief that the crops at home have been rooted by wild boars, the village chief will send someone to guard them, guarding for several months like that. Yu Xianglan said satisfactorily, all right, let's go check if that gong is still alive. However, that province is far from here. The round-trip train fare won't be too much, but we must not eat the train food to save some money. Lu Laosan immediately said, Mom, after you finish tattooing, I need to prepare a bit. I'll go to my wife's family to borrow some money, you gather some here, prepare some dry food for me on the road, and you provide some flatbread and water. I plan to formally acknowledge the kinship and then come back to pick you all up. It turned out that yesterday Yu Xianglan deliberately did not mention the address of that gong. It was prepared to be told privately to Lao San. That's why they say, even mothers can be biased sometimes. Lu Laoer obviously has a good relationship with his second daughter-in-law, but how could he possibly understand this old mother's feelings? It's still the third son who comes by to check on her from time to time. Lu Laosan thought to himself, if I hadn't forced you to divide the family property, would you have given me this good thing? Yu Xianglan was pricking needle by needle, dyeing the black ink little by little. Chapter 12, and even if it's excessive. Lu Xuanyan looked at himself in the mirror, feeling extremely excited. Now he also had a birthmark marked on his back. In this way, the family recognizing him will definitely accept him. Afterwards, old Lu San indeed found the village chief and complained that the sweet potato field had been dug up by wild boars. He urged the night watchman to properly guard the mountain, or else everyone's sweet potatoes would be ruined. At this time, everyone wanted to relive the scene of eating wild boar meat from the last time. Because each household was given 2 gin of meat with bones. The children also got to eat meat for the first time, and each of them was looking forward to the night watchman catching and killing another wild boar. So the village chief also conveyed some of the villagers' thoughts. Lu Cheng agreed, "I will protect the crops, village chief, rest assured." Lu Cheng understood in his heart that he had to continue the work of guarding the village, and the task of searching for relatives had to be left to his elder brother. But they couldn't let his elder brother be recognized by Lu Xuanyan, he had to disguise himself a bit. In the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yan heard Lu Cheng talk about their father's background. His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly. "No wonder you Xianglan and third uncle Lu have been together every day recently, seemingly very carefully guarding against us." So they were preparing to acknowledge their kin. Lu Cheng nodded slightly and said, "So, big brother, you have to follow third uncle secretly and not let him find out about you." "Don't worry, I understand." In the following days, third uncle Lu's wife went back to her parents' home several times, and finally returned one time with a beaming smile. He Guimei finally borrowed 10 yuan for travel expenses, with her family at her maternal home living frugally. Yu Xianglan also took out 15 yuan from her savings. In total, they gathered 25 yuan for travel expenses. Lu Xuanyan took a large bag of dry food and set off for the county town early in the morning. The destination is the train station. And Lu Cheng made his elder brother Lu Yan keep an eye on Lu Lao San all day long. So as soon as Lu Lao San left, he immediately followed. Lu Cheng knew that this search for relatives was hard labor, he could do this job, but the night watchman's work was something his elder brother couldn't handle. Big brother's shooting skills have not been trained. Although it can scare the wild boars, currently after 2 wild boars have died, they are also afraid and have not come into the village. To kill wild boars for money again, we must seize the opportunity. If we can get money like last time, the family's life will become prosperous. Otherwise, when will this life of poverty come to an end? So Lu Cheng used the morning time during the day to catch up on sleep, sleeping soundly and beautifully. Lu Yan placed a small stone at the door and then left. Lu Lao San went out by ox cart, but Lu Yan already knew that his destination was the county train station. He changed into a new set of clothes and stuck the tuft of beard that Lu Cheng gave him onto his face. He followed Lu Xuanyan all the way and rode out in an ox cart together. Just because he was afraid that Lu Xuanyan would talk to him, he opened his mouth and said, "Ah. Ah. Ah." Lu Xuanyan saw that he was mute. My heart instantly relaxed. This make-up change of Lu Yan can truly be said to be perfect. Lu Yan secretly laughed in his heart, "The person sitting in front of you, you don't even know who I am." Lu Xuanyan rubbed his hands several times along the way, while Lu Yan, wearing new cotton clothes and cotton pants, felt as warm as having a little sun on his body. Lu Xuanyan couldn't help but move a little closer to him. When the ox cart brought them to the edge of the county town, they all got off, paid the fare for the ox cart, and then each went their separate ways. At this time, Lu Yan, following the method taught by Lu Cheng, figured that based on Lu Xuanyan's personality, he would definitely try to take advantage of others. If you pretend to be mute, he will definitely want to take advantage of you. The more foolish you act, the happier he becomes. And you just look a bit silly, but communication is inconvenient, and when asked, you just say, "Ah ah ah." Sure enough, Lu Yan followed through all the way, and in the end, Lu Xuanyan took the initiative to buy a train ticket on the same route for this little mute. Heading straight north. Lu Yan saw that Lu Xuanyan's stop was the same as the one on his ticket. Smiling, he patted Lu Xuanyan on the back and forcibly stuffed a pack of instant noodles into Lu Xuanyan's arms. This made Lu Xuanyan extremely happy. Instant noodles were a rare commodity in this era. So he happily accepted it. As for Lu Cheng, he carefully analyzed the movements of the wild boars. They moved deeper into the mountains. You have to understand, if we don't catch wild boars now, later when I want to find a wife for my eldest brother, start a family for myself, support my third sister's schooling, pay for our father's medicine, and also for winter meat and grain, it will be difficult. Lu Yan was soaking and eating 2 packs of instant noodles, then cleaned a special ceramic basin he had brought. But in his heart, he felt unbearably distressed. All this money was given to him as 20% by his younger brother. He didn't even know if this money would be enough in the village to get him a good girl as a wife. However, Dad's background is a mystery, and he doesn't want you Xianglan's son to just take away the real grandfather and grandmother who belong to their dad without any clear explanation. Then Lu Yan sat on the chair, pretending to sleep. Lu Xuanyan ate that pack of instant noodles dry, and then tore off a piece of dry biscuit to eat. After filling his stomach, he thought to himself, this mute guy is also heading north, so he might as well mooch some food from him along the way. He bought him a train ticket, so mooching a bit of food isn't too much, right? So what if it's excessive? That's how it should be. Lu Xuanyan helped him, shouldn't he return some favor? Meanwhile, on the mountain, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Cheng walked around the deep mountains and caught a wild rabbit he came across. It was quite fat, weighing about 6 jin. Getting ready to go down the mountain now. He has to go back to the village to tend the crops. Lu Cheng carried the wild rabbit home, and Guoxiuxiu and Sanya both hurriedly came out the door, second brother. Cheng. Hey, Mom, third sister. Third sister excitedly said, second brother, what kind of prey do you have this time? It's dark and you can't see clearly. This is a wild rabbit, and the other one is a wild rooster. Guoxiuxiu immediately said, so, are you planning to sell them tomorrow? Mom, our health is important. Let's first slaughter that big rooster, and I'll sell the wild rabbit tomorrow. Alright, agreed. Guoxiuxiu immediately caught the big rooster, went to the kitchen to boil water, slaughtered the rooster, then quickly chopped it into pieces and simmered it. Sanya placed the wild gray rabbit in the small compartment next to the chicken coop and fed it wild vegetables without any moisture. Lu Cheng was in the yard, making a rabbit trap. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanfeng was cooking in the kitchen. Xiuxiu, Cheng never used to hunt before. This child was forced to go up the mountain. Isn't being a night watchman too hard on him? Who says otherwise? As a night watchman, I'm afraid no girl will want to marry him in the future. Lu Xuanfeng shook his head. But we still can't give up. Let's see if any of your maternal relatives can help take a look. His father, Cheng said, let Yener get married first. The two brothers are very close. Where did Yener go? Yener said he went out on some business and probably won't be back soon. This kid killed the big rooster but didn't get to eat it. Lu Xuanfeng stared at the big rooster in the pot and swallowed hard. Guoxiuxiu lifted the lid of another pot beside it, revealing a basin of steamed rice, fragrant enough to make one inhale deeply. Chapter 13, looking up cutely and asking. Immediately, the whole family got busy. Sanya wiped the kitchen table and then set the chopsticks neatly. Guoxiuxiu served the stewed chicken from the pot, a large basin full of chicken with both meat and broth steaming hot. Under Lu Xuanfeng's preparation, bowls of rice were steaming with little peaks one after another. Especially Lu Cheng's bowl, piled up like a small mountain. Dad, your rice is too little, mine is too much, let me give you some. No, I'm just idle at home, not hungry, eat less. Lu Xuanfeng's bowl of rice was obviously loose, although there were some small peaks, it was very scattered. Lu Cheng, without a word, scooped a big spoonful of his bowl of rice and gave it to his dad. Lu Xuanfeng saw his son feeding him rice, his eyes reddened, alright, that's a lot, enough to eat. Lu Cheng then picked up a piece of chicken and put it into Lu Xuanfeng's bowl, Dad, eat some chicken. Got it. Mom, eat the chicken. Hey, okay. Second brother, you eat meat, eat a lot. Sanya put a chicken leg in Lu Cheng's bowl, this chicken leg is all mine, here, you eat it. Sanya's eyes lit up excitedly, both of them for me to eat? Yes. They're all yours. Lu Cheng put the chicken drumstick into Sanya's bowl again. Then the whole family ate happily. During meals, there were sounds of scooping rice and the light, delicate sounds of chopsticks. When the night grew slightly dark, Lu Cheng took the hunter's rifle and tools up the mountain again. He knew that during the sweet potato harvest, wild boars frequently came to the villagers' fields to steal food. At around 1 o'clock in the night, a group of wild boars was rooting through a household sweet potatoes again. But the wild boar had only been rooting around for a short while when Lu Cheng, who was patrolling, caught it red-handed. He immediately aimed at a wild boar and fired, bang. This wild boar is too cunning. It actually let them escape. Lu Cheng deliberately shouted loudly. And he almost swiftly reached the fallen wild boar. He quietly lifted the wild boar, while the rest of the herd had long since fled. Lu Cheng carried this wild boar, intending to place it in the cave from last time. Then he immediately used his foot to quietly clean the blood-stained area on the ground. Covering up traces, this is what he is good at. Then he carried the wild boar and left. Since the first time he held this gun, he has grasped the path to wealth. Although he hit with one shot, it has been less than half a month since the last time he ate wild boar meat. So the whole village was looking forward to eating meat, but the villagers' lives were not as tight as his family's. He first prepared some wealth for his own family. And if his sharpshooter ability was only for a hunter position paying 10 yuan a month? That was absolutely impossible. If one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. After driving the wild boar away for sure, around 4 o'clock, Lu Cheng went home to get a black cloth and wrap the entire wild boar. Found a flatbed cart and pushed it out of the mountain. Since the last time the flatbed cart was borrowed, Uncle Zhang said that whenever it's needed, just come and get it, it's kept right at the door. Lu Cheng thought that when he went back later, he would bring some food to Zhang Bo's grandson. If it was food, it had to be the big meat buns from last time. Those meat buns were fragrant with scallions and left a lingering taste. The flatbed cart moved very smoothly along the mountain road. This is also because after Lu Cheng returned from traveling through time, he has been training his physical fitness. Now, carrying this 260-pound wild boar, he is still as swift as ever. But last time, walking all the way was really exhausting. It was much more convenient to have a flatbed cart pushing along. Arrived at the county town before 5:30 in the morning. Found the brothers from last time again. The man looked anxious and said, "Let me see the wild boar." "Brother, are you still giving me the same price as last time, 1.3 yuan per gene?" Lu Cheng smiled and said, "To be honest, my family urgently needs money recently. If you can raise the price a bit, I'll be more willing. How about we cooperate long-term?" "Brother, you speak honestly. How about I pay 1.43 yuan per gene?" Kai Qingchuan was extremely anxious. His last customer was a restaurant, and the wild boar meat sold there was priced several times higher. Lu Cheng frowned slightly and said, "If it's 1 yuan and 65 cents, I'll sell it to you, otherwise, I'll have to sell it to someone else." Kai Qingchuan saw Lu Cheng cover it with a black cloth and get ready to leave. "Hey, wait, don't go. I agree, 1 yuan and 65 cents. Kai Qingchuan felt a pang of pain in his heart, but if this let Lu Cheng leave, he would lose income. This was a chance to make a big fortune. Then Kai Qingchuan went back inside to get the money. "Here is 429 yuan exactly, count it." Lu Cheng took the money and carefully counted it under the light. "That's right, then I'll be going." Kai Qingchuan quickly called his wife out to help carry the wild boar inside. Delivered it to his next buyer before dawn. Just a quick flip, and he would make a considerable profit. Lu Cheng kept walking while thinking that he was not familiar with the people in this county town. Letting Kai Qingchuan resell it like this made him feel somewhat unwilling. But given the current situation, he is not allowed to openly resell wild boars all over the county town. Moreover, he is a hunter in the village. If someone finds out that he is reselling wild boars, he could end up in jail. At minimum, it would be 1 year, more likely, it would be between 1.5 to 3 years. If he goes to jail, then his time travel back would be a waste. What about now? If you have money in hand, go deposit it at the postal savings bank. Leave some change to buy things. This time, Lu Cheng stunned the people at the big meat bun shop. "How much for a whole tray of these big meat buns?" The owner of the bun shop said with a smile, "Brother, you know, this whole tray of buns sells for 3 yuan. I'll take a tray. Please pack it well for me." The owner of the bun shop excitedly kept saying yes. Then Lu Cheng was seen eating a large meat bun, wandering around the small market in the county town. They were all selling various beans, or medicinal materials, herbs, or some plasters. After inquiring, he found out that this was the black market. Generally, regular sales are done through cooperatives, where you need a ticket to buy. But this entire street is a small black market formed by the people themselves. "Want some eggs?" A little girl with cute ram's horn braids raised her head and asked adorably. And she swallowed her saliva several times. Lu Cheng glanced at her. "How many eggs do you have? Do you really need eggs?" The little girl said excitedly. I really want to buy it." Lu Cheng saw the little girl, who was extremely thin and frail. She looked a bit like his younger sister Sanya, but appeared a bit paler than Sanya. "Big brother, come with me. My eggs are all laid by the hens at home. I collect them one by one. I guarantee they can hatch chicks, or be made into delicious steamed egg custard, tea eggs, or salted eggs." Lu Cheng followed her and walked all the way to a corner where 2 children were guarding some eggs. One was a boy and the other was a younger boy. "Sis. Sister. Hey, don't be afraid, this is a customer I found. The little girl turned back and smiled, saying, Big brother, look, they're all here. Lu Cheng said, the black market is dangerous, there are bad people. Next time, if you have eggs, draw an egg pattern here, and I'll buy them. From now on, you're not allowed to sell things here casually. Where are the adults in your family? Chapter 14, You are her boyfriend? The little girl looked shocked. Big brother, are you saying that from now on we can sell you eggs? Yes. That's right. Lu Cheng said with a serious expression. The little girl knelt down excitedly and said, Thank you, big brother. Don't do that, get up. Lu Cheng said tenderly. Quickly stepped forward to help her up, while another big boy and a little boy looked on with wary eyes. Sis, with so many eggs, how much do they sell for? The little girl said, Big brother, do you trust me? Of course, otherwise why would I come with you? Big brother, we have 37 eggs in this basket, but we'll sell them to you for 35. How does that sound? No need, just sell me all 37. How much is each one? The little girl said excitedly, 3 cents each. Alright, here is 1 yuan and 20 cents. You keep the change, and I'll return this basket to you next time. Lu Cheng left the money and took the eggs with him as he left. The 3 children looked on eagerly and said, Big brother, we have 1 yuan now, so our eldest sister can take her medicine. Let's go, hurry back. Lu Cheng carried the eggs and quietly followed behind the 3 children. Arriving at a small courtyard, I saw the 3 of them go inside. He said at the door, Just now I asked about your head of the household. You didn't say a word. Is the head of your family sick? The older boy said defensively, None of your business, don't come in. The older boy, about 10 years old, was guarding the door with a wooden stick. It was still the little girl from before who stepped forward, Big brother, please help our big sister, she is sick. The little girl said this and immediately began to cry with tears in her eyes. Lu Cheng handed the egg to the little girl and stepped into the small courtyard. Where is she? The little girl immediately pointed to a room and said, The big sister is in the room. Lu Cheng went in and saw a young, delicate girl with her eyes tightly shut, her lips slightly chapped, and a pale complexion, looking seriously ill. Lu Cheng reached out to touch her forehead, It's so hot. We need to get to the hospital quickly, or there could be a life-threatening danger. The big boy said, No. We don't have any money. Foolish boy. Follow me, I have money, I'll take your sister to see a doctor, or she will die. Turning around, he said again, Girl, stay at home and watch your little brother. Okay, big brother, you must save my big sister. Lu Cheng picked up the girl on the bed and went straight out. The big boy was chasing behind all the way, panting heavily. Upon arriving at the county hospital, the doctor was examining the girl, while the big boy stayed by the bedside, afraid that if he turned away, the eldest sister would disappear. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng was handling the hospital admission procedures and slowly feeding medicine to the eldest girl. She is very weak now due to illness. I will get some plain porridge soup to feed her. The big boy really wanted to say that he also wanted to eat. He hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. But he still didn't make a sound, his eyes warily fixed on Lu Cheng. Are you hungry? Do you want me to bring you some food? No, I have no money. Don't worry, I'll make sure you eat your fill, I won't ask for your money. Lu Cheng wasn't exactly a great philanthropist, he just saw that they were in such a dire situation that if he didn't help, those kids would probably die. Because in his previous life, he had heard a piece of news that in a county town, a little girl selling eggs, 3 children, and a young woman had all been mistreated. I heard that it was abused to death. And in this life, because he intentionally paid attention to the little girl selling eggs, now just like in the previous life, there are 3 children and an older sister. Saved 4 lives at once. At this time, Lu Cheng was still not at ease because there were 2 little ones at home. Although he locked the door when he left, just now he heard the big boy's stomach growling. It seems that those eggs are all the food they have. Lu Cheng went down to the first floor of the hospital and told the street vendor to send up 2 bowls of plain porridge, along with a plate of greens and a plate of pickles, plus 2 fried eggs. After paying, Lu Cheng hurried back to their home. Just as I arrived at the little girl's doorstep, I saw a man climbing over their courtyard wall. Lu Cheng grabbed the foot of the wall-climbing thief and pulled him down in one go, then delivered a series of fierce punches. The man was hit so hard that one of his teeth flew out, and his face instantly swelled up badly. You actually climbed over someone's courtyard wall. How many times have you done this? The rough, dark-skinned man on the ground said, It's my first time climbing. I heard this girl is sick and wanted to go in to check on her. Are you trying to bully her? No, no. I wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. Humph. I'll send you to the Public Security Bureau. Then the police station arrested him on the charge of burglary. Lu Cheng still felt a bit relieved. If he had come back a little later, I'm afraid the little girl at home would have been in trouble, and if the older sister wasn't home, the thief would have bullied the two little ones. Such small children, the man would probably have beaten them to death with a few slaps. Lu Cheng brought scallion pancakes and mung bean cakes for the two children. You eat and then play at home by yourselves. Your big sister is in the hospital, with doctors taking care of her. I'll go check on her later. Thank you, big brother, you are so kind to us. The little girl looked full of gratitude. Alright, don't cry, eat up. Lu Cheng carried a bag of flour and a bag of malted milk powder and walked over to the neighbor's house next door. Is anyone there? A middle-aged woman came out and said, Hey, who are you? Hello, sister-in-law, I am a relative of the family next door. She is sick and staying in the hospital. There are 2 young children at home. I was hoping you could make some pancakes and cook some vegetable soup for them. Please accept this bag of malted milk powder as a token of thanks. Upon hearing that malted milk was given as a gift, the woman's eyebrows immediately lifted with joy. All right, leave it to me, I'll make sure to take good care of these 2 little ones. The woman took the item, and Lu Cheng handed the courtyard key to the elder sister-in-law. What should I call you, sister-in-law? Oh, my name is Yi Yanzhu, I live right next to Shuang. Shuang hasn't left the house for a few days. Are you her boyfriend? Lu Cheng smiled slightly when he heard the word partner. He did not deny it. Now he had taken Shuang to the hospital, holding her all the way. This Yi Yanzhu was just seen a moment ago. If he doesn't admit to being the boyfriend, he will definitely talk behind Shuang's back about her being held by someone else in the future. This would ruin Shuang's reputation. So, for now, he will just admit to being the boyfriend. Besides, Shuang looks delicate and charming, a lively girl from the county town, so being his girlfriend wouldn't be a loss for her. Lu Cheng arranged for the 2 children and then sent the bad guy to the Public Security Bureau to be locked up. Lu Cheng returned to the hospital again and took the stairs up to the 2nd floor of the county hospital. Shuang's younger brother kept watch all the time, and the white porridge and dishes on the table were untouched. He was afraid to eat other people's food alone. Although the person who delivered it said it was for him, he didn't see Lu Cheng, so he didn't dare to eat it. Why aren't you eating the plain porridge? Lu Cheng entered the ward. Chapter 15, Otherwise, you would be in danger. Waiting for you. The big boy said in a slightly hoarse voice. Eat, you need to be full to have the strength to take care of your sister. Then the big boy brought the white porridge and ate it in big mouthfuls. Where have you been? The big boy swallowed the plain porridge, then used chopsticks to pick up some pickled vegetables, preparing to put them in his mouth. I went back to your house and asked Sister Yi next door to take care of your younger sister and brother. The big boy said, Yi Yanzhu. She is someone who won't get up early without a profit. You gave her something. Yes, a bag of malted milk. You are really generous. But thank you for bringing my sister to the hospital. I can work for you later to repay this medical bill. Anything? Anything is fine. The big boy ate a bowl of porridge and felt like talking more. You kid, you'd better think carefully about how you can help me. The big boy said, I can cut grass, I can herd sheep, and I can take care of children. Lu Cheng smiled and said, Alright, we'll talk about it then. At this moment, the girl on the hospital bed slightly opened her eyes and said, Where am I? The girl's voice was slightly hoarse because she had been sick for a few days and hadn't eaten, and her throat was obviously dry and rough. Sister. Sister. Are you really awake? The big boy excitedly grabbed his sister's hand. Sister, you are in the hospital. The older girl looked and said, Where did you get the money to send me to the hospital? He was the one who brought you here. The nurse holding the thermometer said, A high fever of 40 degrees. If you had come a little later, it could have been life-threatening. Shuang said excitedly, Thank you. Only then did Lu Cheng see Shuang's appearance. Truly beautiful and elegant, her appearance was top-notch, with delicate brows and bright eyes, slightly slender and frail, truly light to hold, with a waist like a slender willow branch. Her face was slightly flushed. You just woke up and probably need to pee. Let your partner help you get there. Shuang said shyly, I am not in a hurry. Shuang felt very embarrassed. She really needed to pee, but the nurse wanted him to help her. He was the man she met for the first time. I'm really sorry, it's so embarrassing. It's okay, I won't go into the restroom, I'll carry you to the restroom door. The big boy said with a smile, sister, let him carry you. He carried you all the way to the hospital, he's really strong. Lu Cheng scratched his head a few times. Come. Lu Cheng really stepped forward to hug her up, and only put her down at the bathroom door. The nurse smiled behind them and said, your partner is really something. Always busy running around, that's great. Shen Shuang. She was sick for a while, and suddenly she has another boyfriend? Lu Cheng did not wait at the bathroom door, he deliberately walked away. Shen Shuang looked inside and saw Xiaobu walking to the glass screen, the girl was beautiful. The man outside was exceptionally handsome. What's especially important is that she clearly didn't have money to be hospitalized. If she had money, she would have been admitted to the hospital earlier. How much money does she owe him now? Do I really have to offer myself to repay the kindness? After Shen Shuang came out. We don't know each other. The money you gave me for the hospital, can I pay it back slowly later? Sure, if you're fine, you and your brother can stay at the hospital by yourselves. I'll go home first. Here's 5 yuan, take it with you. Shen Shuang's hands panicked. She really didn't expect that a man would go this far for her. Casually take out 5 yuan for her. Where are you from? I am a rural person. If you want to find me, come to Liyuyan village to look for me. You can also ask someone to pass the message. My name is Lu Cheng. Shen Shuang said, I will pay back this money in the future. I understand. The nurse was just saying that, don't take it to heart. Shen Shuang secretly glanced at him. Is he referring to the nurse saying that he is her partner? Is this rural man really that generous? Does he really save her without asking for anything in return? Isn't it said that rural people are usually very calculating? Isn't it said that rural people are incapable? Isn't it said that rural people don't have decent jobs? Isn't it said that rural people can't support a whole family? Shen Shuang is holding the money in her hand. This 5 yuan is from Lu Cheng, a rural man, and it is the solid 5 yuan he gave. Since she is a teacher and it is currently winter vacation, she went to work as a helper in a restaurant. Maybe because her job is washing dishes, her hands became red and swollen from washing in the cold winter. As a result, she caught a cold and had a fever. Shen Shuang tightened her hands slightly, you gave me the money, but what about yourself? Lu Cheng looked at her eyes, which were lively and clear, with a humble attitude. I am from the countryside, but I am proud. You are from the county town, and maybe you think all rural people are poor. I just think it's harder to make money in the countryside, nothing else. Lu Cheng said softly, only people from the countryside are willing to help you. There are quite a few neighbors in your county town, but who would be willing to take you to the hospital? Shen Shuang swallowed hard and said, thank you. I'm leaving now, it's getting late, I have to go back to the village to keep watch at night. You're still the night watchman in the village? Shen Shuang was slightly stunned, her gaze at Lu Cheng filled with a hint of affirmation. If he were a night watchman, that would make sense. Otherwise, how could a rural person possibly take out 5 yuan for her? After Lu Cheng left, Shen Shuang had just sat down when she saw the big boy approaching. Sis, do you want to marry the big brother Lu Cheng who saved you? Why do you say that? Shen Shuang took the warm rice porridge handed over by the big boy, feeling its gentle warmth. Because he really cares and worries about big sister, works hard for her, much more than that Jingganxiang who keeps saying he wants to marry you but hasn't shown up these past few days. Shen Shuang was eating the white porridge in small bites, and she also understood that Jinggan probably wouldn't come again. Jinggan was also a teacher and had been pursuing her continuously. She had always told Jinggan that after marriage, she needed to take care of her 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. Every time, Jinggan told her that the 3 children were like debt collectors from her parents and suggested she might as well send them to an orphanage. It is better to let others adopt them. So Shen Shuang decided to support her younger brother and sister by herself. Zheng is obviously not a trustworthy person to say that. As a result, she fell ill and almost died. This time she got sick partly because of Jinggan, as he asked her out on a rainy and snowy day, and they parted ways due to disagreements. As a result, she got caught in the rain and snow, went to work, came back without eating, and her illness became this severe. Now, while eating, Shen Shuang thought to herself that she never really loved Jinggan, he was just the one who kept pursuing her. While eating, she thought to herself that she is a living person and also has a teaching job. There should be no problem supporting my younger brother and sister in the future. At this moment, the nurse came over again and said, I said your partner has left. Shen Shuang did not respond, it was the older boy Shen Shuan who replied. That day when he brought you here, you couldn't even take the medicine. If he hadn't fed it to you by mouth, you might not have survived. Shen Shuang's food was filled with a pink flavor. He administered the medicine with his mouth. Yes. Luckily it was in time, otherwise you would have been in danger. The nurse took away the equipment. Looked at her with a face full of envy. Shen Shuang glanced at Shen Shuan, sister, don't blame me, I just want you to survive, I agreed. Shen Shuang bit her lip, her face darkened, don't mention it. When Lu Cheng returned home, Guoxiuxiu had already made cornmeal pancakes and a pot of cabbage and pork slice soup. Chapter 16, Still Can't Pay Off What You Owe, huh? Served a bowl of hot cabbage and pork soup, and took 2 cornmeal pancakes. That sip of soup, that bite of pancake, you can't imagine how happy it made me. Lu Cheng took a bite of the cornmeal pancake and said, Mom, your cooking is getting better and better. Guoxiuxiu smiled happily, her rather aged face showing the traces of time, it's delicious, you should eat more. Hey, hit. Lu Xuanfeng smiled and said, your mom's cooking skills are hidden, otherwise she would be the best cook in the village. Oh, Dad, please tell us quickly. Lu Xuanfeng smiled and said, as long as life gets better, your mom will be able to make you delicious food with different varieties every day. Okay. Lu Cheng looked over and saw that Guoxiuxiu's face was full of a happy smile. And Sanya kept holding and nibbling on the cornmeal cake, looking like it was the most delicious food in the world. Cornmeal cake is made by mixing cornmeal and flour, considered a coarse grain. When eating, it has the taste of corn, which is the best food for ordinary people. It resists hunger and starvation, and the price is not expensive. This cornmeal was bought by Lu Cheng a while ago when he was shopping, along with a bag of flour and a bag of rice. After having dinner, Lu Cheng surprisingly thought of Shen Shuang, the person he saved today. The girl was really very beautiful, the type he liked. Most importantly, what were Shen Shuang's feelings towards him? He did not know. Lu Cheng was thinking while patrolling the mountain in the village. A little further past was the neighboring village. He glanced over there and saw that during the day, the people from the neighboring village had dug a trap at the foot of the mountain. He walked up to take a look. This kind of trap is such that even if prey gets caught, it can still struggle free and escape. He wasn't that soft-hearted. He just took one look and left. If he helped the people in the neighboring village adjust their traps, the traps would probably yield some results by tomorrow. But Lu Cheng thought, he didn't want to have one more competitor. Besides, hunting isn't something just anyone can do by casually adjusting traps. You need to have guns, knives, and physical strength beyond that of ordinary people. Most importantly, you need experience. Lu Cheng did not help him, he just saved his life. Otherwise, if he recklessly ventured into the mountains and lost his life due to lack of experience, Lu Cheng would feel somewhat guilty. Now, if he doesn't teach him and lets him know the difficulties so he can retreat and think carefully about other means of making a living, he will still have a chance to survive. Lu Cheng kept watch all night and was safe and sound. Early the next day, Lu Cheng went back to the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain to sleep. He slept through the entire morning and got up at noon. After washing up and rinsing his mouth, he headed down to the village. Just as he took a step out the door, he keenly sensed a gaze following him. Lu Cheng immediately tightened his grip on the gun, while his other hand quickly reached for the bullets. Almost simultaneously as he turned around, he chambered around and aimed. On the hillside, a wild wolf was staring at him intently. Lu Cheng was thinking, could it be because of the wild wolf companion in the last trap? Did it follow the scent here? The wild wolf saw Lu Cheng had a gun, and its eyes were fixed tightly on the gun. The wolf's saliva dripped onto the ground. Immediately, the wild wolf seemed to hesitate a little. At that moment, Lu Cheng was thinking that it was just right. Last time, he used a bullet to hunt down a wild boar. Now that a wild wolf appeared, scaring it a bit would also be a way to account for the bullet's whereabouts. Bang! Lu Cheng aimed and fired, shooting beside the wild wolf. The wild wolf was so frightened that it quickly ran away. Almost lost his life. Lu Cheng almost hit it, but it seems the wind on the mountain was stronger, causing a slight deviation. Once the wild wolf left, the gaze that had been fixed on Lu Cheng disappeared. Lu Cheng locked the door and was ready to go down the mountain. Soon after, he arrived at the village at the foot of the mountain. Dad, Mom, third sister. Oh, you're back. At this time, Guoxiuxiu was already cooking a big pot of noodles in the pot. Wow, a pot of cabbage noodles. Smells delicious. This cabbage is still the cabbage stored at home. There's nothing good to eat this winter, just a bowl of noodles is the warmest. As long as there are noodles to eat, that's enough, I'm satisfied. Guoxiuxiu served Lu Cheng a big bowl of noodles, and about half of the noodles in the pot were taken out at once. Lu Cheng immediately said, "Mom, serve me a little less, don't give me too much, I can't finish it." Guoxiuxiu immediately said, "You are still growing now. They say boys can still grow taller at 18. Lu Cheng was also thinking, it seems that's the case. No wonder his mom has always been feeding him especially a lot. Is she just hoping his height will catch up a bit more? Lu Cheng is now about 1.76 meters tall, which makes him relatively tall in the village. Lu Cheng took a sip of noodles and said, "Mom, I'm going to the county town later. Is there anything you want me to bring?" Guoxiuxiu immediately said, No, we have everything we need at home." Lu Cheng smiled slightly and took another sip of noodles. These noodles in winter are truly delicious. Lu Cheng sat at the kitchen table, slurping up his food. Sanya was also happily eating at the table. The parents each had a bowl of relatively thin noodle soup. Lu Cheng looked and felt a pang of heartache. When will the noodles at home be enough to fill everyone up? How can everyone's bowls be filled to the brim with noodles? Lu Cheng ate a bowl of noodles and then went out onto the street. For several days in a row yesterday, there were no big game animals, so I could only catch a few rabbits to sell in town. Lu Cheng is used to selling big game, although these rabbits also brought in some money, compared to wild boars, it's just a drop in the bucket. Lu Cheng put the money earned from selling the wild rabbits into his pocket and headed towards the county hospital. The county hospital is just a 3-story building, although there are several buildings, none of them are very tall. Lu Cheng walked to Shen Shuang's hospital room, but who would have known, she was talking to the nurse. "I'm not staying in the hospital anymore, I have to go home to work." The nurse immediately said, "You want to work with this condition? Are you kidding? You need at least 3 more days of treatment, and at least 2 days before you can be discharged." "I have no money left, so I'm not staying." "Keep living here, stay for 3 days, I'll cover the medical expenses." Lu Cheng's voice sounded behind the nurse and Shen Shuang. The nurse turned around in surprise, while Shen Shuang looked troubled. "I owe you too much, it's not right. Can't repay the debt? Then pay it back slowly in the future." Lu Cheng went over and handed over 2 lunches. "Quick, eat your lunch." Shen Shuang saw this food, possibly because after recovering from illness, a person's appetite becomes especially good and they get hungry very easily. There was a hint of a smile on her face, she could not refuse this lunch. "Why are there 2 portions? Aren't you going to eat yours?" "I ate noodles at home. I thought the noodles were very delicious, so I got 2 portions for you and Xiao Xuan." Shen Shuang said excitedly, "If you do this, how am I supposed to clear things up later?" Shen Shuang also understood that Lu Cheng probably liked her as a person. She was confident in her appearance. Last night had kept her heart feeling quite sweet. Because a nurse said that Lu Cheng was probably someone who could make money, when he paid her hospital bill, he was holding several dozen yuan in his hand. Shen Shuang understood that if she were alone, she could live easily. If she had to take care of 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, relying solely on her meager salary to support them would make life very hard. Her eyes involuntarily lingered on the handsome young man Lu Cheng in front of her. Then Shen Shuang and Shen Shuan sat down and ate a serving of fragrant noodles. Chapter 17, A Girl Who Has Been Kind-Hearted Since Childhood. Lu Cheng went to boil a pot of water. At this time, the county town had a communal kitchen for cooking. They used coal there, and Lu Cheng himself boiled a pot of water using a public pot, then carefully poured it into a kettle. There is a person specifically in charge of managing the kitchen, and you only need to pay a fee of 30 cents once. In the kitchen, there is a row of several stove openings, all with fire, places without cooking are covered tightly with lids. Only a small vent hole is left open. When you need to use it, just open the stove lid and place the pot on it. When Lu Cheng was boiling water here, Shen Shuang softly asked, "Xiao Xuan, do you think that Lu Cheng is much better than Zhenggan?" Shen Shuan immediately took a sip of the noodle soup before saying, "Sister, think about it, that Zhenggan always comes to see you empty-handed, when has he ever given us noodles like this? With meat." Shen Shuang nodded. "If sister, a person from a county town, marries into the village, would you all follow me to live in the village? Or would you stay in the county town?" "Wherever sister goes, we go." "Good, be good." Shen Shuang went to check her hospitalization expenses early this morning. Upon checking, she felt she couldn't afford to be sick, because just the hospitalization fees were over 10 yuan, and with the medicine and nursing fees, the total was almost more than 30 yuan. Shen Shuang thought, only 3 more days. She is probably unable to repay the money she owes to Lu Cheng. She can only marry him, but she doesn't know if he is willing or not. Because even if Shen Shuang slowly repays the money in the future, it will be difficult to find another man like Lu Cheng who is so good to her and her younger siblings. Someone like Zheng Gan directly told her to give away her younger siblings. Is this something a person would say? The younger brothers and sisters are the children left by her parents, and she has the obligation to raise them, at least until they reach adulthood. And such a man, obviously, that selfish and self-centered man Zheng Gan, definitely won't do. What about Lu Cheng? She was not familiar with him, they only knew each other because her younger sister sold eggs. A stranger? Could she trust him? Have you finished eating the noodles? Yes, I have finished. Shen Shuang's thoughts interrupted the conversation between these two people. It was Lu Cheng and Shen Shuang talking. Big brother, the noodles you bought are really delicious, so fragrant, and there's meat too. Little one, next time try a different flavor, his family's noodles come in many flavors. Okay, I love noodles so much. Shuanger, I have already paid the hospital fees, and I will come again tomorrow. Shen Shuang said shyly, I already feel much better, no need to stay in the hospital anymore. Look, I'm perfectly fine. You were so seriously ill, stay a few more days to let your body fully recover. When Shen Shuang heard Lu Cheng call her Shuanger, a touch of emotion stirred in her heart. Where are your parents? Lu Cheng also asked. My parents are no longer here. Shen Shuang couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry, I shouldn't have asked, I'm sorry. No need to apologize, I'm really fine, it's just that I'm feeling sad inside. Lu Cheng pulled a piece of red tissue paper from the side and handed it to her. Wipe your tears, don't be sad. Do you have any other relatives? Our family moved to this county, I don't even remember our old home. Lu Cheng was slightly stunned, realizing that they were outsiders. Living in the county town, I'm afraid all contact with my relatives from before has been cut off. What Shen Shuang didn't say was that she remembered her parents had a good relationship when she was a child. But it seemed that both families opposed their marriage. So her parents eloped. Lu Cheng looked at her with pity. This time he saved her, it seems that getting back those tens of yuan will be difficult. Forget it, you don't have to rush to earn money to pay me back, I'm not in a hurry to use the money. Shen Shuang said, I'm just a primary school teacher, barely making ends meet each year. Paying you back is probably even harder, so why not? Lu Qingwei raised an eyebrow, how about what? How about I marry you, would that count as paying off the debt? Seeing her so charming and saying that, Lu Cheng obviously mustered up some courage. He couldn't bear to refuse her. If I marry you, I will give a bride price. This is not urgent, so don't worry about the money. Since you are my own partner, spending my money on you is normal. You can date me first, and if it doesn't work out, I won't force you. Shen Shuang's tears fell once again. She temporarily had no feelings for Lu Cheng. She just thought that owing him money meant she would have to repay it for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, he actually said to look around everywhere, and if it's not suitable, he won't force her. Look, this is a generosity that even Zheng Gan doesn't have. Zheng Gan has a job, but he is stingy. He doesn't even want to spend a penny on her. You didn't even ask me where I teach. You must be teaching at an elementary school in the county town, is there even a need to ask? I still have to support my 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. Exactly. You have to support them, they're still young. If you marry me, you have to help me support them. Aren't you worried they'll become a burden? Heh, they don't eat for nothing, they have things they can do. Shen Shuang cried with tears blurring her eyes, why you, how can you say that? Shouldn't you despise me for being someone who has dragged along 3 children? I don't despise you. Lu Cheng reached out and wiped her tears, don't cry, or the nurse will think I bullied you. Shen Shuang sobbed and wiped her tears. What Lu Cheng didn't say was that when he saw her for the first time, a memory came to him, a memory from his childhood. When Shen Shuang was little, outside the school, her parents bought her a meat bun. At that time, Lu Cheng was with his father going to the county town. Shen Shuang dropped a meat bun, and Lu Cheng picked it up. Shen Shuang playfully blinked, pointed at the meat bun on the ground, and told him to pick it up and eat it. It turned out that little Shen Shuang saw little Lu Cheng staring at her meat bun, drooling. So she deliberately dropped a meat bun for him. Because her parents didn't allow her to pick up things dropped on the ground to eat. And that meat bun was the first meat bun Lu Cheng ever ate. So these few times Lu Cheng went to the county town, he bought meat buns from that one shop. The purpose was to taste the flavor from his childhood. But I have never met her. In the end, it's fate. She was the girl in the previous life who was abused to death by the bad guys, and her 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister were also caught and killed by the bad guys. In this life, that bad guy has already been caught by him and sent to prison. Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had paid attention to the situation of this family. He indirectly saved 4 lives. As for feelings, he believed that his sincerity could make Shen Shuang feel genuine affection. He is also willing to let Shen Shuang slowly fall in love with him. It's not because she owes him money that she is forced to offer herself. Forced love is not love, that's called a transaction. When Shen Shuang saw that Lu Cheng bought her toothpaste and a toothbrush, she felt extremely embarrassed because she hadn't been properly cleaning herself these past few days. She took the item and headed to the restroom. Lu Cheng saw her shy expression and, recalling her mischievous childhood, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Who could refuse a kind-hearted girl from childhood? Chapter 18, Crying for that kind of person. Helping her also made Lu Cheng feel the meaning of life undergo another qualitative leap. If he was reborn just to change his life. However, he happened to save the girl he knew from childhood, and today, the way she looked at him seemed full of vitality. It seemed like she relied on him a little more than she did yesterday. Changed his own fate, and at the same time gave Shen Shuang's 4 siblings a way out in life. Shortly after, Shen Shuang finished washing up and came out. Xiaoshuan had just gone to the restroom outside and came back saying, "Sister, I think I miss my younger sister and brother." "Then why don't you go back yourself?" Shen Shuang said tentatively. "Yes, I remember the way home. I'll take him back. Such a little kid, if he gets lost, where would we find him?" After Lu Cheng washed their bowls, he put them inside the table before speaking. Shen Shuang said, "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Cheng." Lu Cheng felt a bit awkward in his heart. Shen Shuang actually called him Brother Cheng. You're welcome. Make sure to get your 4 and sleep a bit more. And Shen Shuang's home was next door. "Sister Yi, what about Shen Shuang next door?" "Oh, are you that Jingan?" "Yes, it's me." Shen Shuang was taken away by her boyfriend. "I heard she is seriously ill." "Her partner? What partner does she have?" Jingan looked thin and weak, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with an angry expression on his face. Yi Yanju said, "Jingan, you might not know, that Shen Shuang's partner seems to be quite capable. He asked me to take care of the 2 little ones at home and gave me a bag of malted milk powder as a reward." Jingan's face twitched slightly. Yi Yanju said with a look of pride, "This time Shen Shuang has really found a good match." Yi Yanju had already privately talked with Shen Shuang, saying that although Jingan looks gentle, he is actually a bit harsh toward Shen Shuang. Because although Jingan said he wanted to marry Shen Shuang, he repeatedly demanded that Shen Shuang give away her younger siblings. How can a man like this be entrusted with a lifetime? Just as Jingan was coming out of Yi Yanju's house, he saw Lu Cheng opening the gate of Shen Shuang's small courtyard. "Are you Shen Shuang's boyfriend?" Jingan stepped forward and pushed the glasses on his face. Lu Cheng looked back and said, "Who is he?" Shen Shuang said, "Big brother, he is Jingan." When Jingan heard Shen Shuang say his name, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Brat, you should call me Brother Zheng." Shen Shuang hid behind Lu Cheng, seemingly a little afraid of him. "Hello, I am Shen Shuang's partner, Lu Cheng. I am Shen Shuang's colleague, Jingan." The 2 men exchanged a glance. Lu Cheng's eyes showed a hint of determination, and there was a killing intent. Jingan was momentarily at a loss, then averted his gaze. "I heard Shen Shuang was ill, so I came to see her. She is in the hospital. You can go see her there, but isn't it customary to bring a gift when visiting a patient? You came empty-handed?" Jingan felt a chill run down his back from Lu Cheng's words. "And my gift is on the bicycle." Jingan could only take down the few bananas that were on the bicycle. "Xiaoshuan, take the gift from Brother Zheng and share it with your sister and brother." Lu Cheng acted as if he were Shen Shuang's boyfriend. Jingan still wouldn't give up and said, "Then I'll go to the hospital to see Shen Shuang." But Shen Shuang doesn't like guests who come empty-handed." Jingan's steps paused slightly. "I will bring a gift." "Jingan. Is he Shen Shuang's partner? Has he only neglected Shen Shuang for a few days? Did she just casually pick a man as her partner because she couldn't stand the loneliness? No, he wouldn't allow it. Shen Shuang must be his. He had thoroughly investigated Shen Shuang's family background. She was a descendant of a prestigious and noble family. If he marries her, he will definitely achieve great success in the future. But Zheng Gan only wants to marry Shen Shuang. As for the other 3 children, he is unwilling to support any of them. Ridiculous. In this day and age, how much does it cost to feed a mouth? Besides, he came to this small county town to work just to be close to Shen Shuang, otherwise, why would he endure such hardship? Zheng Gan felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw Lu Cheng. This man was taller than him and radiated a strong aura of sunshine. Zheng Gan turned around and rode his bicycle away. Truly, he was unwilling in his heart. Shen Shuang said, "Big brother, you quickly go to the hospital and stay with my sister. My sister and this Zheng Gan are colleagues, and this Zheng Gan has been pursuing my sister." Lu Cheng reached out and rubbed Shen Shuang's little head. "Some things must be decided by your sister herself." Lu Cheng understood that if he went to the hospital, Shen Shuang would naturally go with him out of gratitude. However, what Lu Cheng wanted was for Shen Shuang to sincerely reject Zheng Gan. It is not about feeling wronged. It is not because of being compelled by gratitude. It is also not because he is there, so she cannot refuse directly. A woman of Lu Cheng must love only him with all her heart. And the hospital. Zheng Gan, I'm telling you, I have never liked you. Is it because I haven't been around these past few days? No. I have never liked you at all, and besides, I have a partner now. Please don't come looking for me anymore. Shen Shuang sat on the hospital bed, her face dark and frightening. Zheng Gan pushed up his glasses, and the gaze behind the black frames turned slightly cold. "Shuanger, I really had something to do, that's why I left. It's not that I don't care about you. No need to explain. I've decided to date Lu Cheng, so don't come to bother me anymore." Zheng Gan heard Shen Shuang reject him so decisively. He angrily placed the bag of apples he bought for Shen Shuang on the table. "I won't give up on you easily." Shen Shuang glanced at the things and said, "Take your things away. I don't want them." Shen Shuang finally saw through Zheng Gan's intentions. How could he possibly like her? He is clearly a selfish and self-centered man. A man who repeatedly made her give up her own younger brother and sister. How could he possibly treat her well for life? He might divorce her at any time. Fortunately, Shen Shuang did not agree to marry him. Moreover, she never even let Zheng Gan hold her hand. This can be considered a relationship that ended even before it began. After Zheng Gan left, Shen Shuang was so angry that her mood turned sour. Because Zheng Gan used to come to her house every day to see her. Although Shen Shuang did not agree to send away her younger brother and sister, she still held a glimmer of hope for him. After all, being a grown-up girl, who wouldn't want to have a suitor by her side? Not to mention marriage, at the very least, she would have someone to talk to when she had something on her mind. But what about Zheng Gan? When he had something going on, he came out to ask Shen Shuang for advice, but Shen Shuang was sick. He hasn't appeared for several days. It shows that he doesn't care about her at all. Otherwise, when they parted that day in the rainy and snowy weather, why wasn't he worried about her health? "Shuanger. Are you crying?" Lu Cheng bought some wild apricots and placed them in her hand. "I'm not crying. Crying for that kind of person. My tears aren't that cheap." Shen Shuang slightly raised her eyes. "Look, there are no tears in my eyes." Lu Cheng placed the apricot in her hand and said, "Try this apricot, it was just washed." Chapter 19, Look at your drool, it's all over the place. Shen Shuang said with concern, "This kind of fruit is very expensive, don't buy it next time." "Not expensive, only 3 yuan per box." Shen Shuang saw a rows of apricots, reached out, took one, and took a bite. "Is it tasty?" Shen Shuang's face flushed slightly. It's delicious." "Brother Cheng, will you also let me send off my younger brothers and sisters?" Shen Shuang still couldn't help but ask. "I will not send them away. Your younger brothers and sisters are my younger brothers and sisters too. Taking care of you means I will also take good care of them." Tears swirled in Shen Shuang's eyes and slid down her cheeks. She hadn't eaten apricots for a long time. No, she had never heard any man say such heartfelt words to her. This is not like what Zheng Gan said, "I love you, but I can't accept your 3 younger siblings." 100 times more pleasant to hear. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Shen Shuang was discharged from the hospital. Lu Cheng completed the discharge procedures, gathered the belongings, and took Shen Shuang out. "Shall we take a car back? Or walk back?" "Let's walk back, it's not far," Shen Shuang said softly. "Alright, let's go for a walk." Lu Cheng agreed as well, because if they took a car, he probably wouldn't have much time to talk before having to part ways with Shuang. But walking would give them more time to chat. Is your teaching job a government position or a substitute role? Substitute teaching. Then what will you do in the future? Are you still planning to teach in the county town? I want to teach in your village, so I can be a little closer to you. Shuang's words made Lu Cheng slightly stunned. What if you regret it 6 months later? You think I would regret it? No, I will definitely work hard to make you satisfied. I promise you won't regret being with me. Lu Cheng smiled like a silly fool. Shuang shyly reached out and lightly touched his eyebrow. It's snowing. Just then, a snowflake landed on Lu Cheng's eyebrow. It was the first time Shuang had actively touched Lu Cheng. The two of them smiled and looked at each other. Lu Cheng saw a sense of trust in Shuang's eyes. Shuang said, I can't live in that small courtyard anymore. Why? Because that small courtyard is rented from Sister Yi, and she should be coming to collect the rent today. Lu Cheng said, how much is the rent? Should I pay it for you? No, the monthly rent is only 7 yuan, but all my work has been transferred to your Liyuan, so there's no need to rent this house anymore. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, have you informed the school over in Liyuan? Yes, I have submitted the application, and I expect the approval to come through in the next couple of days. If you trust me, I can take you back to live in the village, but it would be halfway up the mountain. Are you willing? Shuang gave a gentle smile. Since we're already dating, I'm not afraid you'll take me away. Lu Cheng smiled with the corners of his mouth turning up. Alright, I'll call a car soon and take you all along. Then I'll go back and get ready, you go call the car. Okay. Lu Cheng and Shuang parted ways at the intersection. Shuang hurriedly went back. Xiao Xuan, Xiao Xiang, Xiao Tong, how about following sister to seek help from that brother Lu Cheng? Sister, brother Cheng treats us so well, we eat scallion pancakes every day, also noodles, and meat. Xiao Xiang excitedly counted on her fingers beside them. Little Tong, only 5 years old, said, so delicious. Xiao Xuan immediately said, sis, this Cheng Gage is really good to you, the way he looks at you is especially gentle. Shuang reached out and touched Xiao Xuan's face, saying, hurry up and pack, Sister Yi is coming to collect the house soon. While they were talking, Yi Yanzhu said at the door, TSK, Shuang is really lucky, after this illness she actually found a long-term meal ticket. Shuang glanced back at her, sister-in-law Yi, I have my own job. What long-term meal ticket? That sounds too harsh. Several younger brothers and sisters also looked over, sister-in-law Yi, you should watch your words. Yi Yanzhu immediately smiled and said, oh, don't blame me. I even took care of your family's children for a few days. Shuang swallowed and took out 3 yuan, saying, sister-in-law Yi, this is to thank you for taking care of my sister and brothers these past few days. Yi Yanzhu immediately took the 3 yuan, hey, alright. You're not renting this house anymore. Not renting it anymore. Shuang's eyes flickered slightly. The rent for this month is 7 yuan, and she only earns 17 yuan a month, the substitute teacher's salary is not high. They drink thin porridge with pickled vegetables every day. These younger brothers and sisters are all so hungry that they are skin and bones. Before long, a rather flashy small car at the time arrived at the door. Lu Cheng came down from above. Next, all the clothes were loaded onto the car. Although it was said to be all the clothes, there were only 3 medium-sized bundles. All the furniture belonged to Yi Yanzhu herself. So there wasn't much to take away. Lu Cheng said, everyone get in the car. Then Xiao Tong was held in Lu Cheng's arms, while Shuang, Xiao Xuan, and Xiao Xiang sat in the back seat. The driver drove all the way into the mountains. Although the mountain road is not as easy to walk as the roads in the county town. But riding this kind of small car once can leave children with memories for a lifetime. Along the way, Shuang and the children were all in high spirits. Because of Lu Cheng's joining, they have been well fed and well watered during this period. Moreover, Lu Cheng also bought some books for Xiao Xuan and Xiao Xiang to read. Even Xiao Tong has a small little picture book about recognizing animals. Usually, Lu Cheng walks out of the mountain, so it takes about 2 hours. Today he took a car, and in less than half an hour, he was already in the village square. Lu Cheng's younger sister was playing in the yard. Seeing the car, she excitedly went forward to take a look. As soon as she saw Lu Cheng, she excitedly shouted, second brother. It's my second brother. Lu Cheng then said, Sanya, come quickly, call sister Shuang, this is brother Xiao Xuan, this little one is sister Xiao Xiang, and this is little brother Xiao Tong. Sister Shuang, brother Xiao Xuan, sister Xiao Xiang, brother Xiao Tong, hello to you all. Hello, Sanya. Hello, sister Sanya. Let's go to our home. Shen Shuang smiled sweetly and said, we'll go straight to your place halfway up the mountain to live, this thing only needs to be moved up once. Lu Cheng glanced at her, Zhong, I can carry this thing up by myself, you and Sanya go home. Sanya, tell mom to prepare some good food, we'll have lunch at home later. Sanya immediately smiled and said, alright, got it. Come with me, sister Shuang, will you be my second sister-in-law from now on? Shen Shuang reached out and gently touched her own hair, saying, what does Sanya like to eat the most? After all, Sanya is a child, which made Shen Shuang momentarily at a loss. I like the chicken drumsticks my mom cooks, they're so delicious. The group of children who came together all paused. Sanya, is there any chicken drumstick today? Not today, second brother didn't go hunting. Today my mom should cook eggs. My second brother bought a lot of eggs yesterday. Xiao Xuan immediately swallowed, hearing that makes me hungry right now. Shen Shuang smiled and said, look at your saliva, it's dripping everywhere. Chapter 20, Stay Alert. Sister, eggs, I really want to eat them. Alright, I'll let you have one in a little while. Sanya immediately led the way in front. At this moment, some villagers were secretly watching from the side. Shen Shuang has fair and tender skin, a delicate figure, and a sweet, soft voice. When they arrived at Lu Cheng's house, Lu Cheng had already delivered the items and taken a shortcut back, waiting at the door. Why are you just arriving now? Second brother, you walk really fast. Is it because sister Shuang is here? Lu Cheng smiled and said, go help with cooking. At this moment, Guoxiuxiu filled a large bowl with eggs, preparing to boil them to eat. Auntie, hello. Make yourself at home, just like your own house, feel free to sit anywhere. Cheng, quickly, brew the tea you brought back for Miss Shuang to drink. Lu Cheng immediately went to brew some tea. Shen Shuang's several younger brothers and sisters immediately started playing with Sanya in the small courtyard nearby. The children were all extremely happy. They were watching wild pheasants and also looking at wild rabbits. Took the wild vegetables picked by Sanya to feed the little rabbit. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanfen was anxiously boiling a pot in the kitchen, and the smile on his face never faded. Guoxiuxiu glanced at him and said, Miss Shuang is really beautiful, isn't she? Hee, truly handsome. Silly old man, why are you so excited? Guoxiuxiu said irritably. If my son marries her in the future, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Yes, if she becomes our second daughter-in-law, I'll pray to the gods every day, wishing for harmony and everything to go smoothly in the family. Lu Xuanfeng said, alright, you pray every day. I think the girls look towards our heir Cheng is not wrong, there's a chance. At noon, each bowl of noodles had a poached egg lying on top. The cabbage was mixed with chopped green onions, stir-fried, and then thrown into the noodle soup pot. The soup was fresh and delicious. I have to say, Guoxiuxiu is especially good at making noodles. A simple bowl of noodles, but it tastes like a star-rated dish. This is the warmth of home. Guoxiuxiu excitedly offered her egg to Shen Shuang's little brother, come on, little Tong, have another egg? Little Tony looked at his big sister with a serious expression. Big sister, eggs, so delicious. Shen Shuang said gratefully, quickly thank Aunt. Thank you, Aunt. Xiao Tong's bowl had an extra fried egg again. Xiao Xiang and Xiao Xuan were also smiling as they ate the eggs in their own bowls. These two children were a bit older and would not compete with Xiao Tong for favor. Sanya said, Mom, I want to go live at my second brother's house, is that okay? Sanya and Xiao Xiang quickly became especially close. The two girls were born in the same year, with Sanya being a few months older, and now they talk about everything. Okay, but you have to help tidy up the house. Guoxiuxiu said in a soft voice. That's great. Xiao Xiang also smiled with her eyes squinting. Lu Cheng smiled and said, don't worry. Second brother can definitely support you all. Lu Cheng felt a slight sweet burden on his shoulder. But for him, having a burden means having responsibility, and having responsibility means having motivation. In order to let the people he cares about live a good life, he has to hunt and also do a good job of night watch. Because he has the job of night watch, he can freely use the hunting rifle. And when he hunts a big animal, he can quietly take it to sell. As long as no one finds out that he secretly sold the prey, it's fine. However, ordinary people usually don't wander around aimlessly in the middle of the night. Because without a hunting rifle, wandering around aimlessly at night is just asking for death. The village is surrounded by mountains, and without a hunting rifle, if you encounter a wild wolf, you might not die but you'll definitely get seriously injured. Lu Cheng looked around. The small courtyard home halfway up the mountain felt a bit crowded after several of them moved in. To ensure that Xiaoshuan, Xiaoxiang, Sanya, and Xiaotong each have their own separate rooms in the future, he had to have someone build an additional floor on the second story. Right now, Xiaoshuan and Xiaotong sleep together, and Sanya and Xiaoxiang sleep together. Shuang has a room to herself, and Lu Cheng sleeps in the storage room. After Shuang and the others were all arranged to do handicrafts in the small courtyard, Lu Cheng went into the room and said, "Dad, if I first build a floor on the house halfway up the mountain, could you help me find out who has good craftsmanship? I need to finish building it as soon as possible." Lu Xuanfeng immediately sat up from the bed. "All right, I'll go ask the village chief's house right now. You stay home and keep them company." "Okay, thanks for your hard work, Dad." "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Lu Xuanfeng has been wandering around the village several times these days. This is the first official important thing he has done since recovering from his illness. Lu Cheng is whittling sharp tree branches for traps in the small courtyard. He needs to hurry up with hunting. Because winter is coming soon. Although he has a little money in hand, he can buy food even if he can't hunt in the winter. However, if he takes advantage of this time to hunt some game and sell it for money, then the labor cost for building the second floor will be covered. The current house is that kind of earthen house, made of wood. If Fagua wants to build a second floor, it is estimated that as long as the labor cost is in place, it can be built in 10 to 15 days. Xiaoshuan is already 10 years old, and if he keeps sleeping with Xiaotong, he won't have any private space. So Xiaoshuan will soon have to sleep in a separate room. And Xiaoxiang and Sanya, the two of them also need to have their own rooms. The girls can whisper to each other, but at night, they all have their own private space and time to be alone. Little Tong is only 5 years old and still needs a lot of care from Shuang. And Guoxiuxiu said that if Shuang trusts her, she should let little Tong spend more time with her, so that after the spring and school start, Tong can be taken care of by Guoxiuxiu. This made Shuang breathe a big sigh of relief. Because previously it was Xiaoxiang who was responsible for taking care of her younger brother, but Xiaoxiang is also of school age now and cannot always look after her brother. Xiaotong is now quite close to Guoxiuxiu as well. Especially after Guoxiuxiu gave him a fried egg, Xiaotong completely felt a motherly closeness to Guoxiuxiu. At night, Shuang and the others all returned to the mid-mountain. Although Shuang is a girl from the county town, she quickly learned the living habits of the village. After returning, she drew water from the well, boiled it, filled a pot with hot water, and also served everyone a little hot water in small bowls to drink. She also used the water in the pot to wash everyone's hands and feet. Especially, Xiaoxiang and Sanya even specifically asked them to wash their private parts. Only then did Sanya say, "Xiaoxiang, your eldest sister is so gentle." Xiaoxiang said proudly, "Your second brother is also really awesome. We all like him." After a whole day of hard work, everyone finally went to bed. At this moment, Lu Cheng was dressed neatly, took a hunting rifle, left the small courtyard, and locked it behind him. Living up in the mountains, with only women and children inside, Lu Cheng would not let them fall into danger. "So I asked the village chief for a black dog to guard the gate." Lu Cheng lightly patted the black dog, "Guard it." The black dog licked Lu Cheng's hand, and Lu Cheng gave him an egg. He immediately bit and ate it, then happily wagged a few times. Lu Cheng then went up the mountain. His day's work has just begun. While Lu Cheng was chasing all the way, the wild boar became particularly cunning and actually ate the crops by the mountain before leaving. Moreover, the time was moved up by an hour. This caused Lu Cheng to miss the opportunity to hunt them. But they say the early bird catches the worm. Chapter 21, Eat with your mouth, sweetness in your heart. Lu Cheng saw several wild goats ahead, lowering their heads to graze on the grass. He gently cocked his hunting rifle, aimed, took a deep breath, and calculated the wind speed and distance. Bang! The fattest wild goat fell to the ground, twitching a few times, bleeding heavily. The other wild goats were frightened by the gunshot and scattered in all directions. Only 2 little goats kept bleating at the fallen wild goat, "Ba ba, ba ba." Lu Cheng directly looped a rope around the necks of the 2 little wild goats and led them away. He slung the dead fat wild goat over his shoulder and headed straight back to the house halfway up the mountain. At the doorstep, the black dog squatted on the ground, wagging its tail excitedly when it saw its owner return. "Meat to eat soon." Lu Cheng tied the two little goats in a corner of the small yard and took a handful of vegetables from the basket to feed them. The little goats forgot their sadness once they had food. He wrapped the big fat goat in a black cloth and placed it directly on the flatbed cart. It was only about 4:30 in the morning at this time. Lu Cheng had to hurry to the county town to resell the wild goat. This fat wild goat weighed a full 160 jin, about 80 kilograms. Lu Cheng still gave it to Kai Qingchuan, saying, "This wild goat has good meat quality and just died, so it can be sold for 2.6 yuan per jin. I'll give you a total of 416 yuan. Kai Qingchuan was overjoyed. He could take this wild goat to the restaurant and make a good profit by reselling it. After the transaction, Lu Cheng quickly left. With the money, he went to the bank and deposited 350 yuan, leaving 66 yuan. He bought a bag of rice, a bag of white flour, another 10 jin of cornmeal, and a whole set of pig bones. At this time, pig bones were being sold cheaply, with very little meat on them. But Lu Cheng understood that these bones could be used to make soup with excellent nutritional value. He also bought a large slab of pork belly. He asked the vendor to cut 1/5 of the pork belly and wrap it separately. This small portion was for his parents to eat. Now that Shen Shuang was in charge of cooking on the mountain, they no longer came down to the village to eat. Guoxiuxiu felt a little reluctant, but the children were grown and had to live separately. Although it was livelier to squeeze together, the constant coming and going would tire the children and risk them catching colds. So Guoxiuxiu took the small piece of meat and said, "We'll freeze this meat, and you can come down tomorrow to eat together." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Mom, look, we have much more meat than you. You can eat without worry." Guoxiuxiu saw the long slab of meat on Lu Cheng's flatbed cart and smiled, saying, "All right." Lu Cheng pushed the flatbed cart up halfway up the mountain and quietly opened the small yard's door. Inside was a peaceful and warm little home scene. The children were feeding the little goats, while Shen Shuang was in the kitchen brewing egg tea, with steamed meat buns nearby. "Shuanger, I'm back." Shen Shuang looked up, a smudge of soot on her delicate face. "You should sleep this morning. Eat quickly and then go rest." "All right." Then Lu Cheng gently wiped the soot off her face. "You have some soot on your face." Shen Shuang smiled coyly, is there more?" "No more." Later, Lu Cheng brought in the groceries he bought, and the family sat together to have breakfast. Sanya said while eating, "Sister Shuang, the meat buns you made taste so good, really fragrant." Lu Cheng took another bun and said, "Exactly. These meat buns never get boring no matter how many you eat." Xiao Xuan said proudly, "My sister's cooking is really delicious, she's at a chef's level." Xiao Xiang smiled sweetly and said, "Sister's face is all red." Xiao Tong chuckled and said, "So tasty." After the meal, Lu Cheng went back to the storage room, covered himself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Today, he specially bought a new quilt for Shen Shuang and placed it in her room. At this moment, Shen Shuang saw the new quilt and felt deeply touched. Although this home wasn't a clean whitewashed house in the county town, the wooden house held a man's sincere care for her and her younger siblings. She then went to check her siblings' rooms and saw that each had a new quilt. Last night, she had worried that this winter would be hard to endure. Because the quilts last night were thin old cotton quilts, not warm at all. Now, this quilt was big, warm, soft, and thick. Shen Shuang felt that this winter wouldn't be too cold. Because her heart was warm, and the quilt was warm too. Shen Shuang took care of the children as they read books in the living room. The children were very sensible because Shen Shuang told them that brother Lu Cheng had stayed up late last night and needed to catch up on sleep, so everyone quietly read. At first, everyone was a bit distracted, but gradually they got absorbed in the story. They read for about an hour. Later, the children couldn't sit still anymore, so with Shen Shuang's permission, Xiao Xuan took the big black dog to play by the door. The big black dog was wrapped in old cloth by the children, looking like the little black dog's grandmother. The floral cloth on the big black dog looked very funny and playful. Lu Cheng slept straight through until 1:30 in the afternoon. Shen Shuang and the children were by the small courtyard, warming themselves by the fire because Lu Cheng had brought many dry tree roots from the mountain, now roasting sweet potatoes and corn. The aroma wafted all the way to the storage room. Lu Cheng was drawn by the smell. "Are you roasting sweet potatoes?" Shen Shuang, her face flushed from the fire, turned around and said, "Yes, come eat some roasted sweet potatoes. I'll bring you some noodles to eat together." "Okay." Shen Shuang put down the sweet potatoes and quickly went into the kitchen, taking out a bowl of sauerkraut noodles from the steaming pot. She carefully carried the noodles out with a clean small cloth. "Come eat. Have you all eaten already?" Yes, we've all eaten, Shen Shuang said excitedly. The children gathered around the fire, constantly turning the sweet potatoes with small iron tongs to roast them evenly and make them fragrant. Shen Shuang peeled a sweet potato with her small hands and handed it to Lu Cheng, who was eating noodles. Here, eat sweet potato with your noodles. Thanks. Lu Cheng took the sweet potato without hesitation and bit into it. The sweet and fragrant taste spread in his mouth. And in his heart was an even greater joy because the sweet potato was peeled by Shen Shuang for him. Sweet in the mouth, sweeter in the heart. After lunch, Lu Xuanfeng brought several construction workers to build the house. Cheng, I brought the workers for you. The prices are the same as the whole village. You tell them how you want it done. Lu Cheng immediately came out and opened the gate of the small courtyard. Come in and take a look. I want to build up the second floor like this, with several more rooms, each of moderate size. Lu Cheng explained his requirements to the workers. Also, on the first floor, wait until next spring to dig a drainage ditch and build 2 water toilets to make it more convenient for the family. The workers took measuring tapes and measured around the house. They began marking. We will start construction tomorrow. The materials are expected to arrive tonight. Should we owe the money first or pay now? Chapter 22, He wouldn't trade this bowl of meat for gold. I'll pay you tomorrow, I haven't prepared the money tonight. The craftsman smiled and said, deal. Then the craftsman looked around the area and marked the spots for digging the toilet and laying pipes. Lu Cheng said again, while everyone is working here, we'll provide lunch with meat to fill you up. We'll alternate between rice and noodles. Several craftsmen happily said, that's great. Everyone will work hard. The foreman immediately responded. Lu Cheng took on the night watch duty. He had the right to live in this small courtyard, and he planned to find a way to buy it from the village chief. However, he didn't have enough money for that yet. To achieve this goal, he had to work hard to save money. But to save money, he had to hunt first. There were many game animals in the deep mountains, but it was hard to find their tracks during the day. Because of the dense forest in the mountains, he had to seize the opportunity and the places where they often appeared. He would watch and hunt them. The next day the craftsmen started work around 6 in the morning, having already eaten breakfast at home. The children played in the small courtyard. Shen Shuang and Guoxiuxiu were picking vegetables in the courtyard. They took the Chinese cabbage they had brought from the field earlier, removed the old outer leaves, and washed each leaf clean with well water. Additionally, Guoxiuxiu brought a large bag of dried pickled vegetables from her home, including dried radish, dried cowpea pods, and dried bamboo shoots. At that time, Lu Cheng had gone to sell several large wild rabbits before dawn. With the money from selling the wild rabbits, he bought 2 chickens, both slaughtered in the county town. He also bought some pork shoulder and pork belly. And some chicken giblets. After Lu Cheng returned, Shen Shuang immediately prepared meat buns for him to eat. She also brought out a bowl of warm red bean porridge. After eating, Lu Cheng went to the storage room to sleep. He thought he might not be able to sleep. But he slept very soundly. Perhaps Lu Cheng was truly tired. He hadn't rested for a moment last night. He had dug several traps in different places in the deep mountains. So he was extremely exhausted. After digging the traps, he caught a few wild rabbits at dawn. So he had money for vegetables today as well. He had considered using the wild rabbits to treat the craftsman. But since it was wild game, selling it in the county town could buy more other kinds of meat and vegetables. So Lu Cheng didn't keep the wild rabbits. It turned out Lu Cheng's idea was right. The money from selling the wild rabbits was enough to buy good meals for 3 days. Guoxiuxiu and Shen Shuang busied themselves. One pot was filled with steamed rice, and another pot was used by Lu Xuanfeng to boil water, constantly bringing thermoses to the craftsmen to refill their hot water. After the water boiled, Guoxiuxiu prepared the chicken giblets, cutting them into small pieces, and stir-fried them with pickled vegetables and dried chili peppers she had sun-dried before. A large bowl of dish, the craftsmen upstairs all swallowed their saliva. This family cooks really deliciously. I see several dishes, today we can have a good meal. The foreman immediately said, get back to work. Don't get distracted. All right. Guoxiuxiu then stir-fried pork belly with cabbage. She first fried the pork belly and put it on a plate, then used the leftover oil from the pork belly to stir-fry the cabbage. The cabbage absorbed all the pork belly oil, making it fragrant and delicious. Finally, the pork belly was placed on top of the cabbage and taken out of the pot. Then the pot was cleaned again to stir-fry the chicken with fragrant dried bamboo shoots and ginger strips. The chicken with bamboo shoots was especially good with rice. Next, the pork shoulder was steamed with dried cowpeas, which turned out soft, tender, and flavorful. After all these dishes were placed in large bowls and set in the small courtyard, the workers came down one after another, washing their hands and preparing to eat. Guoxiuxiu served rice into each worker's bowl, while Shen Shuang stood by with a large iron ladle, serving the dishes. Chicken giblets stir-fried with pickled cabbage, pork belly stir-fried with cabbage, chicken with fragrant dried bamboo shoots. Pork shoulder steamed with dried cowpeas, 1 spoonful of each dish, Shen Shuang said in a slightly clear and melodious voice. This is great, for meat dishes. The foreman said while washing his hands with soap, eat quickly. Work hard later to repay everyone. Then he served rice and dishes to several children as well. Everyone ate with their mouths full, savoring the fragrant meat and rice. At this moment, Lu Cheng also got up, washed simply, and sat down with a bowl of rice and dishes. Shen Shuang immediately added another spoonful of food for him. This pork shoulder with dried cowpeas is very fragrant, eat more. Shen Shuang also brought her own bowl to eat but glanced at Lu Cheng. Seeing Lu Cheng's happy expression and silly smile as he looked at her, she said, "What are you looking at? Eat quickly." Lu Cheng picked up his chopsticks and said, "Hey, you eat too." Everyone found small stools and ate in groups of 2 or 3. Guoxiuxiu's bowl had the most pork shoulder, which Shen Shuang had served her. She ate while feeling very pleased inside. Shen Shuang was really good to her. The pork shoulder was fragrant and tender, steamed to perfection, a truly excellent dish. Lu Xuanfeng glanced at her bowl and swallowed a piece of meat, saying, "You have a lot of meat in your bowl." Shen Shuang sat beside Lu Cheng. After taking a bite of rice, Lu Xuanfeng found that the bottom of his bowl was filled entirely with pork shoulder. He immediately turned to eat it, laughing secretly as he ate. He had thought Guoxiuxiu's bowl had a lot of meat, but now, this bowl of meat was worth its weight in gold. This was a special meal prepared by his future second daughter-in-law. The meat was delicious. Lu Cheng picked up a piece of lean meat and put it into Shen Shuang's bowl. "Try this, it's all lean." "Don't do that, I have my own meat to eat," Shen Shuang said shyly. "Why be shy? We're a couple now, we'll often share food. Are you disgusted with me?" "Not disgusted, I just don't want to eat too much, afraid of getting fat." "Not at all. A little plumpness is a blessing for women, and it looks good." Lu Cheng and Shen Shuang spoke quietly, making Shen Shuang look very shy. "If I get fat, I won't be beautiful anymore." "No, you'll be just as beautiful. Lu Cheng, if you bring these materials inside yourself, we'll charge less for the labor." "Are you doing it yourself or letting us move the materials?" Lu Cheng looked up, put down his half-eaten bowl, and said, "You move them, I'm not good at carrying these." "All right." Since moving materials is not a skilled job, many homeowners do it themselves to save on labor costs. At this time, Lu Xuanfeng said, "I'll go move them." "Dad, don't. Your health has just improved a bit, let's not save this labor cost." Lu Cheng said to the foreman, "You move them." Guoxiuxiu swallowed her food and said, Cheng, I can move them." "Mom, don't joke around. You're not tall, and if you hurt yourself moving these, it would be troublesome." The foreman said, "Although moving materials seems simple, it relies entirely on physical strength. Today, we ate so well that we have the energy to work. We can finish moving this batch of materials in half a day." Chapter 23, Then he can forget about finding wild game again. "Alright, you move the materials, we'll handle the cooking, and you focus on rushing the work. Hopefully, we can finish before the heavy snow starts." "Hey, got it. Eat quickly, we'll start working soon." The foreman said to the craftsman again. Lu Cheng hurriedly ate his meal. After the meal, Lu Cheng took his hunting rifle and tools, a knife, and rope, and went up the mountain. He had a more important task. That was to check the traps he had dug last night to see if any prey had been caught. At the first trap, as Lu Cheng approached, he saw messy footprints around it. He immediately went up to check and found a wild mountain goat standing dazed in the trap. It couldn't escape. It was trapped. Lu Cheng looked and knew that a live wild mountain goat was the best source of milk. Now, Xiao Tong was still young, just over 5 years old, and several children at home were still growing. If they could milk a few pounds of milk from this wild goat each day, the children could drink it happily. That would be excellent nutritious milk for their health. Lu Cheng tied the rope around the wild goat's neck. He tied the rope to a nearby branch but did not rush to pull it out. Instead, he went to check the other 2 traps. At another trap, there were 2 fat rabbits, which Lu Cheng shot dead with an arrow. Because rabbits are not as docile as wild goats, if they escaped, it would be a big loss, so it was better to shoot them. The other trap had nothing. So Lu Cheng took the wild rabbits and led the wild goat down the mountain. At the entrance, some craftsman said, "Oh, living off the mountain, huh? That wild goat is really fat." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "This is also a meal given by the mountain god. Ordinary people can't get this." The foreman immediately said, "That's right, no one who went into the mountain before got anything like this." The foreman awkwardly laughed, "You're lucky, kid." Lu Cheng led the wild goat into the yard and said, "Mom, milk the goat, and later cook it so the kids can all drink." "All right." Guoxiuxiu took a clean bucket and wiped it with a clean small towel, making sure there was no dirty water. Then she went to the goat to milk it. At first, the wild goat resisted being milked. Later, Guoxiuxiu gave it some food to eat. It had been hungry all night, so it quickly ate the dry grass, and Guoxiuxiu took the opportunity to milk it. Milking was also hard work, and Guoxiuxiu milked for quite a while before finishing. She smiled broadly and said, "This goat really has plenty of milk. This bucket has at least 5 pounds of milk." Shen Shuang smiled and said, "Auntie, let me cook it. Later, let Cheng also have a cup." "All right. Should we add a little salt or sugar?" "Add sugar, the kids all like it sweet." "Okay." Lu Cheng was busy sharpening tree branches, making them pointed enough to pierce animals. In the following days, Lu Cheng was very careful. He sold the wild boars and wild goats he hunted before dawn. Then he bought some regular meat and vegetables. If he brought the hunted game home every day, the craftsman would definitely talk about it later. There was too much wild game in this mountain. But living off the mountain requires ability and skill. In his previous life, he was a sharpshooter, a kind of special forces soldier. If the villagers in the village go into the mountains out of greed, it would be dangerous. Lu Chengdu did not go deep into the mountains, he only hunted along the edges. That whole morning, Kai Qingchuan waited outside his door. "Hey! Brother, you finally came. What's up? Waiting for me this early today?" Lu Cheng stopped his cart and unloaded the wild boar. "Today's wild boar is a bit smaller, about 180 gene. That's good, that's good. Let me tell you something, think about helping me hunt a deer." "Deer? That's not easy." Lu Cheng was still a bit hesitant. Because deer usually appear where the mountain gods are, that is, weasels or foxes. For someone who lives off the mountain, hunting deer means encountering these creatures. If you offend the weasels and foxes, forget about finding wild game again. Because they will drive the animals away before you even get close. You have no way to deal with it. So he said, "I can only try for the deer, I can't guarantee I'll catch one." "Ah, no problem, as long as there's a deer, I'll pay a high price." "All right." After depositing money at the bank, Lu Cheng looked at the passbook balance. He had earned 1,672 yuan from selling game. This did not include the 400 yuan he had given the craftsman for materials earlier. He was now a 1,000 yuan household. This amount of money, in his previous life, would be spent in a shopping mall in no time, but now, it was all the savings he had earned through hard work. However, at this time in his previous life, he had lost all his family. But now, his family was living well, and he had also saved Shen Shuang and 3 others. In a few days, the house would be topped off. Since it was a tiled house, he was considering whether to build it as a flat-roofed house or a tiled one. Lu Cheng also understood that to keep cool in summer, tiles were necessary. Otherwise, the second floor of a flat-roofed house would be unbearably hot in summer. After buying meat and vegetables, he returned to the village. It was about 6:10 in the morning, the sun had just risen, and the craftsman said if they used tiles, it could be finished by tomorrow, if flat-roofed, it would take a few more days. Lu Cheng said, "Use tiles." When he returned, he felt a noticeable chill in the air. There was no accurate weather forecast at this time. Based on his experience, the weather might change in the next few days. If the tiled house was finished earlier, it would definitely be safer later, otherwise, heavy snow might delay the construction. The next day, the tiled house was completed by evening. It took 13 days. There were 9 skilled workers who worked for 13 days, costing a total of 819 yuan. 2 unskilled workers also worked 13 days, costing 130 yuan. When Lu Cheng paid the craftsman, Guoxiuxiu wiped tears and was extremely happy. Because the second floor had 4 rooms, a living room, and a small bathroom. Originally, they thought the bathroom would only be finished next spring. But Lu Cheng was very lucky, from the 3rd day after starting, the weather was sunny and the temperature was very good. The head craftsman assigned 2 people specifically to work on the bathroom. This allowed the bathroom to be completed ahead of schedule. The craftsman was smart. If he had left the bathroom for next year, they might not have been called back. Because there were several groups of people in the village who did this kind of work. Also, the meals at Lu Cheng's home at noon were really delicious. Working here, they simply didn't want to leave. Everyone received their hard-earned money from the craftsman, a total of 91 yuan. The other 2 laborers also received their share, 65 yuan each. At this time, the entire Lu Cheng family had changed completely. In the village at that time, their house could rival that of the village chief. Chapter 24, Then her man has to step aside. Speaking of convenience, it was even better than the village chief's house. Because Lu Cheng's toilet was a flush toilet. It was much more convenient to use. At this time, Lu Cheng's grandmother, Yu Xianglan, was in her room with her second son, Lu Xuanwang. Mom, look, it seems Lu Cheng has made a fortune. The house halfway up the mountain is even better looking than the village chief's. Yu Xianglan said sharply, are you jealous? Why don't you go hunting in the mountains too? Lu Xuanwang said fearfully, Mom, I don't dare go into the mountains. I'm scared even at the edge of the mountain. Yu Xianglan sighed, don't be anxious. Let's see if your third brother can find that family. If he can, it won't be too hard to get some money from them to build a house. Lu Xuanwang complained slightly, Mom, I'm the second brother. How can this matter be left to the youngest to recognize relatives? What right does he have? Yu Xianglan averted her eyes slightly and took a deep breath, can you take the train by yourself? Can you read? No, I can't read. Then what's the point of you saying this? Yu Xianglan had already planned this out. Lu Xuanyan, who had studied for a few years, would have to take the train and travel. Although Yu Xianglan was an old rural woman, she was quite shrewd. Lu Xuanyan searched for a long time and finally found a family that used to be military officers. But the head of the household was not home, only a servant was there managing the house. Lu Xuanyan told the servant that he was the son of the head of the household and left his name. The servant wrote down Lu Xuanyan's name and gave him 10 yuan for travel expenses. Because the head of the household had mentioned that a child was given away right after birth. It was unknown if they could be reunited. So the servant quickly gave Lu Xuanyan another 10 yuan and treated him to a delicious bowl of beef noodles. But the servant carefully looked at Lu Xuanyan's appearance, which did not resemble the head of the household when he was young. This made the servant secretly take note. Lu Xuanyan planned to stay with this family, but the servant said the house could not accommodate outsiders. If he really was the son of the head of the household, when the head returned, he would definitely come to Liyuan to bring him back. After much persuasion, Lu Xuanyan left with the 10 yuan. The servant drew a portrait of Lu Xuanyan and wrote a letter to send out. Most importantly, Lu Xuanyan brought an old pouch containing a bullet engraved with the character, Feng. But after Lu Xuanyan left, Lu Yen came to the door, also showing a bullet engraved with the character, Feng. He said that his bullet was personally engraved by the head of the household. The servant invited Lu Yen inside and looked at the birthmark on his back. It was exactly the same as Lu Xuanyan's, but Lu Xuanyan's was somewhat strange. The servant wrote another letter to the head of the household. Lu Yen explained the family situation. The servant recorded everything in detail, filling the letter. Lu Yen did not ask to stay at the head of the household's house, only saying he wanted to return home before the new year. The servant also gave Lu Yen 10 yuan for travel expenses. The servant understood that Lu Yan's story was sincere and heartfelt. But in the end, was Lu Xuanyan the real son? Is it still true that Lu Yen said Lu Xuanfeng is his biological son? Only his master, Hu Renhe, can know when he returns. The servant only guards the house and has recorded what Lu Yen said. Lu Yen took the train home that very night. He was eager to return. He understood that if he successfully recognized his biological father and mother, that would be great, but if not, they would have to live well in Liyuan village. Moreover, according to what he heard, Hu Renhe is an old communist with a son. He is already advanced in age, so the path to recognition might be obstructed. 3 days later, Lu Yen returned to the doorstep. Guoxiuxiu saw the person standing at the door. You are Yener? Mom, I'm back. Guoxiuxiu immediately rushed over, tears came instantly. You silly child, finally back, come inside and warm yourself by the fire. At this moment, Lu Cheng also came out of the house. Big brother. You finally came back. Then Lu Yen and Lu Cheng walked to the iron basin by the fire. Cheng, that family's surname is Hu, the head of the household is Hu Renhe, but he's not home. I didn't dare to stay long, so I came back. Did you leave our information? Yes, I did. The servant wrote it down, and I saw the servant send the letter myself. Good. Big brother, you worked hard. Not hard, it's what I should do. At this time, Guashioshio brought 2 egg tea with fried eggs. Quick, drink the egg tea. Okay. Lu Yan took the egg tea, sipped the sweet tea soup from the bowl. Really sweet, still the taste of home. Eat quickly, there's more in the pot later. Guashioshio's eyes reddened. Her heart was full of pain. At the same time, Lu Xuanyan also returned home, but he didn't have decent egg tea to drink. Only a bowl of plain boiled water and an ordinary dry biscuit. Mom, you don't know, that Hu family's house is so big. So many rooms. Yu Xianlan's eyes were full of greed. Good, good, as long as my son can successfully recognize his kin, that house will all be ours. Lu the second brother immediately said with envy in his eyes, you have to give me a few rooms, not many, just 5 rooms will do. Lu Xuanyan gave Lu Xuanwang a look, second brother, the fate isn't decided. Yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Xuanwang immediately said, I'm your second brother, if you have a good house, you must give me half. Lu Xuanyan said, 5 rooms is too many, at most 3. Lu Xuanwang immediately said, no, 5 rooms is the least. Our mom agrees, letting me have 5 rooms is still too few. Lu Cheng was eavesdropping outside their window and couldn't help but touch his nose. They don't even know if the recognition will succeed, yet this family is already anxious about dividing the house. It's clear that the recognition is fake, they intend to get the other family's property. Lu Cheng felt calm and at ease. If the other party cares about Lu Xuanfeng as a son, they will definitely come looking. If the other party doesn't care much, and this son is dispensable, then the news might sink to the bottom of the sea. It's better not to tell Lu Xuanfeng, who is his father. So while Lu Xuanyan and Lu Xuanwang were anxious, Lu Xuanfeng was still as before, cooking with the stove every day. Taking care of the chickens and rabbits at home. Guashioshio went to the village team to work and earn work points. Because she had to do the work of 2 people alone, she was tired every day and didn't want to talk. Because Lu Xuanfeng was sick, Guashioshio earned his work points. And Shen Shuang, whom Lu Cheng brought back, is a teacher at the village elementary school. She has her own job, so she doesn't have to work in the village. She only needs to take care of several children at home. Although the servant sent a letter to the head of the household, a week later, it was secretly taken away by a somewhat sharp-looking woman. This woman was Chen Yanyan, the second daughter-in-law of Hu Renhe. She would never allow Hu Renhe to acknowledge another child. Because her man, Hu Xingqing, is currently Hu Renhe's only son, if Hu Renhe recognized another child, the inheritance would have to be divided. Chen Yanyan would never let this old communist Hu Renhe recognize another biological son. Recognizing a biological son? Then her man would have to step aside. Chapter 25, You damn scoundrel. That's right, Chen Yanyan's husband, Hu Xingqing, is not Hu Renhe's biological son. Hu Xingqing is the son of Hu Renhe's comrade-in-arms, entrusted to their care when he was 3 years old. The comrade was killed in action, leaving the child with them, so they had to acknowledge him as their son and renamed him Hu Xingqing. His original name was Yi Zicheng. Today, Lu Cheng asked Shen Shuang to fry some sesame cakes for the children, and several kids gathered by Shen Shuang's kitchen door. Big sister, I want some too. Me too. Xiao Tong stood at the front, so delicious. Sanya immediately said, Sister Shuang, I want a small basin, to take to my good friends in the village to share. Sanya held a small plastic basin. Okay, Sanya, you have many friends, take your brothers and sisters and have fun with them. Okay, Sister Shuang, don't worry. Sanya's small basin indeed had several pieces of sesame cake. These sesame cakes just came out of the pot, they're the most fragrant, and still a bit hot, eat slowly. Got it. The group of children quickly ran down the mountain. Sanya. Give me a sesame cake. Lu Lan, the daughter of second uncle Lu Xuanwang's family, looked angry and wanted some. Seeing Lu Lan coming, Sanya immediately stuffed the last piece of sesame cake into her mouth, no more. Sanya didn't like Lu Lan from second uncle's family because Lu Lan never shared any food with her before. Fine, Sanya, I'll tell grandma you didn't give me any. Go ahead and tell. Why should I give you my delicious food? Shen Shuang's voice rose slightly. 2. Outsider. You're an outsider. Lu Lan immediately cursed, outsider. You're a bitch. Although Shen Shuang was shorter than Lu Lan, he was a big boy, already 10 years old, and understood what Lu Lan meant. What do you mean? My sister is engaged to brother Cheng. We're not outsiders. Lu Lan said sharply, you're definitely outsiders. Eating our Lu family's food, shameless and brazen. Sanya stepped forward and said, Lu Lan, you're the outsider. Brother Xuan is Sister Xuang's biological younger brother, he's family to us. Seeing the sesame cakes in Sanya's hand, Lu Lan took advantage of her distraction to slap them to the ground and stomped on them, crushing them. Humph. If you don't give me any, you won't eat either. Seeing her sesame cakes crushed by Lu Lan, Sanya's eyes welled up with tears, she squatted down and reached out to pick them up. My sesame cakes are broken. Shen Xuan clenched his small fists angrily, Lu Lan. You're asking for a beating. Shen Xuan went up and wrestled with Lu Lan. After all, Lu Lan was a 12-year-old girl, and her strength was almost equal to 10-year-old Shen Xuan. The two kids rolled on the ground, slapping and pinching each other. They fought fiercely. Sanya cried while saying, Brother Xuan, hit her. Beat her to death. Bad person. Xiao Tong was scared and cried, Wu Wu hit her. Xiao Xiang quickly protected Xiao Tong, looking very nervous. Several kids also gathered in a circle, hit her. Hit her. She's so bad. By the time the adults found out, Lu Lan's hair had been almost completely pulled out by Shen Xuan, with handfuls of hair scattered on the ground. Shen Xuan wasn't in much better shape either, his face had several scratch marks, and multiple places on his body were bruised purple and red from Lu Lan's pinching. In the end, the village chief was called to handle the children's quarrel. After understanding the situation from both sides, the village chief's decision was to have Lu Xuanwang return the fried hemp cake to Sanya, and Shen Xuan and Lu Lan were to apologize to each other after their fight. Additionally, they had to bow respectfully to each other. Both children reluctantly complied with the village chief's demands. But deep down, neither was satisfied. Especially Lu Lan, who felt that Shen Xuan was an outsider and had no right to eat the Lu family's food. Shen Xuan was also unwilling. If they had fought for another half hour, he could have knocked out Lu Lan's newly replaced teeth. But now, with the village chief mediating, no one escalated the matter. Lu Cheng was displeased seeing Shen Xuan beaten like that. When Lu Lan said sorry, her eyes rolled, she wasn't as sincere as our Shen Xuan. I demand she say it again. The village chief immediately glared at Lu Lan. Seeing the village chief's glare, Lu Lan seriously said, sorry. At that moment, Shen Xuan looked up at Lu Cheng. That apology made Lu Lan lose face in front of the entire village. She had always thought it was right to eat Sanya's food since she was a slave of the old Lu family. Her mother had said that all of Sanya's things could be taken away. Why did that lowly girl Sanya get to eat such delicious hemp cake? The aroma was so strong she could smell it from far away. It made her so envious. That day, Lu Xuanwang had Zheng Hui fry some hemp cake and deliver it to Sanya. Although there were only 2 pieces, it was to restore Sanya's dignity. Zheng Hui was very resentful and had secretly added some croton seed powder inside the hemp cake. But she didn't expect Sanya to say, my second brother said he doesn't want your hemp cake. Sanya threw the hemp cake away. Lu Lan, who had followed Zheng Hui halfway up the mountain, picked it up and immediately took a bite. Zheng Hui quickly said, don't eat it. But Lu Lan was so fast it was scary, she swallowed a piece of hemp cake in one bite. Zheng Hui stomped the other piece on the ground and said, let's go back. On the way back, Lu Lan had a stomach upset. Zheng Hui was very angry, you damn girl, hurry back to the village. Staying here on the mountainside at night, you might get us killed. Lu Lan didn't care and just relieved herself on the grass. As soon as she did, a wolf howled from the mountain. Frightened, she pulled up her pants and ran as fast as she could. Ah! A wolf is howling. Zheng Hui was also scared and ran hard behind her. The mother and daughter returned to the village in less than 10 minutes. Normally, it would take half an hour to walk that distance, but they came back in under 10 minutes. Lu Xuanwang said, you returned the hemp cake. Zheng Hui nodded, yes. What did you put in that hemp cake? Why does eating it make you keep running to the bathroom? Lu Xuanwang pinched his anus, as if he needed to go to the bathroom again. Zheng Hui immediately said, Lanya, did you pour my half-pack of powder all into the hemp cake batter? Lu Lan seriously said, I poured it all in. You damn girl. Zheng Hui grabbed Lu Lan inside the house and scolded her fiercely. Lu Lan's already sparse hair was almost gone, and Zheng Hui pulled out even more. On one side, the mother and daughter were battling, while on the other, Lu Cheng had caught a very fat deer in a trap. At the same time, a snow-white fox was lying beside the trap. The fox sensed someone approaching and curled up tightly into a white ball. Lu Cheng saw it and his heart skipped a beat. This was the mountain god, the old master. But Lu Cheng didn't dare to touch the white fox, he just hoisted the deer and ran away. However, the fox clung to him. It followed him back halfway up the mountain. After walking a while, Lu Cheng glanced at it. But the little white fox wasn't afraid of him at all, as if it was attracted by the deer he was carrying. When Lu Cheng returned, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. Lu Cheng cleaned the deer's entrails and put them in a large basin, then cut a small bowl and placed it beside the white fox. The fox sniffed it and then ate generously. Chapter 26, White Fox Master. There will be chicken to eat later. Lu Cheng shook his head. It seemed this little white fox would have to be sent back to the mountain later. But after eating, the white fox carefully licked the water nearby, washing away its own bloody smell. Then it curled up in a small cloth pile in the living room and fell asleep. Lu Cheng was surprised. So it planned to stay here. Lu Cheng walked over and said, "I say, mountain god old master, you'd better go back to the mountain soon. It's already hard enough to feed a whole family, and now I have to feed you too." The little white fox gave him a disdainful look, then tapped its small paw, pointing exactly at the direction of the deer that had been dealt with. Lu Cheng. So this deer counted as the little white fox's share of the family's food expenses? Fine, if you want to stay, then stay. Lu Cheng gave up. A fox entering a home usually means a top-notch hunter. Because if a fox cooperates with a hunter, almost every hunt will be fruitful. And Lu Cheng was somewhat confident about this. The little white fox did not reject him. And it ate the deer entrails he offered. Generally, when an animal is willing to eat food you provide, it means basic trust has been established. Because animals are usually very afraid of humans. But this little white fox trusted Lu Cheng completely. Lu Cheng put the deer and a few wild rabbits on a flat cart and headed to the county town. Building the house had used up a lot of savings, so Lu Cheng had to work harder to earn money. In this era, hunters operated in the black market. They lived slightly better than those who earned work points. Shen Shuang also had a job, earning 17 yuan a month. Today, Shen Shuang went to school to handle the transfer teaching procedures. By next spring, she could teach in Liyuan. Although Liyuan was just a mountain village, there were several small villages nearby. Students from these villages would come to Liyuan to study. For children who lived farther away and found it hard to commute in the cold mornings, they would stay with families near the school. These were basically boarding places. They provided 3 meals a day and oil lamps for doing homework. There were several such boarding places near the school. They charged about 3 yuan 50 cents per month for bed and oil lamp fees. Because families were very frugal, parents usually had their children bring a week's worth of rice to the boarding aunt on Sundays. So the costs were relatively low. But some people still found the 3 yuan 50 cents monthly boarding fee hard to afford. So children who could board were very fortunate. Shen Shuang arrived at school, confirmed her detailed information once again, signed the documents, and took her 17 yuan salary for the month. Shen Shuang smiled happily, "Thank you, director." The school's finances were handled part-time by the director. So Shen Shuang was polite to him. At this moment, the director said, "I just met your husband. He told me he would bring me 3 jin of pork belly later." Shen Shuang was a bit confused. "My husband?" "Yes, Lu Cheng. He said you will be teaching here from now on and asked me to take good care of you. He especially said the 3 jin of pork belly would only cost me 1 yuan. Shen Shuang smiled. "Lu Cheng actually told you in advance. Of course, this kid is very thoughtful." The director was very happy. 3 jin of pork belly would cost several yuan if bought in a county town. But Lu Cheng only charged him 1 yuan. That was basically half a gift. People in this era didn't dare to casually give gifts to teachers or officials, charging 1 yuan was just a formality. So no one could accuse the director of accepting bribes. The director was delighted. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He planned to get a bottle of white liquor to celebrate with the 3 jin of pork belly. Shen Shuang then realized that the director had been very friendly to her since she arrived. It turned out it was because Lu Cheng had informed the director early on. This feeling of being constantly thought of by a man was really nice. At this time, Lu Cheng was at the pork stall. 3 jin of long pork belly, can be a bit more than 3 jin, but not less. Kai Qingchuan smiled, "This 3 jin of meat is my gift to you. Your venison is very fresh, I already sold it early this morning." Lu Cheng smiled, "Deal. I accept the meat." Kai Qingchuan priced the venison at 5 yuan per jin. The deer, excluding the innards, weighed 140 jin, totaling 700 yuan. Lu Cheng understood that Kai Qingchuan would definitely make more profit reselling it. But envy was useless. This was his disadvantage. If others found out he was selling game illegally, he wouldn't have the chance to be a night watchman. Without the night watchman identity, he wouldn't have a hunting rifle. You see, he could enter the mountains because having a gun gave him the courage. It's like, even if you have courage, entering deep mountains without a weapon is suicide. But with a hunting rifle, courage, and his past life experience as a special forces sharpshooter, he could hunt repeatedly. That's why others who enter the deep mountains never return. But Lu Cheng could freely come and go. Meanwhile, back at home, Shen Shuang was washing the children's small underwear in warm water. At this moment, Sanya came over holding a bundle of snow-white fur. Shen Shuang looked up, "Huh? Is this a little white fox?" Sanya immediately said, "Sister Shuang, it came into my and Xiao Xiang's arms by itself. I held it and slept for a while, it likes me." Xiao Xiang followed behind, "Sister, the little white fox doesn't like me holding it. It runs away whenever I try." Shen Shuang was shocked, "This is the mountain god the old people talked about. How did it come to our house?" "I don't know." At this moment, Lu Cheng's voice came from the door, "This little white fox came back with me at midnight. It's probably too cold in the mountains and came to our house to spend the winter." Shen Shuang immediately asked, "What will it eat from now on?" "It eats with us. If there's meat, it gets some, if not, it gets an egg." Shen Shuang smiled and reached out to touch it, "It's not afraid of strangers at all." The little white fox also let Shen Shuang touch its head, but it still snuggled in Sanya's arms to keep warm. "Sanya, I want to touch it too." "Sure, I'll sit down, and you can each take turns petting it. Don't hurt it." Sanya found a small stool to sit on, and the little white fox, like a snowball, squinted its eyes in pure enjoyment. Several children circled around it. One would pet it for a while, then another. Even Shen Shuang couldn't help but pet it twice. Lu Cheng walked over to look at the little white fox, "Master White Fox. There will be chicken to eat soon." The little white fox seemed to understand Lu Cheng's words, its eyes brightened and its ears twitched. It looked irresistibly cute, winning over all the kids as its fans. Then Shen Shuang took a chicken tail and neck, put them in a bowl, and placed it in front of Master White Fox. At first, the white fox looked reluctant. Chapter 27 No, I'm just here to get a feel for things. Then Sanya stepped forward, "Master White Fox, hurry and eat. After you eat, we can play together again. I'll take you to the village to play, and all the kids will like you." Master White Fox seemed to understand Sanya's words. It bit into the chicken neck with its small mouth and ate with great relish. Lu Cheng was in the small yard, cutting tree branches to make traps. Nearby, there was also a pile of firewood to be chopped. In a short time, Lu Cheng neatly arranged the dry firewood under the eaves. Meanwhile, Zhou Raojun, the principal of Luyue Primary School, was at home cutting pork belly. "Wow, this pork belly is quite a lot." His wife said, "I just weighed it, it's over 3 jin and 1 liang." "Zi Hui, why did you weigh it?" Zhou Raojun stared at her in disbelief. "I just wanted to see if the scale was accurate." Yan Zihui lowered her head embarrassedly. "Don't do that next time. If someone says it's 3 jin, you don't need to weigh it again. It shows distrust. That little Lu Cheng is the night watchman of our Luyue village. Understand?" "Really? Okay, I know. I won't weigh it next time." "Next time. This 1 yuan worth of pork belly, do you think we eat it every day?" Yan Zihui heard this and said, "What? This 3 jin of pork belly only cost us 1 yuan. "Exactly, but don't tell anyone. It's a secret." "Okay, I understand. Yan Zihui was very happy inside. Such a big piece of meat for only 1 yuan. She planned to eat a lot at noon. 1 yuan. Usually, 1 yuan worth of meat is just a little bit, not even a third of this. When stir-fried with vegetables, it's just a few pieces, and she wouldn't dare to eat freely. Shen Shuang saw Master White Fox finish the chicken tail, neck, and head, and said, "This Master White Fox has quite an appetite." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "It brought some venison when it joined us. That can feed it through the whole winter without any problem." Shen Shuang's eyes tightened. "You sold the venison again? Did you make a lot of money?" "Yes, a full 700 yuan. Sold at 5 yuan per jin, a total of 140 jin. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and get another chicken wing for our Master White Fox." Shen Shuang immediately went into the kitchen, took out a chicken wing, and placed it in front of the white fox, saying, "Eat up. Later, I'll take Chingu hunting with you. I guarantee you'll have meat every meal." The white fox's ears twitched. Then it started nibbling the meat slowly. The children were all sent upstairs by Shen Shuang to read. So the small house was peaceful and quiet. At this time, Lu Yan was changing clothes inside the house. "Mom, this clothes is too tight, I seem to have gained a little weight, it's a bit narrow to wear." Guoxiuxiu immediately said, "In a couple of days, that girl will come to our house for a match. If she likes it, we will start a family, and life will get better and better." Lu Yan said, "Mom, I'm not in a hurry." But his hands were tightly clenched. Although he said he was not in a hurry, he still hoped to have a home of his own in his heart. To have someone he likes to accompany him for life. At this time, Lu Cheng had finished chopping firewood and came down to the village. It was already around 3 in the afternoon. "Brother, this is the money for building your small house. Take it and prepare. If the other party likes you, build the house early and start a family." Lu Yan saw a stack of money handed over by Lu Cheng. There were both small and large bills. This much money? Yes, it was sent by Lord White Fox. This is enough to build several tiled houses. I know, but I feel bad letting you pay all of it. Hey, brothers, if I can help, just say the word. Lu Yan's eyes reddened slightly, but he held back tears. This was truly timely help. He had actually spoken a few times privately with that girl. Logically, that girl was somewhat interested in him. But the only requirement from that girl was that if she married over, there must be several houses of their own, not living with the mother-in-law. The young couple should live alone. With this money, my marriage has a 90% chance of success. Lu Yan said with a slight tremor in his voice. So, big brother, you have confidence in that girl? Lu Yan nodded and said, that Kai Qin said she wants to live alone, not with the mother-in-law. Guoxiuxiu smiled, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and said, good, good, good. When we get old and can't eat together, it's better to live separately. Each family on their own, as long as everyone is well. Lu Cheng lightly patted Lu Yan's shoulder and said, big brother, this clothes is a bit tight. Later, let mom loosen the seams at the shoulders. It can still be worn after repair. Ah, good. Lu Yan stuffed the money to Guoxiuxiu and said, Mom, can you keep it for me? No, no, from today on, you manage your own money. I'm an old lady, I don't want such big power. Guoxiuxiu politely refused. Lu Cheng said, big brother, you keep the money yourself. If you don't feel at ease, go to the village chief today to get people. The money can be given to the craftsman today. This way, the craftsman can start work tomorrow. After a few days, when that girl comes to meet, the construction will have started here, and she will feel at ease. Ah, good. Lu Yan took the money and hurried to the village chief's house. The village chief was very happy when he heard that Lu Yan wanted to build a house on the land next to his original home and agreed immediately. Then he took Lu Yan to find the foreman who had repaired Lu Cheng's house last time. After talks, everything was arranged smoothly. Lu Cheng hurriedly took 2 live chickens to Zhang Bo's house. Now Zhang Caichin's marriage depended entirely on Zhang Bo's approval. Zhang Caichin was the youngest daughter of Zhang Bo, who drove the cattle cart. Zhang Bo, Zhang Bo. Zhang Liangsheng was frowning inside the house, worried, you are a girl, how can you make such a decision? Dad, Is Zhang Bo at home? Lu Cheng's voice. Zhang Liangsheng stepped out, here. Zhang Liangsheng came out, his old face twitched when he saw the 2 live chickens from Lu Cheng. What are you doing? Lu Cheng lifted the 2 live chickens and said, Uncle Zhang, let me be upfront with you. My eldest brother has taken a liking to your daughter. Could you approve so they can get married sooner? Uncle Zhang swallowed and said, you brat, you usually use my flatbed cart, and I thought you came to deliver a thank you gift. To marry Caichin, you need a separate house. Otherwise, no deal. Uncle Zhang, the house will start being built soon. Ask Miss Caichin if she wants to see the house being built with her own eyes and move in herself. Uncle Zhang's eyes flickered slightly. Your family has made money. Didn't you just finish renovating the 2nd floor of your house? Where's the money to build a house for your eldest brother coming from? Uncle Zhang, this money is also hard-earned. Anyway, the house will definitely be there. Caichin won't be treated badly. Uncle Zhang said, so this is a marriage proposal? No, 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 I'm just letting you know. Tomorrow a matchmaker will come to propose. Don't reject it outright. Come with us next door to take a look before deciding. Lu Cheng was not unprepared. Chapter 28, Better to let the wild wolf bite off the neck. He was proposing for his eldest brother, and Kai Chin was the girl his brother had liked for a long time. In the previous life, after the mining accident, Kai Chin cried her eyes red. This life, because of his rebirth and time travel, the whole family was alive and well. Thus, Lu Yan could marry Zhang Kai Chin as he wished. This pair of lovers could finally be together. Inside the house, Zhang Kai Chin blushed shyly when she heard Lu Cheng's words. She was too embarrassed to come out. Zhang Liangsheng said, "Take the chickens back. I can't just accept your gift casually. Uncle Zhang, these chickens are just to help you keep healthy, not a betrothal gift. I wouldn't dare use these as a proposal gift." Lu Cheng put the live chickens on the ground and said, "Then I'll leave them here. Remember not to refuse my brother's proposal tomorrow." Zhang Liangsheng looked helpless and said, "You brat." Lu Cheng chuckled and walked away quickly. At this moment, Kai Chin came out and said, "Dad, will you agree? If I didn't agree, would I have accepted this pair of live chickens?" These were live chickens Lu Cheng caught in the mountains, a pair, one male and one female. They were excellent wild mountain chickens. Zhang Liangsheng lifted the chickens and went to the empty chicken coop. He hadn't heard chickens crowing to wake him up for quite some time and felt unaccustomed. Because recently, when Zhang Kai Chin was sick, the family had stewed the chickens for soup. Zhang Kai Chin felt very pleased inside. The next morning, Guoxiuxiu brought the matchmaker Huang from the neighboring village with gifts and came to Zhang Liangsheng's house with Lu Yan. Uncle Zhang really did not refuse. Because Guoxiuxiu was very polite and promised that after marriage they would live separately, so Zhang Kai Chin would never be troubled by a big family. Zhang Kai Chin shyly lowered her head. Lu Yan quietly slipped her 2 sugar cubes. Kai Chin was so embarrassed she blushed like an apple. Seeing his little daughter so shy, Zhang Liangsheng knew that Lu Yan was probably the one in her heart. So when Lu Cheng came to give advance notice yesterday, it was because he feared that as an elder, if Zhang Liangsheng outright rejected a family wanting a separate house for Cai Chin's marriage, it would cause trouble. Zhang Liangsheng couldn't help but think that although Lu Cheng was young, he was really thoughtful and polite. The gift he brought was a pair of live chickens, which in the countryside meant you could hatch chicks and have many more. It showed Lu Cheng had done some research on gift giving. He was not a fool. Lu Cheng was sleeping soundly at home. In the middle of the night, Master White Fox took him up the mountain. At a hollow in the mountain, they caught 2 small wild boars, one weighing only about 20 jin, probably less than 2 months old. Lu Cheng put the small wild boars in the pigsty. Shen Shuang cooked a pot of pig feed with bran and poured it into the feeding trough. The 2 small wild boars immediately started eating greedily. This attracted several children who crowded into the pigsty to watch the little wild boars. The white fox also curled up beside Lu Cheng and slept soundly, both man and fox sleeping very well. The white fox really knew the habitats of the mountain animals like the back of its paw. At that time, the white fox kept looking back at Lu Cheng step by step, and Lu Cheng followed it. Who would have thought that when they got there, the 2 small wild boars were sleeping like dead pigs? He held one in his left arm and the other in his right. He carried them straight home, and the little wild boars didn't even wake up. It shows that around 3 o'clock in the night is when humans and animals sleep the soundest. Lu Cheng was also physically strong and young, so he always got up early to hunt. This time, since the wild boars were alive, he naturally fed them himself first. Although Shen Shuang had never raised wild boars before, she had seen others do it. So she roughly knew what to feed them. Cooked food had to be given warm to the pigs. She wouldn't be foolish enough to feed them boiling hot food. That's common sense. In addition, Shen Shuang went to the village to collect a lot of dried peanut shoots and dried sweet potato leaves and so on. These things were very cheap, she got 10 packs for just 1 yuan. This made the villagers know that Lu Cheng's family was raising small wild boars again. The villagers were both envious and jealous. But some more rational villagers only expressed envy verbally. Lu Cheng's second uncle, Lu Xuanwang, was the foolish one who wanted to try if he could catch a wild boar himself. Second uncle Lu Xuanwang took a hemp rope and went up the mountain. He waited for a long time on the edge of the mountain, his whole body frozen stiff, but saw no sign of wild boars. By dusk, Lu Xuanwang was about to leave. He was so hungry his stomach growled, and his legs felt weak. At this moment, a lone wolf that had been watching him for a long time was drooling and quietly approaching from behind. Lu Xuanwang walked on, not noticing the lone wolf behind him, cursing, "Hey! This Lu Cheng is really uncanny. When he goes up the mountain, the prey seems to come to him willingly, he always manages to hunt rabbits or wild chickens, and now he even has 2 small wild boars. It's damn spooky. At this moment, Lu Cheng appeared in front of Lu Xuanwang. Lu Cheng raised his gun and aimed at Lu Xuanwang. Lu Xuanwang was so scared he wet his pants. What are you doing? I'm your second uncle. Lu Xuanwang felt as if his soul was about to freeze, his whole body numb. Urine ran down his pants in a line. Lu Cheng pulled the trigger, bang. Lu Xuanwang swallowed hard, his soul seeming to come back to life. He carefully looked over his body. No bullet holes. He's still alive. I'm not interested in you. But this wolf is mine. Lu Cheng walked past his second uncle and directly stabbed the wolf, which was 3 steps away from Lu Xuanwang, again. The wolf died utterly. Lu Xuanwang was extremely embarrassed. I thought you were going to. Hey, second uncle, you misunderstood. Thanks to Lu Cheng for saving me. Lu Cheng carried the wolf and said, there's a bloody smell here. If you don't leave now, more wolves might come. Lu Xuanwang hurriedly followed, not caring that his pants were soaked. Lu Xuanwang chased closely behind Lu Cheng and said, Cheng, this wild wolf you hunted is considered from our village. Can you give uncle a few pounds of meat from it? Lu Cheng stopped, and Lu Xuanwang bumped his head against a gunshot wound on the wild wolf, instantly getting warm blood smeared on half of his face. If I hadn't saved you, you'd probably be a corpse by now. Without a word, Lu Cheng walked forward again. Seeing he couldn't get any meat, Lu Xuanwang said grudgingly, without me, you wouldn't have been able to hunt such a big wild wolf, right? Give me a few pounds of meat, and I won't tell anyone. I'll hand this wild wolf over to the village chief. You can talk to him about it. Lu Cheng thought to himself that if he hadn't cared about uncle dying in the mountains and affecting his mood for hunting, he would have let Lu Xuanwang be bitten in the neck by the wild wolf just now. Lu Cheng really took the wild wolf to the village chief's small courtyard. Village chief, this wild wolf almost bit my uncle to death just now. I shot it with my hunting rifle. How should we divide the meat? Chapter 29, Whether or not it's a fierce beast. The village chief saw such a big wild wolf and quickly called a few people to handle it. In the end, the wolf meat and bones were divided by household. Each household got 2 pounds of meat with bones. And because Lu Cheng said he saved Lu Xuanwang, the village chief publicly criticized Lu Xuanwang in front of the whole village. It was like a public denunciation. Because his mindset was wrong, he actually went up the mountain by himself. If he died in the mountain, it would be his own fault. The village chief harshly scolded him in front of everyone. Lu Xuanwang, write a good self-criticism report, or your family won't get to eat this wolf meat. The village chief finally let Lu Xuanwang write the self-criticism, and the matter was considered settled. Lu Xuanwang had his third younger brother, Lu Xuanyan, slowly write the self-criticism under the oil lamp, 1 character at a time. Yu Xianglan also said bitterly, Xuanyan, luckily you can write, otherwise our family would have no chance to get this wolf meat. Outside the window, Lu Cheng. So, damn it, he was thinking about the wolf meat. Shouldn't he be worried about why her second son went up the mountain to hunt? Wasn't she worried about losing her son prematurely? So, did this grandmother not like uncle either? But Lu Cheng also knew that Yu Xianglan was not his biological grandmother. She was probably cursing his whole family in her heart. Sure enough, Yu Xianglan's sharp face tightened as she said, don't you think Lu Cheng is stupid? Such a big wild wolf. Wouldn't he have privately shared it with us? Why did he have to hand it over to the village chief? Lu Xuanyan wrote the words self-criticism report, while saying, Lu Cheng is a night watchman. The big game he hunts belongs to our village. How could he share it privately? Yu Xianglan looked sharp and sour, why not? If he waited until nightfall on the mountain and then found a chance to carry the wild wolf down, we could have gotten more than half the meat. Lu Cheng was startled outside the window. Indeed, Yu Xianglan's logic was bizarre. If he stayed on the mountain with the wild wolf until night, the wolf pack in the mountain would have shared the carcass with him. This Yu Xianglan. Really frighteningly short-sighted. The wild wolf's body smelled of blood. How could a hunter carry the wolf's corpse on the mountain and wait for so long? Lu Cheng shook his head, feeling there was no need to listen any further, or else Yu Xianglan might get sick from anger. Fortunately, Yu Xianglan was not his biological grandmother. Otherwise, life would really be dark. Today, Lu Cheng took White Foxy up the mountain again. The white fox led him to a wild pheasant's nest, directly catching a pair of wild pheasants alive and also collecting a clutch of eggs. Lu Cheng was the kind of hunter who accepted any mountain goods. No matter what prey White Foxy brought him, Lu Cheng happily accepted it. White Foxy saw Lu Cheng take the wild pheasant's nest. It jumped onto a tree branch, then rushed down from the branch, digging a few times in the soil with its fox paws. Lu Cheng glanced at it. Curious, he stepped forward to look and imitated the fox by digging a few times. As a result, a wooden box appeared in front of him. Lu Cheng quickly dug out the wooden box and pried it open. Inside was a layer of rainproof cloth, and after opening it further, he found a pile of bullets, 2 rifles, and 2 bolt-action guns. Lu Cheng was overjoyed. This box of treasures was enough for him to roam confidently in the deep mountains. In his previous life, Lu Cheng was a sharpshooter, so he could use all these guns. White Foxy, are there more boxes like this elsewhere? The white fox seemed to understand, but its little fox face clearly showed, I'm tired. White Foxy stretched lazily and climbed onto Lu Cheng's shoulder. It had treasures, but it was smart enough not to give all the treasures to humans at once. Lu Cheng reached out and patted its head, so sly. Then Lu Cheng used all his strength to carry the guns and bullets to the familiar cave, carefully storing them and covering them with dry grass. This was his hunting capital. It was also his means of survival in the deep mountains. Lu Cheng didn't hunt all night. He returned to the mid-mountain, placed the 2 wild pheasants in the coop, then washed up and went to bed. At 6 in the morning, when the roosters crowed, Shen Shuang got up with a look of surprise. It turned out that her home had gained a pair of live chickens. Shen Shuang went to the coop and threw some corn and cabbage to them. Then she went back to the kitchen to make breakfast. In the kitchen were the 3 boiled eggs Lu Cheng bought yesterday. She took several eggs from there and put them in the steamer to cook. She also prepared many meat buns and steamed egg custard for the little ones. Additionally, some grey water zongzi that Lu Cheng bought. While boiling the pot, Shen Shuang used a shoe insole to sew insoles for Lu Cheng by the firelight. Because Lu Cheng often walked in the mountains, he wore out insoles quickly. On average, he ruined a pair of insoles every half-month. If Shen Shuang didn't help him sew insoles, he would just put on pure white insoles without embroidery. Guo Xiuxiu was busy earning work points every day, so she had no time to sew insoles for the men at home. So they all used plain white insoles. Lu Cheng went to bed just after 4 o'clock and slept until 7 in the morning. When Shen Shuang and the others were about to eat breakfast, he also got up. Shuang, is my meal ready? Of course, come sit and eat. Actually, Shen Shuang had gone to the storeroom to check on Lu Cheng's food, so she specially made his meal. Anyone with boys at home would know that at Lu Cheng's age, with high activity levels, hunting in the deep mountains, and still growing, he needed plenty of food. Although Lu Cheng and Shen Shuang were engaged, they were still young, just adults. Because Lu Cheng wanted to buy the mid-mountain house before getting married. Although the second-floor room was now finished, he only had the right to live in the house for now. To buy the house, he needed to earn a lot of money and buy it from the village chief. This was public property. The house was built by the former night watchman. Later, the night watchman went into the mountains and never returned. It had been abandoned for several years. Because the mountain guard was a bachelor, he left no relatives behind. At that time, the money the mountain guard spent was from the village chief. So this house was also considered the village chief's. And the village chief said that whoever took the night watch, the house belonged to them. Because the village chief was old, he guarded the village every night. But even with a gun, he didn't dare to go deep into the mountains. He only guarded the village entrance. In other words, if wolves came, they might directly kill the village chief and attack the villagers. Now, Lu Cheng lived halfway up the mountain, so the wild wolves didn't even dare to come that far. After breakfast, Lu Cheng went to the cave where the guns were stored and loaded bullets into the bolt-action rifle. Then he went up the mountain. Seeing a fat wild rabbit eating grass in the bushes, he aimed, calculated the wind speed and distance. Bang! The wild rabbit was shot in the head on the spot. Lu Cheng walked over and saw that the wild rabbit weighed more than 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. He picked it up and prepared to go down the mountain. But because of the gunshot, a muffled roar of a fierce beast came from deep in the mountains. Lu Cheng was startled and quickened his pace to leave. Whether it was a fierce beast or not. Chapter 30, Outside, about 10 wild wolves were surrounding. But a smart hunter could survive coming out of the deep mountains because there was one thing, deep in the mountains, there were big fierce beasts guarding the mountain. Either bears or tigers. So Lu Cheng quickly prepared to go down the mountain. However, the gunshot really attracted a huge wild boar, which looked to weigh about 400 jin, about 200 kilograms. When Lu Cheng saw it, he and the boar locked eyes. Lu Cheng quickly aimed at a tree that two adults could hug, leapt several times, grabbed the tree, and started climbing up. The wild boar roared and charged fiercely in his direction. Lu Cheng understood that this wild boar was probably the mother pig of the two piglets he took away yesterday. It had smelled the hunter scent on Lu Cheng. Also, the smell of the piglets on him. Lu Cheng tightened his grip secretly. Although he had dozens of arrows on his back and a gun loaded with bullets on him, he was somewhat confident in hunting this wild boar. But if he made too much noise, the boar would have to be carried back to the village to be shared, which would be a pity. He couldn't keep it all to himself. Lu Cheng reached for his gun and carefully aimed. At that moment, he hugged the tree tighter and climbed a few more meters higher. Because he heard some rhythmic footsteps approaching. And the sound resembled that of a wolf pack. Sure enough, soon more than a dozen wolves surrounded the wild boar. The wild boar roared at the wolf pack, then charged fiercely at them. The wolves chased after it. More than 10 wild wolves targeted the wild boar. It was unlikely the boar would survive. But one wolf quietly stared at Lu Cheng from the shadows. Lu Cheng looked around, his sensitivity as a former Special Forces sharpshooter was especially sharp. He felt the wolves wouldn't let him go. Sure enough, he quietly slid down the tree, aiming his gun around. Suddenly, a wild wolf from the side tried to knock the gun from his hand. At that moment, Lu Cheng rolled on the ground, aimed, and fired, bang. The bullet hit one of the wolf's eyes directly, penetrating into its brain. The wolf fell motionless. Lu Cheng knew this wolf was no longer a threat. Because some wolves from the pack would definitely return, he quickly climbed back up the tree. Sure enough, 3 wolves hurried back. Seeing the wild wolf lying on the ground, their eyes fiercely stared at Lu Cheng in the tree. 3 wolves against 1 person, their eyes locked in a contest. Lu Cheng had the aura of a Special Forces sharpshooter, that kind of sharp, decisive killing gaze made the 3 wild wolves even more unwilling. The 3 wild wolves surrounded the tree, waiting for Lu Cheng to give in and fall down. Lu Cheng aimed his gun at one of the wild wolves. Bang! A howl of a wild wolf rang out, and one wolf fell to the ground, howling in pain. The other 2 wolves were a bit intimidated. Fearfully sniffing their companion, then one wolf left. Lu Cheng immediately aimed at the departing wolf. Was it going to get reinforcements? There was no way he would let it go. Lu Cheng fired another shot, bang. That wolf also fell to the ground, unable to get up. At the same time, at the edge of the deep mountains, a wild boar's call sounded. The remaining wolf immediately gave up on this side and quickly fled. Lu Cheng chased after it and shot it again. Finally, it also fell to the ground, twitching a few times before dying. Lu Cheng understood this was his big game. He quickly tied up the wild wolves and then carried them down the mountain behind the neighboring village. Why did he take this route? Because wild boars used to frequently appear on this path. It was also a kind of benefit for the wild wolves. Lu Cheng had killed 4 wild wolves and had become the primary enemy of the wolf pack. So Lu Cheng wanted to bring the whole wild boar family to fight. As long as the wild wolves and wild boars were hostile to each other, he would be much safer. Kai Qingchuan happily took the 4 wild wolves, his mouth almost smiling crooked. Meanwhile, in the deep mountains, the wild wolves and wild boars fought all night. In the end, the injured wild boars managed to escape. The wild wolves sniffed around the bloodstains, they were extremely hungry. A night of battle would not allow the wolves to fail. Under the guidance of the Wolf King, the wild wolves dispersed from all directions to find the escaped wild boars. But the wild boars went the opposite way, following the scent of the piglets, all the way to the mid-mountain. The 400-pound wild boar was also injured and hurriedly walked up to the mid-mountain. The wild wolf pack was also heading in that direction. Lu Cheng happened to be sitting at the door of this house, taking a break. At dawn, a pig and a person locked eyes. Lu Cheng. This wild boar is still alive. Wild boar. Roar. I smell my child's scent. You're the one carrying my child. Lu Cheng immediately opened the pigsty. Because it was a pigsty on the mid-mountain, it was well built, with 4 walls and a roof. Usually, wolves couldn't break in. Inside the pigsty, 2 piglets were sleeping soundly, suddenly hearing the mother pig's voice, roar. Roar. The piglets immediately frolicked, howling and calling. The big wild boar quickly entered the pigsty. Lu Cheng looked and tightly locked the pigsty door. This was a 400-pound wild boar he had introduced. Fortune. Lu Cheng went to the utility room and lay down to sleep. It was only about 6 in the morning. Shen Shuang had just gotten up. Lu Cheng suddenly jumped up from the utility room bed. Shen Shuang. Don't open the door. Shen Shuang had just grabbed the door latch. She was startled and turned around. What's wrong? Lu Cheng almost crazily ran over, tightly hugged Shen Shuang, and kissed her little mouth. Shen Shuang was so scared by Lu Cheng's sudden kiss that her face blushed. Her heart raced wildly. There are wolves outside. You watch the child at home. Fortunately, in the past few days, Lu Cheng had intermittently brought back the guns and bullets from the cave. At this moment, they still had a fighting chance against the wolf pack. Both of them looked out through the door crack and saw about 10 wild wolves surrounding them. Shen Shuang was so scared that her hair stood on end. There are at least a dozen wild wolves. Yeah. You go back quickly, let Xiao Shuang come out, I'll teach him how to shoot. I want to learn to shoot too. Shen Shuang said seriously. Okay. Also Xiao Xiang and Sanya need to learn. Where did you get the guns from? Grandpa White Fox gave them to me. At this time, several people gathered around the guns and bullets. Then, the wild wolves started to get restless, hitting Lu Cheng's wooden door one by one, making dull thudding sounds. Xiao Xuan felt his hair stand on end. Xiao Xiang and Sanya both used bolt-action guns, and Shen Shuang also had a beautiful women's gun. These 2 rows here are your bullets. Load the bullets one by one like this, got it? Like this, aim. Shen Shuang and the others went up to the balcony on the 2nd floor, where they could directly face the wolves downstairs. And the wolves noticed them too. The gunshot just now ignited the battle. Shen Shuang was a smart woman and almost learned immediately. The 3 older kids also held guns, standing on the balcony, trying hard to aim. Then, after the gunshots from halfway up the mountain, the men in the village blocked the village entrance with road barricades. The howling of the wolves also scared some chickens and ducks in the village, making them tremble. Some small children were also scared to tears. This was Lu Cheng's fight against the wolves. Chapter 31, You won't even get a single hair of the wild wolf. It also depends on whether Lu Cheng can successfully snatch the 400-gene wild boar from the wolf pack. The wild boar was howling loudly. It seemed to be scared. It seems to prefer being by humans rather than dying in the mouth of a wild wolf. And the gunshots continued for several rounds. Among them, one shot by Lu Cheng hit the wolf king. The wolf king has gray-black fur with a white belly. Grew with smooth and shiny fur. As a result, Lu Cheng secretly aimed and shot him in the head. Immediately, the wolf pack lost its leader. After howling a few times, they realized the wolf king was truly motionless, so they quickly left. And Lu Cheng immediately said, "Stop shooting." The 3 big kids and Shen Shuang all said in shock, "I shot and killed a wolf." "Tell us, how many wolves did you shoot and kill?" Xiao Xiang said nervously, "I only shot and killed 1, and wounded another." Sanya said proudly, "Brother, I shot and killed 2. Wounded 3. Xiao Xuan said with a face full of joy and a flushed complexion, "Brother Cheng, I shot dead 4 wild wolves." "Well done. Kid, you're really something." But the deciding factor was Brother Cheng shooting the wolf king. Xiao Xuan looked full of admiration. "You were providing cover, doing very well. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to shoot the wolf king." Outside the small courtyard now, there were wild wolves all over the ground. The villagers heard that there were no more wolf howls outside, but none of them dared to relax. They still stood by the fence holding hoes, big iron rods, and so on, guarding. Lu Cheng kept 2 wild wolves, and he froze the others inside the small courtyard. It is already mid-December now. If I'm not mistaken, the reason the wild wolves want to hunt wild boars these days is because they have sensed the change in the weather. It seems that the days of heavy snow blocking the mountains are about to come soon. Meanwhile, the village chief said at the village entrance below, "I wonder if Lu Cheng and his family are still alive." Lu Xuanwang was making sarcastic remarks on the side. "Village chief, don't worry. If Lu Chengsheng wins, he should come down to the village and say something. Let's wait a little longer. If he dies, then it just means he wasn't capable." "Shut up." The village chief shouted fiercely, "Are you cursing him to die? I refuse to believe in such superstitions. I think Lu Cheng is a very capable hunter, he won't die." The village chief turned to a few strong men and said, "You guys, do you dare to go with me halfway up the mountain to take a look?" A few burly men weakly said, "Village chief, are we really going up?" "Go up. Lu Cheng is the one keeping watch for us at night. If something happens to him, we won't have good days ahead, and there are also several children halfway up the mountain." Let's go. Up the mountain. At this moment, Lu Cheng was about to transport the wild wolves down to the village, of course, only 2 of them. Because Lu Cheng shot them himself, there was no need to hand over all the wild wolves. The village chief and his group, who were climbing the mountain, saw 2 strong wolves on the flatbed cart. Ah! Wolves! Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, these wolves are dead cold. Lu Cheng's voice rose from behind. Several burly men then came out from behind the village chief. Hey! So it was a wild wolf that was killed. Are you all okay? The village chief was the first to show concern for the children and families halfway up the mountain. Thank you, village chief, they are all fine. Village chief, you take these 2 wild wolves and divide them up. I still have some at home, so you don't need to share any with me. Ah, that's good. These wild wolves are big enough. This one looks different, doesn't it? It's the Wolf King. Wow, you actually fought the Wolf King. Who hit it? I did. The village chief looked at Lu Cheng with admiration. You kid, truly a person who makes a living as a hunter, brave. Really great. Then, several strong men carried the wild wolf on the flatbed cart in groups of 2 or 3, divided into 2 groups, and took it away. Lu Cheng was about to walk back when the village chief called out behind him, Lu Cheng, there was more than 1 gunshot just now, right? You must have more than 1 gun. Lu Cheng gave a crooked smile. The village chief knows. I was just lucky to get a few guns, for self-defense. A few guns. You must take good care of them and be sure not to hurt anyone. No, I usually keep these guns stored safely. The kids won't take them out recklessly. Ah, with you keeping watch, I feel at ease. The village chief felt much more at ease seeing Lu Cheng's abilities. Village chief, if there's nothing else, shall I head back? Ah, okay. Lu Cheng returned to his own home and saw Shen Shuang handling the wolf meat. At this time, Guo Xiuxiu, along with Lu Xuanfeng and Lu Yan, hurriedly went up to the halfway point of the mountain. You silly child. There's a copper gong hanging on the 2nd floor, why didn't you strike it? Mom, striking the copper gong would make things especially difficult for the village chief, and we managed to drive away the wild wolves on our own. Guo Xiuxiu stepped forward, using her shorter stature, trembling with anger, and said, You wolf child. Lower your head quickly, let me see if your brain is fried. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Mom, Shen Shuang is watching. If she's watching, then I have to deal with you too. Guo Xiuxiu reached out and grabbed the tall Lu Cheng's ear. Next time, do you dare to provoke the wolf pack again? Oh dear, Mom, I don't dare anymore. Shen Shuang immediately said, Aunt, let's deal with this wild wolf together, cut it into small pieces, and freeze them. That way, in winter, we can take a small piece each day to eat. Ah, you're here. Only then did Guo Xiuxiu let go of Lu Cheng's ear. Lu Yan couldn't even set foot in the small courtyard because there were wild wolves everywhere. Lu Cheng said, In a moment, Big Brother will carry 1 wild wolf, and our parents will carry another one back. There are many people here, we only need 1 head. No, both of these 2 heads are reserved for you. You need meat for nutrition in winter. Then, the whole family kept processing the wild wolf meat. Meanwhile, the village chief's place was even more lively. The village chief didn't want the villagers to disturb the warm moment of the Lu Qingyi family, so he said that all the wolf meat meant for the Lu Qingyi family would be delivered to Lu Xuanfeng's house instead. Lu Xuanwang cursed in his heart, a person who's even afraid of wild wolves. How come he hasn't been bitten to death by one? But his footsteps obediently stood in the queue with the crowd. Village chief. Can he also get a share of the wild wolf meat? Zhang Bo and Zhang Liang pointed at Lu Xuanwang and said. The village chief walked over and said, Lu Xuanwang, you just cursed Lu Cheng to death, so your family shouldn't come to share the wolf meat. Lu Xuanwang immediately looked nervous. My village chief, I didn't curse Lu Cheng, I really didn't expect him to survive. Oh no, Lu Cheng is a night watchman, he is the best. Village chief, can I go apologize to Lu Cheng? The village chief gave him a glare. Lu Cheng is probably busy dealing with the wild wolf meat right now and has no time to pay attention to you. Lu Sun said as he walked towards the halfway up the mountain, I'm going to apologize. I'll go right away to express my apologies. Village chief, please save some wild wolf meat for me. The village chief said righteously, Old Zhang, follow him up there to see. If Lu Cheng is willing to give him some wild wolf meat, we'll share a portion with him. If Lu Cheng disagrees, he won't get a single wolf hair. Chapter 32 But there is a fierce stubbornness towards wild beasts. Lu Xuanwang was so anxious he felt like dying, reaching out to scratch his face twice. Hey, village chief, rest assured, I guarantee a serious and sincere attitude. Lu Xuanwang entered the small courtyard halfway up the mountain and was so shocked he almost lost his eyes. Isn't this meat enough to last through the entire winter? Lu Cheng held a gleaming knife in his hand and said, Second uncle, do you want to become food for the wild wolves? Lu Sun immediately said, Cheng, I am your second uncle. Zhang Bo stepped in with a slightly tense expression and said, Apologize. Lu Cheng looked confused, Uncle Zhang, why have you come? I came to keep an eye on Lu Xuanwang and apologize to you. What bad things has second uncle done that I don't know about? I cursed you to be bitten to death by the wild wolves when they attacked you, sorry. My son fought the wild wolves here, so that you could live safely in the village, and you actually cursed him to death. Guoxiuxiu stepped forward and gave Lu Xuanwang a heavy slap. I'm sorry. I really thought the wolf pack was terrifying, I didn't expect you all could actually drive them away. Lu Xuanwang looked serious, but Lu Cheng said, Your apology is useless to me. Say it to yourself, I'm not human. I'm a fool. Lu Xuanwang swallowed and said, I'm not human. I'm a fool. I'm not human. I'm an idiot. I'm not human. I'm an idiot. Zhang Liangxing said, Him. He's really willing to put his pride aside just to get a share of the wolf meat in the village. Lu Sun said with a flattering look, Can I go down to the village to get some meat now? Zhang Liangxing said, Go ahead. You have fulfilled Lu Cheng's request, so I will spare you this time. Lu Sun quickly walked out the door and hurried down the mountain to the village. Afraid of returning late and missing out on the wolf meat. At this moment, Lu Cheng said, Uncle Zhang, leave the door open tonight, and I will bring you some wolf meat. Zhang Liangxing said, You kid, that's thoughtful of you. From now on, we're all one family, it's only right. Zhang Liangxing said, You kid, hee hee. This wolf meat will last the whole winter. Let Uncle Zhang have a good meal of wolf meat tonight too. Hey, hit. Zhang Liangxing said, Then I'll go down now, I'll wait tonight. People at this time wouldn't politely refuse meat, since Lu Cheng could send him meat, Zhang Liangxing really couldn't say no. Because it's winter, if he has wolf meat to get through the winter, his body will be a bit stronger. At home, there is Zhang Kaiqin, a young woman, and also a grown-up grandson. He has to take good care of them. When Zhang Liangxing returned to the village, the meat had already been distributed. The village chief handed him a piece of meat bone and said, Old Zhang, did that Lu Xuanwang really apologize sincerely? Meanwhile, Lu Xuanwang was standing on the other side, looking like a guilty child, with a face full of grievance. And also with a face craving for meat. Lu Cheng said, I'm not human. I'm an idiot. He said it 3 times. The village chief glanced at Lu Xuanwang and said, You kid, if you keep being foolish and talking nonsense, don't even think about eating meat. Got it? Yes, I heard you, village chief. Lu Xuanwang took the piece of meat bone the village chief gave him again. Lu Xuanwang's face was full of a happy smile. Carrying the meat bone, he headed back home. At this moment, the village chief said, Old Zhang, your daughter Kaiqin is married to Lu Yan, this is a very good match between families. Village chief, are you envious? Ah, it's not true that I'm not jealous. I really wish I had a daughter who could marry Cheng. Don't mention it, the teacher from the county town who is close to Cheng is already living in Cheng's house. It's certain that he will marry her. The village chief nodded, this girl is really lucky. However, this girl also has a proper job. Her teaching position has been transferred to Liyuyan village temporarily as a substitute teacher. If she performs well later, she will be officially employed, and her salary will be much higher than when she was a substitute. Ah, this Cheng is really lucky in love. This girl is eating public food, which is extremely rare to find even if you search with a lantern. And in the small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Lu Cheng asked Guoxiuxiu to marinate the wolf meat with salt and chili powder, then tie it with a rope and hang it in the small courtyard to freeze. It can be considered cured wolf meat. The salting and hanging of the meat took a whole day to complete. At this time, the village chief led his old black horse up to the halfway point of the mountain. Is Cheng at home? Shen Shuang immediately came out and said, Oh, the village chief is here, come inside and have a seat. No, it's almost dark. Keeping this big black dog here with you means there will be some activity at night, which is a warning. Lu Cheng came out and said, Thank you, village chief. Village chief, I'll see you down the mountain. Ah, all right then. The village chief also understood that Lu Cheng must be carrying a gun, and he was afraid that if he went down the mountain alone, a wild beast might suddenly appear. Lu Cheng and the village chief walked down the mountain together. Village chief, I will think about what you said. Ah, good. The village chief said on the road, if Cheng wants to be able to carry a gun in the future, he has to go to the county town to register as a night watchman, and the county will issue the bullets. Because in every big mountain, there is a night watchman. Right now, Lu Cheng is the village-recognized night watchman. And the village chief also said that he has kept the wolf king's skin, teeth, and claws. After processing them, they should be dry in a couple of days. Let Lu Cheng take the skin, teeth, and claws of this wolf king to the county town to register as the night watchman of Liyuan. In this way, the county town can distribute bullets according to the monthly demand for night watchmen. The village chief is also a shrewd person. He knows that if Lu Cheng cannot get bullets, then the night watchman of Liyuan will have to be replaced. And the person who replaces him may not do as well as Lu Cheng. Moreover, the village chief is someone who knows how to handle guns. Judging from the gunshots yesterday, Lu Cheng managed to get several guns in his hands. If he can also get some bullets issued monthly from the county town, those wolf packs will never be able to attack the villagers again. The village chief's leg had an old injury, which happened many years ago when he was keeping watch at night. But after dozing off, he slept for half an hour, and as a result, the wolf pack entered the village. The village chief was also bitten on the leg by a wolf that time. So when the wolves howled, the village chief hated them deeply, yet his legs uncontrollably went weak. He can no longer keep watch at night. Because he is afraid of wolves. This is very serious. A night watchman must be incredibly brave and not afraid of wolves. Not afraid of wild beasts. At the very least, when encountering fierce beasts and wolves, he can calmly face them and escape. The village chief believes that as long as you can escape, that's enough. But in Lu Cheng's heart, just running away when encountering fierce beasts. That is definitely not how Lu Cheng operates. If he encounters a fierce beast, just like this time, a wild boar weighing 400 jin, he will get it. And the pack of wolves attacked, causing the wolf king to die under his gun. Although Lu Cheng is not very old, he has a fierce stubbornness towards wild beasts. That is because he is the hunter of this mountain. Even the fiercest beast would fear the gun in his hand. As long as there are enough bullets. Defeating the beast is not a problem. The village chief talked with him all the way and immediately said that after he returned, he would first write a recommendation letter to the county. Chapter 33, he might never be able to return. Because of the village chief's recommendation and Lu Cheng's application, after assessment, the county will review and approve, then bullets will be issued monthly. However, the bullets issued by the government are limited. Every bullet has a mark. Early the next morning, Lu Chengjiu had the village chief stamp the application bullet and the night watchman's report he had written. The village chief also gave Lu Cheng the recommendation letter he had written. Because there were too many wild wolves at home, Lu Cheng filled a bucket with wolf offal, planning to sell it on the street. Maybe sell it cheaply. But after the village chief saw it, he glanced at it several times. Lu Cheng thought to himself, the village chief helps him in every way, so later he should also give the village chief a bucket of offal. But giving offal to someone is too off-putting. I think I should give the wolf leg to the village chief. Lu Cheng turned around and took a big wolf front leg off the flatbed cart. Village chief, this wolf front leg is for you. Village chief. This young guy really knows how to be sensible. Yo, this is nearly 30 jin of wolf front leg meat. This can't be used. It can be used, the village chief hung it on your courtyard gate. Lu Cheng directly placed the wolf front leg meat on the door, then went to push his flatbed cart and hurried away. The village chief's leg had an old injury that ached faintly. The wolf meat distributed yesterday was all for him to eat with his wine. But the village chief knew that eating wolf meat would ease the pain a little. Last night, I finally had a good night's sleep. At this moment, the village chief's wife came out and said, the wolf leg meat is all drying for you. Eat a little every day, and your leg injury will ease this winter. The village chief looked at Lu Cheng's figure in the distance and said, this kid is really something. The village chief's wife said, let's go inside and warm ourselves by the fire. Only then did the village chief say, you can also cut some of the wolf meat to eat downstairs. Hey, hit. Lu Cheng submitted his application at the civil service window in the county town, and the other party wrote a receipt. He was told to come back to the window in 15 working days to ask for the result. Lu Cheng took the receipt, then went out, covered the wolf meat on the flatbed cart, and hurried to Kai Qingchuan's house. Kai Qingchuan took a look, 2 wild wolves, 2 buckets of wolf offal, and the offal had all been cleaned. "This is good stuff, don't worry, I'll give you a fair price." Kai Qingchuan took a pen and paper and started writing and drawing on it. Actually, Lu Cheng had already calculated the price, but he held back and didn't say a word. Because he is a rural man and hasn't had many years of schooling. If he could quickly calculate the price, it would be too conspicuous. This wild wolf weighs 130 jin, plus another wild wolf weighing 112 jin, together they weigh 242 jin. At 1.8 yuan per jin, the total is 435.6 yuan. Since the wolves are awful, let's sell them half price and give half away. How about 0.5 yuan per jin? Kai Qingchuan said so. This wolf meat is priced too low, I'm not selling it anymore. Hey, brother, how about 1 yuan 80, the same price as wolf meat? That should be okay, right? That's more like it. 90 jin, a total of 162 yuan. Kai Qingchuan said with an embarrassed look, "This wolf offal is mainly for myself to eat, I just like this flavor." Then after you finish, there's more behind. Alright then. Kai Qingchuan likes wolf offal, but it's not just for his own taste. That's because he is going to visit his maternal home for the new year. The gift for the father-in-law and mother-in-law is a few pounds of wolf meat and a basin of wolf offal. This gift is considered quite respectable. During this period, he earned quite a bit of money, and the household's consumption level has clearly increased. But Kai Qingchuan understood that he had to show his sincerity to his wife, and he also wanted his wife to give him a big, healthy son. Now there is only one girl, which feels very lonely. Lu Cheng clearly understood that although wolf offal doesn't look impressive, when stewed and then stir-fried, its taste is absolutely delicious. It's even more delicious than ordinary pig offal. That's why he wouldn't sell it for just 50 cents. Now Kai Qingchuan bought it at wolf meat prices, which is reasonable and fair. Lu Cheng took the money and went to the cooperative to buy some cured meat and cured fish pieces, cured chicken legs, cured duck, and other cured flavors. Because in winter, especially when heavy snow blocks the mountains, staying at home in the mountains is the safest. Outside, everything was a dazzling white. If you have a poor sense of direction, you could easily get lost in the mountains and not even know how you might die. Lu Cheng was buying cured meats when suddenly heavy snowflakes began to fall outside. A woman came in from outside and said, "Ah. It's snowing heavily. It's really cold." Lu Cheng looked outside, then bought a pair of leather gloves for himself and warm hats, scarves, and gloves for several children. Especially Shen Shuang's is a set of red, very festive. Xiao Xuan's is a set of light blue. Xiao Xiang's and Sanya's are both pink. And Xiao Tong's is a set of orange. Also bought a gray set for Guoxiuxiu, and especially bought a black set for his dad. These things may seem small, but carrying many of them can be quite expensive. The shopkeeper said, "This set of hats and scarves, the hat is 3 yuan 50 cents, the scarf is 4 yuan. A set is 7 yuan 50 cents. You have 7 sets here in total, which is 52 yuan 50 cents altogether. Do you have a receipt? Here, tickets for those who have them." Lu Cheng packed all the hats and scarves into a large cloth bag. He and his elder brother used old hats and scarves. In the past, Shen Shuang and the others endured the winter by sheer toughness. After Lu Cheng came out of the cooperative, he used up all the tickets the village chief gave him. On the flatbed cart were several cloth bags, containing salt jars, soy sauce, pork fat, various beans, brown sugar, white sugar. New Year's sugar cubes, red tissues, and sanitary belts for women, with obviously several large packs of sanitary belts purchased. The sales clerk at the cooperative looked on with envious eyes, twitching uncontrollably. What kind of work does this young man do? How could he possibly buy so many things at once? Lu Cheng ignored their inquisitive looks and hurriedly pushed the cart away. The application for this county town will probably only be ready for review after the new year. But right now, it's snowing heavily outside, and there's a blizzard in the mountains. If he doesn't leave a bit faster, he might not be able to return. Shen Shuang was halfway up the mountain, her eyes looking at the sky. In this blizzard, I wonder if Brother Cheng has come back yet. Xiao Xiangyi said by the door, "Sister, do you think Brother Cheng will come back before the heavy snow seals the mountain?" Sanya said with bright eyes, "He definitely will. Second brother is the best." Xiao Xuan said, "Sister, do you want me to go look on the road?" Shen Shuang walked over and said, "Xiao Xuan, you are too little. I'll go find big brother and ask him to help look." Xiaoshuan immediately said, "Sister, you stay at home. You don't feel well. I'll run down the mountain to talk to Brother Yan." Just then, the door of the courtyard knocked loudly. "Shen, has Urchin come back yet?" "It's my mom." Sanya immediately ran out and opened the door. "Mom. My second brother hasn't come back yet." Guoxiuxiu immediately said to Lu Yan beside her, "Then you follow the mountain exit route to go meet Cheng. Be careful on the way." Chapter 34. Shen Shuang went to Lu Cheng's room. "Alright, Mom, don't worry, I'll be careful." Lu Yan quickly walked away. Shen Shuang looked and said, "Aunt, come in quickly and warm yourself by the fire." Guoxiuxiu said, "Ah, okay." Shen Shuang endured the discomfort in her body and said, "I'll pour an open cup of water for Aunt to drink." "No need to trouble yourself, I've already drunk at home. You rest, I came just to help you make dinner." After speaking, Guoxiuxiu went to the kitchen. She cut some wolf offal including heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and added some lean wolf meat. She boiled a pot of soup in the pot, then mixed in flour to make handmade noodles, cutting them into thin strips on the cutting board with a knife. Threw a small handful of Chinese cabbage into the pot, along with some cilantro and chopped green onions, then added some freshly ground white pepper. At this time, the white pepper was crushed using a rolling pin and then thrown into the soup pot. Lu Yan saw Lu Cheng not far from the village entrance. He was pushing a cart, walking with great difficulty all the way. 20%. "Big brother. Why are you here? We saw it was getting dark and you hadn't come back, so we were worried about you. I came to check on you." "Alright, help me push for a while, I'm really exhausted from pushing." "Hey, hit." Then Lu Yan pushed the flatbed cart, walking in front, with Lu Cheng closely following behind. Before long, they returned to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain before it got dark. "Big brother, let's go pick up Dad to come up and have dinner. This pot of wolf offal noodle soup is really delicious." Guoxiuxiu immediately said, "Alright, I'll start making the noodles now, so by the time you come back, it will be ready to serve." Hit. Then Lu Cheng and his brother Lu Yan went down to the village together. They took Lu Xuanfeng, who was boiling the pot, up the mountain. Fortunately, they borrowed a flashlight from the village chief. This night was especially dark, feeling as black as ink. When they returned to the small courtyard, the three grown men were all shivering from the cold. "Ah, it's really freezing." "You're back, quick, bring the noodles to eat." Guoxiuxiu called out from the kitchen. Guoxiuxiu was holding a large bowl, serving out wolf offal soup noodles. "That big iron pot, the aroma pierced straight through my heart and nose. Mom, the wolf offal soup noodles you made smell absolutely delicious. You, always so sweet-talking." Lu Cheng smiled. Shen Shuang was also holding a big bowl beside them and said, "Let me pick up the noodles." "Hey, hit." Shen Shuang used a pair of longer chopsticks for cooking noodles to pick up a bunch of noodles, then scooped some wolf offal meat and soup with an iron ladle. In an instant, a bowl of wolf offal soup noodles was served on the table. Then, bowl after bowl was served one after another. The children sat around the small table one by one, directly under the adults holding bowls, quietly slurping their noodles. The adults were also holding a bowl of noodles, and in their other hands, they each held a steamed bun heated in another pot. "These are the first steamed white flour buns, try them quickly." Guoxiuxiu handed a bun to Lu Xuanfeng, who took it and said, "Ah, thanks. Mom, from now on our family will have plenty of white noodles and white steamed buns." Lu Yan had already sat down and took a big bite of the steamed bun. Delicious. At this time, the white steamed buns and white noodles all carried the aroma of wheat. Especially fragrant. The children are more in number now, so whatever they are given to eat tastes delicious. Especially little Tong, that little mouth is busy digging into the meat in the bowl, eating eagerly. The little guy has been eating and drinking well lately, obviously growing, and has gained a bit of baby fat. So adorable. Xiao Xiang occasionally took a sip of the soup while eating. "Auntie's soup smells so good. It's really delicious." Xiao Xuan smiled and said, "Tasty, right? I've had quite a bit too." Sanya, with her mouth full of wolf offal, excitedly said, "Our family didn't have these kinds of food before, it only changed after second brother started hunting." Shen Shuang's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she glanced at Lu Cheng. He was so anxious that day that he rushed over and kissed her once, without any explanation. Shen Shuang understood that Lu Cheng was terrified, afraid that she would open the gate to the courtyard that day. If the gate was opened, Shen Shuang would surely be seriously bitten by the wolf. Shen Shuang clearly understood why he seemed to have a changed aura that day, nervously and frantically kissing her. Later, he managed to shoot the Wolf King in the head. Shen Shuang ate the noodles with small bites, but in her heart, a bit of hope for love began to rise. Lu Cheng slurped the noodles while taking a bite of the wolf offal and said, "Dad, Mom, Big Brother, if you're not going down to the village tonight, you can just squeeze in here." Shen Shuang smiled and said, "If Auntie doesn't mind, sleep in the same room as me. Don't use that storage room where Lu Cheng used to sleep, the bed is all made up, and both Uncle and Big Brother can fit." "Hey, hit." Lu Xuanfeng no longer felt awkward. "We're all family, so it's normal to squeeze together occasionally. Because in this freezing weather, if we go back to the village and encounter a wolf attack again, I can't protect the three of you by myself." Lu Yen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." At night, Guoxiuxiu went over to check on Sanya and Xiao Xiang, who were sleeping very well. Two little girls slept closely together. Guoxiuxiu said that Shen Shuang was a grown-up girl, and she was an old woman, so it was not good to pass her elderly aura onto her. She lay down beside Sanya herself. Shen Shuang could only be taken care of by her. Guoxiuxiu was afraid that Shen Shuang would suddenly have to sleep with her future mother-in-law and that Shen Shuang would have a restless night. Guoxiuxiu cared for Shen Shuang like her own daughter. After all, Guoxiuxiu is getting older. When Lu Xuanfeng used to get up in the middle of the night, he said Guoxiuxiu would snore a little. That's why Guoxiuxiu wouldn't want to affect the good sleep of her future second daughter-in-law. At night, everyone had lain down. Shen Shuang was lighting an oil lamp in her room, and was mending a pair of insoles for Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng looked and saw that there was an oil lamp lit in her room. In his heart, he thought of that kiss. Would she mind? Lu Cheng stood outside her room. Shen Shuang happened to have had a bit too much soup during dinner just now, and she needed to go to the bathroom to relieve herself. She put down the insole and opened the door. "Why you're looking for me?" Lu Cheng looked completely confused. She actually came out. "How awkward is this? I want to ask you, where do you put the lamp oil for the oil lamp? I need to add some on my side too." "Hey, wait a moment." Shen Shuang's little face blushed slightly. She thought, was it because the oil lamp ran out of oil? Did she think he had come to his senses? Did he know to come to her room to find her? It turns out she was overthinking. Lu Cheng. So awkward. Shen Shuang went to find a white oil can, which smelled strongly of kerosene. Shen Shuang went to Lu Cheng's room to pour him some kerosene. As a result, is there still a lot of this kerosene? Shen Shuang couldn't help but smile slightly, so he was deliberately coming to look at her outside her room just now. It's definitely confirmed. Lu Cheng stood at the door, his tall figure clearly blocking the entire doorway of the room. Shen Shuang struck a match to light the flame and lit the oil lamp. "The oil lamp you wanted is lit. Do you want to read in my room for a while?" Lu Cheng has been buying books in the county town every day recently and bringing them back to read. Alright, I'll go blow out the oil lamp in my room and then come back." No, I'll go blow it out. You stay here and pick some books to read later." Chapter 35, Hugging such a soft and fragrant girl like this? Shen Shuang had a sweet smile on her face. "Alright." Lu Cheng quickly walked to Shen Shuang's room and lit the oil lamp. When he came out of the room, there was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Shen Shuang picked a book from Lu Cheng's simple bookshelf, took it down, and sat on the nearby stool. Lu Cheng quickly returned as well. "Have you chosen one?" This one is pretty good. I just read a few lines and it feels nice." "Okay, I'll take one to read too." Shen Shuang. "That stinky Lu Cheng, I'm such a grown girl in your room, and you still have the heart to read a book." Shen Shuang's eyes accidentally glanced at the cover of Lu Cheng's book. As a result, Shen Shuang was startled, quickly holding the book tightly. She seemed to be smiling. Because Lu Cheng's book was returned. She wondered, how could Lu Cheng be so quietly reading in his room with a girl there? Lu Cheng read a few lines. Today's text seems to have a bit of a reversed reading feeling. Lu Cheng turned another page and continued reading. "I never expected that because there was a girl in the room, he directly read the words in the book backwards." Shen Shuang had no mood to study either. After glancing at a few lines, she secretly glanced in Lu Cheng's direction. This Lu Cheng has become even more handsome. I always thought he was very good-looking and handsome. Now she feels that he gives her the impression of being a highly capable strong man. Enough to shelter her from the wind and rain. Although Shen Shuang has her own job, as a woman, she still hopes to have a man's shoulder to lean on. And this Lu Cheng fits that role. Shen Shuang thought of the 400-pound wild boar in the pigsty, which is now a domestic pig. And the dried wolf meat hanging in the small courtyard, which was the family's meat supply for the winter. Also, the Chinese cabbage that Guo brought her a few days ago. In this old mountain village in Henan, you can't find much green vegetables in winter. They are all heads of Chinese cabbage, which is the main vegetable in winter. Lu Cheng said, "Did you see what I bought today?" "Not yet, they have all been moved to that side room of the living room." Lu Cheng found Shen Shuang especially alluring under the oil lamp. The small, red little mouth, slightly open and closed. He thought again about the impulsive feeling of kissing her that time. Lu Cheng's eyes became slightly dazed. "There are hats, scarves, gloves, and other daily necessities I bought for you all. Okay, tomorrow I'll sort them out and distribute them to the younger brothers and sisters." Okay, what book are you reading? Why are you holding it upside down?" Shen Shuang was shocked inside. "Maybe I just kind of want to read it in reverse order." Lu Cheng heard that. Reverse order. Lu Cheng immediately looked at his hand. "I am also in reverse order." Both of them had flushed faces. "Ahem, this is quite awkward," Shen Shuang said with a shy, flushed face. "It's nothing, just the two of us know, no outsiders saw it." "Brother Cheng, if we live together in a small courtyard without being married, I'm afraid people will gossip in the future." I've thought it through too. Tomorrow I'll tell the village chief and file a marriage report." Just get married like this? No wedding banquet? We will have a feast. We have plenty of wolf meat, even if we set up 10 big tables, our wild wolf meat will be more than enough. Shuang, are you really willing to marry me? Lu Cheng stared intently at Shen Shuang. "I'm already living at your place, how could I possibly back out now?" Lu Cheng reached out and held Shen Shuang's delicate little hand. "I won't let you regret it." Shen Shuang just happened to slightly lift her little face, and from that angle, Lu Cheng could see inside her little clothes. That pair of snowy mounds trembled slightly. Lu Cheng kissed Shen Shuang's little mouth. Shen Shuang was completely infatuated, her little heart pounding rapidly. "We can first get married and register the marriage, then date for 2 years. We can kiss, test the waters, and touch." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuang said, "Date?" "Yes, it's when the guy gives the girl 1 or 2 years of buffer time before she fully accepts him, allowing them to understand each other's habits, personalities, and go through a period of adjustment." Shen Shuang felt a touch of joy in her heart when she heard this. "Okay." Shen Shuang said shyly, "I'll take this book to read, you should go to bed earlier too." Any girl would feel a bit shy if the boy she likes gave her a kiss. Shen Shuang was just like that, her face was now as red as a shrimp. Moreover, according to Lu Cheng, being in a romantic relationship can help them have more loyal and stable communication in their future lives. And two people who have been in a relationship will discuss and solve problems together when facing difficulties. Unlike some couples in the village who, whenever they encounter difficulties, quarrel loudly and return to their maternal homes. Moreover, for Shen Shuang, she married him together with her younger brothers and sisters. So the main goal these past 2 years has been to have a small courtyard for Shen Shuang's younger brother, Xiao Xuan, and Xiao Tong to live in on their own in the future. Although Lu Cheng and Shen Shuang got married these past 2 years, they are still in the dating phase. As long as after 2 years, they can build another house nearby on the hillside, both Xiao Xuan and Xiao Tong will be considered family from Shen Shuang's maternal side. In case Shen Shuang has children in the future, she can also take them next door to experience the relaxed feeling of visiting her maternal home. Shen Shuang's little face changed from excitement to being moved. Her eyes were slightly red, and she took the initiative to kiss Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng held her tightly, turning from passive to active. The two kissed so passionately that their breathing became tight. Almost today was the day to get together. While Shen Shuang was still weak in Lu Cheng's arms, Lu Cheng gently supported her. "Shuang, let's do it another day. There are too many family members at home today, it's not appropriate." Shen Shuang blushed and said, I want to sleep in your room." Lu Cheng reached out and scratched Shen Shuang's nose. "You are quite uninhibited, making me look like a bound-foot man. Go ahead, I'll hold you while we sleep." Anyway, when we date, we in the new era shouldn't be like the old-fashioned ones." "Good." Then the two of them lay on the bed, holding each other tightly as they slept. Lu Cheng. He shouldn't have agreed to hold such a soft and fragrant girl like that. How could Lu Cheng possibly fall asleep? But Shen Shuang, because there was a boy she trusted by her side, fell asleep soundly and comfortably. And her soft little hand was resting directly on Lu Cheng's waist. Her breath lightly tickled his cheek, carrying a faint feminine fragrance, making Lu Cheng almost lose control with desire. Lu Cheng. Such a fragrant and soft girl, holding on until dawn. Shen Shuang thought she was the first to get up in the morning. As a result, when she arrived at the kitchen and looked, Guoxiuxiu had already started steaming the buns. Shen Shuang, afraid that Guoxiuxiu would dislike her, went to Lu Cheng's room herself and anxiously said, "Aunt, you didn't go to my room just now, did you?" Guoxiuxiu, tending the pot, said, "No, I went straight to the kitchen." Shen Shuang. This future wife is easy to get along with. She didn't sneak into her son's room, nor did she sneak into Shen Shuang's room. This wife has a straightforward mind. Great. Shen Shuang relaxed, although she was willing to sleep with Lu Cheng did not touch her. This made her slightly worried about her own charm. Moreover, the day before yesterday when she went to the village to buy eggs, she overheard some gossip. It was that there was a girl in the village who had always liked Lu Cheng. Chapter 36, She actually scolded me for not being able to have a daughter. It's just that the girl has gone to her grandmother's house for a while now. I heard she went to deliver wild wolf meat to her grandmother. She has been gone for several days. But the few gossiping women in the village mentioned the name of that girl, called Li Erju. Shen Shuang brushed her teeth and washed her face at the small wash basin in the kitchen. Guoxiuxiu boiled water for her with a kettle, poured out some hot water, then added cold water to make it warm for washing. After washing, Shen Shuang came to the side room of the living room, where some newly bought items were piled up, as well as some dried goods, cured meat and rice and flour stored. Shen Shuang was sorting out the things Lu Cheng bought yesterday, taking out items from the cloth bags one by one and categorizing them carefully. At this moment, she actually saw 10 boxes of bagged baby cream. This was really a rare find. Moreover, in winter, if she applied it herself or helped a few children apply it, the skin on their faces wouldn't get frostbitten, especially the ears and cheeks. Shen Shuang immediately tore open, cut a small opening with scissors, and squeezed some onto the back of her hand. Then she carefully applied it onto a piece of that mirror. Shen Shuang quickly took the remaining 9 packets and put them in the cabinet. The other hats, scarves, gloves, and so on were all taken out. Soon, the others also got up one after another. When the children heard there was fragrance to apply, each of them obediently washed their faces and lined up for Shen Shuang to apply it for them. Shen Shuang taught them how to apply the fragrance on their faces. She had them face the mirror and first dab the fragrance from the back of their hands onto their foreheads, cheeks, noses, and chins. Then gently spread and blend it evenly using the middle finger, index finger, and ring finger. Several children were applying it very carefully, because they saw that their sister's skin was considered the best looking in the village. Following their sister's skincare routine definitely couldn't be wrong. As for the other big gentlemen, they were unwilling to apply this fragrant stuff. But Lu Cheng let Shen Shuang catch it. "Let me apply it for you." Shen Shuang was thinking in her heart that Lu Cheng was so handsome, she couldn't let the wind and frost ruin his handsome face. She is still very much into appearances. Lu Cheng's handsome face was wiped by Shen Shuang, and instantly, the skin felt comparatively fair and tender. Then the whole family had breakfast. For breakfast, there was spicy pepper soup powder ingredients bought by Lu Cheng, and Guoxiuxiu cooked a big pot. Ideally, it would be perfect to have beef in the spicy pepper soup. But Guoxiuxiu added lean wolf leg meat to the pot, and unexpectedly, the taste was also excellent. Especially delicious. The spicy pepper soup is slightly spicy and numbing, especially warming to the stomach. Drinking a bowl on a winter morning is both heartwarming and stomach-warming, and especially satisfying. The spicy soup contains tofu skin, enoki mushrooms, and wood ear fungus. The more you eat, the more content you feel. Then eat some egg pancakes freshly made by Guoxiuxiu in the morning. Their aroma makes you open your stomach wide and eat until you're full. Even the usually gentle Shen Shuang ate 2 pancakes in a row. This shows that Guoxiuxiu's cooking skills are quite good. After breakfast, there were several pancakes left. Lu Cheng said to have Guoxiuxiu pack them in a bowl and take them to the village home so they could be heated and eaten at noon. Lu Cheng ate some pancakes, although they were very fragrant. Lu Cheng is a white rice lover. Lu Cheng's favorite is Shen Shuang's perfectly steamed rice. Plus, Shen Shuang is especially good at stir-frying dishes. So Lu Cheng only eats noodles occasionally, but if he had to eat them every day, he could manage it. But is rice with side dishes really his favorite? Shen Shuang went down to the village early in the morning with Guoxiuxiu and the others to find a few ants who got along well to buy their farmhouse dishes. At this time, the farmers all had some vegetables to sell for money. Although not too many, some people had stored daily necessities like winter melon, pumpkin, dried chili, dried beans, dried bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, sweet potatoes, and so on. As soon as Shen Shuang saw Yu Xiaohe in the village, she immediately called out, "Sister Xiaohe." Yu Xiaohe had just gone to the village's communal well to wash a few pieces of children's clothing when she heard someone calling out. She immediately smiled and said, "Oh, it's Sister Shen. Sister Xiaohe, do you have any vegetables at home that you could sell me a little?" Shen Shuang understood that no matter how much wolf meat there was, some had to be saved for later. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables is the key to health and nutrition. Yes. At my home, we have pumpkins, winter melons, dried beans, and dried pickled vegetables, plenty of them. Come with me, I'll tell my mother-in-law to set some aside for you. Hey, thanks. Let's go. I asked, have you brought up your marriage with Lu Cheng? Yes, I have. Brother Cheng said he's going to see the village chief today and plans to get the marriage certificate first to give it a try. How do you try this? Listen, Sister Xiao, he is telling you, once you're married, managing the household is your duty. Now, living together without being married, if it goes on for a long time, when Li Erju comes back, your chance will be gone. Shen Shuang nodded, thank you for the reminder, Sister Xiao He. Let me tell you, Li Erju and Lu Cheng grew up together. Li Erju has been nagging about wanting to marry Lu Cheng. That girl is stubbornly in love with Lu Cheng. You ask why I'm helping you? It's because Li Erju went too far, she actually insulted me saying I can't have daughters. That I'm useless. It made me so angry. Shen Shuang said gratefully, Brother Cheng just went to the village chief, the report is done, and it is estimated that the certificate can be issued in a few days. Okay. By the time they spoke, they had arrived in front of Yu Xiaohe's house. Mom. Please come out for a moment. Yu Xiaohe's mother-in-law came out of the kitchen, what's going on? Mom, this is my sister Shen, who is Lu Cheng's partner. She wants some dishes, please sell her some. Yu Xiaohe's mother-in-law immediately lit up, alright, I have dishes. I'll go to the kitchen and get some out right now. Look, my mother-in-law is so happy. You're really supporting my family. Look at these dishes, these are dried long beans and dried pickled vegetables. Yi Lanju took a big handful of dried long beans and a bag full of dried pickled vegetables out. Hey, auntie, I'll take all of these. Yi Lanju's eyes suddenly lit up, do you want winter melon and pumpkin? Yes, but I need to trouble auntie to send me halfway up the mountain. Alright, I'll personally see you up there. Don't worry, delivering vegetables during the day is no problem, no wild beasts will come out. Yi Lanju looked very happy. Then Yi Lanju took out a scale and first weighed the dried green beans. Hey, Miss Shen, look, the dried green beans weigh a full 21 jin. Yi Lanju said. The prices of several dishes now are as follows. Dried green beans, 0.75 yuan per jin. Dried pickled vegetables, 0.65 yuan per jin. Dried bamboo shoots, 0.77 yuan per jin. Winter melon, 0.35 yuan per jin. Pumpkin, 0.45 yuan per jin. We also have this dried bamboo shoots at home, see if you want some. Yi Lanju felt a slight tightening in her heart, she was selling vegetables at the village's normal prices. Before, she prepared a lot of vegetables, but in the end, they were sold to the middlemen for just 30 cents, which was a pity for her vegetables. But if she doesn't sell to the middlemen, does she have any other way to sell them herself? So she could only suffer in silence, bitter but unable to speak out. Now it's good, Shen Shuang wants to buy vegetables, and if she sells them at the normal village price, she can make quite a bit of money. Finally, buy condensed milk to spread on steamed buns for the two grandsons to eat, this money is definitely secured. Chapter 37, already scraped the skin. Alright, I can accept this price. Shen Shuang smiled slightly and said. She knew that Yi Lanju's price was normal. She had also thought about taking from Guoxiuxiu's home. But if she took Guoxiuxiu's vegetables, then Guoxiuxiu's whole family would have to save on vegetables during winter, and Lu Cheng definitely wouldn't agree to that. So when Lu Cheng went down the mountain with her just now, he said to ask a few people in the village who get along well. Spend a little money to buy it yourself, no need to rely on your parents. When Shen Shuang heard it, rely on parents. This term is very new. At this moment, Yilanju said again, there isn't much pickled mustard greens, only 15 jin. Alright, then auntie, use the small notebook to record the weight, and later weigh the winter melon and pumpkin. Okay, got it. Before long, Yilanju took a small radish basket and put the winter melon in it to weigh. Yo! This winter melon is really good, it weighs 29 jin plus 3 liang. Auntie, even if I say it's 29 jin, do you agree? Agreed. Good, now let's look at the pumpkins. Yilanju took the winter melon out of the basket and put 2 small plump pumpkins in to weigh. Yo, 2 pumpkins, a total of 12 jin. Also, these dried bamboo shoots weigh 18 jin. Hey, I'll take them all. Auntie, can you calculate the total price? Shen Shuang smiled sweetly. Yilanju immediately used her sharp eyes to write and draw on the booklet. 21 jin of dried green beans, 0.75 yuan per jin, total, 15.75 yuan. 15 jin of dried sauerkraut, 0.65 yuan per jin, total, 9.75 yuan. 29 jin of winter melon, 0.35 yuan per jin, total, 10.15 yuan. 12 jin of pumpkin, 0.45 yuan per jin, total, 5.40 yuan. 18 jin of dried bamboo shoots, 0.77 yuan per jin, total, 13.86 yuan. Total above, 54.91 yuan. Shen Shuang smiled and said, Auntie, if you have good connections later, please help me prepare vegetables on this scale again in winter. I will buy from you next time. This time, I will pay you a full 55 yuan directly. How about that? Yilanju was surprised to find that she was given 55 yuan. Hit, it's a perfect hit. Yilanju was so excited that her saliva almost dripped down. Yu Xiaohe was also helping to tie the bag on the side. These dishes are too much for her mother-in-law to carry halfway up the mountain alone, so doesn't she have to lend a hand? And this is the condensed milk money earned for her 2 naughty boys. It's also her fault, her milk supply is poor, and the kids can't get any milk no matter how much they suck. Shen Shuang slowly counted out 5 10-yuan bills, 2 2-yuan bills, and 1 1-yuan bill from her pocket and handed them to Yilanju. Auntie, could you please check if the money is correct? Ah, it's exactly right, absolutely correct. Yilanju's eyes lit up, she excitedly counted once, then nervously counted again to be sure. Yu Xiaohe immediately said, Sister Shen, I and my mother-in-law will bring these dishes to you later, you just need to carry a pumpkin back. Ah, thank you very much. You're welcome, we should be the ones thanking you. Shen Shuang hugged a small pumpkin and left. Yilanju said, Xiao He, you really have the ability to bring in such a big client. Mom, I just thought Shenmeizi was a nice person, I really didn't expect her to help support our business back then. Alright, here's 5 yuan for you to spend as you like. Yilanju took out 5 yuan in change from the money and handed it to Yu Xiaohe. Ah, thank you, Mom. Yi Xiaohe's excited little face also turned slightly red. 5 yuan, she can spend it for a long time. Yilanju put 50 yuan into her own purse and kept it close to her body. Yu Xiaohe was carefully tying the opening of the dry bean bag, it had to be packed in a clean white cloth bag. Yilanju said, after I deliver the vegetables later, I'll go find the village chief to get 2 ration tickets for condensed milk. Then I'll go to the county cooperative to buy 2 bottles of condensed milk to spread on steamed buns for my 2 grandsons. Yu Xiaohe also looked very happy. Ah, Mom, you are so kind. We're family, no need to be so formal. Let's go, time to deliver the vegetables. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law carried the vegetables up halfway up the mountain, one after the other. Shen Shuang easily carried a pumpkin up the mountain. Meanwhile, Yilanju and her mother-in-law stopped halfway up the mountain. Mom, let's take a break. Carrying things while climbing is too tiring. Oh, let's rest for a bit. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both leaned against the roadside to catch their breath. At the door halfway up the mountain, Shen Shuang saw them and called out, Xiao Xuan, Xiao Xiang, Sanya, you 3 go help carry Aunt Ye's vegetables. Xiao Xuan ran out and said, Sister, are all those vegetables ours? Yes. Hurry up and help carry them up. Got it. The 3 big kids ran out, each carrying a bag on their shoulder as they ran to Yilanju's side. Yilanju couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the kids' stamina. Look at these 3 kids, like cannonballs, running insanely fast. Yilanju only wrapped 1 winter melon, significantly reducing the burden. As for Xiao He, she only took a bag of dried bamboo shoots, easily going up the mountain. Sanya carried a big pumpkin, running panting heavily. Xiao Xuan shouldered a whole pack of dried green beans, a big boy, strong and sturdy. Xiao Xiang carried dried sauerkraut on her back, running quickly like a little old man. The three children are very delightful. When it comes to work, everyone competes to do it. Just afraid that others will surpass me. Sister, the vegetables are back. Where should I put them? Little Xuan ran the fastest and shouted at the courtyard gate, put it in the storage room. Okay, got it. Sisters, put the vegetables in the storage room. As soon as little Xuan shouted, the two sisters followed behind. Here it comes. Ouch, it's so heavy. Xiao Xiang, carrying the dried pickled vegetables, shouted from behind. Xiao Xiang, slow down. Shen Shuang said with concern, and Xiao Xiang immediately said, Sister, don't worry. Just as they were talking, Xiao Xiang stepped over the threshold, bang. Oh no, how did you fall? Xiao Xuan immediately ran from the storage room to help Xiao Xiang. Shen Shuang also hurried forward, how is it? Does it hurt from the fall? Sis, it's okay, I'm wearing thick clothes. I even want to fall again. It's so much fun. Silly girl. Shen Shuang smiled and gently rubbed Xiao Xiang's head. Sanya stepped forward, did you get hurt from the fall but are afraid to say it? Xiao Xiang said with a slightly embarrassed look, it does hurt a little. Shen Shuang asked, where does it hurt? Xiao Xiang said, my hand. Shen Shuang immediately grabbed Xiao Xiang's hand, it's all scraped, you kid, why didn't you say anything just now? Sanya immediately said, wait, I'll go to second brother's room to find some baijiu, wash it soon, second brother said baijiu kills germs. Okay, go quickly. Xiao Xuan said immediately. Shen Shuang admonished, don't rush, don't let anyone else fall. Good. Sanya ran over, looked around in Lu Cheng's room, and held a bottle of white liquor in her hand. Sister Shuang, the white liquor is here. Be careful. Shen Shuang took the white liquor and poured a little onto Xiao Xiang's palm. Ouch, it hurts. Little Xiang's face scrunched up in pain. Bear with it. Shen Shuang carefully cleaned and disinfected her. Alright. Be more careful next time, okay? Thank you, sister and Sanya. It's okay, I'll put the baijiu back. Sanya smelled the baijiu, this scent seemed a little fragrant. Chapter 38 Can't help it hahaha. Sanya was in Lu Cheng's room, taking a sip directly from the baijiu bottle. Yikes, cough cough cough, my throat is so spicy. Cough cough. But it tastes good. One more sip. Then Sanya drank about 15 small sips directly from the bottle of white liquor. Oh, why are there 2 bottles of liquor? Why do I have so many fingers on my hand? My fingers feel so numb. The baijiu bottle made a faint sound as the empty bottle fell to the ground. Sanya lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. Her little face was completely flushed with the look of drunkenness. Shen Shuang saw that Sanya hadn't come out for a long time and said, where is Sanya? Isn't she usually the one who likes to come feed the lambs the most? Xiao Xiang lifted her little face and said, I'll go look for her. Okay. Shen Shuang was also extremely happy in her heart. Today she wore the scarf that Lu Chengxin bought, which was especially warm. Xiao Xiang came out of Lu Cheng's room and said, Sister, it seems Sanya is drunk and sleeping. What? She actually drank alcohol. Shen Shuang hurried over to take a look, Sanya. It's good, I want to drink more. Sanya's face was flushed red, clearly quite drunk. This Sanya actually drank half a bottle of white liquor. Xiao Xuan smiled, hee, later I'll tell Brother Cheng to put the wine away, so Sanya won't find out that she secretly drank it. Xiao Xiang said worriedly, Sister, do you think Sanya might have gotten drunk and silly from drinking? Shen Shuang said with a slightly darkened face, Sanya is the same age as you, only 7 years old. Drinking such a large amount is hard to say if it might harm her brain. I'll go ask the village doctor to come and take a look. Xiao Xuan immediately said, Sister, I run fast, I'll go call Dr. Yu. Alright, just run a bit slower, don't fall. Hey, don't worry. Xiao Xuan quickly put on his hat and scarf and went out. The snow was falling very heavily that day, especially in the deep mountains, where the snowflakes were extremely beautiful. Just like the snowflakes filmed in modern times, they fell in large, thick clusters. But Xiao Xuan couldn't stop to admire the beautiful snowy scenery, he quickly ran down the mountain. At the village entrance at the foot of the mountain, he ran into Lu Cheng, Brother Cheng. Xiaoshuan, are you playing down in the village? No, my sister asked me to find Dr. Yu. Who is sick? Lu Cheng asked a little nervously. It's Sanya, she drank all the half bottle of white liquor in your room, and now she seems unconscious. Lu Cheng said nervously, you go back first, the heavy snow has blocked the mountain, don't get lost, just go straight home, okay? Hey, Chenggu, which doctor should we ask to come? I'm going. Alright, then I'll go back. Don't play on the road, be careful. Good. Lu Cheng walked towards the village committee next to the village Dr. Yu's place. Dr. Yu, are you home? Ah. Yes, who is it? Yu Lixiong came out of the pharmacy and glanced over. Oh, it's Lu Cheng. Is someone in your family not feeling well? Dr. Yu, please hurry and take the medicine box with me. My third younger sister drank half a bottle of white liquor. Oh no. This is serious. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right there. The village Dr. Yu was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, with a worried look on his face. He went to get several kinds of medicine, took the medicine box, and then said, let's go. Lu Cheng said, ah, okay. The two of them hurriedly went up to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Shen Shuang anxiously came out to meet them. Dr. Yu, please take a look at Sanya quickly. Alright, don't worry. You all, don't stay here with so many people, have a few of you step outside. Alright, kids, all of you go out. Here, your sister and I will stay. Lu Cheng said in a gentle voice. But his tone was slightly urgent, clearly worried about Sanya's condition. Cheng, your little sister is too young. I have to make her vomit. Prepare a basin and cooperate in a moment. Shen Shuang immediately said, I'll do it. Lu Cheng immediately said, I can do it too. Dr. Yu immediately said, go prepare some flour-based food, batter, or noodles will do. After vomiting, we'll feed Sanya some soft noodles to warm her stomach. Shuang, you go make the noodles. I'll take care of Sanya's vomiting. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it later. Shen Shuang said emotionally, all right then. Then Lu Cheng took an iron basin, and the village doctor gave Sanya some medicine. After a while, Sanya felt sick and leaned over the iron basin like that. Finally, Lu Cheng dealt with the waste. Sanya vomited until her eyes were red. Brother, what's wrong with me? Yu Tsuni said with a smile, you can call out now, do you recognize your brother? Yes, of course I recognize him. Will you dare to drink again next time? Brother, I will never drink again from now on. You're too young, if you drink this wine and it harms your brain, that would be trouble, you'd become a fool. Meaning of fool. Sanya leaned against the head of the bed, scratching the back of her head a few times. Brother, I'm hungry. The village doctor said, in a little while, you can eat some noodles. For now, drink some warm water to ease yourself. Lu Cheng immediately poured about half a small bowl of water from the kettle, lightly pursed his lips and said, it's warm. Do you want to take a couple of sips now? Sanya took 2 sips and said, I'm still hungry. I'll go check if Sister Shuang has finished cooking. Here I come, I heard Sanya say she was hungry as soon as I got to the door. Shen Shuang brought over a bowl of cabbage noodles, topped with a poached egg. Wow! There's a poached egg. Sanya exclaimed excitedly, drooling. Look at you, sit properly and eat slowly. Lu Cheng immediately took the bowl of noodles from Shen Shuang's hand and placed it on the small table beside them. The table was not varnished, it had the color of an old piece, but Shen Shuang had wiped it clean and spotless. Sanya immediately inhaled the aroma of the noodles. Wow, it smells amazing. At this moment, several children also gathered around. Sanya, how do you feel being drunk? Sanya had a noodle dangling from her mouth and sucked it in. Not good. Headache. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you dare to drink next time. Xiao Xuan laughed so hard his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Brother Xiao Xuan, you're laughing way too much. Sanya rolled her eyes completely. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Ha ha ha. No, I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xuan quickly went to the small courtyard to kick the snow. Actually, he was very worried inside, but when he saw Sanya get up again to eat noodles, his mood suddenly became especially good. Little Xiang said enviously, sis, so you can eat fried eggs when you're sick. When Sanya heard this, she said with a dreamy look, you want to eat? No, I won't eat. Lu Cheng smiled and said, Shuang, cook 2 eggs for the kids and Dr. Yu to drink with tea, add sugar. Shen Shuang smiled, hey, Zhong. Yu Lixiong said with a smile, how can I feel comfortable with this? It's nothing, we have eggs at home. Lu Cheng bought 3 trays from the county town a while ago, and with the original 1 tray, there are a total of 4 trays of eggs. The older generation in Henan really loves eggs. Even in modern times, families in Henan prepare hundreds of eggs for daughters-in-law during their postpartum confinement, fearing they won't recover their strength, so they supplement them vigorously. Chapter 39, Why are you still crying? Shen Shuang immediately said, then I'll go boil a pot of egg tea now, there's still fire in the stove. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Everyone will cook 2 portions, including you, me, and Sanya. So, all of us will have 2 each. Yes. Lu Cheng knew that when winter comes, having a healthy body is better than anything else. If you can eat well, your body will naturally be strong. Sanya said happily, sister, I'll just have 1 egg tea, I already have 1 in my bowl of noodles. Lu Cheng said, alright, let's do it according to Sanya's wish. Okay. Shen Shuang went out and called, Xiao Xuan, come help sister boil a pot, okay? Coming, sister. After stepping on the snow, Xiao Xuan quickly ran towards the kitchen. Then Shen Shuang took several clean large bowls out of the old cupboard, preparing to serve the egg tea that was just cooked. A plastic jar nearby was filled to the brim with white sugar. Shen Shuang scooped out a bowl and added a spoon and a half of sugar into it. Xiao Xuan carried a bowl into the living room. The village doctor Yu had just finished prescribing medicine for Sanya. This village doctor Yu had simple pills in his own medicine box and prescribed medicine twice. 1 dose of medicine included 4 small white tablets and 2 small yellow tablets. They are all simple and ordinary medicines. This made Lu Cheng sigh. In his previous life, he was a sharpshooter in the special forces, so his body was still very strong. But once, when he caught a cold, he went to the hospital to see a doctor. He noticed that those people were taking medicine in packets, one by one. Take another look at this era. Dr. Yu carefully packed the medicine he had prepared. There are only 6 small pills in total. Because Sanya has already taken medicine once, these 2 packets are for taking once tomorrow and once the day after tomorrow. If Sanya doesn't have any other discomfort, then it should be fine. Okay, thank you, Dr. Yu. Shuang, I'll keep this for you. Lu Cheng placed 2 packets of medicine into Shen Shuang's hands. At this moment, Yu Lixiong also picked up the egg tea from the table. This egg tea is really sweet, did you put a lot of sugar in it? It's okay, it's better to make it a bit sweeter to taste good. Lu Cheng also took some egg tea to drink. Several children each found a small stool to sit down and eat. In the end, even the village doctor finished all the soup and eggs, saying, alright, once I finish eating, I'll leave first. Okay, I'll see you off. Lu Cheng walked out together. This weather is so cold it makes people hunch their necks. But this bowl of egg tea really warms people up, thanks. Dr. Yu, we should be the ones thanking you. Alright, no need to see me off, it's broad daylight, no wild beasts, you can go back. Yu Lixiong quickly left, carrying the medicine box, his figure slowly walking down the mountain. Lu Cheng was still standing at the door, watching until Yu Lixiong entered the village entrance before going back. Lu Cheng returned home and went to a corner of the small courtyard, where there were dry trees he had dragged back a few days ago. He was sawing them rhythmically with a saw. At this moment, Xiao Xuan stepped forward and said, Brother Cheng, I want to help too. Hey kid, have you ever been to school before? Xiao Xuan said with a silly smile, yes, I have, I studied up to 3rd grade. Next spring, you'll be in 4th grade. Brother Cheng, I help you pull dry trees and gather firewood at home. Let my little sister go to school. I've studied for 3 years, and I can recognize some simple characters, that's enough. Silly Xiao Xuan, whether you are a boy or a girl, you have to study. This way, you can understand things clearly and not be confused. Xiao Xuan said excitedly, Brother Cheng, do you mean that we can all go to school? Yes, everyone can go. Lu Cheng, nowadays going to school means you have to pay for yourself, and tuition must be paid in full every semester. But with these few children following him, he doesn't have to rack his brains, he also wants them to study and understand reason. Xiao Xuan said excitedly, but the few of us kids will only hold you and my sister back. Shen Xuan really wished he could grow up overnight, just like Lu Cheng, and go hunting in the mountains. You are already a half-grown boy. At the age when you should be studying, you need to study well, but every day remember to lead your 2 younger sisters to study together and come back together. Brother Cheng, don't worry, I will take good care of the 2 little sisters. With you taking them to school, I feel a bit more at ease. Then the two men, one big and one small, sawed dry wood in the small yard, sawing all day long. In the mountain countryside, there is no idle time in winter. Whenever there is free time, it is spent going into the mountain to gather dry branches and drag them home. Just as Lu Cheng finished sawing, he came out of the small courtyard gate and saw Guoxiuxiu and Lu Yan, his mother and elder brother, dragging a large pile of dry branches outside his courtyard gate. Also, Shen Shuang followed Guoxiuxiu and the other woman, dragging dry branches back together. "Mom, these dry branches are enough for us to burn for a long time, let's not drag any more for now." Guoxiuxiu wiped the snowflakes off her face and said, "Not too many, the more dry branches the better. When spring comes, after cutting all the dry trees by the mountain, the branches will sprout again in spring. I really wish we could drag enough to burn for a whole year." Guoxiuxiu is a hardworking rural woman who doesn't talk much. Especially kind-hearted. "Shuang, you go take a rest, I'll go bring back the remaining loads. By the way, call Yan to come back. Auntie, I'll go haul too, you shouldn't be too tired." "Hey, I'm not tired, you take a rest. Stop arguing, I'll go drag it." Xiao Xuan dashed out of the courtyard like a cannonball. "Come on, Auntie, take me to drag the dry branches." "Ah, Xiao Xuan, come on, let's go together." Lu Cheng said, "I stacked these dry branches up, I'll saw them another day. I'm a bit tired today." "What did you say to Xiao Xuan?" Shen Shuang asked softly. "Nothing much, just chatted casually. I vaguely heard you say to let Xiaoshuan take the two younger sisters to school." "Yes, Xiaoshuan is only 10 years old this year, and next year he'll be in 4th grade. Let him continue studying. But if he continues studying, our pressure won't be small." "There's no pressure. I have the money for their schooling next year." Shen Shuang. You don't have to make things difficult for yourself like this. I told Xiao Xuan that since he's in 3rd grade and can already write letters, he doesn't have to continue. Shuang, you also know that knowledge changes destiny." Shen Shuang tightened her grip. I don't even know how to thank you." Lu Cheng looked at Shen Shuang and saw that her eyes were red, with crystal clear tears falling down. "Why are you crying now?" Lu Cheng immediately put down the dry branch, and at this moment Guoxiuxiu and the others returned. "What's wrong with Shuang? Did the dry branch scratch her eye?" Yes, it's nothing, no worries." Shen Shuang wiped her tears awkwardly. Guoxiuxiu quickly approached. "How is it? Do you want to see a doctor?" "It's nothing serious, just let her rest. She's not familiar with farm work, after doing it a few more times, she'll be fine. I'm going to get some water, I'll be back in a moment." Shen Shuang was simply mortified. She never even thought that Xiaoshuan might still have a chance to go to school. According to her thinking, Xiaoshuan would drop out of school, do more chores at home, and then support the two younger ones, Xiaoxiang and Xiaotong. But what about now? Lu Cheng directly decided that Lu Cheng would support Xiaoshuan's education. Chapter 40, I am unwilling. This made Shen Shuang's heart both excited and touched. The village chief wrote the marriage report as if it were a settled matter, but it still needed to be stamped in the county town. So the day for the stamping has to wait until after the snow melts in early spring next year. At this time, Li Erju returned to the village. If she weren't familiar with this mountain path, she would have almost been unable to return. Li Erju returned to her home and said anxiously, "Mom, where is my second brother Erchen?" "Silly Erju, you still care about Erchen. He now has a young woman from the county town living at home, named Shen Shuang, who is also a teacher from our Liyuyan village. You don't stand a chance." "What do you mean? I just left home not long ago. How could Ercheng have brought a woman home?" "Let me tell you, silly Erju, it's not just Shen Shuang, but also her two younger brothers and a younger sister." "What? Ercheng wouldn't want me anymore, would he?" Li Erju said, "I'm going to find brother Ercheng." "Ah, you girl." Li Erju's mother was happy to let her daughter go and try. Her daughter is quite resourceful, even if she were to curse in the street, Shen Shuang definitely wouldn't be a match for Li Erju. Li Erju hurriedly ran up to the halfway point of the mountain and angrily knocked on the door of the small courtyard. She knocked urgently and heavily. Bang! 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 "Open the door." "Who is it?" Shen Shuang came out of the kitchen wiping her hands and opened the door to the small courtyard. Li Erju saw someone who looked even more delicate and slimmer at the waist than herself. "This is serious, everything about her is better than mine." "Who are you?" Shen Shuang said softly. "I am Ercheng Ji's future wife, who are you?" Li Erju said in a deep voice. Shen Shuang also recognized that this was probably Li Erju, the one Yu Xiaohe had mentioned to her. Are you Li Erju? Yo, looks like you know me. If you're sensible, obediently take your things and your little brothers and sisters away. Li Erju blocked the door of the small courtyard, and Shen Shuang no longer invited her in. This was the first confrontation between two women. Whoever loses first will be the defeated one for life. Cheng and I have already registered our marriage with the village chief. As for you, this so-called future wife, it's probably just your own wishful thinking. Shen Shuang's voice was clear and pure, exuding the aura of a cultured person. Li Erju said, you registered. How is that possible? Where is my second brother? I want to see him face to face and ask. He went into the mountains to catch wild chickens and made soup for me. Shen Shuang. Originally, Lu Cheng said that if he caught a wild chicken, he would make chicken soup for Shen Shuang because Shen Shuang was not feeling well and needed to be nourished. Li Erju bit her lip hard, I don't believe it. Erching likes me. After all, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. A gentle smile appeared on Shen Shuang's face, has Cheng ever hugged you first? Li Erju. How could she ask that? But she had no way to say she had been held, because Lu Cheng really had never held her. You. What do you mean, you? A girl who isn't on Cheng Ji's mind, yet you passionately claim to be his future wife. How shameless. Shen Shuang had no intention of giving Li Erju a friendly face. Li Erju was trying to steal her man, so was she supposed to welcome her with a smile? Not beating her up would already be considered polite. Li Erju said angrily, even if you have a certificate with Ercheng, Ercheng's heart definitely belongs to me. You can also divorce my Ercheng. Shen Shuang. Who does this Li Erju think she is? She can just casually get a divorce. Li Erju, I advise you to go back and take a good look in the mirror. Shen Shuang slammed the small courtyard door shut with a bang. Li Erju's nose almost touched it. Li Erju took a step back and said, I will definitely make Ercheng brother divorce you. You are a vicious woman. Shen Shuang angrily took a deep breath. Is she vicious? Who said that? Li Erju cursed outside, saying, you are a vicious woman. You don't love Ercheng at all. You are a woman from the county town, with a slender waist and fair skin. Why didn't you marry in the county town? You couldn't find a man in the county town to support your several younger brothers and sisters, so you settled for Ercheng, an honest man, and bullied him. Shen Shuang's eyes were slightly red in the small courtyard. That Li Erju is truly a hateful woman. Although Shen Shuang initially valued Lu Chengren for being honest and able to support the family. But after spending this period of time together, she had developed different feelings for Lu Cheng. Why does this Li Erju have the right to treat her feelings so badly? The door creaked open again, and suddenly a basin of foot-washing water was thrown out from inside, splashing all over Li Erju's head and face. You wicked woman! How dare you throw foot-washing water at me? Li Erju was so angry her face almost turned green, and the smell of the foot-washing water was really unpleasant, probably from last night. Ugh! Li Erju kept feeling nauseous. Shen Shuang had long learned from Xiao He how to deal with Li Erju. Li Erju was just an ordinary rural girl, but she had never been to school. If you try to reason with her politely, she will just ignore you. If you come at her hard. With a splash of foot-washing water like this, Li Erju was completely stunned. How is it? Do you want to go again? Ice crystals immediately formed on Li Erju's eyebrows. Just you wait. Li Erju was extremely angry. But now she had to hurry back to warm herself by the fire. It's freezing. Li Erju returned unwillingly with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Li Erju's home is near Wakengu, where several families live. Li Erju hurriedly went back, Mom. Mom. Quickly bring me a basin of charcoal fire, I'm cold. Lu Lanxiang came out and said, Ah, you naughty girl, why are you covered in ice crystals? Did you get wet? Don't mention it, that shameless woman poured a basin of foot-washing water on me. Lu Lanxiang immediately looked angry, why is this person so fierce? I asked her to divorce my second brother. She refused, so she splashed water on me. What? Lu Cheng went to see the village chief yesterday to report the marriage to her. What? They just got married yesterday? Yes, I saw the village chief holding a few sheets of paper, it should be the marriage registration report. With the heavy snow blocking the mountain roads, it's especially difficult for me to enter the mountains. The village chief definitely hasn't had time to go to the county to get the stamp. I'll ask Heir Chenggu to withdraw the marriage report tomorrow. Lu Lanxiang said, in this era, polygamy is not allowed anymore, otherwise, with a good man like Lu Cheng, marrying another woman like Shen Shuang wouldn't be a big deal. Humph. Shen Shuang, she can forget it. Li Erju. She was so angry that her flat chest heaved. Li Erju said, Mom. I am not willing. Silly Erju, what's the use of being unwilling? I, Erching Gu, have been chasing for so many years, and yet I let a woman from a county town steal him away. Sigh, now they are all at the village chief's place filing reports to get married. You really shouldn't be going to see your cousin. Mom, my cousin is too poor. Although he is still as gentle with me as before, I just went to see Erching Ji's house, and the grandeur, really, I like Erching Ji's house so much. Chapter 41, Don't Let Grandma Get Scammed. Of course, the house built with that 20% is just as good as the village chief's. I heard it has a flush toilet. It's convenient at home, and you flush it away with water. Ah, I shouldn't have gone to see my cousin. I regret it. Lu Lanxiang said, Quick, take off your clothes first, I'll warm them up by the fire, then you can put them back on later. Li Erju took off her clothes, and the clothes underneath were not very wet, so she also warmed them by the charcoal brazier. In the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, Lu Cheng had just taken several children to make some small sleds for playing in the snow, and now each child has a small sled. Sitting on the sled, you can slide down the snowy slope halfway up the mountain. Of course, Lu Cheng told the children that they could only play during the daytime. It is too dangerous at night, you are not allowed to go out and play alone at night. The children also know that last time there was a wild wolf attack on their small yard at night. So at night, they are all very obedient and never go out at night. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng saw Shen Shuang making dinner. But there was a slight sign of anger on her face. Shuang, what's wrong? Nothing much. Shen Shuang's voice was slightly cold, but her hands kept stirring in the kitchen pot. In the pot was wolf brisket stir-fried with dry green beans, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Shen Shuang added a little salt, then poured a tiny bit of soy sauce from the soy sauce bottle. At this moment, Lu Cheng said, Xiao Xuan, go call your sisters and brothers to read some books. When I call you later, come back to the kitchen to eat. Ah, good. Xiao Xuan glanced at Shen Shuang, who then stir-fried the wolf brisket a few more times. Shuang, what's wrong? You don't look well. Lu Cheng directly pulled Shen Shuang into his arms. Shen Shuang put down the spatula in the pan. I was angry. This afternoon, Li Erju came over, and I poured a whole basin of foot-washing water on her to wash her foul mouth. Li Erju. The heavy snow has blocked the mountain roads, and she still came back. You didn't ask her what she said. So what did she say? Tell me. Let go of me first, I need to stir-fry the wolf ribs with dry green beans, otherwise it might burn soon. I'll do it. Lu Cheng took the spatula and brought over the large iron basin nearby. This time it was a yellow iron basin, decorated with many beautiful flowers. It actually adds a touch of vivid life to it. Then Shen Shuang mentioned what Li Erju had said. You don't know, she was so infuriating at the time, truly detestable. Lu Cheng washed the pot and said, not only should we splash her with foot-washing water. We should also splash her with pig urine. Lu Cheng said angrily. Shen Shuang successfully made Lu Cheng laugh, you're even harsher than me. That girl from the same village who has been whining since childhood actually wants to cause trouble with my newly married wife. No matter what, I have to stand up for my wife. You don't have that kind of feeling for Li Erju? I haven't, I avoid her at all costs. Shen Shuang was clearly much happier, that's more like it. Lu Cheng lowered his head and kissed Shen Shuang's little mouth. Don't let anyone see. It's okay, I told Xiaoshuan and the others to read, no one saw us. Don't be like this. Shen Shuang really didn't dare to have this kind of close contact with Lu Cheng anymore. Last time, after sleeping with him naked for a night, I woke up the next day with a whole day of discharge. It's quite awkward. This is the natural physiological reaction towards someone you like. Shen Shuang naturally understands. But what about Lu Cheng? He was about the same, vomited twice, but it wasn't from his mouth. But because he had to support several younger brothers and sisters, their close relationship had to be put on hold. Because at that time, condoms were hard to get, and the price was not cheap. So, for now, he could only endure it. However, Lu Cheng had already asked Kai Qingchuan to help bring back 10 boxes from the big city. Kai Qingchuan is a well-connected person and agreed immediately, saying he would let him know once he got them. The two of them lingered in the kitchen for a while longer. Shenchuan cooked garlic pumpkin, winter melon wolf meat soup, wolf brisket stir-fried with dry green beans, and another dish of dry chili stir-fried with cabbage. Additionally, when steaming the rice, a small portion of wolf meat minced egg custard was steamed separately for Xiao Tong, accompanied by a bit of porridge that was slowly cooked over low heat in a small pot. Especially fragrant. Soon after, the whole family sat together and had a lively dinner. Then, one by one, the children gathered around the fire, carefully reading their books aloud. Xiao Xiang and Sanya were both reading old books, recognizing the phonetic symbols one by one according to the pinyin taught by Xiao Xuan. Xiao Tong is reading a small book about recognizing animals and plants. This book also has colors and other new knowledge that children like to accept. At night, since there are currently no other evening activities, reading is the best way to pass the time. Meanwhile, Gua Xiuxiu in the village is facing a difficult moment. Xuanfeng, what do you think this is all about? Well, at the time it was said that the family would split, but there was no mention that I had to give mom 2 yuan a month for living expenses. Lu Xuanfeng said with a troubled sigh. Sigh. I use work points to exchange for tickets, exchange for food, but I still can't get her even 2 yuan. Lu Yen said, Mom, how about I earn work points and exchange them for grain to send to grandma? 2 yuan worth of grain for her. Grain, if you keep making it for her, when will it ever end? Lu Xuanfeng, I owe her, and it's not right to let you all repay her. I'll argue with your grandma. If she wants me to give her 2 yuan, then she has to give me 3 more acres of land. I'll grow grain to repay her. Lu Xuanfeng's request is not unreasonable, because if Yu Xianglan can no longer farm, she has a lot of land under her name, so asking her to give up 3 acres of good land is not excessive. Lu Yen immediately said, Dad, let's hold off on this matter tonight and discuss it with Cheng tomorrow morning before making a decision. All right. Early the next morning. Lu Yen arrived early at the small courtyard halfway up the mountain and stood at the gate for a while. Lu Cheng came out and opened the courtyard gate. Oh, big brother. When did you arrive? Why didn't you say a word? I just arrived a little while ago. I was wondering if it was too early, so I didn't make a sound. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. Lu Cheng gave a tug, and the 2 brothers Lu Yen went inside. Sitting in the small courtyard's fire-warming room, yesterday our grandmother came to see our dad. What's wrong? What does she want to do? Our grandma said she wants our dad to pay her 2 yuan a month for living expenses. That vicious grandma. What right does she have? Lu Cheng clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles cracking a few times. Lu Yen immediately said, Cheng, the matter of recognizing the relative hasn't been settled yet, we can only accept it for now. Lu Cheng said coldly, I'm going to find her. You go home first. Lu Yen said, be careful yourself, don't let grandma take advantage of you. Don't worry. Lu Cheng angrily ran to Yu Xianglan's house, you old thing. You suppress our family at every turn. Aren't you just bullying my honest dad? You want 2 yuan a month for living expenses? If you really want living expenses, then it's 5 jin of black flour and 5 jin of rice every month. Take it or leave it. You have 3 sons, so why do you only make our family pay for living expenses? Chapter 42, You don't owe her anything. If someone is going to pay, everyone should pay. Don't just bully the honest people. As soon as the villagers heard the noise, many people immediately gathered outside Yu Xianglan's courtyard. Some villagers in the village were saying, logically speaking, Cheng's calculation isn't bad either. Black flour at 15 cents per jin, 5 jin would be 75 cents. 5 jin of white rice costs 30 cents per jin, so 5 jin would be 1 yuan and 50 cents. Adding these 2 together, it comes to 2 yuan and 25 cents, which is even 25 cents more than what Yu Xianglan got. At this moment, Li Erju immediately said, Brother Cheng, don't be angry, let's talk this through calmly. Lu Cheng glanced back at Li Erju and said, Go away. Li Erju pouted, but the black mole at the corner of her mouth really didn't look very beautiful. It can only be described as ordinary. The villagers all criticized Yu Xianglan, old lady you, if you want your sons to provide grain to support you, you have to make the other 2 families contribute grain as well. 30 jin of grain per month is enough for you to eat. Another villager said, 30 jin, she can eat very good meals every day. I alone get less than 20 jin of grain in a month. Yes, I exchange work points, and only get 30 jin of grain a month. You have 3 sons, 1 family gets 5 jin of black flour, 5 jin of white rice, 3 families together is 30 jin, you should be content. Yu Xianglan was simply furious. She was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Lu Xuanfeng's family. She usually thought the villagers were very fair, so why are they all siding with that Lu boss's family today? It's simply unjust. I am his grandmother, and look at him, he actually scolded me. I scold you. That's because your heart is biased far away, 800 miles behind. Another male villager said fiercely, Cheng only scolded you once. If it were me, I would have directly started hitting. If talking doesn't work, then beat until they submit. Cheng is strong, if he hits you, he can take down a whole group. Yu Xianglan looked at her other two sons. One by one, they had no strength. In front of Cheng, they seemed a bit weak. Humph. You two, starting this month, give your old mother 10 jin of grain. Yu Xianglan originally planned to plant some more land next spring. But early this morning, she couldn't get out of bed, and it took a long time before she finally got up. After getting up, she went to the kitchen and saw that the pot no longer had the ease it had when Guoxiuxiu was in charge. Before, Guoxiuxiu prepared the meals every day. She eats whatever is already in the pot whenever she wants. What about now? The second family cooks separately and eats, the whole family is full and doesn't care about her. Another one, the third family, also doesn't care about her even if they are full. Now she wants grain, as long as she gets the grain in her hands, she can still cook and eat it. If it really doesn't work, then let Guoxiuxiu come back and cook it well to serve her. It seems now that this matter is imperative. Yuxianglan's voice rose slightly as she said, not only do I want all three brothers' families to each give me 10 jin of grain, but I also want Guoxiuxiu, the eldest daughter-in-law, to cook meals every day and serve them to me at my bedside. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole village's residents were in an uproar. This demand is too much. Lu Cheng said in a very deep voice. Guoxiuxiu's eyes reddened slightly, even if you want to cook, you can't just make me do it. Why should I? Second uncle and third uncle immediately jumped out, you are the eldest sister-in-law, you have to cook for our mother, this is a matter of course. Haven't you heard? The eldest son takes care of the elderly. Yu Xianglan looked guilty, glanced at Lu Xuanfeng and said, Xuanfeng, take charge of this matter, don't let Cheng, a child, make a fuss here. Lu Cheng. Is Yu Xianglan trying to pick on his dad again? Bullying his dad because he has a good temper. Is the person honest? Are filial people always bullied like this by the nanny? Dad, don't speak. This matter. This family. Whatever I, Lu Cheng, want is what happens. I am the night watcher. Yu Xianglan. I just feel that the whole Lu Xuanfeng family has changed now. They have become harder to handle than before. Cheng, I am at least your biological grandmother. You have your mom cook a few meals for me every day, that's a matter of conscience. I raised your dad. You support my dad. I remember my dad lived with my grandpa, and after my grandpa passed away, you just made my dad a slave all along. Isn't that right? Yu Xianglan. A villager immediately said, exactly, exactly. Another villager said, still calling her grandma? She's clearly not. Yu Xianglan immediately glared viciously at the woman, don't talk nonsense. Li Erju's mother tightened the corner of her mouth. A look of embarrassment on her face. Auntie, could you please tell everyone what you know? Originally, Li Erju's mother Lu Lanxiang immediately said, everyone, it's not just me saying this, it's what my mother-in-law said. That Lu Xuanfeng is actually the son of a communist and a military family member. Lu Cheng pretended to look as if he had just found out, his face full of shock. Aunt Lu, are you sure? Yu Xianglan screamed sharply, Lu Lanxiang, you bitch. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Xuanfeng is my biological son. My biological son. Second uncle Lu Xuanwang immediately said anxiously, yes, my eldest brother is my biological elder brother, not some shared son, nor a military dependent. Lu Xuanyan immediately said, if he's the son of Gong, then so am I. The villagers all widened their eyes. You look like someone who takes advantage of others. Like the great son of Gong. The son of a military family. Haven't you heard? Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's son is born to dig holes. Yes, 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 Lu Xuanyan and Lu Xuanwang are naturally cunning, lazy, and fond of eating and idling. They don't seem like the type to hold a gun and charge on the front lines. As for Cheng, it's obvious he's from a military family. When the wolf pack attacked, Cheng led his family to defeat the wolves and even shared a lot of wolf meat with everyone. Also, Lu Cheng and Lu Xuanfeng seemed similar when they were young. Lu Lanxiang immediately said, my mother-in-law said Cheng looks exactly like that person from back then. Yu Xianlan felt as if the sky was about to fall. Her plan to have Lu Xuanfeng support her had failed. Instead, she ended up exposing Lu Xuanfeng's background. Lu Xuanyan, however, confidently walked over to Yu Xianlan and whispered, Mom, don't panic. Just firmly say that the eldest brother is Dad's son. He can't go against fate. Yu Xianlan was just about to speak. That Lu Lanxiang's mother-in-law hurriedly came over, I can testify. Lu Xuanfeng is indeed the son of Hu Renhe, I have always remembered his name. Lu Cheng said, thank you, Grandma He. Lu Lanxiang's mother-in-law's original name was He Guimei, and calling her grandma he was also a form of respect. Good child. I remember your grandfather's name. As long as he is still alive, you can go find your family. He Guimei stared steadily at Lu Cheng. It was as if she wanted to see from his face the man he used to be. The man she saw once before and remembered for a lifetime. He Guimei's eyes carried a kind of sentiment towards the days of living there. Lu Cheng felt a slight difference and said, Grandma He, I am very grateful that you can come out to testify. He Guimei nodded and said, your family doesn't need to support Yu Xianlan in her old age. She has her own son, and you don't owe her anything. On the contrary, many of the lands under her name are. Chapter 43, Such a Greedy Family. He Guimei. You promised me not to reveal Lu Xuanfeng's background. Yu Lanxiang shouted sharply, trying to stop He Guimei from revealing some fatal issues related to her land. Yu Xianlan, you don't have to stop Grandma He like this. Grandma He, please speak. Lu Cheng was extremely happy to see He Guimei helping him like this. In the future, he would also help Li Erju find a good family to marry into. He Guimei said coldly, back then, you were the one who snatched Lu Xuanfeng away from me, and you even asked Brother Hu for his 5 months military allowance. That was at least several dozen yuan. That's how you bought so much land under your name. Villagers. Someone immediately said, I knew it. That Yu Xianlan is clearly from a hard-working family, so where did the money to buy land come from? Yu Xianlan's fig leaf was suddenly torn off, and her whole face flushed bright red. But He Guimei said, I am prepared to support Lu Xuanfeng, but I have no intention of taking a single cent from him. Unlike you, who greedily covets Brother Hu's allowance. Shameless. Yu Xianlan immediately stiffened her neck and said, Pa. You, He Guimei, you must be unwilling to accept Lu Xuanfeng supporting me in old age. This is clearly your jealousy of me. He Guimei took a deep breath and said, if it weren't for the fact that you deceived him before, I wouldn't have just stood by and watched Lu Xuanfeng be sick for so many years without getting better. Yu Xianlan glared fiercely at He Guimei and said, then why are you sticking your neck out again today? I can't stand the sight of your disgusting face. You actually expect Cheng to support you in old age? In your dreams. He Guimei screamed angrily. Almost shouting until her throat was hoarse. Yu Xianlan angrily stepped forward, ready to tear her apart, you meddlesome old hag. I'll beat you to death. Hold her. Quickly, hold her. Someone shouted, and several women who acted like busybodies gathered around Yu Xianlan. They said they were holding her, but actually they were taking sides. He Guimei took this opportunity to slap Yu Xianlan's face a few times, smack, smack. This is to wake you up. Smack, let you bully them. Second uncle and second aunt were also stopped by the villagers for a while. Third uncle and third aunt were also blocked inside. Yu Xianlan took several slaps in vain. After the village chief arrived, the crowd dispersed under his authoritative leadership. Everyone stop. Village chief, oh village chief. I'm about to be beaten to death. After the crowd dispersed, Yu Xianlan lay on the ground with her hair disheveled. The village chief gave a disdainful look and said, Xinwang, Xinyan, quickly help your mother up. What's she lying on the ground like that for? The ground is freezing cold too. It's winter now, and every household is supposed to be up the mountain gathering dry branches, but you guys, what are you doing? Having a group fight? Really promising. The village chief looked at them with a face full of disdain. Village chief, this is really something Yu Xianlan caused herself. He Guimei said with a slightly tense voice, and there was also a scratch on her face made by Yu Xianlan's fingernail. I just heard about what happened from Cheng. You guys really should have spoken up about this earlier. The village chief had actually noticed it a long time ago. But unfortunately, he also had no evidence to prove it. So he could only endure silently without speaking out. Now that it has come to light, it is because Yu Xianglan has become increasingly excessive, truly oppressing the entire Lu Xuanfeng family. Afterwards, Yu Xianglan realized what it means to lose the chicken while trying to steal the eggs. Under the village chief's mediation, Yu Xianglan divided the 18 acres of good land in her hands into 2 parts, keeping 9 acres for herself as compensation for supporting Lu Xuanchen. The other 9 acres were allocated to Lu Xuanchen's family as their means of livelihood, and since that land was originally purchased with Yuzurenha's subsidy, it could even be fully returned to Lu Xuanfeng. But the village chief said that from now on, Lu Xuanfeng would sever all ties with their family and would no longer provide support for her. Then, once and for all, give her half of this land, and from then on, everything is settled. Then everyone dispersed. Yu Xianglan also knew that ordinary people relied entirely on the land to make a living. Having land means having a good life. But if it weren't for her greed, wanting to control the Lu Xuanfeng family. Otherwise, with 18 acres of good land in her hands, she would be a landlady enjoying life. Lu Xuanwang and Lu Xuanyan were still unhappy inside. I told their mother long ago that holding land is not as good as having cash or insurance. Now it's even worse, half the land has been returned to others. Is it settled now? Yu Xianglan said, even if there are still 9 acres of good land, combined with the land of you 2 brothers, our family is already a major landowner. Lu Xuanwang immediately said, Mom, if you want me to support you, you have to give me half of the land. Lu Xuanyan raised his eyelids and said, now that everyone in the village knows that the eldest brother is the son of Hu Renhe, which is unfavorable to us, I want land too. Yu Xianglan said, no, you still have to go to Hu Renhe's old house next year to take a look. What if he recognizes you? Before Lu Xuanfeng finds him, you first acknowledge the kinship, then cheat some money from him. We can still buy more land. Lu Xuanyan immediately nodded, how did I not think of this? This plan is great. Lu Xuanwang said, Mom, you always favor the 3rd son. Why should he be the one to acknowledge the kinship? Yu Xianglan patted the 2nd brother again and said, you forgot, you can't read. Lu Xuanwang looked unwilling and said, sigh, it's because of my lack of education, I've really suffered a big loss. Lu Xuanyan said proudly, 2nd brother, when the time comes, I'll give you a share of the benefits, don't envy me. Lu Xuanwang immediately said greedily, then give me half of the good share. Lu Xuanyan immediately became unhappy, your demand is too much. I'll give you a little when the time comes. You take good care of our mom. Lu Xuanwang tugged at Yu Xianglan's clothes, Mom, you have to keep an eye on the 3rd brother, don't let him only give me a tiny bit, I won't agree. Enough. Wait until the 3rd brother acknowledges the family before talking about it. Lu Cheng was eavesdropping outside their window. Then quietly left. Such a greedy family. They actually want to privately recognize Hu Renhe as their grandfather. Do they think Hu Renhe is a fool? Would he acknowledge such people? Lu Cheng continued to keep watch through the night, and early the next morning. Shen Shuang saw Li Erju bring over 2 small crucian carp, Riching Ge, these are 2 fish I got from my grandmother's house. Take them and make fish soup. Lu Cheng was chopping firewood in the small courtyard, wearing simple clothes that revealed his well-built physique. Li Erju swallowed hard. Shen Shuang was there washing the small underwear of several children, and a faint trace of displeasure clearly flashed across her pretty face. But she did not lose her temper directly. Because she also heard yesterday that Grandma He, who is actually Li Erju's grandmother, had helped the Lu Cheng family. It was because she testified. The village chief took back the 9 acres of good land from Yu Xianglan's hands again. Yesterday, Lu Xuanfeng decided that half of the 9 acres of good land would go to Lu Cheng, and the other half to Lu Yen. Shen Shuang understood that 4.5 acres of land was barely enough to grow grain to feed her family. But this was good land, and the grain produced was relatively abundant. The place is much better than the pits and ditches. Shen Shuang was also satisfied. Chapter 44. She was too tired to cry. At least the food problem was solved. Because in Henan, they plant 1 crop per season, such as wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, soybeans, black beans, sesame, and so on. Lu Cheng reached an agreement with Yu Xianglan that after the wheat harvest, he would return the wheat seeds and organic fertilizer to her. Lu Cheng glanced at the crucian carp and said, hang it on the door. But in his heart, he thought that the children are growing, and if there is a chance to get some fish meat to eat in winter, that would be good too. But in Henan, you have to catch fish from the river, and it all depends on luck. Lu Cheng thought for a moment, he needed to go to the county town to get a good net and then catch a net of fish from the small pool at the foot of the mountain. Li Erju was a bit unwilling, she still wanted to chat with Lu Cheng a little longer. But Lu Cheng was already sawing dry branches. The sound of sawing wood had already started in the small courtyard. Li Erju, then I'll hang this up. Shen Shuang had just hung up the underwear of several children, then walked to the door and took down 2 fish tied with a grass rope. Thanks. Li Erju glanced back, her mouth twitching slightly a few times. But in her heart, she recalled what her grandmother said last night. Erju, Grandma knows you like Urchin, but Urchin's family has a female teacher who transferred from the county town living with them. They all live in a small courtyard. If you keep making a fuss, it will only make you seem petty. Moreover, judging from Urchin's attitude towards you, he only sees you as an ordinary villager, with no feelings of affection for you. Although Li Erju heard her grandmother's words in her heart, she was still unwilling to accept it in her actions. Originally, this fish was caught by her maternal grandmother's uncle, and it was meant to be brought back to cook soup. It could also be considered a return gift from her uncle's family. But she still took the fish up to the halfway point on the mountain to give to Lu Cheng to eat. So what was the result? Lu Cheng even came closer to look, but she wasn't there. Just let her hang on the door. Li Erju reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth. Go back and think of a good way, see how I can make Er Cheng like me. Shen Shuang fried the fish on both sides while pouring in boiling water. If I cook a pot of milky white fish soup with steamed buns and pickles this morning, that would be very nutritious. Soon, the whole family sat together to have breakfast. Sister, why is there fish soup to drink? Xiao Xuan said excitedly. After taking a sip of the soup, feeling very happy inside. It was sent by a girl named Li Erju, specially for your second brother to nourish his body. Shen Shuang said that when it comes to nourishing the body, the words are emphasized heavily. Lu Cheng immediately spat the soup he was drinking onto the ground beside him. Shuang, maybe I shouldn't drink it? Seeing his expression, Shen Shuang couldn't help but smile. Drink it, you have to drink it properly, you can't waste Miss Erju's sincere intentions. No, I'd better not drink it. I'll drink boiled water instead. I like the boiled water you make for me, Shuang. Lu Cheng, is this my strong will to survive? Brothers and sisters, who understands? Lu Cheng walked over and poured the fish soup for Master White Fox. Master White Fox, this soup is for you. Little White Fox sniffed it lightly, then immediately took a few sips, looking at Lu Cheng with eyes that seemed to say, you kid have a good heart, this soup is pretty good. Lu Cheng rinsed the bowl, poured a bowl of plain boiled water, and drank it in the kitchen. When Shen Shuang saw him like this, she didn't drink the fish soup herself. She also imitated him and poured herself some plain boiled water to drink. The children looked at each other, and Sanya said, could this fish soup be poisonous? Why aren't you all drinking it? Shen Shuang was so shocked that she choked and said, cough cough cough, it's not poisonous, if you want, you can drink it yourselves. Sanya smiled and said, is that because you don't like second chrysanthemum sister? Lu Cheng took a bite of the steamed bun and said, Sanya, don't talk nonsense, eat quickly, later I want to test how well you've learned your pinyin. Sanya immediately lowered her head and drank the soup. Oh. Sanya was thinking, this fish soup sent by Sister Ju is really delicious, but the soup was made by Sister Shen. Who should she thank? After thinking for a moment, she took another sip. After having breakfast. Shuang, I'm going to the county town to buy a net, then I'll go to the small river to catch a net of fish. Don't go. Do you really want to eat fish that much? Lu Cheng. I felt a spark in Shen Shuang's eyes. I don't want to eat fish, I just want to catch fish in winter for the kids to eat, to nourish their bodies, and also to help them grow taller. Humph. It's clearly you who wanted to eat fish, yet you say it so nicely. Shen Shuang. I'm just not happy about it, feeling extremely upset. Lu Cheng. I think I need to chop firewood, we're running low. Lu Cheng shouldn't have brought up the fish. Because Li Erju brought fish, Shen Shuang felt a surge of frustration, a feeling that was stuck and couldn't be expressed. She had already reported to the village chief with Lu Cheng about their marriage. This Li Erju actually came early again to deliver fish. Does she have to show off her presence in front of Lu Cheng? Shen Shuang was tidying up the kitchen while boiling a pot of water. Although Lu Cheng wanted to go fishing in the river, his family did not want him to go, and he had no choice. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Li Erju came again, this time bringing 10 eggs. Lu Cheng placed the eggs in her hand and said, Li Erju, although our countryside occasionally has some good things, they are all the nutritional source for the working people. I'm a man, I can do and carry things, but I can't accept your gift, you take it back. Li Erju's black mole at the corner of her mouth twitched. Birching brother, look, I've liked you for so many years, can you please tear up the report for me? Withdraw it? Lu Cheng stared at her like she was a fool. Is your brain damaged by the door? How could I possibly tear it up or withdraw it? Impossible. Li Erju looked heartbroken. Birching brother, what do you say we do? What am I supposed to do? Lu Cheng said with an unhappy look in his eyes, you should leave quickly. My family already has their own wives. You, a grown young lady, must never say such things again. If people hear it, it will harm your reputation. I don't care about any reputation, I only want second brother Cheng. Calling second brother Cheng so affectionately. Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Cheng looked at her with disdain, you're not the type I like. Don't bring this up in front of me again. I'll see which young man is good later and tell you, so you can find a good man to marry. Woo-woo second brother Cheng, I. Shut up. Call me brother Lu from now on. Lu Cheng turned around and closed the courtyard gate. Bang! Li Erju originally planned to cry, make a fuss, and then hang herself. As a result, she had just shed a few tears when the door was shut, and she lost the will to cry anymore. Moreover, it was very cold outside. Li Erju swallowed hard and left unwillingly. But in her heart, she was wondering, does Lu Cheng not like her type? Could it be because Shen Shuang looks too fair and delicate? Is she too dark? Li Erju decided that when she went back, she would use melted snow water to wash her face. She heard that washing your face with melted snow water would make your skin fairer. Li Erju happily went back, found a basin, filled it with snow, and placed it by the fire to melt. Lu Cheng glanced at Shen Shuang in the kitchen. She gave him an unhappy look. It seems like saying, I'm angry. I'm angry. Shuang, what are we eating tonight? Eat, eat, eat. Didn't someone bring you something? You cook it yourself. Shen Shuang took a deep breath through the sole of her shoe and turned her back to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng stepped forward and reached around from behind to hold her. Are you angry? I drove her away. Shen Shuang felt Lu Cheng's strong hand tightly embracing her. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. Chapter 45, Why do you insist on clinging to my man? I don't know why, but the anger in my heart, the unwillingness, the disappointment, all kinds of emotions turned into a warm and sweet feeling. Lu Cheng gently kissed her on the side. I want to eat hand-grabbed wolf ribs tonight, what do you think? I'll go get the wolf ribs out to thaw, they need to be chopped, otherwise they won't fit in the pot. Okay, you thaw them, and call me to chop them later. Lu Cheng kissed Shen Shuang in his arms, he almost took her. He understood that before the condom was back, he still had to be careful for the time being. Although it wasn't certain that she would get pregnant. But it's always better to be cautious. He wanted to give Xiaoshuan and Xiao the same home. If the two of them kept living with him, it would be difficult to arrange a marriage in the future. The relationship has become complicated. So Lu Cheng decided to earn more money. He took in Shen Shuang and decided to support her two younger brothers and one younger sister until they reached adulthood. Although the pressure was considerable, since he had saved Shen Shuang and her siblings, he would not abandon them. Moreover, now that fate had brought her into his life, he also had some expectations for love. If I were to become a sharpshooter like in my previous life, although the sense of personal achievement would be particularly strong. But when old, the feeling of loneliness is especially hard to endure. The sense of achievement cannot balance out the erosion caused by loneliness. Now, holding the beloved in my arms, I feel the flesh and blood of life. There is a kind of motivation to strive and work hard. Although before Lu Cheng's rebirth in modern times, many people chose not to marry or have children, it was also due to the pressure of prices and circumstances beyond their control. Lu Cheng's current era is the winter of 1960. At this time, as long as a person is diligent and has hunting skills like him, life can still be quite comfortable. Moreover, Lu Cheng also got guns and bullets from Master White Fox. He was very hopeful that through getting rich, his family could live a bit happier and eat better. But there were also many helpless situations in this era. The villagers lived off the mountain and barely managed to make ends meet. However, because there were limited job positions in the city, some educated youth began to go to the countryside one after another to learn. Everything is people-centered, learning the lifestyle of ordinary people. After the two of them got a bit cozy, Shen Shuang said, I say, Chenggu, we have too much wolf meat. If we eat it all, it would really be a pity. I understand. I plan to secretly take some to the county town to sell when the new year comes. The money from selling the wolf meat will be enough to build a house for Xiaoshuan and Xiaotong next year. Shen Shuang said gratefully, it's still me who has held you back. No, as an older sister, being able to give them a stable home is the greatest way you can repay our parents. Building a house in the mountains doesn't cost much, and we would just build a wooden house like ours. Okay. Shen Shuang. Are you home? Yes, I'm here. Shen Shuang came out of the kitchen, and Lu Cheng also came out. Yu Xiaohe immediately smiled and said, "Oh, everyone is here. Sister-in-law Yu. Hey, Cheng is at home. You guys chat, I'll go upstairs to check on the kids." Lu Cheng smiled and then went upstairs. Yu Xiaohe immediately said, "Shuang, let me tell you, didn't you say last time to have my mother-in-law prepare dried vegetables for you on the same scale as last time?" Shen Shuang nodded, Right, do you have the vegetables? I'm just here to tell you, those people have all said that the village chief instructed them that all those vegetables must be kept, because a group of educated youth will be sent to our village next spring. Shen Shuang tightened her grip slightly, there's not a bit of dried vegetables left. None left, you have to let Lu Cheng think of another way. Yu Xiaohe also wanted to make money, but the village chief had issued an order that every family must prepare some dried vegetables for the educated youth to eat. Who would dare to sell it secretly? If the village chief finds out, there will be criticism. If things go wrong, they'll say your thinking is incorrect and you'll be criticized. The dried vegetables sold to Shen Shuang last time were told to outsiders as if Shen Shuang had lent them to her. Borrowing vegetables to eat, no one will be watching you to repay. And no one is chasing you to ask when you will repay. But in this era, stealing and reselling machines is not allowed. If caught, you will be severely punished. So Lu Cheng always sold wild wolf meat quietly, leaving the mountain before dawn. Sneaking into the county town, he quickly resold it. It would be best if no one found out about this. If he were discovered, Lu Cheng would quickly hide the resold goods. Because as long as you can't find the resold items, and the person reporting has no evidence, then you won't go to jail. If someone is caught with dirty goods, they will face more than 3 years in prison. Or they will be subjected to labor reform in the village, criticized every day, and have to write self-criticisms daily. But Shen Shuang also saw this wolf meat, the entire earth cellar was full of meat, there were more than 10 buckets of wolf offal, and there was an overwhelming amount of wolf ribs and wolf meat. If children get used to eating meat every day, I'm afraid that when there is no meat next year, the children will crave it even more. Moreover, binge eating and drinking are not good either. So Lu Cheng also thought of exchanging wolf meat for money. This way, when spring comes next year, he can build a house for the two brothers, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Tong. The best solution is to have the two of them live separately. Because their household registration, Lu Cheng also told the village chief, it was decided to register the household in Liyuan next year. Right here, Yu Xianlan in the village is having a huge quarrel with her two sons. Because Yu Xianlan is unwilling to work, her second and third daughters-in-law are both unwilling to cook for her. Serve her. Ugh. Do you think I'm the eldest sister-in-law? I wouldn't cook a single grain of rice for her. Not even a sip of water. The second daughter-in-law screamed angrily. Yu Xianlan was so angry that her mouth twitched and twisted. The third daughter-in-law immediately put her hands on her hips, I absolutely will not let you, old lady, live in my house. Not even for a day. In the end, the village chief had to intervene. It turned out that Yu Xianlan was unwilling to do any work, whatever she wanted to eat or drink had to be brought to her room by the two of them. She demanded the same treatment that Guoxiuxiu used to give her. This made the second and third daughters-in-law both furious. Guoxiuxiu is easy to talk to, but those two have never taken care of her like this before. So they are not willing to serve at all. The village chief saw that he couldn't handle household matters like Yu Xianlan's. He said, Yu Xianlan, you cook for yourself alone. Those two earn work points every day and take care of the household, it's not easy for them. Yu Xianlan still had a slight swelling on her face from being slapped by He Guimei a couple of days ago. Village chief, you decide, have them serve me for half a month, my whole body hurts. The village chief looked at her with disdain, you're not that delicate. I can't handle this matter. Either take care of yourself, or have your two sons take good care of you. The village chief threw up his hand, smoking a dry tobacco pipe, his expression slightly displeased. Yu Xianlan looked at her two daughters-in-law, then at her two sons. Mom, don't count on me. It's all Zheng Hui who cooks, I just serve the bowls and eat. Second uncle just threw the responsibility off and refused to do it. Third uncle said fiercely, Mom, I have to go out next year, you can't count on me. Yu Xianlan looked at Lu Xuanfeng in the crowd again, Xuanfeng, Mom, oh no, it's your dad who at least raised you once, why don't you have your wife cook every day and serve it to me? Lu Xuanfeng's eyes flickered away. Guoxiuxiu said awkwardly, you don't rely on the two sons you raised yourself. Why do you have to cling to my man? Chapter 46, and they all had a bloody hole in their backs. Your two sons are your true support. Don't stubbornly cling to me. Lu Xuanfeng said, unusually firm. He used to think he was Yu Xianglan's biological son. In every aspect and every matter, he obeyed Yu Xianglan's commands. Now, he didn't want his wife to serve that biased woman every day, a woman who showed him no kindness. Lu Cheng said at this moment, I don't have a princess's fate, yet I keep having improper thoughts about being a princess every day. Who spoils you? Yu Xianglan immediately said awkwardly, I won't ask you anymore. I won't ask you anymore. I'll cook for myself. Finally, the villagers here gradually dispersed. At this moment, the village chief stepped forward and said, Heir Cheng, next year you might take on the role of the production team's guard captain. Guard captain? Well, because spring will come next year, everyone will be farming, inevitably entering the low pits and ditches nearby to farm, as well as working on the edges at the foot of the mountains. Without the protection of the guard captain leading the team, if they encounter a pack of wolves or desperate outlaws in the mountains, there might be casualties, especially among women, or young girls and young married women who, just like in previous years, will directly disappear. They will be abducted by the desperate outlaws in the mountains. This is a very important matter. The village chief's eyes slightly welled up with tears when he spoke. Lu Cheng recalled that 7 years ago, the village chief's younger sister was farming at the foot of the mountain and eventually went missing. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows and asked, can the captain of the guard kill those desperate criminals in self-defense? All right. I appointed you as the captain of the guard so that you could carry a gun conveniently and deal with those desperate criminals in the mountain. Also, I worry that if you kill the game in the mountain, those people will have no food and will come out to take revenge on you. Lu Cheng tightened his grip and said, how many people are there in total? The village chief thought for a moment and said, it is said that among these people, there are 5 who escaped from prison. Lu Cheng nodded and said, that puts my mind at ease. Village chief, rest assured, I will do my best to protect the villagers. The village chief's eyes welled up with tears, and he reached out to wipe them away. I wish I could find my little sister again. But it's been 7 years, I'm afraid they've all been ruined by them. Lu Cheng clenched his fists tightly. Lu Cheng reached halfway up the mountain and felt that the forest was unusually quiet today. He immediately knocked on the door of the small courtyard, and after entering said, Shuang, pack your things. You and the children should go stay at your parents' house in the village for a few days. I have urgent matters to deal with. Shen Shuang said with slight confusion, you have something important, and we need to go live in the village. But there are so many of us. How can we all fit? It's urgent. We must hurry. Only 10 minutes. We need to escape. There are desperate men targeting us. Shen Shuang heard there were desperate men. Frightened, her heart tightened, let's leave immediately. Lower your voice. Shen Shuang quickly gathered several children, let's go. Use the tunnel to get out. It turned out that every night, Lu Cheng used the experience he learned in the military in his previous life of digging tunnels to dig a small tunnel nearly 300 meters long, only wide enough for one adult to pass through, with all the children following behind Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang nervously walked through the tunnel, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Xiang said, Sister, why are you trembling? Xiao Xiang, Sanya, we are women. If we encounter bad guys dragging us away, we have no way to escape. I'm scared. Sister, I'm scared too. Tears streaming down, Xiao Xiang said, don't be afraid, let's go to the village first. The third maid said, don't cry yet. There have been beautiful women missing in the village before, possibly taken by wild men from the mountains, but my second brother is very capable and will definitely protect Sister Shuang and us. Xiao Xuan immediately said, don't talk, we're almost at the village. Shen Shuang, at the front, said, it seems we've reached the end. Where does this path lead? The third maid, being small, squeezed forward and said, let me take a look. It's the chicken coop at home in our village, come out quickly. The weather was dark and gloomy at this time. After Shen Shuang and the others had just come out of the earth kiln, Lu Cheng blocked the top with large stones. The purpose was to prevent the desperate bandits from directly using the tunnel to catch people. At this moment, Lu Cheng quietly sneaked up to the second floor, while outside, 5 figures quietly approached. Big brother. I've done some scouting, they're all here now. The man who called him Big Brother gave a lecherous smile, humph. I'll have all the girls here to myself one by one to torment and play with. Big brother, you keep the prettiest one, and let the rest of us have some fun with the two younger ones. Don't worry, brother, you won't lose out. Another man with a scarred face said, I heard that the night watchman's family has a young, tender female teacher from the county town. She's as beautiful as a flower. Big brother. When the time comes, let's all have a taste of her. All right. No problem. You can't tame a woman you snatch, so why not keep her as a decorative vase? Those younger ones won't be spared either. Lu Cheng originally planned to beat these men into submission and send them to the police station. But, listen to what these men are saying. They are planning to mess with his woman and bully his family. Looking for death. Lu Cheng quietly climbed up the mountain from behind the hill on the second floor. And those 5 people had already reached the pigsty over there. The wild boar was growling loudly. Goodness. This wild boar is actually here. We'll slaughter it later. Have a good feast of meat. Don't rush, first catch the women and a few young kids, relax and take it easy, the pig isn't in a hurry. Be careful. At this moment, another person said, what's there to be afraid of? A night watchman, 1 bullet will solve it. This one was a thin man, and as he spoke, his face happened to glance at the mountain. He was about to speak, but a bullet struck his heart. That person clutched his chest as he was dying and fell to the ground. Only then did the eldest brother nervously say, third brother. What's wrong with you? Another person went up and felt, damn it. Eldest brother, the third brother has been beaten to death. He was shot in the chest. The eldest brother rushed to the third brother's side, did you all just hear the gunshot? Lu Cheng had already aimed the gun at another person. Nothing. I don't have it either. Hide quickly. Then a few people quickly hid behind nearby cover. But another brother fell to the ground, second brother. You. At this time, the remaining 3 people were the eldest brother, the 4th brother, and the 5th brother. Eldest brother, we've encountered a master. The 4th brother said fearfully, his eyes vigilantly watching in the darkness, but there was nothing to see. Quick. Go inside and grab the hostage. The 4th and 5th brothers quickly climbed over the wall, but just as they reached the top, they fell straight down. And each of them had a blood hole in their back. In the end, only the eldest brother was left. At this moment, the big brother reached out and rubbed his face. These 5 people didn't even enter the front door of the Lu family. 4 have already been broken. The big brother seized the opportunity and fired a blank shot at the spot where he had just felt something like it. Lu Cheng slightly curled the corner of his mouth. This big brother is really quite impressive. If Lu Cheng hadn't changed his position, he might have been hit by the big brother. Chapter 47, God knows she was trembling all over yesterday. But Lu Cheng had long since left that position and had found the right direction to aim at another spot. At this moment, he was aiming at the big brother's heart. But the big brother was very cunning, he kept moving. The big brother was scared in his heart. This person shoots without making a sound. It's like fighting with the air itself, feeling uneasy. Everything around is dark with no trace of human presence. It makes the big brother feel fear from deep within. Lu Cheng was carefully measuring the direction in which the big brother was moving. When he moved to the left once again, he pulled the trigger. The big brother looked down distrustfully at his chest, blood? Me. The big brother said 2 words, then fell to the ground convulsing, with a lot of fresh blood flowing from his mouth. Lu Cheng went down to check their deaths and found that they were all completely dead. This put his mind at ease. He immediately went to the village chief's house. Village chief. I have killed 5 people. The village chief was so shocked that his pipe fell onto the bed. How did you kill people? Who are they? The village chief and the others must be 5 desperate men from the mountains. They surrounded my home, preparing to harm the women and children inside. Damn them. Well done. The village chief immediately grabbed a hat from beside him. Come with me to take a look. Then the village chief called a few trustworthy people, and together they went up halfway up the mountain, all holding torches. When going up, the bodies of several people were lying around in all directions. At this moment, the village chief said, Oldly, go call the safety officer who lives in the village committee to take a statement and report this matter. These 5 people are wanted criminals. Moreover, they are all extremely vicious. The village chief covered his chest as he spoke. A heavy feeling was stifled in his heart. Village chief, are you all right? Lu Cheng noticed the village chief was slightly uncomfortable. Lying among several corpses like this, most people couldn't bear it. These men are quite brave, otherwise, they would definitely feel nauseous. Soon, the security officer indeed arrived, taking a small notebook and sketching the appearance of the deceased, recording detailed information. The guns carried by these people were also recorded one by one. Afterwards, several villagers took turns keeping watch at night. This is the first crime scene, the security officer instructed people to guard the site. Lu Cheng asked the security officer to take him to the village committee to understand the detailed situation. Lu Cheng also recounted his experience in full detail. Of course, there were also those people surrounding his home, saying things about wanting to harm women and children. The security officer also recorded everything in the register. Early the next morning, the safety officer invited the county police, and the police praised Lu Cheng's bravery on the spot, also authorizing him to carry a gun immediately. He became the security captain of Liyuan village, receiving a fixed income from the police station every month, although it was not very high, just an 18 yuan allowance per month. When the police officer was examining the wound, his eyes tightened slightly, then he said, "Captain, your marksmanship is so precise. Have you ever been a soldier?" Lu Cheng smiled foolishly. "My uncle was a soldier. I used to hear him talk about shooting skills, but I mostly figured it out myself. If you ask me to explain, I really can't put it into words." The police looked around the environment and had to admire that Lu Cheng's shooting was particularly accurate. Moreover, in such an environment, even if the police officer himself were to take the shot, he might not be able to kill all 5 people. Because these 5 people were against one. Obviously, Lu Cheng had no chance of winning. But Lu Cheng just happened to succeed. Later, Lu Cheng explained to the village chief and the police that he had dug a passage back to the village. But it was dug to save the lives of the women and children. The police also dug open the passage and then went down to take a personal look. He said, "This passage can be kept to make it easier for you to let your family retreat in the future. After all, in these deep mountains, we can't protect you all the time. Your greatest reliance is Lu Cheng. Village chief, your village is going to achieve great merit." Then, the police took statements from Lu Cheng and took away the bodies of all the fugitives. Later, at Lu Cheng's request, the deeds of Liyuan were not exposed, and Lu Cheng did not want this great credit. Because Lu Cheng only wanted to live peacefully with his family halfway up the mountain. "I don't want my peaceful life to be disturbed by others." The police also said, "Eliminating the 5 members of the Wolf Fire group is a great achievement, there will be commendations or rewards from above, right?" Lu Cheng also said, "Let the good police serve the people, I hope the police comrades do not mention this to others." Because the security officer asked the village chief early in the morning to have several strong men guard the village, and later the village chief required all villagers to guard the entrances. And the police comrades also spoke up, for the safety of the villagers, everyone must keep this strictly confidential. Because the Wolf Fire group has other members, we hope no one leaks any information. The villagers are all honest people. No one wants the Wolf Fire group members to come to Willow Leaf village. But Yu Xianlan's expression was somewhat off. She looked venomously at Lu Cheng and his family standing beside the police officers. How could she be willing to let Lu Xuanfeng's family live well? She wished they would all die immediately. Shortly after, the 2 police cars left, and the security officer was extremely excited. Even if Lu Cheng doesn't want the credit, the internal information of the police will still be transparent. It's just that not many outsiders know the inside story. "Lu Cheng. You scared me to death." Shen Shuang appeared and directly ran into Lu Cheng's arms. Shen Shuang immediately stopped caring about the crowd. God knows she was trembling all over with fear yesterday. She didn't dare close her eyes the entire night. She even wondered if she shouldn't have separated from Lu Cheng. But she also thought that if she were on the mountainside, because of the darkness, and ended up in the hands of bad guys, it would instead drag Lu Cheng down. It was this very thought that made her tremble all over in Guoxiuxiu's arms. Because she had never imagined that Lu Cheng would one day face a life-and-death struggle. Although there had been life-threatening situations before, when facing wild beasts, at least the beasts would not chase them all the way home. But this time, the villains had surrounded the house, it really seemed like it was a matter of life and death. Shen Shuang threw herself into Lu Cheng's arms, crying softly. Guoxiuxiu's eyes also reddened. "Silly child. Why didn't you come back through the tunnel yesterday? What if something had happened? What would we have done?" "Mom, as long as you are safe, I am safe." Lu Cheng didn't explain much either. In his previous life, because of his identity as a sharpshooter, he participated in many high-difficulty missions. Especially going into the criminal gang's lair to kill people, that happened quite often. After all, there was no need to talk about his previous life's experiences at this time. However, the police still learned a bit about Lu Cheng from the village chief. The village chief told about Lu Cheng encountering the wolf pack. The police also went to verify. They found that Lu Cheng was not only good at shooting but also excellent with a knife. If someone said he was a special forces soldier, people would believe it. But according to the village chief, Lu Cheng is 18 years old and has never been a soldier. But there is an uncle who was a soldier. In the past, when he came back, the uncle and nephew would go deep into the mountains together. Chapter 48. To be honest with you. So the police also understood that perhaps it was because the soldier uncle taught Lu Cheng many special self-defense techniques. Maybe his uncle taught him all the skills of a special forces soldier. Liyan village returned to its usual state, with everyone preparing the traditional New Year's flour-based foods. Some well-off families would combine together. You provide a pound of oil, I provide a pound of oil, and we use a big pot to fry mahua. It is a kind of flour food, made by kneading flour into dough, rolling it thin, cutting it into slices, twisting them into flours, then placing them on a bamboo tray to ferment. Then it is thrown into boiling oil to fry until golden and crispy. This is the best snack for the new year in this era. When visiting relatives during the new year, bringing a small bag of this is also a matter of pride. Because frying sesame crisps requires a large pot of oil. If frying alone, obviously there wouldn't be that much oil. People in this era are especially frugal with oil. Roughly one household uses less than 3 jin of lard per month. So usually several families fry together in partnership. Because this way the oil can be pooled together. Anyway, after frying, there is still some oil left. Everyone waits for the oil to cool down, then each household takes their share of the oil back. However, maybe everyone only gets about half a jin, approximately 250 grams. But this is still better than a family not having any spicy pepper to eat, which makes the new year feel less hopeful. Because if it is a single household, your 3 jin of lard, frying ma-yi. It's not even enough for the ma-yi to turn over in the pan, it all sticks to the pan. But in Lu Cheng's family, because Shen Shuang and Guoxiuxiu have accumulated some wolf oil. Guoxiuxiu is now having Lu Xuanfeng boil a pot halfway up the mountain. The pot is filled with a large amount of wolf fat. The aroma is so fragrant that it makes people feel like floating. The scent of wolf fat is more fragrant than lard. But wolf fat makes people more resistant to hunger and cold. Lu Yan was frying sesame cakes on one side, while Guoxiuxiu was slicing dough pieces and shaping dough flowers on the other side. Shen Shuang was on the other side preparing to make the kind of lollipops that Lu Cheng had mentioned. Shen Shuang used a lot of sugar, slowly boiling it in a small pot, then used the beautifully made sticks by Lu Cheng and molds to prepare many lollipops. Lu Cheng decided that during the new year, he would take these lollipops to Kai Qingchuan and ask him to sell them. This is also a way to increase income. The lollipops made by Shen Shuang are just the right size, with heart shapes, round shapes, and little fish shapes. These small models were all slowly carved out of wood by Lu Cheng some time ago. It is especially good for making candy. Although it's not as good as plastic, since it's the first time making it, it's better to save some costs. Because plastic items nowadays cost quite a bit, a whole pack of models is quite expensive. Also, the sugar used with plastic is hot, which might decompose some harmful substances. Lu Cheng believes that since it's for children to eat, plastic should not be used. Later, when he has the chance to go to the county town, he will find someone to make those small steel models. After an hour, the sugar model fell off. Some had a few small wood shavings stuck to them, and Shen Shuang picked them out one by one. And several children also gathered together to help pick them out. At this moment, Xiao Tong said, "Sister, try it. It's sweet." Shen Shuang smiled and said, "Xiao Tong, this is for selling, not for eating." Xiao Tong had a face full of longing. Sanya also said, "Second brother, I want to eat too." Lu Cheng happened to be killing a fat rabbit, looked up and said, "Shuang, pick one for each of the children to try. Although selling is important, our younger brothers and sisters are our first customers. They taste good to them, only then will other children like it." Shen Shuang smiled and said, "You really are generous. Come on, everyone pick a candy you like." Sanya immediately picked a heart-shaped one. "Second brother, what is this candy called?" "Heart-shaped lollipop." "Wow! Great, heart-shaped candy." Sanya immediately picked up White Fox Lord in her arms. "Little White, do you want to try?" White Fox Lord licked the heart-shaped candy, his eyes brightened slightly, then licked it again. Then I nestled into Sanya's arms and fell asleep. Sanya was happily licking by herself. Xiao Xuan also took a round lollipop, held it in his mouth, and poured warm water for Lu Cheng. saying, "Chenggu, how did you make such delicious candy?" "That was made by your sister, I'm only responsible for talking." Shen Shuang smiled, "If you don't say it, I wouldn't do it either." "Little Xuan. Why does it feel like Brother Cheng and Sister Shuang have a different kind of look in their eyes?" Little Xuan said, "I'm going to play with the little sisters." Little Xian. He doesn't understand the adult world. Sister Shuang wasn't this gentle before. Before dawn, Lu Cheng carried 2 wild wolf meats on his back and tied 2 big bags of lollipops around his waist, then set off for the county town. Lu Cheng was walking to the county town on a snowy day, so he couldn't carry too many things. This time, it actually took almost 3 hours of walking to get to Kai Qingchuan's house. As soon as Kai Qingchuan saw him, he immediately jumped up and said, "I was wondering why you were so late." Kai Qingchuan. I'm about to be worried to death. There has been no income for half a month straight. Although he has a little income from selling pork. But it's not as quick to make money as the goods from the mountains. Isn't it because the heavy snow has blocked the mountain roads? If I didn't want to make some money for the new year, I wouldn't have come out. Hey, what did you bring? Look, these 2 wild wolves, and 2 more bags of lollipops. I'm telling you, try one of these candies. I put a lot of effort into making them. You have to pay me in cash first, or else I'll find another buyer. Let me take a look. Kai Qingchuan saw a wooden stick wrapped in a thin layer of greaseproof paper. When unwrapped, it released a sweet fragrance. Kai Qingchuan immediately took a bite. This candy is really sweet. How much is it each? I sell them for 10 cents each. If you sell them, I suggest selling for 13 cents each. Kai Qingchuan said excitedly, "Alright, I'll take them all." Kai Qingchuan definitely has connections. His partnered restaurant, with the new year approaching, is looking for something novel to give to the children who come to the restaurant with their parents. What is this candy called? Lollipop. The name sounds nice. Kai Qingchuan immediately counted the candies one by one. Kai Qingchuan immediately said, "Brother, we are familiar with each other now. Let me tell you, this wild wolf meat is approaching the new year, I'll charge you 2.3 yuan per gene. These 2 wild wolves weigh 120 gene and 110 gene respectively, totaling 230 gene of wild wolf meat. The total amount is 529 yuan exactly. Also, there are 400 candies, totaling 40 yuan. You check it, is this the right amount?" Lu Cheng said happily, "Alright, that's correct. I'll leave first. If I don't come by this time tomorrow, it means the heavy snow has blocked the mountain and I can't get out. Otherwise, I will deliver wild wolf meat for several consecutive days." "What? Brother, you actually have wild wolf meat at home? How much do you have?" Kai Qingchuan's eyes widened, he was stunned. There is a large-scale purchase of wild game in restaurants now, but who dares to go hunting in the mountains these days? In the winter mountains, it can be said that once you go up, you never come back. Do you know the mountains are closed off by heavy snow? People who go up the mountain get lost immediately. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "To be honest with you, I still have quite a bit of wild wolf meat at home." Kai Qingchuan said, "Brother, try to come out tomorrow. Wild wolf meat is in short supply right now. As for the price, I'll ask tomorrow. If possible, I'll give it to you at 2 yuan and 6 jiao. How does that sound?" Chapter 49. No no no. Don't shoot. Lu Cheng's lips curled slightly. "Alright, I will definitely come tomorrow." Lu Cheng also knew that every winter around the new year, prices would experience some upward fluctuations. Lu Cheng took the money and put it into the pocket inside his chest. He planned to take this money back and prepare to build a house for Xiaoshuan and Xiaotong after the new year. After the 2 brothers have a house, they can register their household, which will make them residents of Liyuyan village. Additionally, there are the household registrations of Xiaoxiang and Shuang, which may temporarily require Shuang to be the head of the household for registration. However, it shouldn't be too difficult. As long as the procedures are complete and the village chief is involved, it is believed that the household registration will go smoothly without any issues. Lu Cheng bought some firecrackers and fireworks at the cooperative again. Firecrackers and fireworks were very cheap in this era, spending a few yuan could buy a pack of them. Lu Cheng was ready to go back. Because the things he carried were light, he walked quite fast, and this time it only took about 2.5 hours to get home. Sanya was the first to run out. "Second brother, what did you buy?" "What is this?" "Sanya, these are firecrackers and fireworks. Later, let Xiao Xuan take them to the second floor and set them up properly." They can't touch water or be placed on the ground, afraid of moisture. Second brother, I'll take it, I'll take it. Sanya handed the little white fox into Lu Cheng's arms. Little white, you hug my second brother for a while, I'll come hold you later. Sanya also didn't forget to say something to the little white fox. Lu Cheng smiled, and at this moment Xiao Xuan and the others arrived. Wow! There are firecrackers for the new year. And fireworks too. Xiao Xiang also excitedly stepped forward. Wow, great, there are so many fireworks. Xiao Tong said excitedly, light them. Fireworks. Let's carry it up to the second floor and put it away. We'll set it off together during the new year. Okay. Shen Shuang came out of the kitchen and, seeing this scene, couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Lu Cheng stepped forward gently and wiped a tear from under her eye. Don't let the children see. Are you thinking of your parents? Where are they buried? Shall we go pay our respects to them before the new year? Okay. Shen Shuang cried for a while, feeling very sad. Lu Cheng gently touched her cheek and said, don't cry. If you cry in winter, your eyes might become sensitive to the wind and snow, and you'll tear up whenever the wind and snow come. Shen Shuang sniffled a few times and said, I just thought about how when Mom and Dad were alive, every year they would buy firecrackers and fireworks for us to set off. Don't worry, your parents used to protect you, but now I'm here. Don't be afraid. Shen Shuang saw Lu Cheng comforting her like this. She stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed Lu Cheng's cheek. Lu Cheng let Shen Shuang kiss him, almost pressing her against the wall for a kiss. Lu Cheng directly pulled Shen Shuang into his arms and deepened the kiss fiercely. Roar! Chenggu, look, the fuse of this firework is broken. What should we do? Xiao Xuan, Lu Cheng nervously released Shen Shuang. A slight blush appeared on the little mouths of the two people. Xiao Xuan had just been looking at the fuse of the firework in her hand, so she did not notice their kiss. Let me take a look. Lu Cheng walked over and said, let's just set it off early. No need to wait until the new year. Xiao Xuan said excitedly, Brother Cheng, let me set it off. Xiao Xuan, without a fuse, it's better to let Brother Cheng set it off, okay? Xiao Xuan thought for a moment and said, all right. Then Lu Cheng used a small twig to light the fuse. Immediately, dazzling fireworks flashed in the sky. Yu Xianglan looked at the sky with a bitter expression. You saw it too, Lu Cheng halfway up the mountain, that wolf cub's life is getting better and better. Are you two brothers willing to be oppressed by him for life? Lu Sun said, anyway, what good is being unwilling? We can't just kill him. Lu Xuanyan said, Mom, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush with the two of us? What I mean is to spread the news that Lu Cheng killed those 5 people. Whether or not they are from the Wolf Fire Group, as long as someone speaks ill of Lu Cheng, saying he is reckless, that the mountains of Baidaduo belong solely to him. Lu Xuanyan's eyes immediately lit up. Mom, do you mean there are still people in the mountains of Baidaduo? Humph, after so many years, how could there be only 5 people from the Wolf Fire Group? There are actually quite a few people hiding deep in those mountains. Lu Xuanyan's eyes tightened, and his left hand rubbed back and forth on his chin a few times. Mom, we can't spread this matter ourselves, we need to find a few naive children to talk about it. Yu Xianglan's eyes brightened slightly. My third child is still the smartest. Here's the plan, tomorrow I'll fry some sesame cakes and bring them back. You have your child say something in front of some village kids, and third child, you make up a few catchy rhymes for the kids to sing. Lu Xuanyan said, no problem, let's do it this way. The following day. Many children were singing a nursery rhyme while playing. Cheng, you really made it. The Wolf Fire Squad is the 5 worms. If you ask who is the guardian of the mountain, it must be Brother Cheng who eliminates evil and protects the good. Because Lu Cheng had been going to sell wolf meat before dawn for several consecutive days and did not stay long in the village after returning. When he heard this nursery rhyme 5 days later, his eyes slightly darkened. He grabbed Lu Xuanwang's daughter and said, who taught you this song? Lu Lan, with sparse hair, shook her head, Uncle Cheng, I don't know either. Lu Lan's eyes fearfully averted, looking at Lu Cheng's face, then suddenly she struggled hard to break free, don't hit me. I don't know. Lu Cheng let go of Lu Lan, and Lu Lan ran home wildly like a madwoman. Lu Xuanwang saw Lu Lan return and immediately said, I told you to go outside and sing ballads, why did you come back? Second uncle. So it was really you guys causing trouble behind the scenes? Lu Cheng came out from the side of the door. Lu Xuanwang said fearfully, "What trouble? I am your second uncle, and these ballads are to praise your great achievements." Lu Sun's eyes flickered with fear. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly a few times. Lu Cheng said, "If I'm not mistaken, you want to lure those ruthless people from the mountains into the village?" Lu Sun took a step back and said, "What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly." Lu Cheng stepped forward and grabbed his second uncle, Lu Xuanwang. "Let's go. Come with me to see the village chief." Lu Xuanwang was escorted by Lu Cheng to the village chief like a criminal. The village chief ordered someone to hold Lu Xuanwang down. "Speak. Who made up the ballad?" The village chief shot a cold glare at Lu Xuanwang, while Lu Cheng said even more wildly, "If you don't speak, I'll break your leg with a gun." Lu Cheng aimed a gun at Lu Xuanwang's leg, and he loaded a bullet into the gun. Then he fired a shot, bang. Lu Xuanwang was so scared that he wet himself a little. "Ah! No, no, no. Don't shoot." Blood was gushing from Lu Xuanwang's leg. "It's a ballad composed by Lu Xuanyan." The village chief said, "Humph. A coward who actually peed and dirted my land. Drag him away and lock him up." Two strong men locked him in the village chief's woodshed and chained him up. A bloody blister appeared on Lu Xuanwang's thigh, causing him to sweat coldly from the pain. Soon after, the village chief sent people to search the entire village again. But there was no sign of Yu Xianglan and the Lu Xuanyan family. At this moment, Lu Xuanwang screamed, "Ah, it's over, it's over. They must have gone up the mountain along the mountain path, they have abandoned me." Lu Xuanwang's eyes showed a sly look, which did not escape Lu Cheng's sharp eyes. "Are you the one they used to hold us back?" Chapter 50, All the victims were shot dead. "How many days have they been in the mountain?" Lu Xuanwang said with a proud look on his face, "I don't know." Lu Cheng directly stabbed the bullet wound on Lu Xuanwang with his gun. "Ah! Ah!" Lu Xuanwang screamed in pain, "They have been in the mountains for 6 days." The village chief was startled. "It's over. If all the mountain villains in the mountains come out, our village, we might face a catastrophe." Lu Xuanwang was thinking to himself, "This Lu Xuanyan is really heartless, leaving him behind in the village." But they all went with their children to seek refuge with Hu Renhe. In fact, Lu Xuanyan took Yu Xianglan, his wife, children, and others, and left by train together. Using Lu Xuanyan's words, it means that if the second brother stays behind, in case they go looking for relatives, Hu Renhe might recognize them, and if there is a house, some of it would be divided to Lu Xuanwang. But Lu Xuanwang must insist that they went into the mountains. As long as it causes a conflict between Lu Cheng and the mountain villains in the mountains, Lu Cheng's life won't be safe. At most, the villagers would just be scolded a few times by the mountain villains and have a few things taken from them, and that would be the end of it. The main thing is to spread the news that Lu Cheng killed the wolf fire group. On that day, the village chief and Lu Cheng brought more than 30 men from the village. Because Lu Cheng had limited guns, at most fewer than 20 people were armed. However, a fierce battle with the mountain bandits tonight is inevitable. Soon, more than a dozen vicious and brutal men came up the mountain, all wearing beast skins and with fierce, sinister looks on their faces. Lu Cheng and more than 30 strong men were all gathered by the side of the mountain. The villagers were all frightened and uneasy when they saw a dozen or so ruthless men. But seeing Lu Cheng in the blocking position, the strong men did not dare to retreat. Because the village was home to their parents, wives, and children. If they retreat, then these people will become even more rampant in the future. Lu Cheng held the sniper rifle he used, lying in ambush on the other side. This sniper rifle, if you ask, is also thanks to Lord White Fox. This sniper rifle is a treasure that Uncle White Fox dug out from another wooden box. It is estimated that it was left in this mountain by those devils during the war. Now it all belongs to Lu Cheng. Otherwise, Lu Cheng wouldn't have been so generous as to fully equip 20 people with guns. A dozen or so mountain bandits led by their leader saw some villagers lying in ambush and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Everyone get down on your knees and come out." Just as the mountain bandit shouted, a silent bullet flew into his forehead. Pfft! The mountain bandit fell to the ground. A few people went up to check. "Boss. Boss. Lu Cheng is a professional wolf hunter. In his previous life, he was also a special forces soldier. So he understands very well, to catch the thief, first catch the king." The people on the mountain shouted angrily, "Damn it. There's a sniper. Quick. Open fire." Lu Cheng said, "Fire." The two camps suddenly unleashed a wild volley of gunfire. They killed 5 mountain bandits and wounded several others. On the villagers' side, about 10 were injured, but because the villagers had hidden themselves as Lu Cheng instructed, they were protected. So there were no deaths. The mountain bandits still had a few people left. They left the dead and wounded behind and fought while retreating. But Lu Cheng knew that if this group was let go, they would definitely come back stronger. Lu Cheng found a suitable ambush point. 1 shot, 1 down. In the end, they also took down a few mountain bandits. The village chief, hearing the bursts of gunfire from the mountain, tightened his gaze. He had already sent his son out of the mountain early, directly heading to the county police station. Such a large-scale gunfight was already heard by the comrades at the police station at the foot of the mountain. 4 tall police officers loaded their guns and quickly went up the mountain. Then they met Lu Cheng. Comrade police, 3 people have escaped. Another one went that way. We'll leave that one to you police, and I'll chase the other 3. Police officer Lu Jiu was shocked and said, shouldn't we be the ones chasing the 3? That is deep in the mountains and forests, you are not familiar with it, I'm afraid you might be in danger. Listen to my arrangement. I am Lu Cheng, the captain of the Liuya village guard. Lu Cheng said no more and directly rushed into the depths of the forest. The police said at this time, if we chase someone and fail to catch them, that would be embarrassing. Several police officers immediately said, split up and pursue. The last few police officers captured that mountain villain alive. As expected of the police, each one is highly skilled. But the place Lu Cheng went to was quiet and peaceful. However, not long after, Lu Cheng came back alone, 3 shots, no extras, all dead. The captured mountain thug looked at Lu Cheng, what? You're just a reckless kid. You killed our boss and several brothers. The police suddenly hit him on the waist, what reckless kid? He is the captain of the guard team of Liuyan. The mountain thug looked completely unwilling. This time we're really done for. Under Lu Cheng's leadership, they gathered all the corpses of the mountain bandits. Because there were so many, Deputy Director Lu Jiu said, draw pictures of the mountain bandits and bury them on the spot. Several police officers each took paper and pen and were drawing pictures of the dozen or so corpses. At this time, Lu Cheng also confessed in front of Deputy Director Lu Jiu. Lu Cheng dug out several boxes of guns and bullets from the mountain. Because the village was cut off by heavy snow in the mountains, the report and the surrender of firearms were not made immediately. However, Lu Jiu also said, this is a very special period, and it is not clear whether there are still mountain bandits, so all the firearms are kept by Lu Cheng. But if the mountain bandits attack the village again, Lu Cheng and the members of the guard squad all have permits to carry firearms. The permits are kept at the village chief's house. Lu Mei also made a prompt decision. Because he understood that if Lu Cheng had not used a gun to snipe the mountain villain on the mountain, the mountain villain would probably have turned Liuyan into a bloodbath today. Another policeman said, Deputy Chief Lu, these are all members of the Wolf Fire Group. Verified? Yes, everything has been verified. They were all notorious villains in their lifetime, and it is estimated that dozens of women and children died at their hands. They deserve to die, Lu Jiu said angrily. At this time, the police coming out to handle cases often have pictures of some criminals placed in the trunk of their cars. When the pictures of these criminals were drawn, they were taken to the car at the foot of the mountain for verification. Their identities were then verified. Lu Jiu said, Lu Cheng helped us solve another big case, that's great. Lu Cheng smiled foolishly, it's just that they were hiding in this vast white mountain. If they hadn't come out today, I wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. Lu Jiu said, dismiss the team. Then, the dozen or so members of the Wolf Fire Squad were directly buried in the deep pit, covered with soil, which could be considered giving them a proper burial. I hope they become ordinary people in their next life. Lu Jiu sprinkled a handful of soil. Then the village chief also called the village doctor, as those men all had varying degrees of injuries. The village doctor removed bullets, disinfected, and bandaged them one by one. At this moment, the group of grown men were all grateful that they had listened to Lu Cheng earlier. They were lying prone in the ambush position. When the enemy fires, just lower your head and lie flat, don't expose your head. So everyone survived, only arms or legs were injured. Lu Jiu said on the way down the mountain, this battle shows that Lu Cheng has rich special forces experience. Fong Hai said, Deputy Chief, when I examined the bodies, I found that the victims were all killed with a single shot. Chapter 51, Other Burning Joss Paper and the like. Lu Jiu said, well done. Such a good prospect, if he joins the army, won't he dazzle the instructors? Fong Hai said, I've learned a bit about this Lu Cheng. His parents are still alive, and he has an older brother and a younger sister. Most importantly, Lu Cheng saved Shen Shuang about a month ago. According to investigations, Shen Shuang had a high fever at the time and was nearly at death's door. Having been saved by Lu Cheng later got along well with Shen Shuang's younger siblings. Now the two have registered with the village chief to report their intention to marry. Lu Jiu said, "It seems that Lu Cheng is still a warm-hearted person." Fang Hai said, "It is worth mentioning that if Lu Cheng hadn't saved Shen Shuang would probably have been ruined by another member of the Wolf Fire gang." Another member? Yes, he was taken to the police station by Lu Cheng. I personally escorted him to jail. Later, it was found out that he was a member of the Wolf Fire gang. Lu Jiu, in a slight moment of contemplation, said, "This Wolf Fire group has also suffered continuous defeats against Lu Cheng. For us, Lu Cheng has been a great help." Then the car drove away from the foot of the mountain in the village, on a small road, moving relatively slowly. The car was moving very slowly and carefully. Lu Sun, having been shot once, is now going back to his home to recuperate. Because he confessed the facts, he was also given a lighter punishment. He worked in the village under the supervision of the village chief, but no work points were recorded. It was basically working for nothing. And his wife was definitely not a good-tempered person. She went up and grabbed his face. "You damn man, I told you not to conspire with your mom and the others, but you didn't listen. Now one of your legs is injured, you piss-drinking coward." Zheng Hui was so anxious that she cursed loudly. You have to understand, if her man's work points weren't counted, their family wouldn't have the good life they used to have. Losing one adult's work points also meant less grain rations. This will take a whole year. It scared her children into crying loudly. Lu Sun said with a face full of displeasure, all right, stop going crazy. It's just 1 year without work points, right? Once the third brother gets that Hu family to acknowledge the kinship, our days of turning things around are ahead." At this moment, Lu Cheng was also crouching behind their window, eavesdropping at the corner. Lu Cheng heard it again. "I'm telling you, are you stupid? Think about it, if the third brother lets the Hu family acknowledge the kinship, would he still remember you?" Lu Cheng smiled slightly. "Keep your voice down. Right now, Lu Cheng and the police all think that the third brother's family went to the mountains with our mother, no one knows they went to the Hu family's place." Zheng Hui looked angry. "Humph. I don't care. You have to find a way to support us." All right, I can't do without you all." Lu Sun took 10 yuan out of his shoe. "Here, go buy some oil, and get me 2 taels of wine to drink." 10 yuan. Who gave it to you? It was still our mom. I said I was suffering and struggling in the village, and mom took out 10 yuan for me. Zheng Hui laughed and scolded, "That's more like it. Wait, I'll be right back." Lu Cheng also left timely ahead of time. Lu Cheng went to the village chief's house and roughly told him what Zheng Hui and Lu Xuanwang had said. The village chief looked angry. "I really didn't expect that Lu Xuanyan actually escaped. I also don't know where Hu Renha's family lives. I wonder if we can have the police station contact the police station over there to catch him. It should be possible. I'll go to the police station first thing tomorrow morning." The village chief immediately said, "Good, such an evil family must not be allowed to escape." The next day before dawn, Lu Cheng first went to sell wild wolf meat, then told Kai Qingchuan that there wasn't much wild wolf meat left, and he wouldn't sell any more later, keeping some for winter and New Year consumption. Although Kai Qingchuan was reluctant to give up the path to getting rich, he also understood the importance of playing the long game. Money should be earned slowly and spent slowly. You can't become fat with just one bite. So after Lu Cheng took the money, he left and went to the county police station. He reported to the police officer, explaining that it was Yu Xianglan's family who deliberately revealed that he, Lu Cheng, had killed 5 members of the Langhua group. This caused more than a dozen members of the Langhua group in the mountains to come out for revenge. Therefore, the instigators must send people to capture them. The police station recorded it once again, but communication was not very convenient at that time. Moreover, arrests also take time, so they first filed a case and then applied step by step to catch the suspects. On the same day, they caught Lu Xuanwang, the bad guy who had been shot in the leg. Lu Xuanwang never expected that when he was about to take a few sips of wine, the wine was poured onto the ground by the police officer. He just let someone drag him out by his clothes like that. He was arrested in front of the whole village. His 2 children watched helplessly as he was taken away. "Dad! Dad! Go back! Go back! Listen to your mother! Stop chasing!" After Lu Sun was taken away, Zheng Hui cried a lot. she felt like she had lost the main support in her heart. The village chief said to her, "You usually don't properly advise your man, letting him go down the wrong path. Now you're just thinking about how to support your family well. Later, the village will let your children also receive work points, half work points, and some grain ration." At this moment, Zheng Hui said, "Thank you, village chief." Zheng Hui directly felt that this was the darkest moment in her life. No one is more pitiful than her. It's all that Yu Xianlan's fault. If it weren't for her selfishness and greed, how could her man have gone astray? Zheng Hui is so angry that she wants to strangle Yu Xianlan right now. But Yu Xianlan seemed to have known long ago that taking revenge on Lu Cheng would cause Lu Xuanwang, who stayed at home, to go to jail, yet Yu Xianlan still did it. Zheng Hui immediately cried a few times and said, "I want to ask the village chief, why is my mother-in-law so cruel to my man? Could it be that my man is not even born by my mother-in-law?" The village chief swallowed and said, "Your man was indeed born by your mother-in-law, but when she gave birth to him, she almost had a hemorrhage, so she thought about how she herself almost died. How could she be good to your man?" The village chief's words startled Zheng Hui, waking her from her dream. "What? Is that really the case?" The village chief squinted and nodded. Zheng Hui sobbed again, "My man, when will he come back from prison?" The village chief said gruffly, "Your man was just taken away today, he definitely won't be back for several years." Tears instantly blurred Zheng Hui's eyes. The village chief said, let's go, everyone go back to your homes and put up the spring festival couplets." It was already the 25th day of the Lunar New Year. After putting up the couplets, they were preparing to visit the graves of their deceased ancestors. Today, Gu Xiuxiu was watching the children halfway up the mountain. And Lu Cheng had already left the mountain early with Shen Shuang. "The snow is falling heavier and heavier, are you cold?" Lu Cheng held Shen Shuang's hand. "Not cold, the hat, scarf, and gloves you bought me are very warm. Let's go, we're almost at Linzishan on the edge of the county town. The place where Shen Shuang's parents are buried, Linzishan, on the mountain, Shuazi slope." Shen Shuang brought some pastries, some dried flowers, a small bottle of white liquor, and also some burning joss paper. While burning the paper, Shen Shuang said, "Dad, Mom, your daughter and son-in-law have come to see you. Your son-in-law's name is Lu Cheng. You must take good care of him from now on. He is the night watchman of Willow Leaf Village, both hunting and serving as the captain of the guard." Chapter 52, He directly bit her fragrant shoulder. The night watchman receives a 10 yuan subsidy from the village each month, the captain of the guard gets an 18 yuan allowance from the police station, and most importantly, Lu Cheng goes hunting in the mountains. You must protect him well. He plans to build a wooden house for Xiaoshuan and Xiaotong next year, so they can settle in Willow Leaf Village, right next to me. Dad, Mom, may you rest in peace. After Shen Shuang finished speaking, tears fell with a pitter-patter sound. Lu Cheng said with concern, "Silly girl, they always say to report good news and not bad news, but you insisted on telling me about my hunting. I just thought, if Dad and Mom knew you were hunting, if their spirits are watching from heaven, it would be best if they could protect your safety. I have to rely on myself for safety, my life is mine, not controlled by fate. Don't worry." Shen Shuang wiped away her tears and smiled. She smiled and nodded slightly. Then the two of them together kowtowed 3 times at the graves of 2 deceased elders. Afterwards, the two of them walked back hand in hand. Soon returned to the village. So tired that the whole body felt especially heavy. "Shuang, you go back to the room and rest for a while, I'll go chop firewood." Men in this era were especially hard-working. Even during a little bit of free time, Lu Cheng would chop and stack firewood properly. All the firewood was exactly the same length, neatly stacked under the eaves like a soldier's orderly pile. The firewood looked just like a bunch of soldiers. Straight and upright. Shen Shuang went back into the room, lay down on the bed, and rested her feet. She was a girl from a county town and had never walked such a long mountain path before, especially on a heavy snow day. So she was really tired. Later, Lu Cheng bought snow boots for everyone in his family. At that time, snow boots were still relatively expensive. But Lu Cheng believed that feet were especially important, and if you took good care of your feet in winter, you would naturally get sick less often. At that time, Zheng Hui cried at home for 2 days, then her mind became lively again. Because over by the pit and ditch, there was a household that was unique and solitary. Although that man was not as capable as Lu Cheng. But that man's family raised 5 chickens. I heard that man eats eggs every day and lives a very good life. So Zheng Hui thought that instead of suffering and struggling to raise 2 children by herself, it would be better to win over that man. At least in the future, living with this man, she could be much more at ease. Because Lu Sun Wang is going to be in prison for several years. She was just a common woman, dragging along 2 children, relying solely on earning work points. Life was extremely hard. In the future, she might not even spare a drop of oil to put in the noodle soup. Whenever Zheng Hui thought about this life, she simply couldn't endure it, so she took a few pieces of cloth, which were torn from last year. She was preparing to get close to that man. Zheng Hui took several pieces of cloth colors and samples, packed them into a small basket, and carried it up to Weikengu. Before long, she was outside Luo Shanmin's house. Is brother Luo at home? Luo Shanmin, a middle-aged man with a broad build, came out and said, "Who are you?" "Brother Luo Shanmin, I am Lu Xuanwang's wife. I want to come and tailor some clothes for you. I heard that you will go mountain patrolling with Lu Cheng this spring." Luo Shanmin immediately dodged and said, "I don't need clothes made, I have my own clothes to wear." Zheng Hui looked quite good because usually it was sister-in-law Guo who did the farm work at home, and she kept her skin fair and bright. It made Luo Shanmin's heart pound wildly. "You see, it's like this. My man didn't fight back, so the police took him away. When he comes back after a few years, I, the woman who keeps the home, will be old. But I don't want this fabric to go to waste, so I thought of making a few sets for brother Shanmin, since he once praised my man's clothes. What do you think?" Luo Shanmin. What man could say no? It absolutely has to be done. Alright, try it on for size, and later I'll pay you with eggs, see if that works for you. Perfect, 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 I especially like eggs. Zheng Hui felt a surge of excitement in her heart and gently placed her hand on Luo Shanmin's neck. She felt that Luo Shanmin, that man, was especially hot to the touch. At this moment, Zheng Hui shyly said, "Brother Shanmin, are you going to take measurements right here at the door? Or shall we go inside and take them slowly, more accurately?" When Zheng Hui said, "a little," her voice was especially coquettish. Luo Shanmin felt his blood rushing all over his body. How could her voice be so beautiful? Then, go inside and measure more carefully. Luo Shanmin's serious expression made Zheng Huijiao shyly nod, and she took the lead to enter the room. As soon as she entered the room, Zheng Hui reached out and lightly touched her delicate white chin. "Shanmin, take a look at my chin, is there something there? I feel a bit itchy, please help me check." Luo Shanmin carefully looked at her chin, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Zheng Hui's delicate white neck, and faintly noticing the subtle sound of her swallowing. Luo Shanmin immediately hugged her tightly with both hands. "Zheng Hui, you went into the house by yourself, don't blame me." Zheng Hui pretended to be frightened and said, Shanmin Ge, take it easy, don't do this." But Zheng Yan understood that Luo Shanmin would not stop his hands. Luo Shanmin quickly stripped off Zheng Hui's clothes, revealing her charming and fragrant shoulders. Luo Shanmin swallowed his saliva and directly bit her fragrant shoulder. It made Zheng Hui tremble shyly. After half an hour of intense experience, Luo Shanmin thoroughly satisfied Zheng Hui. Zheng Hui leaned in Luo Shanmin's arms. "You damn ghost, being so impatient to take me like this, when I go back later, people will notice something's wrong, I won't even be able to walk properly. Don't worry, just say you came to my house to buy eggs, I'll give you 3 yuan later, you keep the change." Zheng Hui gave Luo Shanmin a delicate little kiss. "Brother Shanmin, you're so nice. I'll go get dressed now." Zheng Hui thought to herself that when she was with Lu Sun Wang, she also didn't do any heavy work. And just now, Luo Shanmin said that when it came to dividing the work points, she could take her time, and after he finished his part, he would go help her. This made Zheng Hui think that she really needed a man to love and care for her. Otherwise, working for these work points would be exhausting to death. It's still just a little bit of food for 1 month, not enough. When Zheng Hui finished dressing, Luo Shanmin packed 10 eggs and put 3 yuan on top. "Take it home to eat, you have to come back in a few days." Zheng Hui said with a charming look, I will come back then." As soon as Zheng Hui stepped out of the small courtyard, she walked normally for a few steps, but later her legs became weak, and she no longer wanted to hide it. She was exactly the one who crushed the hearts of the village girls who wanted to marry Luo Shan's people. Sure enough, a few sharp old women noticed it. Their eyes tightened slightly. "She has been inside for almost 40 minutes. The old woman cracked a few pumpkin seeds at her home and said. An old woman visiting her said, "From now on, Luo Shanmin will be under her control." The old woman said, "A bachelor paired with Zheng Hui is still her best way out." Another old woman said, "Luo Shanmin really lost out. Just a few more days and someone would have proposed to him, but now, it's probably all ruined." That old woman said, he's a single bachelor, how could he possibly resist the seductive and promiscuous Zheng Hui? Lu Cheng happened to drag some dry branches back from Weikangu, and on the way down the mountain, he saw Zheng Hui coming out of Luo Shanmin's house. Lu Cheng. So Luo Shanmin was actually taken down by Zheng Hui. Chapter 53, Stop struggling or you'll get burned again. Vaguely remember in a past life, Luo Shanmin supported and provided for Zheng Hui and her 2 children. Later, Lu Xuanwang came back and beat Zheng Hui badly, but in the previous life, Lu Xuanwang was caught for stealing someone else's money. In this life, because Lu Xuanwang and Lu Xuanyan revealed to Lu Cheng the information about the 5 members of the Wolf Fire Group, this situation is more serious and may involve the crime of intentional leaking of secrets. It is estimated that the prison sentence will be longer. Zheng Hui wanting to find a way out and seeking out Luo Shanmin is also normal. Lu Cheng did not look at her again and still dragged his own dry branch towards home. Zheng Hui brought back 10 eggs and the 2 older children at home said, "Mom, where did you get these eggs? As long as there's something to eat, it doesn't matter so much." Zheng Hui's son is 18 this year, the young man looks like Lu Xuanwang, but his heart is not as bad as Lu Xuanwang's. Not exactly a very righteous person. As long as there is food and drink, they will acknowledge you as their mother. Without food and drink, it's possible they won't even recognize you. However, overall, not too bad. He still relies on Zheng Hui the most. "Mom, you didn't steal these eggs, did you?" Lu reached out and touched the eggs. "I really want to eat eggs. From now on, our family will often be able to eat eggs, don't worry. By the way, from now on your work points will be counted as an adult. You are already 18 this year. I will go talk to the village chief." Lu said unwillingly, "Mom, why do you have to divide the family like this? Before, Aunt Gua and the others did all the work for our family, that was much better." Lu looked very impatient. Lu Lan beside him said, "Mom, can I eat the eggs first? We can talk about the work later." Zheng Hui said, "Take 3 and cook them to eat." Zheng Hui took 3 eggs out of the small basket and carefully placed them in Lu Lan's hand. "Your hair is really frustrating, very sparse." Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's face immediately showed displeasure. "Mom, can you not mention my hair?" Lu Lan looked very angry. All right, go quickly and cook the egg, vegetable, and noodle dish." "Hey." "Okay." Lu Lan immediately went to the kitchen. Lu said, "Mom, where did you get these eggs? In this era, not to mention eggs, which are rare, even ordinary rice is scarce at home. Where did you get 10 eggs? So many, and for free?" "Silly son, don't ask." Lu scratched his head. "I'm going to take a nap, call me when the noodles are ready." "Got it." How could Zheng Hui dare to tell the children where her eggs came from? When Luo Shanmin was feeding the chickens, he was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He always felt the blood in his whole body surge so strongly for the first time. His heart was filled with joy. Lu Cheng dragged the firewood back to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain and neatly stacked it beside the place. At this moment, Shen Shuang came out and said, "Brother Cheng, come in quickly, dinner is ready." Coming. Lu Cheng would not overly concern himself with other people's life paths. Now he only wants his family, the people he cares about, to live safely and peacefully in Liyuan. He simply chose to ignore the matter between Luo Shanmin and Zheng Hui. For dinner, Shen Shuang fried an egg for each person, and Xiao Tong had the same noodle soup. "Wow, fried eggs." Sanya stepped forward excitedly and sniffed the noodle soup. "It smells so good. Come sit down and eat." Shen Shuang smiled at her. "Sister Shuang's noodles smell even better. I'm glad you like it." Lu Cheng came in and saw 2 fried eggs lying on his noodles. "Why do I have 2? Shen Shuang smiled and said, "You have to stay up tonight. In this cold weather, if you don't eat well, your body won't be able to withstand the cold." Sanya immediately said, "Second brother, eat up. You eat well, then beat back the wild chicken. I want to eat chicken meat." Xiao Xiang took a sip of soup and said, "Greedy cat, hearing you talk makes me want to eat too." Xiao Xuan slurped a mouthful of noodles and said, "You guys talking is making me hungry, I'll eat noodles first." Xiao Tong immediately drooled, "Chicken drumstick, so delicious." Lu Cheng said, "It's not hard to eat chicken. Tonight, I'll go up the mountain to catch some wild chickens." Shen Shuang smiled, picked up a noodle, and said with a smile, "You just spoil them, and they all get restless. Can noodles still shut their mouths?" Xiao Xuan said, "Brother Cheng, you caught the wild chickens and brought them back. Let me handle the wild chickens. I will clean them properly. I can't just do nothing. Xiao Xuan has a very correct attitude and is a good child. Little Xian blushed immediately when Lu Cheng praised her. Wow, I'll boil a pot of water. Sanya said right away. Xiao Xiang said, I'll sweep the floor. Xiao Tong looked confused for a moment and said, I'll tidy up the toys. At that time, the children's toys were some small square or rectangular building blocks. These were all made by Lu Cheng, who chopped wood while making good ones he saw along the way, sanding them smooth. They were especially fun. Lu Cheng slurped up a big bowl of noodles. They tasted really delicious. It feels even more delicious than eating delicacies from the mountains. Here in Henan, there's nothing that a bowl of cabbage-thick noodles can't solve. Of course, there is also pickled cabbage. After finishing dinner, Lu Cheng went up the mountain. This is the best time to catch wild pheasants. The wild pheasants have all gone into their nests to sleep. As long as you find the nest, catching a couple is not a problem. Soon, Lu Cheng had a few wild pheasant feathers on his head and 2 clucking wild pheasants flapping in his hands. It took less than 40 minutes to go up the mountain, and he was already ready to come down. Because it is winter, the activity range of other animals has also shrunk. Wild boars also move around deep in the mountains and rarely come down. Because the sweet potatoes, corn, and peanuts have all been harvested. The wild boar is actually quite clever. Who said having a pig's brain is an insult? Look, these wild boars don't come out in winter, and even Lu Cheng can't do anything about them. Lu Cheng doesn't dare to enter the deep mountains alone. After all, if you run into a pack of wolves, with no cover and all alone, wouldn't you get surrounded and attacked by the wolves? Besides, bullets are limited, so Lu Cheng wouldn't take too many risks. Even wild pheasants are good, at least enough to treat the kids and Shen Shuang to a feast. 2 wild pheasants are here. When Lu Cheng came back, it was around 8:30 in the evening. Xiao Xuan immediately stared wide-eyed and said, My Cheng Gu, you are amazing, these 2 big fat chickens. Xiao Xiang also excitedly ran down the stairs from the 2nd floor with a thump-thump, Wow, we have chicken to eat. Sanya came out holding white fox yi and said, Xiao Xuan Gu, save the chicken innards for Xiao Bai. Ah, got it. Xiao Xuan responded with a nod. Sanya went to the stove to boil water, but then Shen Shuang said to her, Let me do it, you go watch Xiao Xuan kill the chicken. Sanya happily said, Okay. Sanya carried the little white fox outside. The little white fox's eyes lit up, and its small mouth moved slightly. Look, brother Xiao Xuan will save some chicken innards for you later. Sanya went to get the little white fox's small bowl. Xiao Xuan slit the chicken's throat to bleed it, and a lot of chicken blood dripped into the big bowl. Both chickens were bled. At this moment, Shen Shuang brought out half a bucket of boiling water. The hot water is here. Xiao Xuan said, Please make way, I'm afraid the chicken isn't fully dead yet, don't flap around and burn yourselves. Chapter 54, Love is a Perfect Companionship. Several children quickly scattered and kept their distance. Then the chicken indeed flapped several times, and soon Xiaoshuan, Xiaoxiang, and Sanya all grabbed the chicken's feathers together, plucking them clean. The whole chicken was steaming hot like boiling water. At this moment, Lu Cheng saw the results of the 3 older children's hard work. He smiled and said, This is the power of many people. The chicken was plucked completely bare. Honestly, the chicken looks better when it's bare. As soon as I see the bare chicken, I think of the fragrant meat after it's cooked. Next, after dealing with the chicken feathers, Xiao Xuan carefully prepared to cut the chicken. Lu Cheng said, Xiao Xuan, you guys handle another chicken, leave the gutting to me. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and said, Alright, got it. Then several children worked together with 6 claws, their little hands all afraid of the boiling water burns, but the chicken feathers had to be plucked while hot, so the kids were drooling and plucking feathers with smiles on their faces. Lu Cheng took out the chicken's innards and placed them in little white fox's small bowl. The white fox lord was actually eating in a way that looked especially beautiful and elegant, like a little fox spirit. Not fierce at all like a wild beast. Instead, it was like a refined gentleman, dining with the manners of a cultured rogue. Lu Cheng glanced at it. This white fox lord is truly amazing. When we were catching wild pheasants at night, it was the white fox lord leading the way in front. Otherwise, how could Lu Cheng have found that chicken coop so quickly? Don't be fooled by how hard it is to find this chicken coop, the white fox lord treats it like his own backyard. Craving chicken, so I'll take a little detour to catch one. Following Master White Fox, there's never a shortage of wild chicken meat. 2 chicken innards, but Master White Fox only ate a third of one, so these innards will last him several days. After handling all the wild chickens, it was already nearly 10 o'clock at night. At this moment, Shen Shuang came out and said, "We've finished killing the wild chicken, how about eating it tomorrow?" Several children said happily, "Deal." Then Shen Shuang asked Lu Cheng to chop the wild chicken meat into pieces, put them in a large iron basin, cover it with another iron basin, and press down with 2 round stones on top. Only then did the whole family wash their hands and feet, and then each went back to their rooms to sleep. "Shuang, are you asleep?" Lu Cheng called softly outside Shen Shuang's room. "Not yet, what's up?" Shen Shuang had just taken off her coat, wearing a white sweater underneath. Her figure was curvy, her appearance beautiful, with a slender white neck clearly visible to Lu Cheng. "Dressed like this in such cold weather? Hurry inside and cover yourself with a blanket. Do you want to chat with me under the quilt?" Lu Cheng. So this man of his is even less open than Shen Shuang. Is that okay? Yes, we have both registered our marriage report with the village chief. All right. Then let's chat for a while. Then Lu Cheng took off his shoes and got onto Shen Shuang's bed. The two of them lay face down under the covers, chatting. The voices came one sentence after another. Later Lu Cheng said, "Shuang, do you remember if your parents have any other relatives? If we have a wedding banquet next year, should we invite them?" Shen Shuang slightly furrowed her brows. "I remember when I was little, my mother told me that my grandfather loved my mother and uncles the most. But my grandfather did not want my mother to marry my father, so in the end, the two people who loved each other chose to elope and run away from home." Lu Cheng gently reached out and pulled the hair from Shen Shuang's forehead. "It's okay, if they don't come looking for you, you still have me. I will stay with you." Shen Shuang smiled sweetly and said, I understand." The two people's heads slowly came together and they kissed. The night was hazy. Lu Cheng quietly returned to his own room. He couldn't resist Shen Shuang's delicate body. Since there were no contraceptive measures this time, he had been visiting outside for a while, and just lightly touched the silky green leaves before, finishing directly. Lu Cheng tried hard to close his eyes and fall asleep. Although he couldn't eat it for the time being, just touching it eased the unbearable itch a little. The next day, Shen Shuang's little face was all flushed. Yesterday, that man's symbol was indeed big. Although Lu Cheng said it and she understood, if they got pregnant too early, they wouldn't be able to prepare houses for Xiaoshuan and Xiaotong. Moreover, Shen Shuang is only 18, having children too early would take away her freedom and be bad for her health. So Lu Cheng's plan is to marry first and then fall in love. The two of them can often have late-night talks and frequently share their thoughts with each other. By understanding each other, let the other person slowly become your other half. Because the road of life is long when said to be long, and short when said to be short. In just a few short decades, a few moments might bring you to white hair. If you never fall in love, then your whole life will have no sweetest moments. It's all the bitterness of life. Lu Cheng said that now he is making sacrifices for Shen Shuang. Holding up a sky for her. To buy a house together for Xiao Chuan and Xiao Tong, but when the time is right for the two of them, it will be Shen Shuang who will work hard to bear several children for him, and the two will accompany each other for life. Last night, after hearing Lu Cheng's arrangements, Shen Shuang felt particularly shocked. Because this was the most well-planned man Shen Shuang had ever met. Even during school, she had never seen any male classmate with Lu Cheng's foresight and plans for the future. Moreover, later on, Zhenggan did not have such plans. Zhenggan is said to be a teacher in the county town, but he is actually very stingy and petty. At this moment, Shen Shuang thought about how Zhenggan never spent a single penny on her while pursuing her. It was when he reached an agreement with Lu Cheng that he received a pack of fruit from Zhenggan at the hospital. Shen Shuang understands that if a man loves you, he will spend money on you. If a man only wants to use you, he won't be willing to spend a penny on you. Of course, when a man spends money on you, it is his investment. And as a woman, if you don't have children or manage the household, why would a man marry you just to support you? So the best kind of love is when both parties work hard together. Shen Shuang now hopes to have several sons like Lu Cheng in the future. Lu Cheng is especially responsible. Moreover, he cares for her attentively and proves his love through actions. When Zhenggan made demands, he asked Shen Shuang to send away a few younger brothers and sisters and marry him alone. Lu Cheng showed with his actions that he would build a wooden house for his two younger brothers and support them until they reached adulthood. Shen Shuang thought that meeting Lu Cheng might be the best guidance from heaven for her. Lu Cheng kept thinking about the little girl who deliberately lost the meat bun for him when he was a child. Love is a perfect companionship. In the morning, Shen Shuang cooked a pot of red bean porridge. At this time, Shen Shuang scooped 2 large spoonfuls of white sugar wine from the sugar jar into the pot. On top of the pot were steamed wolf meat buns. Shen Shuang used another pot to stir-fry some dried beans with wolf brisket. Breakfasts in this era were generally quite hearty. The main focus was to satisfy hunger. Then everyone at the table ate the hot red bean porridge and fragrant wolf meat buns, occasionally picking up some vegetables to eat. The breakfast was full of energy. Just as I finished tidying up the breakfast table, I heard someone outside the small courtyard calling, "Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang. Ah, I'm coming." Shen Shuang replied in a clear and melodious voice. "Sister-in-law Xiao He, why are you here? What are you carrying?" Yu Xiaohe said, "Hi, my mother came to see me yesterday and brought me a big bucket of konjac. I want to bring you some to stir-fry with pickled cabbage, it's really delicious." Chapter 55, If We Can't Find San Nan. Then, sister-in-law Xiaohe, wait a moment. I'll weigh how many jin there are and consider buying them from you. Yu Xiaohe said with a shy face, "Hi, no need to pay, just accept it. This won't do, the things farm people grow require hard work, I can't take them for free." Yu Xiaohe said awkwardly, "Well, that works too." Then Shen Shuang took a scale from the side room of the living room. She weighed it and said, "Wow, it's a full 12 jin. At 1 jin for 1 mao 5, I'll give you 1 yuan 80. Yu Xiaohe said, "Ah, okay." Shen Shuang went inside, took out some change worth 80 cents, and said, "Here, the money is here, sister-in-law, please keep it." "Ah, then I will accept it." Yu Xiaohe said with a smile. After Xiao He left, Shen Shuang filled the konjac with well water, soaked it, and placed it by the stove. Shen Shuang used a slightly larger yellow enamel basin printed with lotus flowers to hold several pieces of konjac and said to Lu Cheng, who was chopping wood in the small courtyard, "Brother Cheng, I'm going to the village to deliver some konjac to the ants." Xiao Xuan, come quickly, accompany your sister to the village." It wasn't that Lu Cheng was petty or overly watchful of Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang can truly be said to be like a pure lotus flower in the village. The teacher transferred from the county town to Liyuan, and the men in the village all eagerly wanted to get close to her. With Xiao Xuan following, Shen Shuang is a bit safer. Otherwise, if some wicked man sneaked up on Shen Shuang, she would really feel so disgusted that she might vomit. And at this time, there was no surveillance at all, which greatly increased the opportunity for people to find loopholes. So whenever Shen Shuang went to the village, she always had Xiao Xuan follow her. Soon after, Shen Shuang went out the door together with Xiao Xuan. Not long after, Shen Shuang gave the konjac to Guoxiuxiu, saying, "Auntie, this konjac is what I bought from Sister Xiao He. You can take it and stir-fry it to eat." Guoxiuxiu excitedly took the large enamel basin and said, "Hey, I'll go pour it into the big basin in the kitchen." "Wait a moment, you take this basin back with you." "Okay, got it." At this moment, Lu Xuanfeng and his son Lu Yan, dragging dry branches, just arrived at the doorstep. "Uncle, big brother, are you collecting branches?" "Hey, the girl is here." "Ah, The father and son were both very polite to Shen Shuang. "I came to deliver some konjac." "All right." Lu Xuanfeng happily wiped the slight sweat from his forehead. Although it was the middle of winter, his body had just started to recover and was very weak, he would get exhausted just from a little activity. "Dad, you take a break, I'll saw this dead tree." Lu Yan said in a low voice. Lu Xuanfeng said, panting, "Zhong, you saw for a bit, I'll go drink some water." Soon Guoxiuxiu came out. "Shuang, take this pot home, this konjac is really good, enough to eat several times." "Auntie likes it, that's good." "Ah, I really like it." Then I'll go back." "Good." Guoxiuxiu's face was full of smiles, showing how extremely satisfied she was with her second daughter-in-law. Shen Shuang walked back together with Xiao Xuan. Along the way, they encountered a few men who all greeted them with smiles. However, those men all had a gleam of sharpness in their eyes. But when they saw Xiao Xuan following behind, they all restrained their lecherous looks. At this moment, Shen Shuang deeply appreciated Lu Cheng's arrangement. When Shen Shuang and Xiao Xuan returned to the hillside, they smelled the aroma of chicken coming from the kitchen. "Sister, it's Cheng stir-frying chicken." I can smell the chicken aroma too." Then the siblings entered the small courtyard. As soon as Xiao Xuan went in, he said, "Sis, I'm going upstairs to play with my little sister and brother." "Go ahead." Shen Shuang headed towards the kitchen. Chenggu, why are you cooking personally today? Lu Cheng glanced back at Shen Shuang and said, I want you to taste your man's cooking skills. Don't say that, what do you mean, your man? How embarrassing. Lu Cheng stepped forward and held Shen Shuang tightly, saying, who was the woman I kissed last night that made me so passionate? Shen Shuang's shy little face was flushed red. The two kissed briefly. Ah. My chicken. Shen Shuang pushed Lu Cheng aside. Shen Shuang. As expected. Women and chicken. Lu Cheng was still nervously protecting the chicken. Lu Cheng carefully flipped the chicken in the pan, the fat sizzling as it cooked the chicken. Shen Shuang. This chicken smells really delicious. Not good, she's craving chicken too. I'll cook the pot. Okay. Lu Cheng used an iron spatula to stir-fry the chicken vigorously, then poured half a kettle of boiling water from the hot water pot to cook it. This wild chicken is still mountain game, so Lu Cheng's idea was to rather add more water to cook it thoroughly. You shouldn't be impatient and eat it when it's not fully cooked. Because health is the top priority. Then the two of them sat together by the stove, chatting about this and that. Occasionally kissing on the little mouth. Continuing the sweetness from last night. Just as the two of them were sweetly parting, they heard someone shouting outside the small courtyard, Cheng. Cheng, come out quickly. Lu Cheng said, I'll go see who came to our house. You watch the chicken in the pot. Don't let it burn. Shen Shuang nodded, I'm watching it. Then Lu Cheng quickly came out, Yo, the village chief is here, is there something you need from me? Cheng, quickly take a few men from the guard team up the mountain. That Sun family grandmother in the hollow ditch is truly heartless. Her eldest daughter-in-law just gave birth to a third girl last night. As a result, that Sun Liulian secretly abandoned the little girl in the deep mountains before dawn. If we go now, there might still be a chance to find her. Then let's go quickly. Lu Cheng's eyes turned cold. There are many wild beasts in these mountains, especially wolves. If the girl carries any human scent, she is likely in great danger. Sure enough, Lu Cheng brought more than a dozen strong men up the mountain. Fortunately, Sun Liulian did not lie, she threw it in the direction of the Liugo trail up the mountain. When Lu Cheng arrived, a lone wolf had already flashed by about 500 meters away. Because they saw that Lu Cheng's side had many people, the wild wolf quickly ran away. That was a wolf just now, right? A villager said. At this moment, another villager said, luckily Lu Cheng knows the way, otherwise this girl would have lost her life. Lu Cheng walked over to a shabby swaddling cloth and picked up the girl entirely. She was thin and weak, sleeping soundly. Only then did Lu Cheng see the white fox dart out from the other side. It seems to be saying, I've been here for a long time, watching over the little girl for quite a while. You just arrived. I'm the one who drove away the wild wolf. Lu Cheng. For some reason, he started imagining the story of the white fox saving the baby girl. The white fox lord just sniffed around Lu Cheng's feet, rubbed against him a bit, and then leisurely walked ahead in the direction of the village. Lu Cheng did not voice his speculation that the white fox lord was guarding the baby girl. Because if the white fox is so spiritual, it might not be good for it. Are there greedy people in the village? Of course there are. The fact that the white fox can protect babies must not be revealed. Lu Cheng decisively carried the baby girl down to the village. More than a dozen villagers also followed Lu Cheng to the village chief's house, bringing their tools, and handed over the little baby girl to the village chief. The village chief, along with Lu Cheng and a group of strong men, went to the Sun family in Weikengu. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun family, just after giving birth, was weak and powerless, but she was crying softly. If we can't find San Nan, I'll just go with her. This family is unbearable. Chapter 56, He's so embarrassed. Her man said, don't cry until your eyes are ruined. I just begged the village chief, and he said to send Cheng to help us find San Nan. Stop crying, I'll go live separately from my mom and the others later. This family must be divided. From now on, she can forget about touching my 3 daughters. The 2 daughters beside her were also crying with red eyes. The eldest daughter is 16 years old this year and is called Tian Yaya. The second daughter is 14 years old, named Tian Yi. At this moment, the village chief entered the house holding a swaddled baby girl, followed closely by Lu Cheng and several men. Some men stayed outside the door and did not come in. The child has been found, you all should thank Cheng. Village chief. The couple in the house both looked towards the direction of the door with startled eyes. As a father, you must protect your wife and daughter. You need to separate your family affairs immediately, the village chief said sternly. Alright, we'll separate the family right away, the man, Tian Sen, said firmly. The woman on the bed moved her mouth excitedly and called out. San Nan, my San Nan. My heart is broken. My child. Lu Cheng helped you find San Nan, this girl is truly blessed. The village chief placed the child in Tiansen's hands. The village chief was still being cautious and did not directly approach the woman in labor. Tiansen placed the child in his wife's hands. Village chief, please preside over the division of the family property for me now. Alright, I'll take care of this matter for sure. Then the whole village held a public criticism session for Sun Liulian at the village's wheat drying ground, and they also divided the family. Everyone despised her. Rotten eggs, everyone threw their salted eggs at her head and face. She simply incited public outrage. This outdated mindset of valuing boys over girls. Sun Liulian was held down by several old women and made to walk around every household in the village, saying as she walked, I was wrong. I should not have abandoned my little granddaughter. I should not have favored sons over daughters. I repent. I will correct my mistakes. Sun Liulian was made to walk around the village for the entire day. In the small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Sister, can we eat our chicken now? Xiao Xuan touched his stomach, which was so hungry it felt like his chest was pressed against his back, and looked at the several pots in the kitchen. Under the stoves of the pots, there was some firewood warming on a small fire. Wait a little longer, the big meeting criticizing Sun Liulian's preference for sons over daughters should be over soon. When your second brother comes back, we'll eat chicken with plain white rice. Great! Great! A particularly deep and husky male voice of Lu Cheng rang out in the small courtyard. Wow, Brother Cheng, you're finally back. We're going to eat chicken. Xiao Xuan immediately went to get a rice bowl. He had to serve himself rice. Nothing was more important than eating chicken. Lu Cheng said with a slightly tense look, Xuan, you didn't have chicken for lunch. We didn't even have lunch. Lu Cheng smiled and said with concern, are you silly or not? Remember to eat next time, you don't have to wait for me. Did you have lunch? Shen Xuan asked with care. No, we were criticizing Sun Liulian, so no one paid attention to eating. Then several children served the food and placed it on the square table in the kitchen. Immediately, Shen Xuan used 2 large yellow enamel basins to take out all the chicken from the pot. Because the chicken had been braised at noon, it was reheated again in the evening. So the chicken was slightly charred, but especially fragrant. The children ate with their hands and mouths all greasy. Especially little Tong, he took a chicken drumstick and nibbled on it with his small mouth. Several children had chicken drumsticks. Lu Cheng chopped the drumsticks of 2 chickens into large pieces, and also cut the chicken wing roots into big chunks as drumsticks. Several children were all excitedly gnawing on chicken drumsticks. Xiao Xuan really has the awareness of being an older brother. Eating the chicken wing drumettes by yourself, well done. Shen Xuan and Lu Cheng both praised Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan's ears turned red, the drumettes are delicious too, they're all meat. Sanya immediately said, but I still like eating chicken legs. They're especially fragrant. Little Xuan, do you want to take a bite of my leg? Little Xuan smiled and said, if I bite your chicken leg, but if I bite your leg, wouldn't you cry? When little Xuan said that, it made everyone laugh heartily. The dinner ended with the delicious taste of the 2 wild chickens. Tomorrow will be December 28, 1960. Remember to cut some paper window decorations to paste on our windows. Xiao Xuan immediately said, I can cut them. Xiao Xiang also said, I can cut them too. Sanya raised her little face and said, I can cut the character, Fu, fortune. Sanya's little face was full of excitement. That Fu character was the first paper cutting pattern she learned from her mother, and it was the best one she had cut. She could cut out 3 different Fu characters. Shen Xuan also smiled and said, alright, I'll go to the village tomorrow to borrow a few more pairs of scissors. Let's cut paper window decorations. A night of good sleep. Maybe because they hadn't eaten chicken for a long time, the children slept soundly all night, not even dreaming, in deep sleep. The next day. Lu Cheng went to the village early and borrowed several pairs of scissors from the village chief, the Tian family, the Yu Xiaohe family, and also from his own mother's family. Shen Xuan got up, brushed her teeth, applied baby cream, and carried a faint elegant fragrance on her body. It smelled very pleasant. Lu Cheng smelled the fragrance on her body, feeling a tickle in his heart, and lowered his head to lightly press a kiss on her face. Xiao Xuan came down from the second floor. Sister, I want to press my face to yours too. Lu Cheng. He was so embarrassed. But with a mischievous grin, he said, Xiao Xuan, when you have a wife in the future, you can press your face to hers, but you can't press your face to your sister. Xiao Xuan looked completely confused. What? I still have to find a wife in the future. How old do you think I am? I don't understand what you guys are saying. Xiao Xuan had a dumbfounded look on his face. Shen Shuang patted Xiao Xuan's hand and said, You're such a big kid now, did your clothes fall on the ground? Xiao Xuan smiled, Sis, you really understand me. Xiao Tong threw my clothes on the ground and stepped on them. He said I don't smell good, that I stink. Lu Cheng. It's heavy snow in Henan, and the conditions here aren't good. Everyone just washes their hands and feet at night. Considering the work we do every day, not washing is really. Lu Cheng said, I'll draw you a basin of hot water, you can wipe your private parts. Xiao Xuan blushed deeply, Oh, I'll get the water myself, no need for Brother Cheng to help. Xiao Xuan had a shy look on his face. It was probably due to his pride, being despised as smelly by his younger brother was indeed very humiliating. Xiao Xuan went to the kettle, poured some boiling water, added a little well water, and then took it to wash over by the toilet. Although the toilet was a water closet, it did not yet have a ceramic toilet bowl. It is a kind of relatively smooth cement urinal. After each use, you have to flush it several times with water to keep it clean. After Xiao Xuan finished washing himself, he heard Lu Cheng call him, Xiao Xuan, use some soap. Xiao Xuan. Is he really that smelly? Xiao Xuan resignedly rubbed some soap on his private parts. After all, he is a fragrant boy. I don't want to be a stinky boy. After washing a few times, I soaked the cotton towel in clean water and washed it again. Feeling completely refreshed. At this moment, Xiao Xuan came out hurriedly and went upstairs. Xiao Tong, smell me, have I become fragrant? Xiao Tong sniffed him and said, Fragrant brother. Xiao Xiang and Sanya immediately went over to smell it. Chapter 57, I really hate her. Sister. Sister Xuang. We want to smell nice too. Shen Xuang. She immediately took the kettle into the bathroom, you too, come here. Then Shen Xuang explained the method to the two 7-year-olds, Xiao Xiang and Sanya. Little girls need to be especially careful in winter, gently wiping with a cotton towel. Otherwise, there are some little white ones in the garden. Taking care of little girls is sometimes more exhausting than taking care of little boys like Xiao Tong. After Xiao Xiang and Sanya washed, they also smelled fragrant. Wow, it smells so good. Sanya excitedly sniffed and said. I smell so good too. Xiao Xiang said with eyes smiling. Meanwhile, at Sun Liulian's house in the pit and ditch. Second brother, tell me, I meant well, how can the eldest not understand this? Second brother Tianjian said, Mom, please calm down. Now that you're with us, you're making things hard for me. Sun Liulian said, I have no choice, you can't just ignore me. Tianjian helplessly shrugged his hands, Mom, for your son's sake, you have to live in the old house. From now on, I'll send you 30 jin of rice and flour every month, and you have to live with Dad yourself. Son. Are you driving me away? Sun Liulian was reluctant to leave her second son's home. Here, she ate well and drank well, the second son's wife prepared meals every day and served them, so she just ate and didn't have to do anything. If she went back to the old house to live, she would still have to take care of her husband's meals and drinks. She is unwilling. Tianjian said, Mom, supporting you is not a problem, but I also have a family. You can't force yourself into my home. Everyone is better off if you live alone. Mom, I'm begging you as your son. Sun Liulian's eyes reddened with tears, I'll go, just remember to send me food every month. Ah, don't worry. Tianjian. If there are elderly people living at home, then the daughter-in-law will be acting all kinds of ways. Because if you are a well-behaved elderly person, that would be one thing. Whatever food the daughter-in-law makes, you can eat it. But what about Sun Liulian? She wants to eat thick soup, but what about the daughter-in-law and the two grandsons? They want to eat red bean porridge. They simply can't eat together. Sun Liulian took the 10 jin of cornmeal packed in a grey cloth bag from Tianjian. Sun Liulian reluctantly walked out of the small courtyard. The second daughter-in-law in the kitchen was completely unwilling to come out to see her off. After Tianjian saw Sun Liulian out of the small courtyard, he returned to the kitchen. She left. Zhuang Yimei brought the red bean porridge to the table. Yes, she left. I've been taking care of her for a month. She came here to live well and eat without being picky, but she keeps telling others that my cooking is bad. Then he turned around and left the eldest sister-in-law's 3 daughters on the mountain at Liugo Road. I think the eldest sister-in-law probably hates us to death. Nan Jian said, Mom is still confused. Although the girls are married off now, once they're born, which parent would be willing to abandon their children? Zhuang Yimei said, either I'm angry. She's just a troublemaker. Tian Jian took a sip of porridge. Finally, no need to cook 2 kinds of meals anymore, you can relax a bit too. That's not nonsense. I'll take 10 eggs to see my sister-in-law later. When a woman gives birth, she needs eggs to help with milk production. Well, it's good to go see her. I'll go gather dry branches later and store plenty of firewood. That way, when spring comes, I can earn more work points and get more grain in return. Hey, hit. Zhuang Yimei smiled slightly, your mother has left, shall we get a little closer? Tian Jian's ears turned red with shyness, stop imagining things. We can get close at night, it's not too late. Zhuang Yimei called out to the outside, Bao Chun. Come eat breakfast. Then 2 boys, one older 12-year-old Tian Gui Bao, and a slightly younger 10-year-old boy Tian Gui Chun, hurried over. Mom. I'm hungry, I want to eat meat. Meat, meat, meat. Always wanting to eat meat, each of you gets an egg, eat quickly. Zhuang Yimei felt a surge of wicked anger in her heart. Tian Jian immediately said, put out the fire tonight, don't shout at them. Zhuang Yimei's face was flushed with embarrassment, hurry up and eat. The voice changed from the sharpness just now to a low, gentle sound like a little lamb. Tian Jian. This family still needs to be supported by a man. If this field is not properly tended, that woman will be constantly irritable. After breakfast, Zhuang Yimei carried 10 eggs in a small basin and came over to Tian Sen's side. Big brother, are you home? Ah, it's my younger sister-in-law. Come inside quickly, your sister-in-law is asleep in the room. Ah, okay. As soon as Zhuang Yimei entered the house, she immediately sensed a strong smell of milk. It wasn't too unpleasant, since there was a woman who had just given birth at home, naturally the windows and doors were sealed shut to prevent any wind or snow from reaching the mother and baby. Sister-in-law, you're here, please have a seat. Sister-in-law, there's nothing much at home, but please accept these 10 eggs. Zhou Sanxiang looked at the 10 eggs and said, Sister-in-law, you are so thoughtful. Come, sit down and let's chat for a while. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with this girl? I have 2 boys myself and I dream of having a daughter. This morning, I saw grandmother carrying a bag of grain and leaving by the window, didn't I? Zhou Sanxiang shook her head, Sister-in-law, to be honest, I really hate her. I don't even want to mention her. Alright, let's not mention her, let's not mention her. Zhou Sanxiang said, my younger sister-in-law has many sons, I have many daughters, but I do not blame fate, I cherish my daughters too. Zhou Sanxiang said with a heart full of bitterness. She gave birth to 3 daughters, but so what? Who says having daughters is inferior to having sons? When going back to her parents' home for the new year, having 3 daughters come along is really something to be proud of, isn't it? Although Zhou Sanxiang also wanted to have a son, there was nothing that could be done about it. It was decided whether it would be a boy or a girl while still in the womb. But the mother-in-law secretly sent her 3 daughters to Liugo Road. Zhou Sanxiang gently reached out and softly touched the little face of the baby girl on the bed. Sister-in-law, you are a woman with 2 sons, you don't understand the hardships of a woman like me who has given birth to 3 daughters. Look at mother-in-law, she always looks at me coldly and disapprovingly every day. Zhou Sanxiang said reluctantly. Zhuang Yimei said, Sister-in-law, don't get upset and stop breastfeeding. The 3 little girls still need to be fed. Then the 2 sisters-in-law chatted for a while longer, and Zhuang Yimei left without lingering. Later, Tiansen came into the room and said, Sanxiang, I'll go discuss something with Cheng, see if I can use my firewood to trade for some wolf offal to help you with milk production. Zhou Sanxiang's eyes brightened slightly, but quickly dimmed, I'm afraid only 20% would be willing. Firewood is everywhere this winter, he doesn't lack it. I'll go to his house and ask him. If you have something to do at home, ask Dia to do it for you. Ah, okay. Zhou Sanxiang also held back the craving for meat. Women who are doing postpartum confinement need a lot of special nutrition. Because a lot of blood flows out when expelling lochia. And nursing infants require the secretion of a lot of milk. So the whole body especially craves meat. The appetite is also astonishingly large. A small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Several children are playing and making a lively noise outside the small courtyard. Xiao Xuan saw Tiansen coming up and immediately ran into the courtyard shouting, "Brother Cheng, Brother Tiansen is here." Lu Cheng put down the saw, brushed the sawdust off his body, and walked out. "Sen, why are you here?" Chapter 58. Mom, please don't. Cheng, I have something I want to discuss with you. Tiansen looked at the firewood Lu Cheng had stacked at home, like a soldier. Straight rows, one after another. Suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to ask for his request. But last night when Zhou Sanxiang was breastfeeding, she said the milk was very little, and the 3 children still weren't full in the middle of the night. Cheng, I want to trade a pound of wolf offal with you for the firewood at my home, so my wife can eat well and produce more milk. Lu Cheng. Ah. He was careless. He completely forgot that Tiansen's sister-in-law at home must be lacking meat, and her milk supply is probably insufficient. Exactly. But you can't use wolf offal, giving Sister Sanxiang wolf legs to increase her milk supply is better. Lu Cheng hurriedly went to the inner room of the kitchen and picked the largest wolf leg from the hanging wolf meat inside. Tiansen saw the huge wolf leg weighing about 30 jin and stepped back in shock. This much? Hi. Take it. As for the firewood, just bring it over when you have it. How much you give, you know best yourself. At this moment, Shen Shuang came out and saw it. Shen Shuang looked at Tiansen and roughly guessed, "Brother Tiansen, when you make noodles for Sister Sanxiang, cut a few slices of meat into it. Let Sister Sanxiang eat more wolf meat noodles, it will help with her milk supply." Tiansen was obviously a tall man. The moment he took the big wolf leg with both hands, the gratitude in his heart instantly made his eyes redden. "Hey, when I get back, I'll cook a bowl of noodles for Sanxiang to eat. With such a big wolf leg, they won't go hungry." "Of course. Take care." Lu Cheng smiled. He was only busy taking care of his own family and never thought about giving Zhou Sanxiang some meat. However, Lu Cheng was busy all day long and still had to talk about love with his dear Shen Shuang. He simply had no time to think about others. At this time, Guoxiuxiu from the village was inside making summer clothes for several children using some clean cloth. Although there are still 6 months until summer, after making the clothes, have a few children try them on, they should be made just a little bit longer. This way, when summer comes in half a year, the children will fit perfectly into the clothes. Wearing one less layer of winter clothes is enough to get through spring comfortably. Therefore, there is no need to make clothes specifically for spring. Guoxiuxiu was carefully sewing clothes with needle and thread while thinking that no matter how beautiful the clothes she made were, they were still barely suitable for the children to wear. As for Lu Cheng and Shen Shuang, the 2 of them were adults. Especially Lu Cheng, who was a night watchman, the captain of the guard, and also had to hunt, juggling multiple roles. Lu Cheng's clothes needed to be durable and lightweight, with long sleeves and long pants, because running back and forth in the forest made short clothes unsuitable. As for Shen Shuang, when spring comes next year, she will have to teach at Luyue Primary School. She doesn't have many nice clothes to change into, which would make people laugh at her. Guoxiuxiu thought to herself that when spring comes, she would personally go to the county town to make a few nice dresses for Shen Shuang. Thinking about this, she put down her needle and thread and prepared to go halfway up the mountain to tell Lu Cheng. Today is the 28th day of the lunar year, and beautiful paper-cut window decorations have been pasted everywhere. The atmosphere of the new year is getting stronger and stronger. Guoxiuxiu went halfway up the mountain, and Sonia rushed over like a cannonball. "Mom! Mom, you're here!" Sonia hugged Guoxiuxiu tightly, her little face flushed as she lifted it up. "Mom, I miss you. Why don't you come to the village to see me even if you miss me? Mom, aren't you up on the mountain now? Let's go inside." Guoxiuxiu climbed the mountain, feeling a slight relief in her breathing. Lu Cheng was sawing a tree branch, and when he saw the courtyard gate, he said, "Mom, you're here. Hey, where is Frost Girl?" She went to sister-in-law Yu's place, saying she was helping sister-in-law Yu cut paper window decorations. "Ah, it's good that she's not here. Let me tell you, I plan to make a few sets of beautiful clothes for Shuang in early spring. Don't tell her, just make them well and send them to her then." "Mom, please don't. I'll take Shen Shuang to the county town to get her clothes made after early spring. Young people's clothes aren't something you can just make like children's." Guoxiuxiu said with full approval, "That's true. Luckily, I came up to tell you, otherwise if Shuang doesn't like the clothes made, it would be a waste of money if she doesn't wear them." We appreciate your kindness, Mom. Have you finished making clothes for the children?" Not ready yet, it will probably take some time. Then I'll go back and continue making clothes for the children. Okay, Mom, take care. Lu Cheng was thinking that based on Shen Shuang's figure, she must like those suits suitable for young girls. Or maybe refreshing dresses. If the clothes were made by Guoxiuxiu, they would probably be the kind of fairly ordinary floral dresses that the young married women in the village like. If it were that kind of dress, even though Shen Shuang wouldn't look too ugly wearing it out. But when Lu Cheng came back wearing it, he still couldn't accept Shen Shuang's outfit with the big floral dress. It would detract from Shen Shuang's beauty. Lu Cheng has a perfect sense of style for his own woman. He has already planned to take Shen Shuang to get some beautiful clothes made next spring. At this time, what Lu Cheng needs to do is prepare some good offerings. The new year is coming soon, and the children are tired of eating only wolf meat. So Lu Cheng said to Xiao Xuan, lock the gate of the small courtyard. Only open it when your sister comes back. I'm going up the mountain. You must not go up the mountain, understand? Got it, Brother Cheng, don't worry. Meanwhile, little Tong, chubby and cute, said, go up the mountain. Xiao Xuan immediately ran over and said, Xiao Tong, let's play with building blocks together. Xiao Tong smiled and said, Heh. Lu Cheng took a gun and a knife when he went out, with a neatly coiled rope hanging from his waist, and a small bag on his back containing a bottle of white liquor and some medicine for injuries. He set off for the mountain with minimal gear. Lu Cheng walked around the outskirts of some mountains for a while. Based on his knowledge of this remote mountain area, there should be roe deer appearing around here. If during the new year there could be a roe deer as an offering, along with wild wolf meat, and a wild pheasant, making 3 kinds of offerings, it would be considered a bountiful year. At this time in southern Henan, many people only ate 2 meals a day. Because the grain was clearly insufficient. Lu Cheng understood that even if someone now asked him to go to the city to develop himself, he would not go. Because the people in the city, some have jobs and some receive food ration tickets, but many families only have 2 workers. 2 workers support a large family, with elderly above and children below. Many people cannot get enough to eat. They really practice saving every single grain. Of course, there were also some people who had connections to get tickets and secretly bought what they needed from the cooperative. It was nothing more than grain. At this moment, Lu Cheng was crouching in the grass, and not far ahead, a few roe deer were lowering their heads to eat dry grass. The silly and adorable roe deer occasionally glanced around. But they simply did not notice Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng aimed his gun at a roe deer, which looked fresh and plump. Bang! The roe deer that was shot fell down, and the other roe deer were so frightened that they ran away quickly. Lu Cheng immediately got up from the grass, ran over to check the roe deer, which should weigh about 70 jin, very plump and delicious. Lu Cheng shouldered it, looked around, and quickly went down the mountain. Because the gunshot might attract the attention of wild wolves. Chapter 59. But that is risking one's life. So it is necessary to leave the place quickly. When Lu Cheng returned to the small courtyard, Shen Shuang was helping him wash a pair of insoles with well water. Shuang, I'm back. Shen Shuang quickly came over from the well, her slender hands flicking on both sides. What kind of animal is this? So big? This is a roe deer, weighing about 70 jin. Several children also came thumping down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Wow! Brother Cheng is amazing. Xiao Xiang excitedly stepped forward and poked the roe deer. Wow, finally it's not wolf meat. Sanya put the little white fox down. Second brother, why does this roe deer look so silly and goofy? Roe deer are also called silly roe deer. They are a bit silly, but their meat is very delicious. Lu Cheng then dealt with the silly roe deer in the courtyard. In the afternoon, Lu Cheng set up a simple barbecue rack outside the small courtyard. He skewered the whole roe deer with an iron fork and continuously rotated the barbecue. He kept brushing oil and applying seasoned barbecue sauce onto the roe deer. The seasoning powders include 5 spice and star anise powder, as well as pepper powder, cumin powder, and crushed chili powder. It attracted many children from the village to come and see. Lu Cheng said, this roe deer should be offered to heaven and earth on New Year's Eve. Since you are here today, you can use the roe deer innards next to you, skewer the prepared innards with small bamboo sticks, and roast them here to eat. A group of children rarely get to eat meat. So as soon as they heard the offal was already prepared, Xiao Xuan immediately said, one at a time, I'll cut the roe deer offal. A group of children each took a skewer of roe deer offal, dipped it in the seasoning, and then started roasting it by the fire. The children were roasting meat on one side and warming themselves by the fire on the other. They felt warm again, and watching the food in their hands gradually cook was a process that made their mouths water uncontrollably. After the kids' little skewers had been grilled for more than 10 minutes, Lu Cheng tugged and said, "All right, yours is cooked, you can eat now." Then each child asked Lu Cheng to check if their skewers were cooked. "Yours needs to be grilled a bit more, turn it over more, it's not quite cooked." One child's skewer was still not cooked, and he was so anxious that he went back to crouch by the grill. Lu Cheng saw that the other children were already eating, but hers was still not cooked, so he said, "Yaya, I'll help you grill this skewer." Tian Yaya was already 16 years old, a young lady. She said excitedly, "Okay, great." Lu Cheng placed her skewer of meat in a hotter spot to grill it. Kept brushing oil and seasoning on top. Baked shortly after. "Yaya, you take it and eat." "Thank you, Uncle Urchin." Lu Cheng scratched his head, "Go ahead." Tian Yaya was extremely excited. She took a bite, it was hot, fragrant, and had a bit of the spicy kick from the chili, especially delightful. Tian Yaya took the remaining 2 pieces of meat home. "Mom, this is the meat Uncle Urchin helped me roast. Please try it." Zhou Sanxiang lightly bit into a piece. "What kind of meat is this? It smells so good." Tian Mimi smiled with her young girl's slightly flushed face. "It's the entrails of the roe deer, very delicious, right?" Delicious. Did you eat it yourself?" "Yes, I ate a big skewer of it." Zhou Sanxiang said, That's good. Go help me cook a bowl of egg noodles, cut a few thin slices of wolf leg meat into it, and remember to cook it a bit longer." Okay. Tian Yaya went to the kitchen. In her heart, she had an indescribable longing for the meat she had just eaten. But then she thought that Xiao Xuan was only 10 years old, and what about her? Tian Yaya suddenly felt a bit of disappointment in her heart. It would be great if she could end up with Xiao Xuan, but it seems Xiao Xuan doesn't have much to say to her. At this moment, Tian Yi hurried back, surprisingly holding 2 skewers of roe deer offal. Mom, I have meat to eat." Tian Yaya came out of the kitchen and saw the meat skewers in Tian Yi's hand. How come you have 2 skewers of meat?" "Sister, this is from Xiao Xuan." Tian Yaya felt a slight tightening in her heart. "Little sister, you are really lucky." Tian Yaya's eyes reddened slightly, and she turned to go into the kitchen. Tian Yi's little face showed a slight confusion. She went into the room and said, "Mom, this is the meat skewer that Xiao Xuan gave me, please try it." Zhou Sanxiang smiled and said, Okay. Tian Yi is 14 years old this year, which is also 4 years older than Xiao Xuan. Logically, Xiao Xuan shouldn't mean that, but often when the family lacks meat, the girls would think that if they could marry Xiao Xuan in the future, wouldn't they be able to eat meat every now and then? So Tian Yaya felt very sad inside. But Tian Yi didn't think too much about it. She just brought a few skewers of meat to Grandma Gua, who is Guoxiuxiu. After Guoxiuxiu took the skewer, she praised Xiao Xuan for being sensible. Xiao Xuan immediately gave a skewer of meat to Tian Yi. It was to express thanks to Tian Yi for helping him carry the skewers. Tian Yaya cried quietly in the kitchen for a while. Then, with red eyes, she brought in a bowl of noodles. Zhou Sanxiang said, "Yaya, what's wrong with you?" "Mom, I envy my second younger sister." "Envy her? Why?" "I envy her for receiving Xiao Xuan's care." Zhou Sanxiang said with eyes full of pity, "Silly Yaya, Xiao Xuan is only 10 years old, which is not suitable for you or your second younger sister. Don't overthink it." Zhou Sanxiang understood, although Xiao Xuan has food to eat now, he is still an outsider. In our Liyuyan village, Xiao Xuan has no land. If you really marry him in the future, you will only go hungry, understand? Tian Yaya sobbed, but I think Xiao Xuan is a good person, and he speaks so nicely." "Silly child, now you are just 1 or 2 years away from the age to talk about marriage. It's normal to like a boy, but Xiao Xuan is not suitable. He doesn't own any land. You are my daughter, so of course I hope you marry a local man who owns land, so you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future." Tian Yaya suddenly felt happy inside. "Mom, what if Xiao Xuan hunts like Uncle Urchin in the future? Wouldn't that be okay?" Zhou Sanxiang shook her head and said, "Don't be fooled by how delicious wolf meat is, but hunting is a life-risking job. Yaya, you don't understand, hunters live on the edge of a knife. Mom doesn't want you to live a life full of fear and worry." Tian Yaya said with red eyes, "Oh, I understand." In Tian Mimi's heart, but this meat is really delicious, so fragrant. Zhou Sanxiang lowered her head to eat noodles. She is a rural woman, as long as she has land, life will have enough security. Xiao Xuan is going to settle in Liyuan village. But the village will not allocate him a single piece of land. Xiao Xuan can only rely on studying to get out, or be like Lu Cheng, who has good physical fitness and becomes a member of the village's guard team. Guard team members receive a subsidy of 7 yuan per month. But Lu Cheng is the captain of the guard team and can receive a subsidy of 18 yuan. All the subsidy money was taken by the village chief to the county, who collected it from the police station by fingerprint and then distributed it. But Zhou Sanxiang also thought about it. Even if Xiao Xuan wanted to marry her daughter, her two daughters were both too far apart in age from Xiao Xuan. Only Tian Yi, who is 4 years older, was somewhat acceptable. However, Zhou Sanxiang was still particularly concerned about the fact that Xiao Xuan had no land. Chapter 60, The Tiger is Hungry. Rural people are not afraid of hardship or fatigue, they just fear not having land. This is a big matter concerning the whole family's meals. Tian Yaya went back to the kitchen to wash the pot and clean the cabbage. She was still quite bothered by the fact that she was 6 years older than Xiao Xuan. But she was short in stature, so when she stood next to Xiao Xuan, they were actually the same height. If you didn't mention her age, people would still think she and Xiao Xuan were the same age. But Xiao Xuan was still running wildly halfway up the mountain at this time. Ah! Sister, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. Xiao Xuan is really troublesome. Isn't it just that he let all the kids in the village string up a whole bucket of roe deer offal? Are you chasing me to hit me? Shen Xuan. You brat. I said the roe deer in the water is also meat, yet you finished the whole bucket. Lu Cheng shook his head and gently took the bamboo stick from Shen Xuan's hand. Don't chase him and hit him anymore, or you'll just tire yourself out. Humph. This brat really doesn't understand the value of meat. That whole big bucket. He gave it all away. Xiao Xuan's face tightened, and he reached out to touch his buttocks. Sister, I really didn't think too much, I just felt that since everyone was here, I should finish dividing this whole bucket of roe deer offal. Shen Xuan glared fiercely at Xiao Xuan. You. So wasteful. Xiao Xuan touched his buttocks. Sister, you hit me so hard it hurts. Next time you do that, I'll hit you again. I won't dare next time. Xiao Xuan. No one told him that a skewer of meat means just a few pieces of meat, so. Xiao Xuan filled the bamboo skewer to the brim. Lu Cheng. I just wanted to say something a bit more revealing, but there were so many kids around in the afternoon, I felt too embarrassed to speak up. Shen Xuan looked up at Lu Cheng. It's not your fault. Xiao Xuan. Sis. You look at brother like he's a treasure, but you look at me like I'm grass. Xiao Xuan, who understands? He was despised by his own sister. Who can I cry to? Sister, come back, the wolf offal soup in the pot smells so good. Xiao Xiang came out and said. Shen Xuan immediately said, coming. My wolf offal soup with plain white rice, hurry home to eat. Xiao Xuan. As expected, it's still my sister, wolf offal soup. It's my favorite. Lu Cheng threw the bamboo stick at the door. Does it hurt? Brother Cheng, it actually doesn't hurt much anymore, it only hurt when I was being hit, not now. Come on, later I'll wipe it with some white liquor for you. Alright. Then the whole family gathered around the table, on which were 2 large bowls of wolf offal soup, and 2 plates of vegetarian dishes, 1 plate of stir-fried white radish and 1 plate of stir-fried Chinese cabbage. While Lu Cheng and his family were enjoying the delicious wolf offal soup dinner, there was the sound of footsteps outside the small courtyard. Cheng. Cheng. Come out quickly. Lu Cheng immediately put down his bowl, he always ate the fastest. A big bowl of rice had already been eaten clean by him. The empty bowl was put down, here it comes. You guys keep eating. Lu Cheng hurried to the small courtyard gate and opened the door. Cheng, please, I beg you to save the village chief. Although Lu Cheng's eyes were as dark as ink, he had night vision. Is that Aunt Zhang? What happened to the village chief? Zhang Guimei sobbed and said, this afternoon, the village chief heard someone say that there was a woman in the mountains as thin as a stick, somewhat resembling the village chief. So the village chief took a flashlight and a gun and went into the mountains to look for her. Lu Cheng tightened his grip and said, this is bad. This winter is the tiger's mating season. Last time I went hunting, I even heard the tigers roar. Zhang Guimei immediately felt her legs trembling. What should we do then? I'm going into the mountains to find the village chief now, you all go home first. A few villagers accompanied Zhang Guimei. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Don't say that, hurry back, I'm getting ready to go up the mountain now. As soon as Shen Shuang came out, she heard Lu Cheng say these words. Then be careful. Shen Shuang's heart was tightly held. She originally did not believe in those gods or Buddhas, but now, she was about to make a wish in front of the 3 prepared offerings. Let Lu Cheng enter the mountain and turn misfortune into fortune, hitting any prey with a single shot. Shen Shuang was extremely flustered. Lu Cheng brought quite a lot of guns and bullets, carrying so many made it very heavy. But Lu Cheng pulled up his pants and took down 2 sandbags tied to his pant legs. Shen Shuang. Why do you tie these 2 bags every day? Physical training, you don't understand, I'm leaving. Shen Shuang mentioned that each of the 2 sandbags weighs nearly 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. No wonder sometimes Lu Cheng's pants look very loose and wide, it turns out it's because these are tied to his legs. At this time, Lu Cheng's walking speed was more than twice as fast as during the day. Because we are going into the mountain to look for someone, we need to observe carefully and see where the village chief went. Fortunately, there is snow, so the village chief's footprints were left when he entered the mountain. Lu Cheng followed the footprints and arrived at the edge of Liugo Road. But the footprints became messy here, and another footprint should belong to a woman. Lu Cheng immediately shone the flashlight around. A loud tiger roar. Roar. Lu Cheng was so scared that he tightly held the flashlight and turned it off. Originally, he wanted to use the flashlight's beam to attract the village chief and the others. As a result, has the tiger come down the mountain? Are the village chief and the others still alive? Lu Cheng smelled the air and for the moment there was no strong scent of blood. So the village chief and the other woman are at least safe. At this moment, Lu Chengzhuang gathered his courage and walked toward the place where the tiger's sound came from, but he did not suddenly rush out recklessly. Instead, he looked for a good position to ambush. Among the guns that White Fox Grandpa took him to dig up, there was a sniper rifle powerful enough to pierce the tiger. The other guns at most could injure the tiger, but could not kill it. So Lu Cheng walked to a place with an excellent position. At this moment, the tiger forced the village chief and another woman onto a cliff. The village chief could almost feel the tiger's breath spraying all over his face. Just a fraction of an inch away, the tiger could bite the village chief. The tiger saw the 2 people in front of it, its eyes already wide with anger. The tiger, it was hungry. Lu Cheng is a professional sniper. If he made a sound now to call the village chief, he might distract the chief and cause him to fall off the cliff. What's below the mountain is hard to say. Especially in such a deep mountain, those dark and damp places probably have snake colonies. So Lu Cheng aimed at the tiger, calculated where the tiger would be hit by the first shot to make it retreat, and where to shoot the second shot. After calculating, Lu Cheng fired the sniper rifle. Xiao Yin's sniper rifle almost instantly hit the tiger's body. The tiger, hurt and in pain, could only retreat and look at its wound, roar. Just as the tiger let out a roar, the second bullet was fired. This time, it went straight into the tiger's left ear. At this moment, the tiger fell directly to the ground. The village chief was so frightened by the scene before him that his courage vanished. But he still kept protecting the skinny woman beside him who looked like a stick of hemp. Baixiang, is the tiger dead? The village chief spoke to the air again. Has Erching arrived? The village chief knew that Lu Cheng had a very good sniper rifle that fired bullets silently. Besides him coming to save him, probably no one else in the whole village dares to go to Liugo Road to rescue him. Village chief. You all move out slowly. Chapter 61, Why did you come to my doorstep? Lu Cheng then stepped out from his hiding place and poked the tiger with his gun. The tiger didn't move at all, it was already completely dead. You killed the tiger, truly becoming a tiger-slaying hero. Village chief, if it weren't for you attracting the tiger's attention here, I wouldn't even talk about fighting the tiger, I probably would have been discovered by the tiger as soon as I arrived. Lu Cheng spoke modestly. The woman beside the village chief said fearfully, such a big tiger, we can't carry it on our backs, right? Lu Cheng looked and said, Village chief, help me hold the tigers but a little, I'll carry it back myself. The village chief saw Lu Cheng go up, hoisted the tiger onto his own back, and walked away, with the village chief supporting him from behind. That woman also quickly followed. Big brother, wait for me. Keep up, hurry up. After returning to the hillside, Lu Cheng placed the tiger in his own yard, and several children came to see it one after another. Wow! A real dead tiger. Shen Shuang stepped forward and looked, oh my! Are you crazy? You actually dared to fight a tiger? If I don't fight the tiger will eat the village chief and the village chief's sister. At this moment, the woman stepped forward and said, "Xiao Cheng, I even held you when you were little." Lu Cheng smiled slightly, Aunt Baixiang. Lu Cheng saw that Chen Baixiang was as thin as a stick, feeling like a gust of wind could blow her away. Shen Shuang said, "Aunt Baixiang, I have prepared some noodles in the pot. Why don't you and the village chief sit down and have a bowl before you go back?" The village chief touched his chin at this moment and said, "All right then." Then the brother and sister sat by the kitchen table and ate a bowl of hot noodles. Chen Baixiang ate quickly and anxiously, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Finally, the village chief gave her half of his own noodles. She finished eating in just a few bites. "Eat slowly, don't rush." Shen Shuang felt a bit embarrassed. She had cooked enough noodles for 2 people, but Chen Baixiang's appetite was truly astonishing. It seemed that the small, slender girl could eat the amount of noodles meant for 2 people. Afterwards, Lu Cheng saw the village chief and his sister off. The village chief slightly furrowed his brows. It's a good thing that this younger sister has returned, but she eats too much. If she is brought home today, I'm afraid the grain will become scarce in the future. On the way, Lu Cheng said, "Village chief, that tiger will fetch a good price once sold. I will give you some money so you can prepare for Aunt Baixiang to find an honest person to marry a little earlier." Baixiang lowered her head beside him. Who honest person nowadays would be willing to marry Baixiang? She eats a lot and has stayed in a bandit den for 5 years, it's probably difficult. Chen Baixiang immediately said, "Big brother, I am still a pure young lady. I hid in the mountains for 5 years. I never let the bandits catch me." Village chief. Lu Cheng. How did you manage not to get caught by the bandits? I have always lived in the mountains, just afraid that the bandits would wait for me at the mountain exit. Last time I secretly went to check, no one had returned to the bandits' den for a long time, so I knew the bandits had been attacked, right? Hey! The ones who fought the bandits are the 20%. Truly unbelievable. Not just me, but also the militia from the guard team. Aunt Baixiang is really amazing, she actually stayed alone in the mountains for 5 years. Chen Baixiang said, "I almost died several times because I didn't dare to make a fire in the mountains. Life was really tough." Lu Cheng nodded and said, "Surviving in the wild for 5 years, you've already surpassed many men. It's really not easy." Then they went to the village chief's house. Chen Baixiang asked the village chief to arrange for her to sleep in a side room. Her sister-in-law brought her a large bucket of water to wash herself properly. Lu Cheng returned the same way he came. After washing, Chen Baixiang used the brazier to warm her hair. "Brother, I think that young man just now was really good. Can I be with him?" Chen Baixiang said in a slightly low voice. "No way. Shen Shuang and Lu Cheng have registered with me to report their marriage. Don't set your sights on him." Chen Baixiang nodded and said, "I'm just asking, no other meaning." Chen Baixiang has now returned to the village chief's house, feeling very excited inside. At the very least, she can go back to her own home again. But in the middle of the night, she heard the voices of the village chief and his sister-in-law Zhang Guimei. "What did you say? You want us to support her? Can't she live on her own?" Zhang Guimei said, clearly angry. The village chief sat on the bed and said, "Don't speak so loudly, you don't understand. Baixiang is my 3rd sister, and I am willing to support her for my whole life." Zhang Guimei said with a face full of despair, "You support her? You support her? What about your own family?" The village chief looked angry, "So what should we do?" "You have to support her. From now on, she can only drink thin porridge every day, no more eating white flour noodles or white steamed buns." Then Zhang Guimei turned around, her but facing the village chief, with a very angry expression. The village chief immediately thought of what Lu Cheng had told him on the road. Let Chen Baixiang quickly find an honest man to marry. You should also get ready. Look at your maternal family, see if there is an honest man of a suitable age, tell Baixiang about him, and see if she can get married a little earlier. Zhang Guimei turned around again and hugged the village chief. "It's not that I don't want the 3rd sister to stay a few more days, but if she doesn't get married, our family's life will be hard." The village chief moved slightly, somewhat displeased. Zhang Guimei pressed closer to his arm and said, "Don't be angry. You insisted on going up the mountain to look for her today, this kindness is something she will remember for a lifetime. I didn't ask her to remember my kindness, I just want my 3rd sister to survive. Didn't you say that there are many people wandering outside the mountains?" Zhang Guimei said in a slightly deep voice. "Yes, there are many wandering people. It seems that food is scarce, which is not good. Chen Baixiang hid in the mountains for 5 years, so her hearing was exceptionally sharp. Only then did she understand why she never went back to the village chief's eldest brother's house, and as a result, Lu Cheng told them on the way that she should get married as soon as possible. It seems that she can't stay long at the eldest brother's house either. Chen Baixiang originally thought she would have a good sleep, but that nice bed and quilt made her afraid of getting them dirty, so she put on her old set of clothes and went up halfway up the mountain. The village chief's elder brother's home cannot be stayed in for long, but she can go to live temporarily at Lu Cheng's house. Because she has thought it through, if Lu Cheng saved her and brought her back, then the villagers would owe Lu Cheng some favor. Maybe someone will take a liking to her because of Lu Cheng. As for the village chief, it is usually Zhang Guimei who arranges the matchmaking for her. But Zhang Guimei's maternal family also has no way out, and they might not be able to support her. Her appetite is indeed astonishing. An ordinary family probably couldn't accommodate her. Before dawn in the early morning, Lu Cheng opened the gate of the small courtyard, and a round person fell in from the doorway. Who is it? Chen Baixiang got up from the ground. Cheng, it's me. Aunt Baixiang, aren't you staying at the village chief's house? Why did you come to my doorstep? 20%, my sister-in-law complains that I eat too much and can't be supported. Lu Cheng smiled and said, come in and talk. Chen Baixiang then entered the courtyard. She said I eat too much, and ordinary people can't support me. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. Then you live in the mountains, and over time, your appetite will expand, but you can earn work points and get grain rations. Chapter 62, The Tiger Hunt is Imperative. Chen Baixiang smiled slightly, her rough skin showing as she said, I'm used to living wild in the mountains, so I probably won't be accustomed to doing the farm work that earns work points. Not accustomed? What other skills do you have? I can catch rabbits. Yo, are you planning to become a hunter like me? That won't work, I can't be a hunter. I like to eat raw meat, so animals are very sensitive to me. As soon as I arrive, the animals run away. So I often just catch whatever I can to eat. Lu Cheng said, don't be discouraged. First, learn sewing from my mom. Maybe you'll like it. Nowadays, people who learn to make clothes can earn quite a bit in a month, enough to buy food and support yourself. Chen Baixiang immediately said excitedly, this works. I've embroidered flowers before, this is my specialty. Let's go, I'll take you to my mom's house. All right. Chen Baixiang followed Lu Cheng and then went to Guoxiuxiu's house. Lu Cheng introduced Chen Baixiang, and Guoxiuxiu's tears of excitement flowed down. You silly girl, you really have great luck. Sit down quickly, I'll tell you the key points of making clothes. Then the two women, one old and one young, started making clothes while talking. Lu Cheng saw them making clothes while chatting. He then turned around and left. As soon as the village chief got up, the third sister was missing, and he immediately asked around the villagers' homes. It was Lu Cheng who stepped forward and said, Village chief, Aunt Baixiang is at my mother's house. The village chief said at this moment, she hasn't had breakfast yet, I'll go pick her up. Village chief, don't go, I've asked Aunt Baixiang to learn how to make clothes from my mom. Village chief. You kid, thanks. Village chief, later on, I'll save some tiger bone for you. You can use it to brew medicinal wine and sip it occasionally, it will help your injured leg. Hey, hit. Village chief. It still feels like Lu Qingtai understands him the best. He had always wanted to ask for some tiger bones, but since he didn't kill the tiger himself, he really felt embarrassed to make such a request. Unexpectedly, Lu Cheng had always remembered about his leg injury. Lu Cheng went back home and started processing the tiger. The tiger skin was also carefully protected by Shen Shuang, this is a very valuable item. Then there were various treasures from the tiger's body. Tiger heart, liver, lungs, and entrails. Tiger meat, tiger teeth, tiger claws, and so on. The next day, Lu Cheng went early to Kai Qingchuan's place in Shanxi, bringing him over 100 jin of tiger meat. When Kai Qingchuan saw the special texture of the tiger meat, his eyes immediately lit up as if he had seen a treasure. I need to ask about the price of this tiger meat. If it's too low, you won't want to sell it, if it's too high, I'm afraid I'll lose out. Wait at my place for half an hour, I'll go back and forth and come back soon. Okay, deal. Then Kai Qingchuan quickly rode his bicycle, still the old-fashioned 28-inch model. After asking about the price of tiger meat, Kai Qingchuan was also very excited. Ordinary people usually can't afford to eat this tiger meat, nor are they willing to. However, in the large restaurants, some high-end customers like to eat some exotic game when they host dinners. Tiger meat, at this time, has not yet been classified as a protected animal. However, tigers are rare and scarce, so restaurants purchase them. They use it to make extremely delicious tiger meat soup, grilled tiger meat, and dozens of other dishes. Moreover, the restaurant calls each high-end customer to invite them to come and taste the tiger meat. So Kai Qingchuan hurried back and said to Lu Cheng, "My price for tiger meat is 5 yuan and 50 cents per jin. 100 jin is 550 yuan. How about this, I'll give you 300 yuan now, and the remaining 250 yuan tomorrow, okay?" Lu Cheng understood in his heart that this was considering that no one usually carries 550 yuan in cash on them at all times. "Alright, then the tiger meat is yours." Then Kai Qingchuan handed over 300 yuan to Lu Cheng. But Kai Qingchuan himself sells to the restaurant, and he has his own connections. He has someone who specifically stamps his goods, so what he sells is legitimate. But if others sell privately, the restaurant wouldn't dare to accept it. This is why Kai Qingchuan approached Lu Cheng to cooperate with him. This is Kai Qingchuan's way of making money. Kai Qingchuan knows the ropes. Lu Cheng brought 1,000 yuan home, saw the tiger meat in the yard, and many others. Does this count as a big income? Shuang, this tiger meat sells for 5 yuan 50 cents per jin. This 100 jin has already sold for 550 yuan, but only 300 yuan has been received for now. Shen Shuang tightened her hand slightly. "Although selling tigers is more valuable than selling wild boars, I still don't want you to hunt tigers next time, it's too dangerous." Lu Cheng gently held Shen Shuang tighter and said, "Nowadays, there are more tigers than cats and dogs. If I don't hunt the tigers, and they come down the mountain to harm humans, then we would all be doomed." Shen Shuang tightly embraced the strong man in her arms and said with concern, "Then what should we do? You hunt tigers, and I worry. Don't cry. I still have some experience in hunting tigers." Lu Cheng gently wiped away the tears sliding down the corner of her eyes. He said with concern, "Don't let the younger brothers and sisters see this." Shen Shuang sobbed a few times, "I really can't bear to see you risk your life. There are more tigers in this era than cats. I can shoot tigers, at least I have a sniper rifle. If I don't dare to shoot, no one else will. Once these tigers become a plague, the ones who suffer will be us." Shen Shuang reached out and wiped her cute little nose. "Then you promise, no rushing in recklessly, when you're not confident, escaping is the priority." "Okay, I promise you, I'll definitely come back alive." Lu Cheng had a bold idea in his heart. So if he traveled back, could it be because he has special forces combat experience? Because as far as he knows, in his previous life, Lu Yuyan had a very serious tiger problem. In the previous life, it was said that the tiger problem caused countless deaths and injuries in the village, and it happened just in recent years. Lu Cheng felt that it was imperative to fight the tiger. Moreover, his family all lived in this village, and if he didn't fight the tiger, in case the tiger became a disaster, the consequences would be very serious. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone who can afford it will buy some firecrackers to set off. Because everyone hopes for a bountiful harvest next year, they all wish to use firecrackers to drive away bad luck and welcome new good fortune and a great harvest. Praying for favorable weather and abundant harvests next year, that the people will have enough food and clothing, and that everyone in the family will be healthy and safe. Lu Cheng placed the roasted whole roe deer he had prepared on the altar halfway up the mountain, along with wild pheasant and wolf meat, all offered to the mountain god. No matter what, since the mountain god rewards his hunting, in people's eyes, Lu Cheng is someone recognized by the mountain god. Lu Cheng himself understood that it was because he had traveled through time and been reborn, possessing all the skills of a special forces soldier. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like him go deep into the mountains to hunt? That would be no different from a few villagers who entered the mountains with nothing but passion, no chance of survival. Lu Cheng was also puzzled. He had been in the mountains for some time but had never come across the bodies of villagers who had entered the mountains. Or did they even let the fierce beasts gnaw on their bones? On this day, Shen Shuang carefully calculated all the income Lu Cheng gave her from selling the tiger on her own bed. Chapter 63, Feeling inexplicably manipulated by several children. A huge tiger weighing 665 jin, Lu Cheng can carry prey weighing over 1,000 jin at once, showing great physical strength. Tiger meat, 5.5 yuan per jin, 450 jin, 400 times 5.5 is equal to 2,200 yuan, keeping 50 jin of meat for personal consumption. Tiger offal, 1.7 yuan per jin, 55 jin asterisk 1.7 is equal to 93.5 yuan. Tiger skin, 200 yuan per piece. Tiger bones, 15 yuan per jin, 65 jin equals 975 yuan, has medicinal value. Tiger teeth, 10 yuan each. 30 teeth. Equals 300 yuan. Tiger claws, 20 yuan each. 18 pieces equals 360 yuan. Tiger tail, 80 yuan each. Can assist in treating bruises, fractures, and other conditions. Take an appropriate amount of tiger tail to decoct into a soup for external washing or crush and apply to the affected area. Total sum above, 4,208.5 yuan. Later, Lu Cheng heard from Kai Qingchuan that a wealthy man from Hong Kong ate tiger meat at a restaurant in the county town, and as a result, he had an intense night with his wife that very day. The wealthy man and his wife had lost interest for almost 3 years. After eating tiger meat once, his body was rejuvenated immediately. Later, the wealthy man contacted the person in charge of the restaurant, requesting to buy all the tiger meat, have it properly frozen, and airlifted back to Hong Kong. This wealthy man loved the tiger so much that every part of its body was considered a treasure. So, with the price negotiable, he bought the entire tiger from the restaurant. The restaurant has always kept the transaction price a secret. So even Kai Qingchuan did not know. But the restaurant told Kai Qingchuan that as long as there were tigers, he should buy them all, money was not a problem. And Kai Qingchuan made a considerable profit by reselling them once. The first day of the Lunar New Year. Shen Shuang and Lu Cheng went nowhere and just stayed at home guarding this large sum of money. Because Lu Cheng sold the tiger, the postal savings bank was already on its annual holiday. So he could only take his money back. Shen Shuang doesn't dare to go anywhere now, there are 2 bags in the room filled with bulging money. Lu Cheng was also quite generous with the New Year's money for the children. While people in the village gave the kids 1 mao each, Lu Cheng gave his several younger siblings 1 yuan each. Xiao Xuan took her younger brother and sister to Yu Xiaohe's house. Yu Xiaohe can make some snacks, like mung bean cakes, which cost only 3 cents each. All those children came to buy and eat them. In this village, making money also relies entirely on some children. The pastries made by Yu Xiaohe were especially fragrant and sweet, and the children all liked to eat them. Xiao Xuan and the others pooled their money together and said to Yu Xiaohe, "Sister-in-law, please give us a little more, help us pack it well, and we'll take it home to eat." Yu Xiaohe's eyes lit up, "All right. Just wait." Yu Xiaohe immediately started counting the number of mung bean cakes using oil paper. "Xiaoshuan, you do the math." "Xiaoshuan, Xiaoxiang, Sonia, Xiaotong, each of you 1 yuan. Help sister-in-law figure out how many there are." Xiaoshuan was writing and drawing on the ground and said, "For yuan, 3 cents each, that means we need 133. Yu Xiaohe said excitedly, "Oh, that's quite a lot. I only have less than 200 in total. Okay, sister-in-law will send them up halfway up the mountain later, you won't be able to carry that many." "Ah, good." Then Xiaoshuan took his younger brothers and sisters and ran off wildly. Yu Xiaohe hurriedly packed the mung bean cakes. At this moment, her mother-in-law came out and said, "You don't mind the trouble, and you even specially went to deliver them?" "Mom, these few children spent 4 yuan to buy the cakes. I personally delivered them and chatted with Sister Shuang for a while. You know, other children buy cakes for at most 10 cents each time, 3 of them, but the children from the Shen Shuang family, for children at a time, at least earn a few yuan." "Right. You go deliver them, I'll stay here and keep watch." "Hey." Yu Xiaohe carried some pastries up in a small basket. It sounds like there are 133 pastries, but actually not that many. Because pastries are made to be exquisite and delicate, the mung bean pastries are just a bite each for children. These are some delicate foods. They are usually just small snacks to coax children. "Shen Shuang. Are you at home?" Outside the small courtyard gate, Yu Xiaohe raised her voice to call. "Ah. I'm coming." Shen Shuang locked the room door before coming out. "Sister Xiaohe, you're here, come in and have a seat." Shen Shuang welcomed Yu Xiaohe into the small courtyard. "I tell you. You're really extravagant, giving just 1 yuan as New Year's money to several children." "Oh, Sister Xiaohe, how did you know?" "The 4 of them came to my house to buy pastries, and I told them I would personally deliver them." Xiao Xuan on the 2nd floor immediately shouted, "Xiao Xiang. Sanya, Xiao Tong, the green bean cakes are back. Come and eat quickly." Shen Shuang looked at Yu Xiaohe and said, "Look, they are all about to eat." Xiao Xuan came down and said, "Sister, can we take them to eat now?" "Yes, watch the little ones carefully, don't let them choke." "Hey, don't worry." Then several children gathered around the table in the living room, their mouths full of the sweet and fragrant taste. A happy life is having your own pocket money and being able to freely decide how to spend it. It's wonderful. Xiao Xuan ate a lot, and his little belly was round and full. Xiao Tong said, so delicious. Sanya smiled and said, Xiao Tong eats the least, Xiao Xiang immediately said, my brother eats the most, and he eats the fastest. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, it's okay, next time you buy it, I'll eat a little less. Next time. Do we even have a next time? Of course, I hope the next time won't be too far away. Xiao Xuan's happy little face lifted up in a smile. Today he saw his sister secretly locking the door to the room. He understood that in the past, when his mother locked the door to the room, it was because there was money inside. At this moment, Xiao Xuan said, Xiao Tong, go tell sister later to give each of us 1 more yuan, okay? Sanya, eating the last piece of pastry, said, Little Xuan, can I still ask for more New Year's money? No, it's not New Year's money anymore, just call it pocket money. Little Tong, do you understand? Little Tong looked completely confused, oh, pocket money. Sister, pocket money. Little Tong, still confused, came out and said to Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang affectionately said, silly child, what is Luo Hua Qian? Yu Xiaohe smiled and said, maybe it means pocket money. Xiao Tong, is that right? Yu Xiaohe, in a good mood, reached out and held Xiao Tong's little hand. Yes, good every time, Luo Hua Qian. Xiao Tong is only 5 years old now, and even after the new year, he still doesn't speak very clearly. Xiao Tong, you're craving again, sister will get it for you in a moment. Xiao Xuan, Xiao Xiang, and Sanya poked their little heads out. Sister, we want some too. Shen Shuang. Somehow, I felt like I was being outwitted by a few kids. Alright, 1 yuan each. Yu Xiaohe's eyes were full of envy. She took money from her children bit by bit. But Shen Shuang actually gave the children money piece by piece, really generous. Shen Shuang took out dozens of pocket money from her own pocket, and pulled out 4 yuan in change. Here, you guys spend it sparingly, don't lose it. Got it. Let's go to Uncle Zhang's house. Uncle Zhang fried some vegetarian meatballs, we can buy some to eat. Hey, you guys wait a moment, you just ate some pastries, don't eat the things you buy right away, take them home and wait until the fireworks in the evening to eat. Little Xian said to Little Tong, got it, sis. The children are especially energetic. Chapter 64, Build. This gun's range is only 100 meters. It only took a few minutes to run to the village, and then they played together with the children in the village. There was a group of children playing, and some little girls were asking how much red envelope money others had received. Upon hearing that the children in Lu Cheng's family had all spent their pocket money on pastries, the other children also wanted to go and eat pastries. Xiao Xuan said, after we finished eating, there was just over 100 yuan left, very little, I took 2 or 3 bites. The children in the village. Envious. Still envious. Tian Yaya heard that Xiao Xuan's family gave 1 yuan as New Year's money, and she thought to herself, who will marry Xiao Xuan in the future? It must be very happy, right? Tian Yaya quietly returned to her home and took out a 1-cent banknote. Tian Yaya was thinking, is it really only with land that one can live in peace? Is Xiao Xuan's status as an outsider really inferior to that of the local rural people? Tian Yaya began to doubt the worries her mother had. Because what she saw was that at Lu Cheng's house halfway up the mountain, everyone following Lu Cheng was living well. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Uncle Lu Cheng making money again. At this moment, Tian Yaya heard voices coming from her mother's room. You took all our firewood to exchange for this wolf leg meat. What are we going to do when we have no firewood to burn next spring? No, I've recently been going to the mountains to gather dry branches whenever I have free time. Zhou Sanxiang smiled and said, if you don't eat some of this wolf leg meat, my 2 big daughters see me eating meat every day while they and you only eat cabbage and noodles, they probably want to eat meat too. We don't eat it, no, you want milk for the 3 girls, it won't do without meat. It turned out that Tian Sen was inside watching the 3 girls, making Zhou Sanxiang complain, but she also felt sorry for them. Tian Sen gently touched San Nan's little face and said, I think having daughters is really nice. Look, all 3 of our daughters, when they were born, weren't too troublesome. They eat when they should, drink when they should, and sleep very soundly. Zhou Sanxiang laughed and said, only your mother would do something as shameful as abandoning a child. Really, thinking that San Nan almost lost her life makes my heart ache as if it's being twisted. Don't be angry. My mother was properly criticized by the village chief and others. I don't feel sorry for her, she really went too far. Yes, if you hadn't begged the village chief to send Lu Cheng and the others up the mountain to look for San Nan, this child probably wouldn't have survived. As soon as Zhou Sanxiang spoke, tears started flowing again. Don't cry, if you cry too much, the milk will turn sour. I won't cry, I won't cry. Zhou Sanxiang sobbed a little more, then stopped her sadness. After the tears stopped, she said, I'm hungry, Sengu. Hey, I'll go cook you a bowl of wolf meat noodles. Okay. Tian Yaya quickly left, her mother was actually this upset. But then again, if she were the one abandoned by grandma in the deep mountains, she'd probably be scared to death. Tian Yaya sat in the kitchen. Tian Sen said, Yaya, you boil the pot for dad, and we'll cook a bowl of noodles for your mom. Tian Yaya smiled slightly, okay. Tian Yaya began to boil the pot and heat the water. Tian Sen took a lump of flour on the cutting board, kneaded it, rolled it out thin, and then cut it into thin strips. Making handmade noodles is done. Throw them into the soup pot, then add a few slices of thin wolf meat that were cut, put some pieces of cabbage into the pot, and use a spatula to scoop some pork lard into a bowl. The noodles for postpartum women are all light and tasty, without adding too much oil, salt, or too many chopped green onions and cilantro. And halfway up the mountain slope. Suddenly, 2 tall and strong men arrived, brought by Kai Qingchuan. Lu Cheng was slightly stunned when he saw them. Kai Qingchuan. What brings you here? Kai Qingchuan immediately said, Ma Ji, you talk to him. The man named Ma Ji stepped forward and said, My name is Ma Ji. I want to order a live tiger from you. Whatever tools you need, I can provide, but the live tiger is a fixed price, 5,000 yuan. Lu Qingwei frowned slightly, 5,000 is too little, don't look for others. Lu Cheng thought to himself, these two obviously often deal with acquiring wild beasts. Because they had tiger tattoos on their bodies, and the other had a dragon tattoo. It was clear that they were both experienced in this line of work. And he really did plan to catch the tiger. Because the tiger sold to the Hong Kong tycoon was dead, it was worth more than 4,000. Lu Cheng also thought that this tiger was a fierce beast urgently needed by the zoo operators. Now is the right opportunity. He can hunt, although catching a live tiger is very difficult. But it's not impossible. As long as there is a gun with anesthetic and a tiger neck snare, who else but him can catch a tiger? Then Lu Cheng followed Kai Qingchuan and the others down the mountain, and saw a vehicle that could carry a tiger. The back looked like a truck, but inside there was a set of tiger catching tools. Lu Cheng took away that set of tiger catching tools. Ma Ji and the others saw Lu Cheng take the tools, but they did not object. Because they were going to catch a tiger, but obviously had no real experience. Moreover, Lu Cheng had killed a tiger before, and he carried an aura of killing with him. Generally, tigers are afraid of Lu Cheng. So Kai Qingchuan's brothers came over. That night, Lu Cheng let Shen Shuang and the others go to bed early. As for himself, he washed with cooling water and dried his hair with charcoal fire because he was going to the mountain to catch a tiger. It can also be considered a kind of ritual. Take a good shower yourself. If you successfully catch a live tiger, you can return to this home. But if he is unfortunate. But Lu Cheng firmly thought to himself that if he couldn't catch the tiger, then probably no one in Liyuan would be able to catch it. In the hazy night, Lu Cheng went up the mountain. The tiger, which should have been resting in a cave at this time, was now eating a roe deer it had caught. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, Lu Cheng took out a set of tiger traps given to him by Ma Ji and the others. There are 3 tranquilizer guns on this. He only has 3 chances. Lu Cheng took out a gun and loaded the tranquilizer gun. Because he was worried that the range of tranquilizer guns in this era was not far enough, Lu Cheng quietly approached the tiger to a distance of 200 meters. After calculating, it was still not enough, so he moved closer by another 150 meters. Can't get any closer. Get closer. Even 10 meters is fine, because the range is 140 meters. But Magi's eyes flickered with a slight fear. He understood that Magi probably didn't know the exact range either. But Lu Cheng understood that the effective range of this gun was within 120 meters. So, Lu Cheng swallowed and quietly approached bit by bit. It's already 140 meters. Again. Lu Cheng quietly approached, but the tiger looked up and glanced around. That fierce tiger head was truly terrifying. The surrounding animals were so frightened that they all fled early. So the tiger ate the roe deer with great confidence and boldness. It was never afraid. Lu Cheng moved forward another 10 meters. Move 10 meters closer. It is now exactly 120 meters. Lu Cheng aimed the gun at the tiger's body, ensuring the largest possible area to increase the chance of hitting it. The tiger eats heartily, this is its daily food intake. A wild muntjac can be completely devoured by it. Whoosh! The tiger looked up, roar. Lu Cheng. The tranquilizer gun was aimed straight at the ground 10 meters from the tiger. Lu Cheng. That damn Ma Ji. Damn. This gun's range is only 100 meters. Chapter 65. Feeling very satisfied inside, Lu Cheng immediately moved forward another 20 meters while the tiger had not yet run away. But the tiger noticed him. A deafening roar of the tiger. At the same time, Lu Cheng fired 2 tranquilizer darts in quick succession. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tiger was injected with a shot on its waist and another on its buttocks. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger fell to the ground, its eyes staring wide open in disbelief. The tiger shook its head with difficulty, but it really could not move anymore. At this moment, Maji, Kai Qingchuan, and the other 2 hiding at the foot of the mountain happily climbed up the mountain. At this time, Lu Cheng had already carried the tiger halfway up the mountain. Let's go, the anesthesia is still effective, you guys help carry from behind. Lu Cheng hurriedly carried the tiger down the mountain, but at the doorstep of Lu Cheng's home, he put the tiger down. Maji, you give me the money first, or else I won't carry this tiger down the mountain. Lu Cheng felt that Ma Ji and his group still needed to be watched out for. Ma Ji took out a thick stack of money from the pouch at his waist and said, "Count it." Lu Cheng took the money. He had been handling money so often lately that he lightly took it and said, "Not bad, you didn't cheat me." Ma Ji gave an awkward smile and said, "I wouldn't dare cheat you either. Magi, a tiger. Caught it just like that. It's been less than 3 hours since we went up the mountain." Even if Magi gave him 100 doses of courage, he wouldn't dare to deceive this Lu Cheng. This is going to be his big money maker in the future. You should know that the tigers sold in the zoo cost nearly 30,000 yuan each. Live tigers. Very valuable. And he only gave Lu Cheng 6,000 yuan. And Kai Qingchuan charged a referral fee of 1,000 yuan. Ma Ji and others hurriedly lifted the tiger into the car. Because the tiger was fierce, the neck strap was not loosened, and a piece of beef was placed inside the car. This is the food for the tiger. Because of the anesthetic effect of the tranquilizer gun, with a dose of 2 shots, the tiger immediately fell into a deep sleep. Majia and the others locked the car securely, then nervously tugged at it with their hands to make sure it was safe before saying, "Brother Lu, see you next time." "See you next time? You mean you want this tiger again next time?" "Of course we do, but wait until I sell this tiger, then we'll buy another tranquilizer gun." Lu Cheng actually wanted to say something. At that time, he saw that the tranquilizer gun only had a range of 100 meters. If it had been someone else, they might have died in the tiger's jaws. You yourselves or anyone else must not go up the mountain to catch tigers, or you will be eaten by the tigers. Maji smiled slightly, "Of course, we wouldn't dare. Let's go." But Maji was thinking to himself, if they really had the courage to go up the mountain to catch tigers, how would Lu Cheng have made 6,000 yuan? Lu Cheng returned to his home and placed the unused tranquilizer dart from his bag in a hidden spot. This thing is very hard to get. Because medicines are in short supply now, tranquilizer darts like this can only be obtained through special channels. It can be seen that Ma Ji and his group have access to these channels. And this guy Kai Qingchuan, because of the introduction from Zhong, simply took 1,000 yuan as the introduction fee. He was so happy that his smile stretched all the way to the back of his ears. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Shen Shuang was sleeping soundly in her own room, but her biological clock naturally woke her up at 5:30. "Lu Cheng. Chenggu, are you in my room?" Shen Shuang said softly. I came to give you money, to let you experience the joy of counting money." "Shen Shuang. How can I refuse this? You went up the mountain again yesterday. What did you sell this time? Why so much money?" "I sold a live tiger." "What? Are you out of your mind?" Shen Shuang's small delicate hand clenched into a fist and lightly pounded a few times against Lu Cheng's chest. "Shuang. I want you and your younger brothers and sisters to all live well." Tears streamed down Shen Shuang's face. "Then you can't treat your life carelessly, you live tiger. How dare you?" Shen Shuang wiped her tears again, feeling so depressed she wanted to cry. Lu Cheng held Shen Shuang in his arms. "It's okay, I'm fine, aren't I?" "You are too bold, you make me worry so much." Shen Shuang cried uncontrollably. Alright, I'm fine. I have a tranquilizer gun, and I am very careful about my safety. Lu Cheng held Shen Shuang tightly and said. Shen Shuang said, Brother Cheng, now that we have so much money, can we settle down in the city? I don't want you to go hunting anymore. If we leave, the villagers of Liyuan will be like prey exposed under the eyes of a fierce beast. Can you bear that? Shen Shuang tightly held his hand and said, then let them choose someone for you to teach hunting, and we leave here. I don't want you to get hurt. Shuang, hunting is not something everyone can learn, it requires talent. Shen Shuang kissed Lu Cheng directly, I don't care, you find a way to go to the city in the future. We didn't have money before, so we lived in the village, but if we have money later, you can live in the city, right? Lu Cheng gently hugged Shen Shuang's waist and said, you can still hunt for meat in the mountains now. People in the city say they only eat 2 meals a day. Aren't you afraid your younger brothers and sisters will go hungry? Compared to your safety, I'd rather have my younger brothers and sisters go hungry than have you face a tiger. Shen Shuang tightly hugged Lu Cheng. Don't worry. I know how to protect myself. Then the two of them counted the money together. Shen Shuang saw so much money and said, from now on, you should be a good night watchman and a good captain of the guard. A night watchman gets a 10 yuan subsidy per month, and the captain of the guard gets 18 yuan, which is enough for our family's living expenses. Well, now we have more than 10,000 yuan in hand, we've also become a 10,000 yuan household. Shen Shuang said excitedly, with 10,000 yuan, we can all settle down in the city. But are you planning to move your household registration back to Liyuan? No. When you marry me in the future, we'll live in the city. You can't hunt for your whole life, can you? Lu Cheng smiled and reached out to wipe his chin, at least hunting earns much more than working in the city. You can't think about hunting every day from now on. You have to think about working as a factory employee in the city. You can still support a whole family. But our money now comes from hunting, doesn't it? Shen Shuang. Anyway, you can't hunt recklessly anymore. You belong to me. I have the final say. Lu Cheng. I inexplicably felt the sensation of being placed on Shen Shuang's heart tip, and it felt incredibly exhilarating inside. If it were some ordinary women, like Yu Xianglan, his grandmother, they would probably know you can fight tigers and would want you to live in the mountains every day fighting, giving you 10 tigers a day. Yu Xianglan wouldn't care about your life or death. As long as you give her the money from fighting tigers, that's enough. I don't care about your personal safety at all. At this time, Yu Xianglan and her third son Lu Xuanyan were both living in Hu Renhe's old house. But now there are several police officers interrogating them. After several rounds of questioning, Yu Xianglan was full of lies, but the police managed to get the truth out one by one. Yu Xianglan and her son were both taken away by the police in the end. Leaving behind third and He Guimei and her son and daughter, Lu Jian and Lu Nian. Chapter 66, You Come, It's Urgent. Lu Jian, 16 years old, felt very upset when he saw his grandmother and father taken away by the police. He complained, Mom, didn't you say my dad was going to become the son of a military officer? But in the end, the police took him away. He Guimei said unhappily, don't mention it. A bunch of useless people. Lu Jian said, Mom, shall we go back to the village? We can still have hot meals there. Lu Nian said, Mom, can we live here? It's nice here, the bed is soft, and the quilt smells good. Lu Jian said with a look of disgust, do you think we can live here long term? This is an officer's family. We're just rural folks, even if we try to connect through relatives, it's too much. You're dreaming too big. He Guimei was also reluctant to give up such a good life with delicious food and drink. But soon, the house steward of the Hu family arrived. Ms. He, according to Lu Xuanyan's statement, he is not Mr. Hu's son, so you may leave now. He Guimei. Can we stay for 2 more days? No. The butler immediately placed their luggage at the door. He Guimei. Her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered. Oh my God. Going back to the village like this? It's simply the ultimate embarrassment. He Guimei held the dozen or so yuan in travel expenses that Lu Xuanyan gave her. Taking her son and daughter, she was preparing to return to the village. Heaven knows how unhappy she was inside, her dream of becoming a wealthy family's daughter-in-law shattered. Halfway up the mountain. Lu Cheng was tired from catching a live tiger last night, so he was catching up on sleep during the day. He slept straight through until around 2 in the afternoon. At this time, Shen Shuang was making shoe insoles, and beside her was a pot of tree roots roasting on the fire. The flames flickered faintly, casting a warm feeling all around her in the living room. Although she couldn't go back to live in the city now, Shen Shuang also understood that if she really went back to live in the city, her teacher would earn 18 yuan a month. If Lu Cheng found a factory job, the monthly salary might only be in the 20s. But an ordinary life is very peaceful. But Lu Cheng's personality is not the kind to be content with the status quo. He is clearly more adventurous. Moreover, for the safety of the villagers of Liyuan, he will not leave here for the time being. In Liyuan, there are also Guo Xiuxiu, Lu Xuanfen, and Lu Yan. If Shen Shuang had taken Lu Cheng away directly, the villagers left in Liyuan might soon face attacks from fierce beasts on the village. In the past, it was entirely up to the village chief to keep watch every night. Later, it was Lu Cheng who kept watch at night. If there isn't a very capable person keeping watch, the people in the village might all be in danger. Shen Shuang was putting in the insoles while her mind was racing rapidly. But if Lu Cheng were to go catch the tiger again, it would be like gambling with his life. Her whole heart felt like it was hanging on the edge of a knife. If she had just met Lu Cheng, she probably wouldn't be this worried. But now she has already reported their marriage to the village chief, she is his woman. Although they haven't reached that step yet, there have been kisses, touches, and even some friction in the private areas. Just one last step away from union. But Lu Cheng said that now is not the best time. Because if they unite too early, given their physical conditions, she might get pregnant after just a few times, which is not very suitable for the current situation. Firstly, there isn't enough time to truly get to know each other. Putting them together might cause too much friction. If we slow down a bit, let the two people get to know each other more, and be more tolerant in both work and life, then those days will be calm yet sweet. Shen Shuang suddenly felt that even as a teacher, she sometimes couldn't out-talk Lu Cheng. His plan is to gradually become a 10,000 yuan household, then a 30,000 yuan household, then a 50,000 yuan household. Now, the 10,000 yuan household has been reached. Lu Cheng also earned the hunter's first pot of gold. Lu Cheng told Shen Shuang that there would be 1,000 yuan deposited in Shen Shuang's account. The rest of the money is kept in Lu Cheng's hands. Lu Cheng has other matters to attend to and cannot tell Shen Shuang for the time being, but it is not illegal. All are normal investment developments. Lu Cheng's other avenues are also developing, he is not relying solely on hunting. When Lu Cheng got up, Shen Shuang said, "I've been waiting for you to get up. There's warm sauerkraut rice in the pot. Shall I bring it to you?" Okay. Shen Shuang quickly went to the kitchen and brought a big bowl of sauerkraut rice, with the rice grains all puffed up. So many. It smells really good, thanks, Shuang. You're still being polite with me, just eat quickly. Then Lu Cheng started eating his rice. "I'll go find my big brother later. I have a lead and want my big brother to try it. If it succeeds, our family can develop towards the county town in the future. If we want to move to the city, we can't leave the family behind. Because of this, my big brother's marriage might have to be postponed for a while." Lu Cheng also thought when he got up that if hunting in the mountains was his first pot of gold, then his second pot of gold might be in the factory in the county town. In this era, bicycles are still rare items. But the people working in the factory all cherish these bicycles very much. So every time during commuting hours, people nowadays all walk to work. However, bicycles have been developing better and better lately, and if he uses this 10,000 yuan to invest in bicycles, he will definitely be able to earn several times that amount in the future. Lu Cheng also understood that hunting is not a long-term thing, but if he were to leave Liyuan, he would definitely have the village chief select a night watchman from the village. After all, Shen Shuang's ideas are also practical and realistic. Because hunting also depends on luck. If you keep hunting, you might one day be overpowered by a fierce beast and end up losing your life. Even as a special forces soldier, he can't guarantee escaping every attack from a fierce beast. Because hunting is truly a gamble with your life for tomorrow. Lu Cheng understood that once he had his first pot of gold, he could start thinking about other developments. After eating, Lu Cheng went down to the village. Lu Yan was sawing firewood in the small courtyard. "Big brother, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Let me finish this first." "Come on, it's urgent." As soon as Lu Yan heard it was urgent, he threw down the saw. "I'm coming." Lu Chengwei smiled slightly. "Big brother, in a couple of days, go to the city and head to that bicycle factory. Whether you work as a handyman, a mover, or a gardener, find a way to get into the factory." A surge of excitement rose in Lu Yan's heart. "Are we going to develop into the city?" "Well, I have some money in hand, and I plan to have you learn the whole process of making bicycles. Later, we'll start our own bicycle factory." Lu Yen said excitedly, last year when I was on the train, I heard that to start a bicycle factory, you need at least over 5,000 yuan to barely get it going. You actually have 5,000 already? Big brother, now I have 10,000. Lu Yen. Lu Yan's eyes widened, how did you earn so much money? Big brother, don't ask anymore, just say whether you are going to work at the bicycle factory or not. Yes, I will definitely get familiar with the processes at the bicycle factory. Right, you need to ask the suppliers clearly and understand every step thoroughly. Get ready, you'll leave the day after tomorrow. Chapter 67, Not Daring to Underestimate Him Anymore. Hey, hit. Here is 100 yuan for living expenses. You need to live in the county town, so be careful. Don't get involved in some idle matters, just focus on your own business. Hey, hit. Lu Yen took the 100 yuan in change and put it in his pants pocket. Should we tell our dad and mom? I'm afraid they'll worry if we tell the truth. Just say that you want to develop yourself in the county and explore opportunities. Don't mention the fact that I have 10,000 yuan in hand for now. Got it, bro, understood, don't flaunt your wealth. Alright, then let's do this, I'll head up the mountain first. Good. I'm getting ready now, picking out a few decent clothes. Okay, I'm back. Good. Guoxiuxiu went to the home of a villager in Luoshan to buy 20 eggs, she was preparing to deliver them to Zhang Bo's house. Guoxiuxiu had just returned to the small courtyard at her home. Mom, don't rush to go to the Zhang family yet. I might have to leave the village for a while. If Zhang Kaiqin is in such a hurry to get married that she can't wait for me, then let her marry someone else. I have to go to the city to explore some opportunities. Silly Yen. Kaiqin is such a good girl, you know. Are you saying that with spring coming and houses being built, the plan to marry her is just off? Mom, Cheng said he wants me to go to the county to find a job at a bicycle factory, to explore the possibilities. He might develop towards the city in the future. Guoxiuxiu swallowed and said, but Cheng has already built a new house halfway up the mountain, wouldn't that be a waste? Mom, even if we want to come back to live in that house later, we can still stay there occasionally. Cheng isn't leaving for now. I say, you two brothers have changing ideas all the time. Why suddenly do you want to go to the county town? This good girl, how can she wait year after year? If she is willing to wait, just tell her I will definitely marry her later. If she is not willing to wait, then tell her I can't marry her for now, I have to go to the county town. Guoxiuxiu said reluctantly, really can't marry me first and then leave? What kind of thing would that be? If I marry her and then leave, would I be making the poor girl a widow at home? Guoxiuxiu said again with difficulty, yeah, it's really troublesome. Guoxiuxiu put down the eggs and said, I wasn't planning to send 20 eggs to check on Kaiqin. This matter has caused a fuss, and I guess your Uncle Zhang will be angry with us if he sees us in the future. There's no other way. How about this, I'll take these eggs over to Kaiqin and tell her, so she won't feel upset. Alright, then you explain it well, don't let her get angry. Hey, hit. Lu Yen brought eggs and arrived at Zhang's house. Zhang Bo was not at home, so Lu Yen told him about the matter of going to the county town. Zhang Kaiqin was also a determined person and said on the spot, I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes. Lu Yen held her in his arms, just about to give her a kiss. Footsteps were heard coming from the small courtyard. The two people immediately let go of each other again. Has Uncle Zhang returned? I'll go to the kitchen to boil some water, you guys chat. Zhang Bo gave an awkward smile at a glance. He thought to himself, this Lu Yen really knows how to calculate. As soon as he left, he slipped into Caiqin's room. If he hadn't kept a closer eye, Lu Yen would have uprooted all the cabbage. It really proves the saying, you can't keep a grown woman at home. Lu Yen looked at Kaiqin reluctantly, I'm leaving. Remember to write to me. Zhang Caiqin's voice choked up slightly as she spoke. Good. Lu Yen then turned and left. Took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He understood that Kaiqin was willing to wait for him, which meant she was a good woman who cared for him and wanted to spend her life with him. Such a woman must not be treated unfairly. Sincerity must be exchanged for sincerity. If he can't suppress his beastly thoughts and forces himself on her, what if she gets pregnant before marriage? How will she live in the village afterward? The county town is said to be not far from the village, but once you start working, even making a trip back becomes very difficult. Zhang Kaiqin cried in the room for a while before going to the kitchen. Dad, Yen wants to go to the county town. Zhang Boxiu's face tightened slightly, what did he say about your marriage? Zhang Kaiqin said, he just told me, if I wait for him, then we will get married when he returns at the end of the year. If I don't wait for him, then I should marry someone else and cut ties completely. Zhang Bo took a deep breath, his face slightly stern, and said, what do you think? Dad, I am willing to wait for him. Zhang Bo's face relaxed slightly, you have feelings for each other, waiting a year will work, but you must firmly hold on to Yan's heart. Don't let him see other women outside and forget about you. Understood, Dad. You don't blame your daughter? Blame what? The Lu family is clearly living better now. If you can be with Yan, life will definitely become prosperous from then on. Zhang Kaiqin wiped her tears slightly, I was just worried that Dad wouldn't agree and would force me to get married. Silly girl, you are your father's treasure. If you can marry someone who understands your heart, isn't that always better than an arranged marriage? Thank you, Dad. Alright, the water is boiling, pour it into the kettle. Ah, okay. Zhang Kaiqin is also a woman who is devoted to her feelings, she is serious about Lu Yan as well. Lu Yan just learned while chatting with Zhang Kaiqin that Zhang Caiqin's second elder brother and sister-in-law are working at the bicycle factory. Lu Yan asked for the address and planned to go straight to Zhang Junwang and Tian Lanxiang. He knew both of this couple. 2 days later, outside the Hongjiu brand bicycle factory, number 17, Shirgo Alley, County Town. Lu Yan stood outside the factory area, the factory full of a strong sense of the era, with a slightly worn-out feeling. Hello, uncle, could you help me find Zhang Junwang? Zhang Junwang. He's at work right now, probably can't leave. Then how about Tian Lanxiang? I'm from Liyuan, introduced by their younger sister Zhang Kaiqin. My name is Lu Yan. The gatekeeper glanced over and said, alright, wait here for a moment. The uncle used the landline to dial a short number, hello, let Tian Lanxiang come out for a moment. A man named Lu Yan from the same village is looking for her. He was introduced by Zhang Kaiqin. The uncle said, you sit there and wait for a while, she will be here soon. Thanks, uncle. Lu Yan was very friendly to the gatekeeper. Quite polite, this young man is really good. Lu Yan smiled and sat on an iron stool outside. He had an old travel bag beside him. He was wearing a set of grey cotton padded jacket and pants, which at first glance made him look like a young guy from some county town. Because the young people coming out of the village all had to patch their cotton padded clothes several times. But Lu Yan's clothes were in good condition, looking like new. It is said that you should first respect the clothes before respecting the person. The gatekeeper uncle, seeing Lu Yan like this, didn't dare to underestimate him. He is still treated politely. Soon after, Tian Lanxiang hurriedly ran out, where is Lu Yan? Ah, second sister-in-law, hello. I'm here. Tian Lanxiang's clothes were rather old, but she also looked slightly a bit disheveled. But Lu Yan's attire made him look like a well-off young man. Tian Lanxiang was momentarily surprised, Lu Yan. It's been so long, I hardly recognized you. Sister Tian, can I ask you for a favor? Tian Lanxiang smiled and said, we'll talk about the favor later. Come on, sister-in-law will take you to a restaurant. Your second brother will be here soon too. Chapter 68, the kind that never worries about food. Lu Yan laughed and said, hey, actually, I am a bit hungry now. Let's go, uncle, I'm taking leave for the next half hour. The uncle said, come sign here, and you can leave shortly. Ah, good. Tian Lanxiang signed her name with the uncle who was guarding the door. She was thinking to herself, this time at the restaurant she'll probably have to order 3 bowls of noodles, each bowl costing 70 cents, with beef flavor. She needed to prepare 2 yuan and 10 cents, feeling distressed. But there was no other way, if she didn't come out to meet people from the same village, she might be ridiculed when she returned to the village later. Tian Lanxiang said, uncle, you tell Zhang Junwang later that we are waiting for him at the beef noodle restaurant to eat noodles together. The uncle smiled and said, got it. Let's go. Tian Lanxiang then left together with Lu Yan. The uncle thought for a moment, this young man named Lu Yan is really good, and the uncle wiped the corner of his mouth. Thinking to myself, if the factory is really hiring, there might actually be a chance to get in. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, the HR girl took the recruitment notice and posted it on the factory's bulletin board. The uncle took a look. Hiring 2 garden workers and 3 general laborers. Lu Yan's luck must be insanely good. The uncle looked at his son beside him and said, you brat, quickly go to the beef noodle shop and tell Tian Lanxiang to take Lu Yan to apply for a job. You brat. Run quickly. The uncle also found Lu Yen to be a likable person. Willingly wanted to help him a bit. As Lu Yen and the others just arrived at the entrance of the beef shop, they saw a young boy running hurriedly. "Sister Tian, my dad said you took your brother to the HR for a job interview. Hiring now?" "Yes, the HR lady just posted the announcement." Tian Lanxiang immediately stared at Lu Yen. "How come your luck is so good? When I was looking for a job at this factory, I waited a full 10 days before getting a position." Tian Lanxiang was envious. "Let's go, second sister-in-law, we'll apply first," Lu Yen said with an excited chuckle. Lu Yan's hands clearly showed he was used to hard work. The HR assistant looked him over, and the resume he filled out was also quite neat. Lu Yen was quite relieved at this moment. He had also studied for a few years, could write his own name, and some simple sentences. Anyway, general communication and recognizing characters were not a problem. The HR assistant said, "You will report to Uncle Zhu at the garden later, and start work as soon as possible." "Alright, I can start working tomorrow." "Alright then, come on, I'll take you to Uncle Zhu." When Lu Yen entered the factory, he left his travel bag at the security office. So now he is following the HR assistant casually to the gardening department. In a small workroom, an old uncle was drinking water, the steam from the hot water blowing on his face, as if he was very thirsty, having taken several sips of the hot water. The HR girl stepped forward. "Uncle Zhu, this is the newcomer named Lu Yen. From now on, you can have him work with you." Zhu Zijian looked over, swallowed, and said, "Don't hire another boy who refuses to work hard. Uncle Zhu, rest assured, I am skilled at working in the village. You can trust that I will work diligently." Zhu Zijian stepped forward and turned Lu Yan's hands over and over, looking him over. "Which village are you from, young man?" "I'm in Luyuyan." "You're Lu Yen, right?" "Yes." "Alright, your hands are definitely made for work. Take a rest, come here to report tomorrow morning, and then we'll work hard. This big factory has a large yard." "Okay, then I'll arrange a place for him to stay." "Alright, go ahead." The HR assistant said, "Follow me, I'll arrange your accommodation." HR assistant, "Can you arrange for me to stay with Zhang Junwang and the others?" "That won't work. Zhang Junwang and the others are staying in a couple's room, not with you. You came alone, so you'll stay in the male dormitory. Don't worry, there is still a bed available." Lu Yen thought for a moment and said, "Anything is fine." The HR girl took him to a low house, inside which were 5 iron bunk beds arranged. Lu Yen. Although the living environment wasn't great, at least he didn't have to pay rent. So, he endured it. Lu Yen put the bag on the bed and went to the small shop outside to buy things. After joining the company, the HR girl gave him a few tickets and a meal card. In this era, meal cards were used. The meal card had the date, and at the place where meals were served, there was a person designated to swipe the card. Lu Yen went to the cooperative, which was the small shop, and bought an iron basin, a bucket, a toothbrush, soap, and other supplies. Another electric kettle. These things only cost a few bucks to get. Because we have tickets, the purchases weren't too expensive. Without tickets, like Lu Cheng buying things, some were obtained from the black market. They all secretly took it back. After Lu Yen returned, it was already 5:30 in the evening, just when the factory workers were preparing to go to the canteen for dinner. Lu Yen also took the bowls and soup bowls he bought to get food. The dinner was a bowl of thick soup noodles, 2 steamed buns, and a spoonful of cabbage and vermicelli. Lu Yen. The food here isn't bad at all. Lu Yen, we were just looking for you to invite you to have some beef noodles. Zhang Junwang and Tian Lanxiang walked over. No, the food in this canteen is all pretty good. Hey, you're not picky either, so shall we eat here in the cafeteria? Hey, let's just eat here. Okay. Second brother, second sister-in-law, I might have to call you that from now on. I've gotten engaged to Kai Qin, and we're probably planning to get married by the end of this year. Xiaoyan, you got engaged to my sister. Zhang Junwang swallowed a mouthful of food, his face reddened as he said, "This is truly an excellent thing." Tian Lanxiang also smiled happily and said, "This is really one of our own family." That's for sure. How did you think of getting married only at the end of the year? Because the money to marry Kai Qin is not enough for the time being, we have to prepare some betrothal gifts for Zhang Bo. Zhang Junwang said, "Hey, that's your intention. If you ask me, Kai Qin is not young anymore. You should work here for a few months and get married early. Then bring Kai Qin to our factory. Once she's pregnant, let her go back. You are really my own second brother." Wouldn't that be too rushed? Lu Yan's old face turned red. He also really wished Kai Chen could live with him for a while. After all, ever since he knew Kai Chen was willing to wait for him, he was constantly thinking about her. Lu Yan awkwardly scratched his neck. No rush. When I went to your second sister-in-law's mother's home, I brought a grass carp I caught myself from the river, and that fish weighed a full 5 jin. My father-in-law and mother-in-law then let Lan Xiang come back with me. Lu Yan. Hey brother heir, you really treat me like a true brother. You say this to me? Aren't you afraid I'll treat your sister the same way? Don't worry, if you really catch a fish, I'll definitely get my dad to agree. Ha ha ha. Zhang Junwang was very clear in his mind. Just because Lu Yan is now a gardener, his salary isn't much less than his. If his sister married Lu Yan, she would definitely live an easy life for the rest of her days. No worries about food. And halfway up the mountain, Lu Cheng received a lot of firewood sent by Tian Sen, all stacked under the eaves. Chapter 69. Obviously, there is a drinking addiction. Lu Cheng said, Sen, you gave enough firewood. This time, even if the wolf leg meat is all used up. Tian Sen smiled and said, hey, hit. Tian Sen was also a practical person, working day and night gathering dry branches, sawing, and chopping firewood. It was all to use up the firewood for this wolf leg meat. Otherwise, he always felt like he owed Lu Cheng a great favor for letting his wife eat the meat. Now it's good, the firewood is used up for the wolf leg meat. From now on, we can eat with peace of mind. Shen Shuang came out and said, Sen Gu, when you go back, you can pick the wolf leg meat off, then put the wolf bones in a big pot to make soup. That way, you can give Sister Sanxiang a ladleful every day, and her milk will definitely be abundant. Tian Sen raised his eyebrows slightly and said, hey, spot on. Soon after, it was time for the children to start their spring semester. Each child wore a red scarf and put on clean cotton-padded clothes and pants. Shen Shuang also knew that she would have to live in Liyuan for a while longer. Her teaching qualification certificate had just been transferred to Liyuan, considered to be placed there together with the educated youth. Today she wore a light blue top paired with black pants, and the shoes were the popular big-headed leather shoes of that time, custom-made by Lu Cheng in the county town. Several children at the school were all attending the same school, each looking proudly and confidently at the principal who was speaking. Those pairs of eyes all showed a longing to learn more knowledge. And each one listened very attentively. Because children of this era had no other nightlife. Apart from learning knowledge from books, there were no other entertainment programs. You should know, this is a rural area without even electricity. Lu Cheng thought for a moment. On July 1, 1961, most county towns had electricity. But now it is only January 16, 1961, the first day of school. It will still be more than half a year before electricity arrives. And it will take several more years before the countryside gradually gets electricity. But it is also a matter of queuing and waiting to apply. Because there is the erection of utility poles, stringing wires, and various preparatory work. Lu Cheng saw that the children at the school had all started entering the classrooms in batches. He just returned from the school gate. Lu Cheng stayed up all night yesterday, so now he has to go back and catch up on sleep. But when he got back to his room, he didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. 6 months from now is the time for electrification. If his bicycle factory starts production then, will he be able to catch the wave of the bicycle buying boom? The more Lu Qingyue thought about it, the more his heart surged with emotion. He locked the room halfway up the mountain, then hurried to Guoxiuxiu's house. Mom, are you making clothes? Hey, Cheng, why aren't you asleep? Mom, has my eldest brother sent a letter? Not yet, but I haven't been to the cooperative today. Should I go take a look now? No need for you to go, I'll go check myself. Alright then. Guoxiuxiu said with concern, can't you sleep? You usually sleep soundly at this time. Mom, I have something on my mind. I'll go to the cooperative to see if there's a letter from the big brother. I'll go to sleep later. Okay, remember to sleep well, or you won't have the energy to keep watch at night. Alright. Lu Cheng walked quickly along the country road and soon arrived at the entrance of the cooperative. Just happened to see the messenger who delivered the letter leave after placing it while riding a bicycle. Lu Cheng quickly walked in, see if there is a letter for me. The person at the cooperative said, take a look. Lu Cheng flipped through the letters one by one and finally found the one addressed to Lu Cheng at the very bottom. This letter is mine. Then just sign it and take it away. Lu Cheng walked over to the registration book nearby and made a note, then sat down at the entrance of the cooperative and opened the letter. Cheng, I am already working as a gardener at the Hongjiu brand bicycle factory. The uncle Zhu Zijian who works with me is a retired technician with 10 years of experience. Now I follow him to do things, and every time he passes by the workshop, he looks inside with a lingering, reluctant gaze. Also, I got into the factory through Caichin's second brother and sister-in-law. You said whether I should treat the couple to a bowl of beef noodles, a bowl that costs 70 cents. I'm thinking, I myself am reluctant to eat it, a little unwilling, but I'm not sure, so I'm asking you. At this moment, Lu Cheng walked over to old Zhang. Zhang, can your ox cart take me to the county town? I'll pay for the round trip. Zhang put away the welding smoke and said, get on. Zhang Bo said, has that kid Lu Yen sent a letter? Yes, so I want to go straight to the county town to find my big brother. My big brother works at the same factory as Jun Wang. Zhang Bo smiled slightly. Lu Yen is quite resourceful, he actually works at the same factory as Jun Wang and his wife. Right, Zhang Bo, why don't you come with me to the county town to see them? Uncle Zhang smiled slightly, whenever I go to see them, they want to treat me to a meal. A bowl of noodles costs 7 mao, but I only earn a few coins from pulling the ox cart once. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. Second brother and second sister-in-law have helped us so much. This time, I'll treat you all to a meal at the restaurant, with all-you-can-eat beef noodles. Ha ha ha. You really hit the mark, kid. Then it's settled. When we arrive at Hongjiu Bicycle Factory, wake me up. I'll take a short nap. Hey, you sleep, it still takes more than an hour to get to the county town. Lu Cheng curled up at the back of the ox cart and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. An hour and a half passed, Zhang Bo arrived outside the Hongjiu Bicycle Factory, but he did not wake Lu Cheng. Because he looked and saw it was not yet time for the noon meal. It's probably not even 10 o'clock yet. So I might as well let Lu Cheng sleep well. 2 hours passed, and the people from the factory gradually came out. Uncle Zhang, why are you here? Lu Yen asked, holding an empty bowl, ready to go to the canteen for food. I brought Cheng along, he fell asleep in the car. I'll go take a look. Lu Yen tiptoed over. Hey Cheng, you really came. Lu Cheng rubbed his eyes. How long have I been asleep? Zhang Bo said with a smile, Xiao Yen, go call your second brother and second sister-in-law, and ask them to come out. Hey, hit. Lu Yen carried the bowl and hurried into the factory. He was now wearing a set of blue work clothes as his outerwear. At a glance, he was clearly a gardener at the factory. This outfit looks especially spirited, you can tell at a glance that he's a good worker. Along with Lu Yen came an old man. Cheng, this is my boss, Uncle Zhu. Uncle Zhu, let's have a couple of drinks later to thank you for looking after my big brother. Zhu Zijian said, you can't drink alcohol, and if you do, it has to be at night. There's still work to be done this noon and afternoon. But Zhu Zijian's mouth obediently smacked a few times. Obviously, he has a craving for alcohol. Alright then, I'll bring Uncle Zhu a bottle of white liquor with some peanuts later. At night, Uncle Zhu can enjoy the peanuts while having a good sip. Zhu Zijian said with a happy face, Xiaoyan, your younger brother is really capable and thoughtful. Haha, of course. Hey. Second brother and second sister-in-law, you finally came. Lu Yen turned around, saw Zhang Junwang and Tian Lanxiang, and greeted them. Hello, second brother and second sister-in-law. 20%. Well, look who's here. Cheng quickly sidestepped, revealing Zhang Bo behind him. Dad. Dad, what are you doing here? Chapter 70, now the whole leg is bleeding uncontrollably. Zhang Bo smiled and said, hey, I just came to see Lu Cheng, so I came to check on you too. Tian Lanxiang immediately said, let's go, let's eat out together. This meal, we'll have beef noodles. Lu Cheng said, alright, but I have to pay. At a time like this, a bowl of beef noodles is the perfect match. No one argues with me over this meal. Zhang Junwang smiled and said, how did this happen? I agreed with Uncle Zhang on the way here, this matter is settled. For Zhang Junwang, spending a few yuan on a meal was definitely something they couldn't afford. But for Lu Cheng, this meal was a delightful occasion for both host and guest. Moreover, Lu Cheng has chatted with Zhu Zijian several times. It is known that Zhu Zijian once had the opportunity to become the factory's technical. But the current in the factory is the factory director's own nephew. So he was forced to stay in the position of garden manager for 9 years. You can imagine that after 10 years as a senior technician, he was truly unwilling to accept defeat. However, in state-owned and collective factories, people like Zhu Zijian who only have technical skills but no connections tend to be marginalized. But for Lu Cheng, this Zhu Zijian was undoubtedly the key technical personnel he needed the most. Poach him. Lu Cheng had a thought in his mind. He must build a good relationship and poach people from the state and camp factories into his own camp. Although there are now some privately run factories, they are extremely few, most are state-owned or collectively run factories. Lu Cheng believes that the method of collectively running factories is feasible, but it is necessary to bring in technical backbones like Zhu Zijian. Lu Cheng also looked at Zhang Junwang and Tian Lanxiang. These two people are also particularly important figures. His little schemes were slowly calculating in his heart. Lu Yan's thoughts were simpler, he just wanted to work at this factory for a while and then get married. And a bowl of hot beef noodles, cold cucumber salad on the table, stir-fried with ear mushrooms, stir-fried lettuce with dried bean curd sticks, cold century eggs, peanuts, and scallion-flavored carrots. A total of 6 dishes were prepared. Although Lu Cheng really wanted to order a few meat dishes. But if he appeared to be extravagant on the surface, he would instead stand out as an oddity in an era of thrift. This beef noodle soup already had 3 pieces of beef, so he just ordered a few vegetable dishes. Even with such a meal, the whole table of people ate to their heart's content. Afterwards, Lu Cheng bought a bottle of white liquor and a portion of peanuts from the shop and handed them to Zhu Zijian. Uncle Zhu, please take good care of my elder brother from now on, I'm counting on you. Zhu Zijian smiled and said, you kid, leave this matter to me. Zhu Zijian understood that Lu Yan's experience in the state-owned and private factories might be similar to his own. If he went to work in a technical position, 10 years later, it would be the same old path as his. From morning till night, whenever there was a chance, Zhu Zijian would quietly teach Lu Yan some professional bicycle skills. Because Lu Yan had attended school for a few years, he quickly got the hang of it. Zhu Zijian felt that they truly had a master-apprentice relationship, as he unknowingly shared some very crucial experiences with Lu Yan. Lu Yan also quietly revealed to Zhu Zijian that his younger brother, Lu Cheng, had ambitions to achieve something big, wanting to learn both the bicycle supplier and technical parts thoroughly, preparing to start his own factory in the future. Zhu Zijian just thought Lu Yan was joking with him. In Zhu Zijian's opinion, having worked in state and private factories for nearly 20 years, 10 years as a technician and 9 years as a gardener, he had never saved enough money to start a factory, let alone a small guy like Lu Cheng. He was a rural kid, and having ideals should be encouraged. But Zhu Zijian had no idea that Lu Cheng himself already had the confidence of being a wealthy household with assets worth 10,000 yuan. On this hillside, Lu Cheng was busy at home for a few days, digging many traps on the mountain. Over these days, he caught several gray and white rabbits one after another. So during these days, rabbit meat was often eaten at the table. Lu Cheng kept going to that black market for buying things, and for the time being, the situation was a bit tense. But it was also just a passing breeze. They were all people who needed to exchange money, and the existence of the black market also made things more convenient for many. Because several children attended the same school, they all knew how to be frugal when doing homework at night. They all came back in the afternoon and immediately started doing homework with little Tong on the second floor. The afternoon light is very bright, so there is no need to wait until evening to light the oil lamp to write. But Sanya always prepares food for Grandpa White Fox first after coming back. So she writes slowly, and in the evening she still sits under the oil lamp, slowly writing new characters. Shen Shuang was also preparing lessons in her own room. Teachers like Shen Shuang, who requested to be assigned to Liyuyan village, are especially favored by the leadership. So on Shen Shuang's first day of work, the school leaders gave her special praise. Shen Shuang. Somehow, being in Liyuyan village feels especially warm and comforting. The next early morning, around 4 o'clock before dawn, Lu Cheng took advantage of the darkness before dawn and carried the rabbits caught in traps to the black market. He found Kai Qingchuan and gave him several rabbits. The exchanged money also included some grain coupons and cloth coupons given by Kai Qingchuan. Lu Cheng took the coupons to exchange for daily necessities. Kai Qingchuan was extremely happy, he had plenty of coupons, but he couldn't get wild game. But Lu Cheng had a way to get wild game. So, cooperation leads to a win-win situation. If Lu Cheng doesn't sell wild game through the black market from Kai Qingchuan, his daily life will also be affected. Like Shen Shuang's 4 siblings, his own family. Buying cloth, grain, sugar, daily necessities, and so on are all settled with money and tickets obtained from Kai Qingchuan. In the evening, Lu Cheng ran to the village chief's house. Sat and chatted with the village chief for a while. Village chief, what do you think about developing towards the city at this time? The village chief took a drag of his pipe and said, it's hard to find jobs in the city right now. We still farm and have to hand over grain, keeping some for ourselves. Jobs in the city are especially scarce, life is tough too. Lu Cheng. He was thinking based on memories from his previous life that once electricity was connected, the town's industry would gradually develop. For the time being, he would still hunt, keep watch at night, and protect the villagers of Liyuan. But the matter of having his elder brother develop the factory could not be stopped for even a moment. Not letting money generate more money. That's the mindset of the poor who just guard their money. If money can generate more money, then in the future, his family members can all be assigned positions in the factory. Most importantly, with Uncle Zhu Zijian, this key technical backbone, his bicycle factory's goal is bound to be achieved. At night, the village chief from the neighboring village hurriedly brought 3 people to the village chief of Liyuan, Chief Chen. Chief Chen. Come out quickly. Chen Guifu had just sat down by the bed, getting ready to sleep. Hearing the hurried shouting, he quickly put on his shoes and came out. What's going on? Who is it? Village Chief Chen, this is Yang Muliu, the village chief of Sanyang village. Why are you coming over at this time? This is terrible. Yang Lushan from our village went up the mountain and got bitten by a tiger. Now his whole leg is bleeding uncontrollably.